Qian traversed into a fantastical realm, where he was originally a prodigy of the Qingxuan Sect, having cultivated qi at the tender age of 10, established his foundation at 11, and reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage by 13. He believed he was destined to become the next sect leader, only to have all his cultivation erased by the sudden awakening of the Wine Sword Immortal System. Overnight, the prodigy fell into desolation. Despite the elders of the sect exhausting every means, they could only demote him to an outer disciple, leaving him to fend for himself. Undeterred, Qian spent his days in the lower courtyard indulging in wine and merriment, aside from fulfilling the tasks assigned by the sect. In a mere span of 5 years, Qian's cultivation advanced from qi refinement to the Qian'an stage. Congratulations to the host for consuming a jar of wine. Reward: cultivation increased by 1. Congratulations to the host for comprehending the mysteries of divine weapons while intoxicated. Any item can be refined into a celestial sword for a duration of 10 breaths. Congratulations to the host for achieving 1 in the Wine Sword Immortal Mastery. On that day, a disciple named Zhou Tong sought to become a favored disciple of the elders by slandering Qian, accusing him of harboring ill intentions towards her. I never expected that a once great prodigy could commit such heinous acts. He should have his cultivation abolished, limbs broken, and be thrown down the mountain. Indeed, Sister Zhou Tong is our goddess. Let us kill him. Surrounded by a crowd of accusations, fervent with indignation, Qian merely smiled faintly. I'm at the pinnacle of the Qian'an stage. Who dares to kill me? Who can kill me? Chapter 1. Slandering the Wine Sword Immortal? In the Xinzhou continent, within the wild and ancient domain of the Qingxuan Sect, a classical sect stands majestically against the backdrop of steep cliffs. The mountains are shrouded in mist, and the sect's buildings are arranged harmoniously, with red walls and golden tiles, creating an aura of mystery and nobility. As the moonlight bathes the landscape in a poetic glow, tranquil and profound, enchanting all who gaze upon it. The lower courtyard of the sect appears unremarkable from the outside. The plaster on the walls is mostly cracked, exposing weathered blue bricks beneath, and the roof tiles are thickly covered with moss, indicating the courtyard's age. At this moment, a young disciple, seemingly 18 or 19, lies sprawled beside a haystack. Clad in a blue and white Taoist robe, the disciple cradles a jar of wine, and his thunderous snores resonate painfully in the courtyard. His name is Qian, an outer disciple of the Qingxuan Sect. Rather than an outer disciple, he is more akin to a menial worker, spending his days chopping wood and fetching water for the sect, while also attending to the daily needs of the disciples. Originally a time traveler, Qian was selected as an outer disciple due to his exceptional talent and outstanding roots, with promises from the elders that if he diligently cultivated and broke through to the foundation establishment stage, he would be promoted to an inner disciple. Qian lived up to expectations, breaking through from qi refinement to foundation establishment in just a year, becoming a model for the other disciples. However, just as the elders rejoiced, he found his cultivation obliterated overnight, his spiritual roots destroyed, and his realm plummeted back to the qi refinement stage. Despite their attempts yielding no results, the elders were profoundly disappointed, weighing the pros and cons before resolutely expelling Qian from the inner court, relegating him to a menial disciple. Little did they know, as a traveler from the 21st century, he had unexpectedly awakened a system called Wine Sword Immortal just a day before he was to become a direct disciple, allowing him to advance his realm through continuous drinking. From that day forth, aside from completing the assigned tasks, Qian spent most of his time in the lower courtyard reveling in wine and merriment. In just 5 years, Qian's cultivation surged from qi refinement to the Qian'an stage. Please, brothers, help me. The person is inside. If the wicked are not punished, I might as well die boo-hoo. At that moment, a voice tinged with tears echoed from outside the door. The next instant, the door was kicked open with a resounding thud. Dozens of disciples from the Qingxuan Sect stormed in, their faces twisted with fury, some even brandishing flying swords, prepared to bring the perpetrator to justice. The one who spoke was a girl of about 15 or 16, with fair skin and a shy demeanor. Her long, jet-black hair flowed gracefully, and her light skirt swayed elegantly with her movements, resembling a pure white lotus, exuding an enchanting aura. Her eyes, deep as the ocean, seemed to penetrate all illusions. With a graceful figure akin to a fairy dancing on clouds, her tear-filled eyes glistened like crystals, sliding down her cheeks as she gazed upon the slumbering Qian, her face etched with fear. Xianxia. It is him. He just molested me and said that if I were to inform the elders of the sect, he would sell me to a brothel. Whoa, Xianxia, you must seek justice for me. My reputation is ruined. How will I ever marry now? Zhou Tong grew increasingly agitated and more aggrieved as she spoke. Her pitiful demeanor evoked sympathy from the surrounding disciples, who all turned their fiery gazes towards the still, slumbering Qian'an. I never imagined that a once great prodigy would stoop to such despicable acts. His cultivation should be revoked, his limbs broken, and he should be thrown down the mountain. Indeed, Shimi Zhou Tong is our goddess. Having been insulted by this wretch, he must be killed. Shimi Zhou Tong's youthful face bore a hint of mockery as she gazed at Qian'an, already formulating a plan in her mind. The sect explicitly states that if a female disciple is offended, she may seek protection from the law enforcement hall, which will investigate the matter. If the incident is confirmed, the sect will compensate the victim with a mid-grade spiritual artifact and 10 low-grade spirit stones. Should the situation be particularly heinous, the disciple could be compensated with an opportunity to train the sect's secret realm and be taken under the wing of a specialized elder, who would impart the arts of immortality. 3 years ago, a similar incident occurred in Qingxuan Zone, and the sullied female disciple has since become a direct disciple of an elder, her cultivation having soared to the Qian'an realm. Now that this incident has unfolded once again, it naturally incited a wave of indignation among the male disciples. The leading male disciple seized Qian'an by the collar and bellowed, "Speak! Did you molest Shimi Zhou Tong?" At this moment, Qian'an was thoroughly intoxicated. Faced with the wrath of disciple Wang Hao, he merely waved his hand dismissively and soon drifted back into slumber. His foolish demeanor infuriated Wang Hao, who was poised to draw his sword to eliminate this scoundrel, only to be stopped by a fellow disciple beside him. Xianxia, Qian'an was once a prodigy of our Qingxuan zone. Even if he has erred, it is for the sect's elders to decide. If you kill him, how will there be witnesses? Is it possible that Shimi Zhou Tong's eyewitness account is fabricated? What girl would jest with her own purity? Wang Hao had harbored feelings for Shimi Zhou Tong for quite some time. Upon learning that Qian'an had molested her, his fury surged to the heavens, wishing nothing more than to see Qian'an suffer 1,000 tortures. Seeing someone speak in Qian'an's defense only drove Shimi Zhou Tong to weep even more heart-wrenchingly, stating, "I understand that Qian'an was once a prodigy of our Qingxuan zone. If it makes things difficult for you, I would rather bite my own teeth to swallow my grievances than cause you trouble." No sooner had she spoken than Wang Hao's anger flared even more. Ignoring the protests from the disciples around him, he summoned his flying sword, launching it towards the slumbering Qian'an like a shooting star. "Stop!" The thunderous voice rang out, deafening all. As the mist cleared, an elderly man with white hair and a youthful visage appeared, flying in on his sword. The surrounding disciples immediately bowed in respect, their eyes filled with reverence. "We greet Elder Hua." Wang Hao was forced to halt his actions, raising his head with a face full of indignation. "Shifu Hui Yunzi, this wretch Qian'an has molested Shimi Zhou Tong. Such a heinous act disrupts the integrity of our sect. He should have his cultivation revoked, his limbs severed, and be expelled from Qingxuan zone." Wang Hao's agitation grew as he spoke, as if such fervor would display his masculine charm before Shimi Zhou Tong. Elder Hua Yunzi shifted his gaze to the tear-streaked face of Zhou Tong, frowning as he asked, "Is what Wang Hao claims true?" Zhou Tong immediately knelt on the ground, her eyes reddened as she affirmed, "What Xixiang Wang Hao said is true. Just half an hour ago, I came to the lower courtyard to find Xianxia, seeking the morning dew he had collected, as per the sect's instructions." Chapter 2. The outcry of the masses. The disciple initially intended to fulfill the task assigned by the master in return. However, to my astonishment, the inebriated senior brother forcefully pinned me to the ground, intending to commit an unspeakable act. I valiantly resisted, yet he managed to stealthily assault my chest. Seizing the moment while he was momentarily lost in his own thoughts, I fled and implored Elder Hua to seek justice on my behalf. Was there any evidence? Elder Hua Yun squinted, scrutinizing Zhou Tong from head to toe. While she was indeed youthful and beautiful, the matter of the covert assault on her chest was rather ambiguous. Apart from her commendable appearance and status, there seemed to be little that could captivate one's interest. Zhou Tong immediately began rummaging through the haystack, fortuitously discovering a red belly band pressed beneath senior brother Qian'an. The moment she laid eyes on the belly band, the surrounding disciples gasped in astonishment. Who would have thought that her claims were indeed true? Senior brother Qian'an had committed such a reprehensible act. It was a disgrace to our kind. Little did they know, this entire affair was orchestrated by Zhou Tong herself. Prior to this, she had hidden her own belly band within the haystack. The performance was executed with such finesse that it was evident this was not her first endeavor. Based on past experiences, most would readily believe her. Even if the truth were dark, under her masterful portrayal, she could turn black into white. Misdirecting the truth was not unfamiliar to her. Moreover, with the presence of the naive Wang Hao, who was eager to embellish the tale, even the absence of substantial evidence could substantiate her claim of being victimized. After all, she was part of a vulnerable demographic. Upon seeing the belly band, Elder Huiyun's conviction wavered. He found it difficult to believe that senior brother Yi Qian could engage in such misconduct. Yet, with both testimonial and material evidence at hand, what could be said in defense? Observing the elder's silence, Wang Hao promptly retrieved his flying sword, prepared to execute the established protocol, and fiercely struck down towards the grounded Yi Qian. In the depths of his slumber, Yi Qian sensed the chilling sword energy approaching and hastily grasped a wooden stick from the ground. With the casualness of a parent reprimanding a child, he raised it and waved it lightly. What appeared to be an ordinary motion concealed within it an unparalleled reservoir of terrifying spiritual power. Under the overwhelming shockwave, Wang Hao's flying sword could not withstand such extraordinary energy. It erupted in an instant, and he too was propelled backward, spitting a mouthful of crimson blood. Witnessing this, both Elder Huiyun in the sky and the disciples on the ground stood frozen, each expression resembling a bewildered emoji from one's phone, utterly dumbfounded. What had just transpired? If I had not misread the situation, it appeared that senior brother Wang Hao had been the one sent flying. With his prowess at the late stage of Foundation establishment and wielding a mid-grade spirit sword, he was considered a prodigy within the sect, even capable of contending against half-step Nascent Soul experts. Yet now he had been struck down by nothing more than a wooden stick. The crowd instinctively gasped, their expressions peculiar as they fixated on the wooden stick in Yi Qian's hand. Could it be an extraordinary divine weapon? Or perhaps a premium spirit sword bestowed by a revered ancestor? Within the realm of the Shenzhou continent, cultivators ascend through various levels: Qi refinement, Foundation establishment, core formation, Nascent Soul, God transformation, void return, integration, great ascension, and thunder tribulation. Elder Huiyunzi also bore a strange look. He landed gracefully on the ground and picked up the wooden stick that Yi Qian had dropped. No matter how he examined it, he could only ascertain that it was an utterly ordinary stick. What was going on? Why was everyone so astonished? Just as everyone remained bewildered, a languid voice resonated through the air. Yi Qian, who had been peacefully asleep, was now sitting up. After stretching, he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, and in his drowsy state, it seemed he might just collapse back onto the haystack. He smacked his lips, feeling parched, and casually seized the unopened wine jar, drinking heartily. Congratulations to the host for drinking a jar of wine, rewarding the host with a cultivation increase of 1. Congratulations to the host for comprehending the secrets of divine weapons while intoxicated. Any item can be refined into a celestial sword for a duration of 10 breaths. Congratulations to the host for attaining the skill of Wine Sword Immortal at level 1. Upon hearing the sounds resonating in his ears, Yi Qian cast a glance at the wall, which had been breached by some force. What had just transpired? He felt perplexed, observing his astonished fellow disciples in the courtyard, as if he had unwittingly struck a lickspittle while dreaming. Yi Qian, are you aware of your transgressions? Elder Huiyunzi questioned with an unfriendly demeanor. Do you realize that molesting female disciples is a grave offense in the Qingxuan Sect? Molesting female disciples? Yi Qian was taken aback, locking eyes with his junior sister, Zhou Tong, in the crowd, catching a glimmer of mischief in her gaze. It was evident that this girl had set him up. Zhou Tong felt a sense of satisfaction, thinking to herself, Brother Yi, do not blame me. Cultivators thrive on deception and the survival of the fittest. If you perish, it paves my way to becoming the sect's favored disciple. On this day next year, I shall pay my respects at your grave. Yi Qian slowly rose to his feet. Perhaps the effects of the alcohol still lingered, as he swayed precariously, as if he might collapse at any moment. You accuse me of molestation, then pray tell. How exactly did I do so? Zhou Tong's cheeks flushed crimson as she theatrically replied, Brother, you took advantage of the wine and pinned me to the ground, even tearing off my intimate undergarment. This serves as evidence. As her words fell, Zhou Tong produced the still-warm red undergarment. At this point, the question of modesty seemed less significant. The disciples on both sides turned to Brother Yi, seeking a reasonable explanation. Yi Qian glanced at the undergarment in Zhou Tong's hand, revealing a hint of coldness as he retorted, Is it truly slanderous of me to be accused based solely on an undergarment? Zhou Tong bit her lip gently, her expression one of profound grievance as she addressed her senior brother Yi. How could a mere woman like myself jest with my own purity? I understand that this may seem trivial to you, but for me, it constitutes my entire existence. Do you not feel even a twinge of remorse?" As she spoke, Zhou Tong's eyes glistened with tears that cascaded down her cheeks, as if she bore an unbearable injustice, igniting within her an impulse to end her suffering right then and there. The sight of her distress evoked sympathy in many hearts, further solidifying the belief that Yi had indeed committed the transgression. Alcohol emboldens the bold, and no one can fully suppress their primal instincts. Furthermore, Zhou Tong, being young and beautiful, a paragon of the Zhou family within the Qingxuan Sect, would never trivialize her own virtue. In Chapter 3, A Slap to Teach a Lesson, the atmosphere thickened with tension. "Brother, if you truly did harass junior sister Zhou Tong, just admit it. Indeed, if you sincerely apologize, the worst that could happen is the loss of your cultivation and expulsion from the sect. If you persist in denial, the consequences will surely be dire." The disciples of the sect began to jeer, urging Yi Qian to concede, believing that this would resolve the matter amicably. After all, Yi Qian had once been a prodigy of the Qingxuan Sect, having broken through to the foundation establishment stage at a young age, and was on the verge of becoming the personal disciple of the sect leader. Even now, despite his diminished prowess, many disciples looked up to him as a role model. Was it truly so difficult to admit fault? In that moment, all eyes turned to Yi Qian, convinced that he had, inebriated, taken advantage of the junior sister. Even Elder Hui Yunzi could not help but furrow his brow, torn between loyalty to the illustrious Yi Qian and the plight of Miss Zhou Tong. At that moment, Wang Hao emerged from outside the mountain gate, his appearance disheveled, hair unkempt, and trembling like a beggar. Earlier, he had nearly succumbed to death under the force of the energy, and had it not been for his timely infusion of power into his immortal sword, his arm might have been shattered. "Brother, are you unscathed?" Wang Hao forcefully pushed past the surrounding disciples, his eyes red and wide with fury as he glared at Yi Qian, bellowing, "Yi Qian, you owe me for my immortal sword." The sword, a precious mid-grade spirit weapon bestowed by their master, had been utterly destroyed, inciting an unprecedented wrath within him. Yi Qian paid no heed to Wang Hao's fury. Instead, clutching a wine jug, he staggered toward Zhou Tong and inquired, "Are you certain that I harassed you?" "Indeed, smack." The sharp sound of a slap resonated through the air, echoing with a clarity that was almost musical. Zhou Tong, her delicate frame akin to a kite severed from its string, was thrust backward, colliding with the wall without warning. Her face had already swollen, and two of her teeth lay shattered, blood trickling from the corners of her mouth, rendering her a horrifying sight. Upon witnessing this scene, the disciples on either side were left speechless with astonishment. Sister Zhou Tong had been sent flying by a single slap. You, how dare you strike me?" Zhou Tong, having been pampered since childhood and accustomed to a life of luxury, found it impossible to accept such a reality, even in the Qingxuan Sect, where the elders often granted her leniency due to the influence of her family. Now, having been struck, she resembled a madwoman, frantically charging at Yi Qian. Yi Qian remained expressionless, delivering a forceful kick to Zhou Tong's abdomen. The impact was tremendous, sending her crashing against the wall, with a shockwave shattered several walls, hurling her into a pile of boulders outside. The resounding crash attracted the attention of numerous cultivators, and the female disciples of Qingxuan Sect hurried over, pulling the bloodied Zhou Tong from the debris. Her ribs were shattered, and her internal organs were damaged. Had it not been for the protective talisman, she would likely have succumbed to her injuries. With a spurt of crimson blood, Zhou Tong gritted her teeth in agony, threatening, "My Zhou family will not let you off." Yi Qian stepped forward and, without mercy, delivered another resounding slap to Zhou Tong's face. She had no chance to react, spinning uncontrollably before barely managing to halt her momentum. Dazed, her right cheek was already swollen and bruised, eliciting a sense of dark amusement from onlookers. Zhou Tong had only recently entered the sect and was merely at the 3rd level of Qi training, making it impossible for her to withstand Yi Qian's strike. "Vile wretch, you seek death." Wang Hao, the most devoted sycophant of Qingxuan Sect, could not tolerate this affront. Zhou Tong was his beloved, and now she had been humiliated. He vowed to cripple Yi Qian at all costs. Yi Qian regarded him with disdain, although he possessed only the strength of the Nascent Soul. His mastery of the Wine Sword Immortal technique was profound. In a drunken state, he feared neither the transformation nor the returning void experts. Elder Hui Yun furrowed his brow, aware that something peculiar was afoot with Yi Qian. He swiftly intervened to block the enraged Wang Hao, admonishing, Do not act rashly until the situation is clear. Step aside. Uncle Hua, today I will ensure this waste of space meets a fate worse than death. Otherwise, my Tao heart will be compromised, and I shall never achieve a breakthrough in this lifetime. Wang Hao had completely lost his sanity, disregarding Elder Hua's counsel, consumed by a desire for vengeance for both his spirit's sword and Zhou Tong. Upon realizing Wang Hao's Tao heart was at risk, Elder Hua's expression darkened. A trivial matter could lead to such a grave consequence. Now, he faced two choices: either eliminate Yi Qian or compel him to kneel and apologize. Otherwise, the seeds of demonic thoughts would take root, making it exceedingly difficult for Wang Hao to progress further. Weighing the pros and cons, Elder Hui silently retreated. For Wang Hao was a direct disciple of his senior brother, and should Wang Hao fail to make any future breakthroughs, his senior would surely hold him accountable. Wang Hao emanated a chilling brilliance as he seized the celestial sword from the arms of a disciple beside him, directing the frigid blades aura straight towards Yi Qian's neck. He offered no chance for Yi Qian to kneel and plead for mercy, intent solely on extinguishing the once great prodigy before him. Yi Qian's expression remained indifferent. He casually picked up a mundane wooden stick from the ground. Suddenly, a radiant blue aura enveloped him, and the soaring sword intent surged like a celestial dragon, weaving through the clouds with reckless abandon. The sword's energy was like a rainbow, resounding with earth-shattering power. The pitch-black night sky transformed into a pale blue hue under the influence of the sword's aura, resembling an ethereal being from the heavens. Instilling fear in the hearts of onlookers, Wang Hao abruptly halted, lifting his gaze in terror at the sword piercing through the mist, exclaiming in disbelief, "Impossible! You are merely at the Qi refinement stage. How can you possess such strength?" Yi Qian remained silent, casually draining the fiery liquor from a jar, then breaking into a hearty laugh as he waved his right hand. The blue sword, stretching over 1,000 feet, not only rent the heavens but, under the sheer intensity of its aura, rendered countless disciples instantly blind. "Ah, my eyes! I can't see anything!" The horrified cries echoed as Wang Hao collapsed to the ground, a yellow liquid streaming down his pant leg, his lips turning pale and his throat seemingly constricted by an unseen force, leaving him unable to utter a sound. A profound stillness enveloped the scene, as if time itself had come to a standstill. The pure sword intent erupted from Yi Qian, and the colossal sword in the sky responded, descending with breathtaking speed. Suddenly, the entire Qingxuan Sect trembled. Birds took flight in panic from the trees, and beasts fled wildly through the wilderness. Even the rarely seen creatures scrambled down the mountains, driven mad by the chilling sword energy. Chapter 4. Sword Intent White Rainbow. 10,000 swords returned to the sect. The sound of swords resonated in succession. The sword energy swirled around him, akin to a tranquil pool of azure water, radiating sharpness. Numerous disciples of the Qingxuan Sect rushed out of their chambers, initially fearing an imminent threat, only to witness the frenzy of ferocious birds fleeing the sect in droves, leaving them utterly bewildered. Sister Zhou Tong was so frightened that she collapsed to the ground, her face ashen and lips trembling. "This is impossible. Why is this fellow's sword intent so exaggerated?" Not only Zhou Tong, but all disciples bore expressions of shock. A person with such sword intent had never been seen in the sect, save for the sect leader. Who was Yi Qian? Could it be that he had always been a hidden genius? They had all been deceived. This fellow had concealed his true abilities all along. Yi Qian lifted the jar beside him, casually removing the lid and tilting it back in a hearty drink. The clear, fiery liquor dripped from the corner of his mouth, staining his garments and shocking the onlookers. Elder Hua furrowed his brow deeply, acutely aware that the enormous sword before him was beyond his capacity to contend with. As a fellow Nascent Soul expert, Elder Hua was thoroughly awestruck by the brilliance of this prodigy. At that moment, the terrified Wang Hao, trembling with fear, exclaimed, "Please, spare me. My master is an elder of the Qingxuan Sect. If you take my life, my master will not let you go." Yi Qian remained as inscrutable as ever, his expression devoid of emotion. With a swift motion of his hand, he summoned a colossal sword that sliced through the clouds, descending vertically. Under the immense pressure of the sword's aura, the grand and magnificent sect gate shattered into countless fragments. Massive boulders tumbled down from the mountains, causing the entire Qingxuan Sect to tremble as if it had experienced a great earthquake. The disciples within the gates were struck with shock, rushing out of their chambers, their eyes wide with disbelief as they gazed towards the lower courtyard. What terrifying sword energy! When did our Qingxuan Sect produce such a formidable presence? We must go see. Such a manifestation of sword intent. Even from a distance, we could gain profound insights, and witnessing it up close would surely enhance our cultivation. In an instant, numerous inner disciples soared into the sky, drawn by the overwhelming sword energy, hastening towards the lower courtyard. One soared to cleave the heavenly gate. The sword energy howled past, causing Wang Hao's body to disintegrate like fragile glass. The surrounding disciples were astounded by the spectacle, none daring to intervene. Even Xianxia, a fellow elder of the Nascent Soul stage, was rendered speechless by the scene, standing frozen in fear. Meanwhile, within the Qingxuan Sect, in the legendary sword tomb that had been passed down for millennia, several white-haired elders opened their eyes simultaneously. Their expressions conveyed the realization that this celestial sword strike was potent enough to intimidate all sect powerhouses. When did our Qingxuan Sect produce such a prodigy? This young man is named Yi Qian. He was indeed a genius, but fate conspired against him, causing his cultivation to regress overnight. We believed he would never break through again, yet now his power is terrifying. This sword strike, even a divine transformation cultivator would struggle to withstand it. As soon as the words left their lips, the celestial swords within the sword tomb began to tremble violently, leaving the guardians of the tomb in awe. For over 1,000 years, no disciple had ever resonated with the swords within the tomb, not even the founding ancestor. What has this individual done? Before they could process the situation, the celestial swords within the sword tomb soared into the air, transforming into a spectrum of colors as they rushed towards the colossal sword. The elders of the sword tomb finally lost their composure, standing up in an attempt to prevent the celestial swords from departing. However, no matter how they tried to obstruct them, it seemed as if the sword were under the influence of some force, rendering their efforts futile. Quickly, informed the sect leader. Yet, the sect leader was in seclusion, and no one was permitted to disturb him during this time. If we do not notify the leader, our Qingxuan Sect's 1,000-year foundation will be obliterated. Hurry, or we'll be too late. The elder at the forefront, his face etched with anger, understood that allowing the celestial swords to fall into the mortal realm would result in unimaginable losses for the Qingxuan Sect, potentially leading to the collapse of their millennia-old legacy. The onlookers, disciples of the sect, beheld the mesmerizing scene of the seven-colored radiance merging with the colossal sword. Instinctively, they rubbed their eyes, only to realize that it was not mere light, but the sword aura emanating from the celestial sword. How could this be? This individual had managed to attract all the celestial swords submerged within the sword mound. What sorcery had he employed to achieve such a feat? The crowd was ablaze with fervor, pointing fingers and expressing their outrage. Yi Qian smiled faintly, proclaiming, "I am at the pinnacle of the Nascent Soul stage. Who dares to kill me? Who has the power to do so?" As the intent of the sword descended, Wang Hao's body fell lifeless, reduced to dust, unaware that he had perished at the hands of a mere servant disciple. Zhou Tong trembled in fear, realizing that only one path lay before her, to bury this matter. For if it were to be revealed that she had deceived everyone, even if Yi Qian chose not to slay her, she would face unimaginable punishment. Not only would her cultivation be stripped away, but she would also suffer the severing of limbs, the gouging out of eyes, the shattering of teeth, and the extraction of her tongue. In essence, the cruelty would be beyond measure. Zhou Tong quaked, vowing to herself that she must conceal this matter. Although she was in the Qi refinement stage, and he was in the Nascent Soul stage, rendering her at a disadvantage in strength, she could still leverage his power to her advantage. Furthermore, those in the Qi refinement stage could not withstand the soul extraction of a stronger opponent, thus leaving them devoid of any evidence to prove her accusations against Yi Qian. A faint smile crept upon Zhou Tong's lips as she devised a more favorable strategy to marry Yi Qian. Having ascended from the Qi refinement stage to the pinnacle of the Nascent Soul, he would undoubtedly secure a position of at least an elder within the sect, along with a vibrant mountain as his domain. The sect would nurture him meticulously, far surpassing the prospect of becoming a direct disciple of an elder. Enough of this. At that moment, a dramatic voice resonated, and a middle-aged man stepped forth from the void. He possessed long, lustrous black hair cascading like a waterfall over his shoulders, interspersed with strands of violet, resembling the stars descending upon the earth. His visage was refined, as smooth as ancient jade, with a hint of aloofness in his gaze, exuding a sense of detachment and ease from the mortal realm. Upon noticing the newcomer, Qianxia was the first to kneel, bowing deeply. I pay my respects to the sect master. His disciples, not daring to be remiss, promptly followed suit, kneeling in unison. Disciples pay their respects to the sect master. The man before them was none other than the head of the Qingxuan Sect, a formidable being of the returning void realm, rendering those in the nascent soul stage as fragile as ants, easily extinguished with a mere flick of his finger. Chapter 5. I'm a nascent soul powerhouse. Who among you can kill me? Dan Yangzi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, emanating a brilliance that compelled others to gaze upon him like the sun. Even a mere glance from him could incite the obliteration of all. He spoke slowly now. Tell me what has transpired. Before Elder Hua could elaborate on the matter, Zhou Tong rushed forward, her eyes already brimming with tears, her demeanor akin to one who has suffered an immense injustice, rendered nearly speechless by her sobs. Master, I implore you to seek justice on my behalf. Zhou Tong's voice trembled with emotion as she recounted the events, particularly the indecent behavior of Yi Qian, leaving no detail unshared. Dan Yangzi furrowed his brow and turned to gaze at Yi Qian, who was reeling from intoxication, his expression devoid of emotion as he inquired, "Is there any truth to this?" The rules of their sect were established by the esteemed founder of Qingxuan Sect, and no one, not even the sect leader, was permitted to transgress them. Should Yi Qian be guilty of such actions, no one could shield him from the consequences. Yezin replied coolly. Such claims are nothing but nonsense, entirely unfounded. How could I, a young woman, jest about my virtue? Senior brother, I am aware of your formidable strength. Yet one must speak with evidence. Zhou Tong knelt on the ground, tears streaming down her face, her eyes swollen and red from weeping, pleading for the sect leader and her fellow disciples to restore her honor. Her heart-wrenching cries, combined with Zhou Tong's innocent appearance, made it difficult for anyone to doubt her plight. Some among them began to imagine the scenario. Yi Qian, inebriated, committing unspeakable acts to win Zhou Tong's affection, and in a fit of rage, killing brother Wang Hao, only to deny the truth before the sect leader. Such behavior elicited a sense of dismay. Dan Yangzi, too, felt a twinge of doubt. However, Zhou Tong's cultivation was at the qi refining stage, rendering her incapable of withstanding a soul probe. Otherwise, the truth would have been uncovered easily. Elder Hua then spoke. Master, perhaps we should investigate Yi Qian's soul. If any wrongdoing has occurred, it will be revealed. Zhou Tong's complexion turned pale, momentarily forgetting that Yi Qian was no longer at the qi refining stage. Probing his memories would expose her deception. In a moment of panic, Zhou Tong quickly added, I do not blame Senior Brother Yi. I merely seek justice. Furthermore, I have harbored feelings for him from the very beginning. If he were to take me as his wife, I would gladly bury this incident in my heart and never speak of it again. Her impassioned declaration moved the surrounding disciples to tears. They were astonished that Zhou Tong, so beautiful, would willingly sacrifice everything to protect her brother from harm. What a remarkable woman. I never imagined you to be of such character, sister. I admire you. Indeed, to protect Brother Yi, you would forsake your body and virtue. You would surely be the first in history. Rest assured, we will find evidence to vindicate you. The disciples were stirred with fervor, eager to champion Zhou Tong's cause, unaware that she had cursed them all in her heart. Originally, she intended to divert trouble elsewhere, yet now that the other party is a nascent soul powerhouse, why not directly become his partner? Moreover, Yi Qian possesses an appealing visage, aligning with her preferences. As long as she can become Yi Qian's companion, the resources for future cultivation are beyond imagination. Dan Yangzi furrowed his brow and inquired, Are you certain you wish to wed a man who has acted so lewdly? I am certain, declared Sister Zhou Tong with unwavering conviction. To save my senior brother, I am willing to become his partner. Dan Yangzi, not wishing to escalate matters, turned to the intoxicated Yi Qian and softly asked, Yi Qian, do you wish to become Zhou Tong's partner? If you agree, we shall put today's events to rest. Should you refuse, I will arrange for your confinement until evidence is gathered, and the sect will deal with you accordingly. Yi Qian replied with a hint of sarcasm. Why complicate matters? It will be far simpler to probe the soul. Zhou Tong trembled, her expression anxious. If you were to uncover her deceit, her fate would surely be dire. She would do anything to prevent him from investigating her nascent soul. Resolving herself, Zhou Tong withdrew a dagger from her storage pouch, pressing it against her neck, her eyes reddening as she declared, Since my senior brother refuses to take responsibility, what face do I have to continue living in this world? It would be better to die. With those words, she intended to use her death as proof of her sincerity. Her actions indeed convinced everyone present, even Dan Yangzi. who frowned, believing that a female disciple would not jest with her own purity. Moreover, Zhou Tong's willingness to die served as a testament to her courage. Even if she were to slander Yi Qian'an, she could be deemed a woman of action. Yi Qian'an, why can you not simply acknowledge it? Sister Zhou Tong is willing to die for you, yet you remain silent like a coward. Indeed, Yi Qian'an, why do you not take your own life? Do not claim to be a peak nascent soul. Even if you were to reach the transformation stage, you would still face consequences for contravening sect rules. Sister, do not worry. This man could never leave the sect. With the sect leader present, no matter his abilities, he cannot escape his fate. Oh my! I did not anticipate that senior brother Yi Qian'an was of such character. I had thought him a paragon among men, only to discover he is someone who dares not take responsibility. You are not human. How could you act lewdly towards such a beautiful and captivating woman as Sister Zhou Tong? You are nothing but a beast. In the face of the disciples' disparaging remarks, Yi Qian'an remained as indifferent as ever, before calmly responding, if I were to disagree, what could any of you do about it? Dun Xianxi's brow knitted tighter. Were it not for the fact that the other party was a prodigy of the Qingxuan Sect, as well as a disciple favored by his senior sister, he would have already struck him. Suppressing his anger, Dan Yangzi spoke with a hint of menace. Yi Qian'an, do you truly wish to escalate this matter? Yi Qian'an, carefree and unrestrained, drank deeply, wiping the moisture from his lips with nonchalance, and replied, and if I do? With an impassive expression, Yi Qian'an stood tall, a faint smile gracing his lips. I am a formidable nascent soul cultivator. Who dares to slay me? Who possesses the power to do so? His haughty declaration left the crowd aghast, causing them to instinctively retreat a couple of steps, their faces betraying a hint of trepidation. Could it be that this individual intended to annihilate everyone present? Chapter 6. The Sword Rises. Atosand Sword Zunite. Yi Qian'an's audacious proclamation ignited the fury of the disciples flanking him, for their sect leader was present, and yet this audacious fellow dared to behave so recklessly. It was clear he held the sect leader in utter disdain. Indeed, Yi Qian'an's words struck a nerve with Dan Yangzi, who found his composure slipping, his face turning ashen, dark lines appearing on his forehead. At that moment, Elderhood could no longer contain himself. His face contorted with anger as he pointed a finger accusingly at Yi Qian'an, bellowing, "You are insolent. This is the Qingxuan Sect. As long as you are a disciple here, you must submit to the investigation. Once it concludes, the sect leader will seek justice on your behalf, not allow you to act so arrogantly." Though the nascent soul cultivator is indeed powerful before a void refining expert, he is but an ant. Sensing the situation spiraling out of control, the nearby sister Zhou Tong feigned the demeanor of a woman who had suffered a grave injustice. Kneeling before the sect leader and the elders, her eyes brimming with tears as she choked out, "I implore you, esteemed sect leader and elders, do not blame my brother. He was merely under the influence of alcohol when he spoke those words. Once sober, he will surely consent to this marriage." Hearing Zhou Tong's defense, Dun Yangxi nodded in satisfaction. This young woman was not only clever, but also knew how to downplay significant matters, surely destined to become a renowned powerhouse in the future. Dan Yangzi descended gracefully to the ground, his hands clasped behind his back as he approached, his snow-white robe billowing without wind, exuding an ethereal aura akin to that of a celestial being. "Yi, my nephew, having spoken so boldly, do you still wish to evade responsibility?" Dan Yangzi stated with grave seriousness. "I hereby announce that from this day forth, you, Yi Qian'an, and Zhou Tong shall be bound as dual cultivation partners. Let this matter be regarded as a jest." With the sect leader's support, Zhou Tong's anxious heart finally found solace. Had the sect leader been resolute in extracting Yi Qian'an's soul, she would have faced an unimaginable punishment. The Qingxuan Sect despised the violation and slander of its disciples. Should such actions be uncovered, the consequences would be dire. Yet, a cold smirk curled upon Yi Qian'an's lips as he retorted with derision. "I never imagined that the esteemed elders of the Qingxuan Sect, including you, sect leader, would be so blind." "Excuse me?" Dan Yangzi turned to him, his expression darkening. As the sect leader, he would have dismissed Yi Qian'an outright were it not for a promise made by his senior sister years ago. He had already extended an olive branch to Yi Qian'an, only to be met with insolence and insult. With an icy glint in his eyes, he felt his robe move as if stirred by an unseen force, a torrent of spiritual energy gathering in his palm, ready to unleash devastation upon Yi Qian'an should he utter another word, ensuring that his remains would lie unburied in the wilderness. Master Yi, I have already granted you an opportunity. Do you seek to provoke me? Yet emboldened by drink, Yi Qian'an did not temper his words, instead declaring, without discernment, you numerous cultivators dare to heed the words of a mere woman. How lamentable indeed. Impudent. Dan Yangzi's fury ignited, his overwhelming spiritual energy radiating outward, sending shockwaves that knocked back the nearest disciples, who were left spitting blood. The remaining disciples, stricken with fear, knelt trembling upon the ground, their eyes reflecting both terror of their master and shock at Yi Qian'an's audacious remarks. Had this young man lost his mind? To openly challenge the master, Dan Yangzi, known for his volatile temper, had previously slain a disciple with a mere slap for not heeding his command. Now, Yi Qian'an dared to contradict him publicly, putting him in an untenable position. Truly, the boldness of talent. Even if you had not assaulted a female disciple, I would still cleanse the sect, stripping you of your cultivation and dismembering you. Dan Yangzi's ire was thoroughly ignited as he swung a mighty palm toward Yi Qian'an. Under such overwhelming force, even a nascent soul would surely perish, let alone a transformation stage cultivator. Yet, Yi Qian'an merely smiled calmly. As the voice of the system resonated in his ears, Drunken Sword Immortal Proficiency 1. The host drinks 3 casks, triggering the Drunken Sword Immortal System's explosion rate, rewarding the host with a cultivation boost, currently at the peak of Nascent Soul, advancing to the early stages of transformation. Feeling the surging energy within his body, a smile graced Yi Qian'an's lips as he retrieved a celestial sword from his storage ring, casually waving it in the direction of the incoming force. Boom! The resounding explosion was deafening. The resulting shockwave sent all nearby disciples flying. Even Elder was staggered back, his blood surging with excitement. Just when all believed Yi Qian'an was doomed, a voice laced with mockery reached his ears. Yesterday's past may be forsaken, yet the bright moon and pine breeze herald the sword arrival. With that, Yi Qian'an pointed skyward, his right hand slicing through the air toward the celestial sword. Suddenly, the sword multiplied into dozens of blades, each displaying a different hue. These dozens of swords spun rapidly, their collective sword energy rending apart all living things around them, creating a massive tornado that obscured the heavens and shrouded all within it. The swords that had flown from the sword tomb were drawn to this spectacle, merging before everyone's eyes into a colossal longsword. Is this the convergence of 10,000 swords? Elder Hua's eyes widened in astonishment. It truly is the convergence of 10,000 swords, able to amalgamate the millennium's worth of celestial swords from the Qingxuan Sect. What terrifying talent this young man possesses. Dan Yangzi's expression turned furious. Despite maintaining his poised stance with hands clasped behind his back, he could still sense the life-threatening aura emanating from the enormous sword before him. Wasn't he at the Nascent Soul stage? Shouldn't he be in the transformation stage? Why did this young man pose a threat, even to a void return master like himself? Could it be mere bluster? Yet, in a fleeting moment, Dan Yangzi discerned that something was amiss, for within the sword tomb, the celestial energy of heaven and earth began to converge frantically. How can you summon such celestial energy? What have you done? Dan Yangzi's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he summoned his own celestial sword, his brow furrowed tightly as he fixed his gaze upon the gathering sword energy. Suddenly, countless celestial swords surged towards Dan Yangzi with alarming speed. His countenance altered dramatically, and without hesitation, he swiftly wielded the hilt of his sword, deflecting the onslaught of celestial swords. Yet, the sword seemed endless, an unceasing tide. Clang, clang, clang. Dazzling sparks erupted in the sky. An array of lights cleaved through the heavens, leaving the disciples in stunned silence. Presently, Yi Qian'an had not even moved. He merely employed his sword intent to command the celestial swords of the sword tomb. A truly astonishing feat meanwhile. The sect leader, Dan Yangzi, found himself retreating under the relentless assault of the celestial swords, leaving the disciples in utter disbelief. Chapter 7. Master Qingxian. Lung Qianning. The sect leader was actually on the verge of defeat. How could this be possible? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The sect leader was a formidable figure of the returning void realm. How could he succumb to a mere disciple of the errand rank? This is utterly inconceivable. You are mistaken. The sect leader is merely honing his temperament, utilizing the celestial swords of the sword tomb to enhance his own strength. Do not belittle yourselves. Upon hearing these words, Dan Yangzi, still defending against the celestial swords, nearly erupted in anger. Hone his temperament? Couldn't they see that his hands were cramping? Damn this brat. When did he become so formidable? Yi Qian reclined lazily on a stone, glancing at the wine jar he had drained, casually untying the gourd at his side. Tilting his head back to take a hearty swig before, chuckling softly, "The candle smoke may extinguish, but my sword can slay the celestial." Dan Yangzi, with eyes wide as copper bells, glared at the carefree Yi Qian, his fury igniting. "Unruly disciple, if I do not slay you today, I shall take your surname from henceforth." In the face of Dan Yangzi's impotent roar, Yi Qian remained unfazed, still reclining on the stone, clutching the wine gourd, and soon succumbed to a deep slumber. How blissful it is to be young, falling asleep at the drop of a hat. Yet, even as he drifted into a profound sleep, the myriad celestial swords within the sword tomb continued their relentless assault, intensifying to the point where Dan Yangzi could scarcely defend himself. Limite les swords formation. Arise. Dan Yangzi's hands moved frantically, and the celestial swords before him began to tremble, as under the watchful eyes of all the disciples. They split and congealed into new celestial swords. The divided swords formed a formation, each planted in the 4 cardinal directions, with Dan Yangzi standing at the center. As the formation took shape, a special barrier space extended 100 feet around him, preventing any celestial sword that touched it from breaching the impenetrable shell. Akin to a tortoise's shell, with a smile at the corners of his mouth, Dan Yangzi remarked, "The trifling technique of the sword of 10,000 returning to 1, wielded by a mere transformation stage child, is utterly ineffectual before a formidable, void-returning expert. I shall ensure that you are ground into ashes." No sooner had he finished speaking than a crisp sound of collision resonated from the side. Dan Yangzi furrowed his brow, gazing at the entirely azure sword, resembling a crystal carving, and his expression shifted abruptly. Was this the frosty cold sword of my senior sister? How did it come be here? Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the boundless sword formation failed to withstand the onslaught of the frosty cold sword, shattering like glass into countless fragments that vanished without a trace. Dan Yangzi himself, having been struck by the backlash of the formation, coughed up a mouthful of scarlet blood. Enough. At that moment, a gentle voice unexpectedly echoed through the sky, causing the assembled swords of 10,000 returning to 1 to splinter into myriad pieces, returning to the sword tomb. High above, several figures descended through the air, led by a woman who appeared as ethereal as a celestial being. Clad in sheer gauze, she resembled a peony in its prime, the pristine white of the flowers harmonizing beautifully with her skin. Her figure was graceful, akin to drifting willow catkins, each movement exuding an intoxicating elegance. Her visage was refreshingly otherworldly, like a lotus emerging from the mud, yet remaining untainted. Upon witnessing the arrival of the sect leader's senior sister, Lung Qian'an, the elders and their disciples promptly knelt on one knee. "We pay our respects to the revered master uncle." Following suit, the disciples of the Qingxuan Sect also knelt, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the esteemed master ancestor." Lung Qian'an slightly nodded, her indifferent gaze settling upon her junior brother, Dan Yangzi, her tone laced with reproach. "Have you forgotten the instructions I entrusted to you?" Dan Yangzi trembled in fear before his senior sister, akin to a child caught in wrongdoing. Kneeling on the ground with beads of sweat soaking his robe, his expression betraying a hint of panic. "I dare not, senior sister." She had once asserted that Yi Qian was a child of destiny, endowed with the gifts of an emperor, destined to shatter his shackles and reclaim his pinnacle. Lung Qian'an narrowed her eyes, devoid of emotion. "If you were aware of this, why did you still dare to act against him?" Her frigid voice thundered in the ears of the onlookers, causing Dan Yangzi to tremble uncontrollably, hastily prostrating himself on the ground. Lung Qian'an descended gracefully, her captivating beauty eliciting admiration from many disciples, for they had not anticipated the sect leader's sister to be so exquisite. "I'm already aware of today's events. I shall personally investigate the matter. In 3 days, a report will be issued to the entire sect. Should I discover anyone who dares to lie again, I will show no mercy. As for Yi Qian, he shall become my personal disciple following his sobriety tomorrow, and he will proceed to the tranquil peak to cultivate." Before departing, Lung Qian'an cast a glance at the already pale Zhou Tong. Perhaps only a woman could understand another woman. Upon seeing her, Lung Qian'an was certain that Zhou Tong was lying. Similarly, Zhou Tong sat paralyzed with fear, her face betraying trepidation, trembling like a tractor, making it all too apparent that she harbored secrets within her heart. There exists no concrete evidence to ascertain whether Zhou Tong was indeed performing here. With the departure of Lung Qianing, the lower courtyard once again erupted into its previous cacophony. Who would have thought that Lung Qianing's master would take Yi Qian as a disciple? I recall that throughout the 8 centuries since her entry into the sect, she has never accepted a disciple. Indeed, it is known that master does not partake in worldly affairs, subsisting on nectar and dew during her leisure. Please lower your voices. How can you presume to speculate about the master's senior sister? Let today's matter rest. Disperse now. Elder Hua admonished as he assisted the fallen sect leader, Dan Yangzi, who was flushed with anger. Master, are you unwell? What could possibly be wrong with me? Had it not been for senior sister's intervention, that little brat Yi Qian could never have harmed me. Dan Yangzi's countenance twitched as he glared viciously at the slumbering Yi Qian. Had it not been for the unexpected arrival of senior sister, he would surely have executed the arrogant youth today. He then coldly declared, Disciple Hua, seal today's incident. Anyone aware of the details shall keep them to themselves. Should anyone dare to gossip behind our backs, I shall have their tongues. What then shall we do about Yi Qian? Are we to let this matter go unpunished? Patience, Dan Yangzi replied, his brow furrowed. I will grant senior sister 3 days. If no useful evidence is found within that time, Yi Qian must perish. Yet Elder Hua found himself in a quandary. Offending Master Lung Qianing was not a wise course of action, and should she cast blame upon them, they would not withstand the consequences. Dan Yangzi, however, remained unfazed. He doubted that senior sister would uncover any justification within 3 days to prove Yi Qian's innocence. Furthermore, they could easily assert that Yi Qian's memories had been erased. As long as Zhou Tong remained steadfast in her account of the events from last night, and with the sect leader backing them, even if evidence were discovered, they could twist the truth to their advantage. Chapter 8. Inferior skills deserve demise. The following dawn, the morning light danced with vibrant hues. The old courtyard, adorned with ancient sycamores and drooping willows, saw fragmented sunlight filtering through the foliage, gently cascading onto the face of the slumbering Yi Qian beneath the eaves. As Yi Qian stirred, his eyes fluttered open. The blinding sunlight caused him discomfort, prompting him to instinctively raise his hand to shield his face from the beams. Surveying the empty lower courtyard, he felt a throbbing pain in his head. Sitting up, Yi Qian endeavored to recollect the events of the previous night, murmuring to himself, was last night merely a dream? It seems I've been wronged. He could only recall that he had consumed copious amounts of alcohol, and in his dream, his junior sister Zhou Tong had slandered him, prompting Wang Hao to defend him, while sect leader Dan Yangzi intervened to restore justice, resulting in a sound thrashing for himself. It must be said, dreams can indeed feel remarkably vivid. Yi Qian straightened his posture, and with a slight shift of thought, a cerulean character panel appeared before him. Name, Yi Qian. Age, 18 years. Status, outer disciple of Qingxuan Sect. Cultivation, early stage of transformation. Technique, Sword Control Technique. Drunken Sword Immortal Mastery, 30, 100. Drunken Sword Immortal Level Up, 410. Have I truly transcended to the transformation stage? Yi Qian mused, a hint of disbelief in his voice. How much did I drink yesterday to leap from the pinnacle of the Nascent Soul directly to transformation? While Yi Qian remained lost in the reverie of the previous night's dreams, the gate of the lower courtyard swung open with force. A disciple clad in the robes of the law enforcement hall strode in, his countenance marred by jealousy as he addressed Yi Qian with reluctance. The Master Uncle commands you to hasten to Quietude Peak without delay. Master Uncle? Yi Qian rubbed his temples and inquired, Brother, what business do I have at Quietude Peak? Seeing Yi Qian feign ignorance, the law enforcement disciple nearly lost his composure. Was this fellow truly oblivious to the events of the previous night? Such nonchalance! How could Master Uncle take him as a disciple? It was simply absurd. If he could take anyone, it should not be him. You'll find out when you arrive. The disciple, disinterested in further discussion, cast a glance at Yi Qian before turning on his heel and departing, unwilling to linger for even a moment longer. Yi Qian reached for the wine gourd at his waist, relieved to find it still there. He then took to the skies on his sword, making his way toward Quietude Peak as instructed by the disciple. Quietude Peak, the ancestral site of the sect, was said to be a place where disciples who entered without invitation would be expelled, and those who acted rashly might even have their cultivation forcibly stripped away. Within the entire sect, only Master Uncle Lung Qianing was aware of Yi Qian's capabilities, thus he chose to fly rather than walk. Before long, the landscape transformed before Yi Qian's eyes. A towering peak loomed, majestic and awe-inspiring, its summit shrouded in swirling mists, as if one had stepped into a realm of immortals. The mid-slope was adorned with dense, verdant trees, contrasting sharply with the grandeur of the mountain. At the base, a torrent of water rushed ceaselessly, sending forth sprays of white foam. Amidst the greenery, clear springs flowed gently, embodying the endless allure of nature. At the highest point stood Quietude Peak, flanked by immense iron chains that wove through the surrounding mountains, spanning the entire height of the peak as if one needed to tread carefully to enter. Furthermore, this was a forbidden zone, regardless of one's spiritual prowess. Should one lack the strength of Master Uncle Lung Qianing, they would face the penalties of the area's restrictions. Yi Qian landed steadily on a mountain peak, accustomed to the sensation of walking upon iron chains. In his previous life, traversing tightropes had posed no challenge. Meanwhile, within a wooden cabin atop Quietude Peak, Lung Qianing slowly opened her eyes, sensing Yi Qian's arrival and feeling intrigued. Her delicate fingers lifted slightly, causing the iron chains several miles away to sway violently. Yet, Yi Qian remained composed, standing with his hands clasped behind him as he advanced forward. Below him lay an abyss of thousands of feet. Even the mightiest cultivator, without the aid of spiritual energy, would meet a gruesome demise if they were to fall. Yi Qian removed the gourd of wine from his waist, tilted his head back, and took a hearty swig. With a gentle smile, he continued on his way. After approximately half an hour, he finally arrived at the summit of the tranquil peak, captivated by the enchanting scenery that resembled a fairyland. The melodious chirping of birds and the fragrant blossoms surrounded him, and flocks of cranes graced the skies. Unexpectedly, you possess such audacity to openly provoke Dan Yangzi. Had I not intervened, you would have met your demise long ago. As the words echoed, Lung Qianing emerged from a nearby, thatched cottage, exuding a refreshing and ethereal demeanor. While several ethereal fish leaped from the water, sparkling droplets cascading from their scales. Flowers bloomed in a riot of colors, a breathtaking sight to behold. Disciple Yi, paying respects to my esteemed master. Lung Qianing observed Yi Qian's tranquil expression with a smile and softly remarked, "From this moment forth, you need not address me as esteemed master, but rather as your revered teacher." Your revered teacher? Yi Qian gazed at Lung Qianing in astonishment. Lung Qianing was the first prodigy since the establishment of the Qingxuan Sect, merely 800 years old, having surpassed the Great Ascension realm, making her one of the top practitioners across the vast continent of Shenzhou. The realms are categorized as follows: Qi refinement, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, spirit transformation, void return, body integration, great ascension, thunder tribulation, true immortal, golden immortal, great luo, golden immortal, quasi-saint, saint, and immortal emperor. It is clear that Lung Qianing stands among the few elite practitioners in the realm of cultivation. What? Is it a grievance for you to have me as your revered teacher? While Yi Qian was lost in thought, Lung Qianing raised her brows, her tone laced with discontent, and then waved her sleeve, saying, "If you feel wronged, you may take your leave." Yi Qian hastily clasped his hands in respect and said, "Disciple Yi Qian pays respects to my revered teacher." Lung Qianing glanced at him, her hand resting casually behind her, and directly inquired, "I shall ask you but one question. Did you violate Zhou Tong?" Yi Qian firmly denied, saying, "No. If my revered teacher does not believe me, you may investigate my soul. However, probing the soul could endanger your own body. Should anything go awry, it may even jeopardize your future in cultivation." Lung Qianing maintained a cold expression and asked, "Are you aware of the sin of Wang Hao's death?" Yi Qian touched his nose and nodded, saying, "The disciple indulged in excessive drinking yesterday and thought it was merely a dream, thus forgetting to restrain my strength, leading to Wang Hao's untimely demise. Moreover, killing in dreams is a common occurrence, and it bears no relation to the disciple." Seeing Yi Qian's unblemished deflection, Lung Qianing chose not to press further. If he is dead, then he is dead. The realm of cultivation is indeed one where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, survival of the fittest. Wang Hao's lack of skill led to his fall, which is but fate's decree. As for Wang Hao's master seeking justice, she would handle that matter herself. Those lacking skill deserve their fate. 3 days hence, I shall personally vindicate you before the entire sect. Who lies, I shall discern with ease. As for the wine. Chapter 9. With a sword in the heart, success comes naturally. Qingxuan Sect, the Millennium Sword Tomb. Cold Qian'an cast a glance at the languid Yi Qi and behind her, her clear eyes lingering upon him, as if she sought to uncover the unimaginable sword aura from the previous day. Yet, the only scent emanating from Yi Qi and now was the potent odor of alcohol, devoid of any trace of the exalted demeanor of a sword master, which left her questioning her own perceptions. Could it be that she had misjudged him? However, she swiftly dismissed this notion. During her seclusion yesterday, she had distinctly sensed an unprecedented sword intent. Moreover, without such formidable sword intent, how could the celestial swords within the sword tomb possibly respond to him? Thus, Cold Qian'an concluded that he was deliberately concealing his true capabilities. Under Cold Qian'an's guidance, the two ventured into a dimly lit cave, where darkness enveloped them, obscuring even the faintest glimmer of light, while droplets of water cascaded down the walls. At the cave's end lay a naturally formed mine, where towering stone pillars stood majestically, each adorned by an elderly figure with graying hair and beard. Nearby, countless dim, celestial swords were embedded in the ground, with an estimation of at least several thousand peculiar swords sealed within this chamber. As Cold Qian'an stepped inside, the elders atop the stone pillars opened their eyes, gracefully bowing in unison, acknowledging her presence. "Greetings, Senior Sister Cold." Cold Qian'an nodded casually, her gaze shifting to Yi Qi and as she softly inquired, "Could you replicate how you summoned the celestial swords from the sword tomb yesterday?" Yi Qi rubbed his temples, struggling to recall the events of the previous day. Uncertain of how he had attracted the celestial swords, he had merely conjured a surge of sword intent, which seemed to draw the celestial swords of Qingxuan Sect, merging seamlessly with his intent, culminating in a magnificent convergence of a myriad of swords. "Senior Sister, is this lad truly the one who triggered the sword chant last night?" The leading elder woman furrowed her brow, scrutinizing Yi Qi and with a hint of astonishment. At such a young age and in the initial stage of transformation, you are indeed the foremost prodigy of Qingxuan Sect in millennia, aside from Senior Sister. The guardians present were all formidable figures of the sect, each at least at the transformation stage, with the most powerful having reached the pinnacle of integration. Their presence here was due to their lesser mastery of the sword compared to Cold Qian'an, which relegated them to the role of guardians over the sword tomb for millennia, with no permission to stray from this sacred ground. Yi Qi stepped forward cautiously, slightly bowing, "Greetings, esteemed elders." The gaunt elder narrowed his eyes, gesturing with his right hand, causing the celestial swords within the sword tomb to surge forth like startled swans. Hurtling towards Yi Qi and reacting swiftly, Yi Qi sidestepped, his wrist flicking as a golden sword intent manifested in his hand. The rushing celestial swords, as if subdued by an unseen force, dimmed and descended gently to the ground. "This is sword intent." A sharp intake of breath echoed among the elders within the sword tomb. If their eyes did not deceive them, this young man had indeed solidified his sword intent. These ancient beings, have lived for centuries without ever comprehending the true essence of swordsmanship, while Yi Qi, at merely 18, has achieved such remarkable prowess, truly astonishing. Lung Qian'an narrowed her eyes, a faint smile gracing her exquisite visage, and mused inwardly. "I recall that I attained the comprehension of sword intent at the age of 20. I never anticipated that his talent would surpass mine. It seems his future accomplishments will indeed eclipse my own." The elder with white hair chuckled, exclaiming, "How intriguing. It is no wonder you can attract all the celestial swords within the sword tomb. However, it appears that mere sword intent cannot draw other celestial swords. Do you possess some secret method?" Yi Qi shook his head, replying, "There are no secret methods. It is simply that the sword resides within my heart, and success follows naturally." What a notion that the sword dwells within the heart, and thus success is achieved effortlessly. The elder of the sword tomb stood with his hands clasped behind his back, stating, "Since you are unwilling to reveal more, I shall not press further." Lung Qian'an, too, remained silent, casting a meaningful glance at Yi Qi before calmly addressing her fellow disciples. "In 3 days, the entire sect will announce that my disciple Yi Qi is to prove his innocence, allowing you to depart the sword tomb for 3 hours. Upon hearing they could leave, the elders of the sword tomb bowed in gratitude. "Thank you, Senior Sister. Let's take our leave." With a graceful turn, Lung Qian'an departed. Yi Qi quickly followed, inquiring, "Master, why are these elders unable to leave the sword tomb?" Lung Qian'an nodded, not concealing her thoughts. "The sword tomb was established by the founding ancestor of our sect, and the celestial swords within are treasures of the sect. Thus, they require guardianship. Those individuals were my fellow disciples from years past. Unable to surpass me in swordsmanship, their hearts became wounded, and they are destined to remain here, guarding the celestial swords, never to leave this place without my command. Upon hearing this, Yi Qian clicked his tongue. To remain here for a lifetime would be unbearable for anyone, let alone for him. He was certainly not one to accept such a fate. Just as he intended to take a sip of wine to soothe his throat, he realized his gourd was empty. Being one who revels in wine, he felt a surge of panic, suddenly recalling that he had consumed all the fine wine he had saved over the years the previous night. What is the matter? Lung Qianing, noticing his flustered expression, inquired softly with curiosity. Yi Qian sheepishly confessed to having emptied his wine supply. Upon learning this, Lung Qianing smiled subtly. It seems such a trivial matter. I possess some fine wine from my secluded peak, aged for a century. Since you enjoy it, I shall bestow it upon you. Upon hearing this, Yi Qian's face lit up with joy as he clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, master. To him, a century-old wine was an object of great desire. He had ventured down the mountain numerous times in search of rare vintage, but such aged wine was exceedingly scarce. Even when encountered, it was often hoarded, with few willing to part with it. At that moment, Lung Qianing gently cautioned him. Indeed, within our sect, my strength is formidable. However, in the vast expanse of the divine continent, my power remains rather insignificant. In the future, should one encounter a formidable adversary, it is prudent to avoid confrontation and maintain a safe distance, for one must never jest with the sanctity of life. Heeding the wise counsel of Lung Qianing, Yi Qian naturally committed it to memory, fully aware that the realm of cultivation is governed by the law of the jungle. Upon returning to Qingjing Peak, Lung Qianing graciously gifted Yi Qian her treasure collection of fine wines, admonishing him to indulge in moderation to prevent the excesses that often accompany intoxication. Yuin verbally acquiesced, yet clandestinely stowed away all the wine within his magical purple gold wine gourd. He reclined amidst the reeds, his trousers rolled up to his knees, a blade of grass held between his lips, savoring the tranquility of Qingjing Peak. Chapter 10. The Fury of Dan Yangzi. A gentle breeze accompanied the melodious chirping of birds, as sunlight danced upon the lake's surface, painting a scene reminiscent of a serene and exquisite tableau. Yi Qian uncorked the wine gourd, inhaling its fragrant aroma, instantly recognizing its nature. To his astonishment, his master had preserved a fine bamboo green wine for 2 centuries. This remarkable brew was infused with rare herbs, capable of enhancing one's cultivation and cleansing the meridians. Even a single flask of such wine would be worth a fortune in the outside world, a treasure that was both sought after and elusive. Yi Qian licked his lips and took a delicate sip the moment the wine touched his palate. Its rich fragrance enveloped him, transforming into a gentle energy that coursed through his body, purifying him to his very core. The delightful sensation left him yearning for more. Yet he reminded himself of the preciousness of this wine and limited his indulgence to a mere sip. However, for reasons unknown, the enticing aroma beckoned him like a siren, and he ultimately succumbed to the temptation, taking a hearty swig. Yi Qian felt an overwhelming sense of euphoria, akin to drinking from sweet spring. His eyes blissfully closed as warmth enveloped him, intoxicating him beyond measure. As he savored the remnants upon his lips, he swiftly quelled his desire for further consumption, turning away and murmuring, "No, I must not drink any more. Otherwise, I shall truly be unable to resist." Under the luminous moonlight and amidst the chill of the night breeze, the inebriated Yi Qian could not withstand the allure of the exquisite wine, depleting more than half of the gourd he had originally filled. Congratulations, host, for consuming 3 casks of wine. You are rewarded with an increase of 10 in cultivation. Congratulations, host, for your cultivation enhancement. You are now at the mid-stage of transformation. Congratulations, host, for comprehending the way of the sword while intoxicated, gaining the technique soul-slicing blade. Congratulations, host, for attaining a proficiency level of 2 in the Wine Sword Immortal. Yi Qian, shaking the now half-empty gourd, sighed heavily. Alas, how did I fail to resist? Yet, he found solace in elevation of his cultivation level. Indeed, it was worthy of its title as superior bamboo green wine. If he could acquire a millennium-old vintage, perhaps his strength would further ascend. Teetering slightly, Yi Qian rose to his feet and, taking advantage of his master's continued meditation, discreetly departed from Qingjing Peak, returning to his lower courtyard to prepare to transport the valuables back. Upon his arrival, he was greeted by the sight of several female disciples extolling the virtues of a haughty young woman. Sister Zhou, this time, you shall undoubtedly become a disciple of an elder or the sect leader. When you take flight, do not forget your senior sisters. Indeed, Sister Zhou Tong, we have always supported you. Just remember our efforts when the time comes. With a proud smile gracing her lips, Zhou Tong softly replied, Rest assured, dear sisters, should I become a direct disciple of an elder or the sect leader, I shall not neglect you once my ambitions are realized. Thank you, sister. We will surely support you when the time arrives. A glint of cold light flickered in Zhou Tong's eyes, accompanied by a cunning smile. To think she would care for them? Such a notion was utterly fanciful. Once she became the sect leader's disciple, those who were privy to this secret would have to perish. Only the silence of the dead could safeguard her secrets. After all, her past indiscretions must remain hidden from all. Raising her head, Zhou Tong noticed Yi Qian, memories of the previous day flooding her mind, particularly the awe-inspiring might of the sword of heaven and earth, an impression that would haunt her forever. She intended to slip away unnoticed, yet her two senior sisters, disregarding Zhou Tong's trepidation, pointed accusatorily at Yi Qian, hurling harsh insults. Yi Qian, you scoundrel! How dare you return? You truly are ignorant of your own insignificance. We should have crippled you and severed your tongue, leaving you to suffer in despair. Initially inclined to ignore them, Yi Qian halted, slowly turning around, a chilling expression crossing his face as he retorted, What are you to dare utter my full name? In a flash, like a bolt of lightning cleaving the silent night sky, Yi Qian appeared before the insolent female disciple, his sword stained with droplets of blood. The previously arrogant disciple's eyes widened in horror as her hands clutched her throat, crimson blood gushing forth like a fountain. After a brief struggle, she collapsed to the ground, convulsing twice before succumbing to silence. Witnessing this scene, Zhou Tong and her companions were struck with terror, their faces paling as they fell to their knees, trembling uncontrollably. In their eyes, Yi Qian appeared as a harbinger of death, an unfathomable force. He pointed his glistening sword toward Zhou Tong's neck and spoke coolly. If I do not take your life today, there will come a time when your true nature is revealed. Zhou Tong, you shall pay dearly for your recklessness. With that, Yi Qian turned with elegance to depart, yet the remnants of his sword intent lingered in the air, surging like an unending river. Zhou Tong's lips quivered, her eyes brimming with tears, as a pang of regret gnawed at her heart. Had she not heeded the counsel of her senior sisters, she would not have slandered Yi Qian. She had assumed him to be merely a lowly servant disciple, the least esteemed among them, thinking that with just a few words, she could manipulate the sect's disciples to her will. Little did she know, Yi Qian had not become powerless. Instead, he had been diligently cultivating in the lower courtyard. And in these few years, he had ascended to the realm of transformation. Zhou Tong felt a twinge of regret, lamenting her choice of Yi Qian. Had she selected another disciple, perhaps circumstances would not have unfolded in such a dire manner. At that moment, Dan Yangzi, the sect leader, materialized before them, his gaze falling upon the lifeless body of the fallen disciple. With an impassive demeanor, he inquired, Who is responsible for this? Zhou Tong, overcome with grief, pleaded, Master. It was Yi Qian who did this. I implore you to seek justice for your disciple. Dan Yangzi remained silent, his fingers moving with casual precision, resulting in the immediate demise of a kneeling female disciple beside Zhou Tong, as a peculiar energy pierced her brow. Zhou Tong's lips trembled, her heart racing as she looked at her master, unable to fathom that he had just executed several senior sisters. With a stoic expression, Dan Yangzi admonished, I have long known of your slander against Yi Qian. However, I have chosen to shield you, thus no harm shall befall you. You must remember, never admit to this matter, even if a sword is pressed against your throat. Do you understand? Trembling on the ground, Zhou Tong nodded fervently. I understand, master. Dan Yangzi gently patted her head, a shadowy smile gracing his lips as he proclaimed, Once this matter is resolved, I shall take you as my disciple, imparting my teachings to elevate you to the pinnacle of Qingxuan Sect. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tong's fear dissipated, her eyes sparkling with hope. Is it truly so? Chapter 11. To deny until death, a matter of black and white. Dan Yangzi smirked, standing with a hint of coldness, his thoughts wandering back to the recent scene where he had witnessed so many disciples kneeling before him, his heart brimming with dissatisfaction towards Lung Qianning. To take a disciple, it must be on his terms. Yi Qian was indeed a prodigy for the ages, but it remained to be seen whether he would survive. As for Zhou Tong, once he resolved the nuisance that was Yi Qian, he would eliminate her to prevent future troubles. In such a scenario, no one would be aware of his actions. Oblivious to the truth, Zhou Tong reveled in her perceived fortune. Believing she was on the cusp of becoming the direct disciple of Master Dan Yangzi, unaware that she was merely a pawn in his game. Thank you, Master. I shall not tarnish the reputation of our sect, allowing that scoundrel Yi Qian to run rampant. Dan Yangzi, with a smile playing on his lips, replied, My dear disciple, remember, no matter what is said, you must steadfastly deny it. Even if your senior sisters are adamant, with my support, your safety is assured. Understood, Master. A glint of cunning flickered in Zhou Tong's eyes. Internally, she mused, Yi Xiang, do not blame me. Blame the treachery of this world. It is your misfortune to be a stumbling block in my quest for strength. Upon returning to the tranquil peak, Lung Qianning had been waiting for some time. Noticing the bloody scent emanating from Yi Qian, she realized he had once again landed himself in trouble. Master, what brings you here? Yidvin, who had intended to sneak away for a drink, spotted Lung Qianning at the entrance and, adhering to propriety, quickly approached her with a respectful bow. Have you caused trouble again? Upon hearing the news, Yi Qian did not conceal anything and recounted the events that transpired in the lower court to Lung Qianning. Upon learning of the matter, Lung Qianning refrained from approaching Yi Qian. The law of the jungle prevails. To kill is merely to kill. Nevertheless, she offered a few words of caution. Although the elders would not hold this incident against you for my sake, remember that I can only protect you for a fleeting moment, not for eternity. The disciple understands. Seeing the prompt acceptance, Lung Qianning casually nodded, and as her elegant robe swayed, a refreshing fragrance wafted through the air, enough to invigorate one's spirit with just a single inhalation. Prepare yourself for what lies ahead. In 2 days, I shall vindicate you. Thank you, esteemed master. Lung Qianning cast a meaningful glance at Yi Qian, then turned and gradually returned to her wooden abode. Yi Qian pressed his parched lips together, raised his gaze to the luminous moonlight, and felt an intensifying yearning for wine. Such a splendid view would indeed be a pity to overlook without indulging in a cup. 2 days later, at Qingxuan Sect, at the end of the long stone steps, enveloped in mist, lay a vast plaza entirely paved with colossal stones, exuding an air of antiquity and grandeur. The numerous elders and disciples of the sect, upon hearing of the event, gathered in the square, prepared to witness the unfolding of the entire affair. Within the expansive plaza stood thousands of disciples, with several inner disciples soaring through the sky on their flying swords. The sect leader, Dan Yangzi, sat in a subordinate position, elegantly savoring his tea, while the empty main seat was naturally reserved for his senior sister, Lung Qianning. Just then, the elders from the sword mound arrived on their swords. Having been absent for many years, they now beheld the flourishing of the sect with expressions of deep satisfaction. Esteemed elders, why have you left the sword mound to come here? Dan Yangzi inquired, puzzled by their presence. The elder with graying hair shrugged and smiled, stating, It was senior sister Lung's command for us to come and observe. We, as a few old fellows, naturally wished to show our respect. Upon learning that it was Lung Qianning who summoned them, Dan Yangzi's demeanor soured. Without his consent, the elders of the sword mound had been released, leaving him feeling deprived of authority as the sect leader. The elders took their seats without hesitation, discussing the disciples of the sect, while leaving Dan Yangzi isolated. Dan Yangzi's ire simmered, his right hand clenching the teacup, trembling slightly, his eyes glinting with an icy fury. As the leader of the sect, he deserved at least a modicum of respect. However, the elders of the sword mound seemed indifferent to even converse with him. They were indeed a short-sighted bunch. Frowning, Dan Yangzi internally cursed the aged elder numerous times. Today, he resolved to take action. At this moment, Zhou Tong knelt upon the square outside the Grand Hall, surrounded by disciples who voiced their indignation on her behalf. Damn that Yi Qian, who would have thought he could stoop to such depths? I once regarded him as a paragon among disciples, yet he has committed this heinous act. Indeed, I too once believed that senior brother Yi was a prodigy of our sect, incapable of such moral depravity. However, how could Sister Zhou, being a woman, jest with her own purity? I must stand up for her. The crowd was aflame with righteous anger, each person rallying to Zhou Tong's defense. Some even contemplating a severe punishment for Yi Qi and to instill fear in other disciples of the sect. Listening to the fervent voices around her, A cold smile unconsciously crept across Zhou Tong's pale face. With so many disciples advocating for her, and with Master Danyangzi present, there is little chance for Yi Qi to justify his actions. Furthermore, she possessed evidence. She could not fathom how he could emerge victorious. Master Ancestor is here. Welcome. At that moment, disciples from either side of the sect suddenly knelt, their expressions imbued with reverence and admiration for the Master Ancestor. A streak of azure sliced through the sky, revealing a breathtakingly beautiful woman standing atop an ice-blue celestial sword, behind whom lay a drunken male disciple. The elders and disciples of the Qingxuan Sect also knelt in unison, declaring, "We pay our respects to the Master Ancestor. We pay our respects to the Master. We pay our respects to the senior sister." Cold Qian'an, standing on the celestial sword, maintained her usual impassive demeanor, surveying the numerous disciples of the Qingxuan Sect. With one hand casually placed behind her, she deftly guided the flying sword to a gentle landing. The elders of the Sword Tomb also approached respectfully from the Grand Hall, bowing deeply as they greeted, "Senior sister, you have arrived." "Ah, my dear junior brothers need not be so formal." Cold Qian'an's voice flowed like crystal-clear spring water, serene and soothing. Danyangzi stepped forward, offering a polite gesture with a hint of dissatisfaction as he remarked, "Senior sister, since you are here, let's get straight to the point." Chapter 12. Yi Qian, what crime have I committed? Cold Qian'an casually turned to face the kneeling Zhou Tong and the still inebriated Yi Qian, a look of mild exasperation crossing her features. She had clearly informed him that today was a significant occasion. Who could have anticipated that he would misinterpret this important day as one meant for drinking? Not only had he consumed all the Qingzhou wine, but he had also emptied her cherished daughter's red wine, which she had treasured for 300 years. At times, Cold Qian'an contemplated tossing Yi Qian off a precipice. With a fragrant breath, she spoke earnestly, "Zhou Tong, I ask you, has Yi Qian ever committed any impropriety towards you? Senior brother Yi has indeed acted inappropriately towards me, compelling me to keep it a secret and threatening that if I disclosed this matter, he would sell me to a brothel." Zhou Tong's performance was quite convincing. She slipped seamlessly into her role, tears streaming down her cheeks, embodying the essence of pitiful vulnerability. "I initially aspired to form a union with my senior brother, hoping to shield him from the penalties of our sect's regulations. However, to my dismay, he vehemently resisted, left with no recourse. I could only implore the elders of our sect to seek justice on my behalf." Zhou Tong trembled, tears brimming in her eyes, firmly asserting that Yi Qian had violated her, producing a pouch from her bosom as evidence. I can attest that Zhou Tong indeed discovered the pouch within the lower courtyard. I urge my esteemed uncle master to mete out severe punishment to the perpetrator. Otherwise, how can any disciple defy the sect's rules? It is imperative that my uncle master discern the truth with utmost clarity, ensuring that no wicked individual escapes justice, nor should an innocent be wronged. Amidst the chorus of accusations, Yi Qian found himself in a precarious position. It seemed that if he could not provide any substantial evidence, he would inevitably face the consequences of his reckless actions. Lung Qian'an narrowed her eyes and asked indifferently, "Are you so certain that it was Yi Qian who violated you?" "I am willing to invoke the heavenly Tao as my witness. If there is even a hint of falsehood, I shall never attain the great ascension in this lifetime," Zhou Tong declared. The gathered disciples expressed their disbelief, and even Danyangzi nearly erupted in expletives. This girl truly overestimates herself. As for the great ascension, why not claim to be a Taoist immortal directly? To invoke the heavenly Tao is indeed a grave taboo among cultivators, as a careless utterance may lead to dire consequences. Yet, Zhou Tong's assertion clearly took advantage of this, for given her talent, merely achieving the Nascent Soul stage would be a remarkable feat. To aspire for great ascension is nothing short of a delusion. Lung Qian'an cast a sidelong glance at Danyangzi and continued her inquiry. "Since you claim that my disciple violated you, was it during a state of intoxication or sobriety?" "Intoxicated," Zhou Tong replied without hesitation. "If it were under sober conditions, Yi Qian, with his mastery in the transformation stage, would never have allowed her to escape unscathed. Thus, it was imperative to maintain that he had violated her while under the influence. However, this was precisely the response Lung Qian'an awaited. She stated directly, "If you assert that my disciple violated you while intoxicated, then why is he currently silent and unresponsive?" Zhou Tong glanced at Yi Qian, who lay like a heap of mud, realizing that her considerations were lacking. She promptly shifted her gaze to the sect leader, Danyangzi. Dan Yangzi furrowed his brow, forcing a cold smile as he replied, "Sister, your statement is flawed. Who can ascertain whether he was intoxicated at that time? Moreover, a cultivator of the transformation stage should have no trouble expelling alcohol from their system, correct?" Oh, Lung Qianning licked her dark brows, her elongated eyes glinting with icy light. "Are you implying that I have slandered Zhou Tong? I would never dare. I merely speak the truth," Dan Yangzi chuckled. It was clear to Lung Qianning what character her junior brother possessed. The exchanged glances between Zhou Tong and Dan Yangzi revealed that they had clearly conspired together. Nevertheless, she had other means at her disposal. Cold Qianning retrieved a verdant orb from her storage ring and spoke with an air of indifference. "This item is known as the Truth Pearl. For any who utters a falsehood, the pearl shall turn crimson, revealing the veracity of their words." Zhou Tong's demeanor became somewhat anxious. If this were indeed the case, her previous statements would implicate her. However, Dan Yangzi was prepared, his lips barely moving as he remarked, "Sister, you truly possess remarkable tactics. Yet, it seems the Truth Pearl poses a significant risk to disciples at the Qi refinement stage. Should it harm her foundation, I would find it exceedingly difficult to assist. If it damages her foundation, I shall aid in restoring her meridians. If she fears such a consequence, it would indicate that Zhou Tong harbors guilt," Cold Qianning declared, casually tossing the Truth Pearl in front of Zhou Tong, urging her to recount the events in full. Dan Yangzi's brow furrowed as he promptly turned, his tone laced with discontent. "Sister, your actions betray the honor of our esteemed lineage and do not reflect the gratitude we owe to our master for their teachings. When have my affairs required your interjection?" Cold Qianning's voice was frigid, and the stone tiles beneath her began to frost visibly. Such an icy aura compelled Dan Yangzi to step back 2 paces. In the presence of a formidable figure at the Great Ascension stage, he was but a larger ant in comparison. Zhou Tong, understanding she could utter no words without incriminating herself, hastily asserted, "Disciple has never lied. If you doubt my words, I am willing to prove my innocence with my life." The surrounding disciples rallied in support of Zhou Tong, contending that the Truth Pearl ought to be employed against Yi Qian, rather than a fellow disciple still in the Qi refinement stage. Cold Qianning complied with their wishes, extending a delicate finger as she summoned water from the nearby pond, which accurately fell upon Yi Qian's head. Startled awake by the splash, Yi Qian blinked in confusion at his fellow disciples, muttering, "Where am I?" Cold Qianning frowned slightly. "Yi Qian, you shall address this matter." As Yi Qian turned to face the commotion, he noted the displeasure etched on his master's face and recalled that today was the day set for him to clear his name. Last night, he remembered the enchanting moonlight and his desire to drink and revel, but he had not anticipated becoming thoroughly inebriated, leaving him unaware of subsequent events. He gently massaged his temples, striving for composure, though the lingering effects of alcohol made him feel somewhat unsteady. Dan Yangzi scoffed, "Wretched fool, I ask you, do you confess to the charges of indecency towards Zhou Tong?" "Confess?" Yi Qian lifted his head, a faint smile gracing his lips as he replied, "What crime have I committed?" Chapter 13. As the situation unraveled, Dan Yangzi struck Zhou Tong down with a single blow. Yi Qian maintained his cold demeanor, showing no regard for the sect leader Dan Yangzi, openly mocking him in his presence. Once again, the matter at hand reveals a blatant disregard for justice, as the Qingxuan Sect has fallen into the hands of such wretches. Dan Yangzi was deeply incensed by Yi Qian's words and retorted furiously, "If you seek death, I can certainly oblige." "Enough!" Cold Qianning interjected with a commanding voice. "Dan Yangzi, Yi Qian is my disciple. It is not for an outsider like you to discipline him." Dan Yangzi turned around in a fit of rage, perplexed as to why his senior sister persistently opposed him. After all, Yi Qian was merely a disciple. Was it not excessive to offend him over a mere child? However, Cold Qianning offered no reasonable explanation. She believed that only she had the right to admonish her disciple, and others were simply unworthy. Cold Qianning was well known for her fierce protection of her students. If any disciple of the sect faced bullying, she would rise to defend them, even confronting the offending sect for justice. Furthermore, having never taken a disciple before, she was resolute in her determination to shield Yi Qian from any censure. Dan Yangzi felt like a silent victim of injustice, unable to voice his grievances. Were it not for his fear of his senior sister's advanced cultivation, he would never allow a mere woman to chastise him. "I ask you directly, did you violate Zhou Tong?" "Not all." The truth sphere remained utterly unresponsive, indicating that Yi Qian spoke the truth. The surrounding disciples fell into a heavy silence upon witnessing the truth sphere's lack of illumination. If the truth sphere proved effective, then Yi Qian's assertions were indeed valid, which would mean that it was Zhou Tong who had been deceitful all along. Zhou Tong trembled, her gaze evasive as she internally grappled with how to defend herself. She feared that one misstep in her words would lead to her immediate demise. She did not wish to perish. Since my disciple is innocent, Zhou Tong, will you not confess? Cold Qianning's voice carried an icy undertone. At that moment, Cold Qianning lightly planted her foot upon the ground, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy that rippled outward like turbulent waves, distorting the very air around them. Zhou Tong was swept away by this overwhelming aura. Collapsing to the ground as she wept, I am the granddaughter of Prime Minister Zhou of the Dragon's sovereign nation. I swear by my grandfather's name that I have spoken no lies. I implore you, esteemed ancestor, to see through the truth. The Prime Minister of the Dragon's sovereign nation? Yi Qian murmured, recognizing the name. Indeed, he had heard of it. The Dragon sovereign nation was one of the few premier powers on the Xinzhou continent, controlling vast resources for cultivation in the eastern region. The grandfather Zhou Tong, referred to as Prime Minister Zhou Longshan, a renowned cultivator at the pinnacle of the divine transformation realm. His status within the Dragon sovereign nation was exceedingly high, capable of wielding political influence and assisting the emperor with significant matters, often heralded as the next national master. Sister, Zhou Longshan's connection to our Qingxuan Sect is of great importance. If you lay hands on his granddaughter, it may bring unnecessary troubles to our sect. The elder of the Sword Tomb approached with measured steps, his expression grave as he spoke. What of it? The sect rules are absolute. Who would dare act recklessly? Lung Qianning showed no regard for anyone's authority. Even if Zhou Longshan himself were to visit the Qingxuan Sect, it would be of no avail. As long as Zhou Tong remained a disciple of the Qingxuan Sect, she would have to bear the dire consequences of her impetuousness. Seeing that his senior sister had made up her mind, the elder ceased further discussion and turned his reproach towards Zhou Tong. She needed to devote herself to her cultivation, for a breakthrough to the Nascent Soul stage was within reach. Yet, she chose an errant path, leading to an irretrievable situation. Perhaps this was the essence of self-inflicted suffering. Zhou Tong knelt on the ground, tears streaming down her face as she gazed at the sect leader, Danyangzi, with pleading eyes. However, he too seemed a loss for words. Observing Danyangzi turn away, Zhou Tong's eyes reddened, and she cried out, I am innocent. I have done nothing wrong. The tide of the situation shifted, and the disciples of the Qingxuan Sect halted to observe Zhou Tong, eager to discern who was truly lying. Zhou Tong struggled to rise from the ground, her frail body teetering as if a mere gust of wind could carry her away. Disciple Zhou Tong, I refuse to yield. And pray tell, have I slandered you? Cold Qianning was now fully convinced that the other party was indeed maligning Yi Qian. If she could not articulate her reasoning today, Zhou Tong would face the dire fate of having her cultivation revoked and being expelled from the Qingxuan Sect. The world of cultivation was one governed by the law of the jungle, rife with deceit. The disciples merely sought strength, and what fault lay therein? Let the blame fall upon this dark world. My actions are driven by a desire for a brighter future for the Qingxuan Sect. My grandfather is Zhou Longshan, the Prime Minister of the Dragon sovereign nation. Who among you would dare to lay a hand upon me? Zhou Tong's declaration finally illuminated the truth for the disciples of the Qingxuan Sect. She had indeed maligned her senior brother, Yi Qian. I never expected junior sister Zhou to be of such character. I had just offended her, yet she would stoop to such treachery. Indeed, a woman who trifles with her own innocence deserves no sympathy. She is utterly despicable. Such a woman has no place in the Qingxuan Sect. Cast her out. I said it before, Brother Yi is a prodigy of our sect. How could he commit such heinous acts? It must be slander. I stand with you, Brother Yi. The very disciples who had earlier spoken in Zhou Tong's defense quickly realigned themselves behind Yi Qian, hurling insults at Zhou Tong, the vile woman, no longer concealing her intentions. Zhou Tong, realizing that her situation was irretrievable, spoke directly. Master Sect Leader, you promised me. You must help me. Her words turned toward Danyangzi, who immediately retorted in anger. Wretched child, when did I ever promise you? Do not speak lies and malign the innocent. I cannot believe I have been deceived by a mere girl. You deserve your fate. Danyangzi's gaze turned icy, determined to prevent any further exposure of the truth and to maintain his standing among the disciples. He suddenly charged at Zhou Tong, striking down upon her head with great force. A deafening thud echoed through the air. Zhou Tong, at this moment, gazed with her bell-like eyes, as the hot blood flowed continuously from her forehead, rendering her visage akin to a malevolent specter from the depths of hell. Grotesque in its intensity. Under the fierce strike of the transcendent master, Zhou Tong was instantly slain, her body collapsing lifelessly to the ground, devoid of any further movement. Hiss! Witnessing this scene, the members of the Qingxuan Sect were struck with horror, involuntarily gasping in shock. They had not anticipated that the sect leader would act with such ruthless decisiveness, silencing Zhou Tong before she could finish her words, bringing about her demise with a single forceful blow. Chapter 14. Transcendence and Foundation Establishment. How intriguing! In the opulent palace of the dragon's sovereign kingdom, an elderly man adorned in resplendent robes sat cross-legged. Beside him lay two corpses, drained of their life essence, their expressions revealing the torment of having been vivisected. The elder slowly opened his eyes, revealing a cold indifference as he remarked, "What useless woman, providing so little life essence. It seems only those born in the dark of the year, month, an hour can sustain my cultivation. Fortunately, having broken through to the initial stage of the transcendent realm, aside from the emperor, my power now rivals the strongest in the court." At that moment, Zhou Longshan suddenly felt a sharp pang in his heart. Before he could comprehend the sensation, the soul jade pendant hanging from his chest shattered. Stunned, Zhou Longshan stood frozen for a long while before realizing the significance of the event. This soul jade pendant had been crafted from his granddaughter's blood. If it still glimmered, it would indicate her safety, but its shattering signified her tragic demise. Enraged, Zhou Longshan bellowed, "I swear, whether in the lofty heavens or the depths of the underworld, I will grind you to dust." Zhou Tong was his most cherished granddaughter and the sole female of the Zhou lineage. Now that she had been slain, as her grandfather, Zhou Longshan vowed to avenge her. He immediately rushed to a secluded chamber within the palace, forcefully kicking open the door to find an elderly Taoist seated cross-legged, his hair and beard white as snow. The Taoist, upon seeing the furious Zhou Longshan, furrowed his brow and inquired, "Dragon Mountain, what brings you here in such a fluster?" 2 years ago, my granddaughter left the family to cultivate. I need you to discern who has murdered my precious granddaughter. In return, I am willing to offer a treasure of the transcendent realm." The elderly Taoist's brows lifted, his expression shifting upon learning that this old fellow's granddaughter had been killed. "Very well, I shall assist you. But are you certain you wish to pursue this method to identify the culprit?" The elder's brows arched, aware that probing the heavenly secrets often invited backlash. Yet for the sake of that transcendent treasure, he was willing to take the risk. With swift movements of his fingers, the image within the copper mirror began to shimmer ethereally. To ensure absolute accuracy, the elder even used a drop of his own blood, which precisely revealed the scene of Zhou Tong's murder. "Is this the Qingxuan Sect?" Zhou Longshan's lips twitched, his eyes glinting with menace as he gritted his teeth and declared, "That wretch Dan Yangzi has slain my granddaughter. I shall ensure his demise." In the past, he may have hesitated to voice such threats, but having now transcended to the void-returning realm, coupled with his formidable Wan Hun banner, he was resolute in believing he could match Dan Yangzi's prowess. Within the Qingxuan Sect, Dan Yangzi's ruthless methods inevitably instilled a sense of caution in Lung Qian'an. It was evident that Dan Yangzi was intent on preventing Zhou Tong from revealing certain secrets. With the misunderstandings resolved and the slander dispatched, there seemed little left for the senior sister to contest. Dan Yangzi remarked with a disingenuous smile, "Given this, you shall continue to handle sect matters. In 3 months, the upcoming contest between Qingxuan Sect and the younger disciples of other sects will also fall under your purview." Lung Qian'an cast a sidelong glance at Dan Yangzi before leisurely approaching Yiqian, seizing his wrist with an air of nonchalance as they vanished in a flash of white light. The elders of the Sword Mound, having recognized the resolution of the misunderstandings and the execution of the disciple Zhou Tong, no longer lingered. After bowing respectfully to Dan Yangzi, they returned to the Sword Mound, resuming their guardianship over the sect's most precious celestial swords. Elder who stepped forward, brow furrowed with concern, "Martial uncle, you have slain Zhou Longshan's granddaughter. Given that old man's temperament, he will undoubtedly seek retribution." "Humph." Dan Yangzi huffed dismissively, "And what of it? He is but a trifling transformation realm cultivator, no more significant than an ant before me." He ordered, "Seal Zhou Tong's body in ice, return it to the Dragon Kingdom, and arrange for our disciples to inform them of the reason. Let not be said that Qingxuan Sect indulges in indiscriminate slaughter." With that, Dan Yangzi flicked his sleeves and departed, dismissing Zhou Longshan entirely. Should he dare to approach, he would ensure the old man never returned. On the serene, quiet peak, within a wooden cabin, the intricate latticework of the windows cast delicate patterns against the soft candlelight, illuminating the room in a warm glow. Fragmented copper mirrors adorned the table, reflecting the moonlight that spilled in like water. The red candles wept, and the fragrance of books filled the air, evoking a tranquil and beautiful scene akin to a serene painting. In the midst of this ambience, Lung Qianning sat cross-legged, her gaze fixed upon her intoxicated disciple, Yi Qian. You must exercise caution in the coming days, she advised earnestly. Refrain from excessive contact with Dan Yangzi, although he may not openly display hostility. He harbors murderous intent towards you. Yi Qian nodded in agreement. I understand, master. Lung Qianning comprehended her young disciple's character all too well. Dan Yangzi had always exhibited an insatiable ambition, willing to eliminate any who obstructed his path. Had it not been for her master's admonition years ago to refrain from interfering in sect affairs, the current leadership of Qingxuan Sect might have been a different matter altogether. Master, I have one more request, Yi Qian said, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. Your daughter's red dish was exceptionally delectable last night. Might I beg for a few more jars? Cold Qianning's exquisite cheek bore a hint of helplessness, yet she retrieved several jars of fine wine from her storage ring. Yi Qian attempted to reach for them, but was interrupted by the sword sheath that Cold Qianning extended, playfully remarking, drinking is permissible, but you must agree to one request from your master. Please speak, master. Yi Qian gazed at the fragrant wine jars, feeling a slight heat in his throat. 3 months hence, there will be a grand competition among the various cultivation sects within the dragon sovereignty, during which many young disciples, hailed as the pride of their sects, will participate. Our Qingxuan Sect boasts 2 such prodigies, one being a disciple from the Little Bamboo Peak. When you have the time, visit Little Bamboo Peak and guide him in his cultivation, striving for a breakthrough within 3 months. Yi Qian raised his head to meet Cold Qianning's gaze, questioning her in bewilderment. Master, my cultivation has already reached the transformation realm. Must I truly contend with those prodigies? Transformation against foundation establishment? How intriguing. With a sharp crack, Cold Qianning's sword sheath struck Yi Qian's forehead. She rolled her eyes at him and replied coolly. The prodigies of various sects range in age from 18 to 200 years, with some of the strongest having already surpassed the Nascent Soul realm. 200-year-old prodigies? Yi Qian's lips moved slightly, unable to believe his ears. Being 2 centuries old qualifies one as an ancestor, yet to be hailed as a prodigy is indeed astonishing. Cold Qianning continued, not everyone possesses your talent, breaking through to the transformation realm at 18. Such genius, even I, the current master, feel inferior. Yi Qian's talent is undeniably extraordinary. Breaking through to the transformation realm at 18 is unparalleled throughout history. Even Cold Qianning, regarded as the most likely to ascend, pales in comparison before him. You shall represent the Qingxuan Sect in battle, allowing those factions to witness the strength of our prodigies. Yi Qian did not inquire further. Since it was a challenge set by his master, he would give it his all, ensuring the Qingxuan Sect's honor remained intact. The moonlight shimmered, and the cold wind howled. Little Bamboo Peak, one of Qingxuan Sect's resource-rich mountains, was predominantly home to female disciples. This peak is well known for producing a type of bamboo capable of refining low-grade weapons, known as fire bamboo. This bamboo is a vivid green with crimson roots, slender in form, possessing nearly half the number of joints compared to regular bamboo. Yet its texture is remarkably resilient, earning the title of the best in the world. It is the optimal choice for refining magical artifacts. Under the cloak of night, Yi Qian made his way toward Little Bamboo Peak. The distance from Qingjing Peak to Little Bamboo Peak was not far, merely a few kilometers, and in less than a few minutes he arrived at the mountain gate. At the entrance stood 2 female disciples clad in white garments. Perhaps due to the encroaching night, their eyelids drooped as they kept watch. 2 junior sisters? Upon hearing the sudden commotion, the female disciple at the door was immediately startled awake. Instinctively, she drew her sword from her bosom. However, upon recognizing Yi Qian, both women exhaled in relief and clasped their fists in greeting, saying, "Disciple pays respects to Master Uncle Yi." Since Yi Qian became a disciple of the sect's grandmaster, his status within the sect had significantly elevated, allowing him to stand on equal footing with the elders, compelling even peers to address him as Master Uncle. Yi Qian nodded with a gentle smile and inquired, Might I ask if the prodigy of Xiaozhu Peak is present? The white-clad woman paused, her expression momentarily perplexed as she regarded Yi Qian, unsure of his purpose in seeking Lin Shiji at Xiaozhu Peak. Following the events of their last encounter, the female disciples' perceptions of Yi Qian had shifted. They had initially believed him to be a man of ill repute, but now it seemed they had misjudged Master Uncle Yi. Please hold on. I shall notify Lin Shiji at once. I would be grateful, Yi Qian replied lazily, seating himself on the stone steps. He removed a gourd of wine from his waist, and, with the moonlight reflecting upon it, he casually tilted his head back to take a sip, savoring the taste with a slight pursing of his lips. The exquisite Daughter's Red was indeed delightful, although the bamboo green wine was decent. It paled in comparison to the fine vintage aged for 2 centuries. The rich aroma of the wine enveloped him, offering a sensation of relaxation with just a single inhalation. Soon after, the gates of Xiaozhu Peak were gently pushed open, revealing a breathtakingly beautiful woman stepping forth. Her eyebrows were like wisps of smoke, her radiance akin to the spring blossoms, resembling a celestial lotus fairy, graceful, ethereal, and pure. Her hair cascaded in shimmering curls, glistening silver in the moonlight, akin to a constellation of stars. Her eyes were deep as the ocean, brimming with boundless wisdom and mystery, possessing an all-seeing and all-encompassing gaze. Disciple Lin Sword Bamboo pays respects to Master Uncle Yi. Hearing the commotion, Yi Qian rose from the steps, momentarily entranced by Lin Sword Bamboo, who appeared as if descended from the heavens. However, he quickly regained his composure and nodded. You are the prodigy of Xiaozhu Peak, Lin Sword Bamboo? Indeed, it is I, she replied, delicately arranging her flowing tresses. Yi Qian cleared his throat and spoke, by the command of the Grand Master. I am here to guide the prodigies of Xiaozhu Peak in enhancing their cultivation. Lin Sword Bamboo, approximately 28 years of age, had already reached the mid-stage of Golden Core, distinguishing herself as a remarkable talent among her peers. With her aptitude, ascending to the Void Return realm in the future would pose no insurmountable challenge. She had garnered the Elder's praise as the most promising candidate to become the sect's ancestor, receiving not only the optimal cultivation environment, but also resources far beyond those available to her fellow disciples. At that moment, Lin Sword Bamboo inquired, Master Uncle Yi, how shall we proceed with our training? Yi Qian promptly responded, Do you enjoy drinking? Pardon? She replied, taken aback. To the back mountain of Xiaozhu Peak. The environment here is breathtaking, imbued with the sweet melodies of birds and the fragrant essence of flowers. The crystal-clear lake meanders gracefully along the diverse mountains, while the fallen leaves of bamboo dance in the wind, creating ripples upon the water surface. Such picturesque scenery inevitably stirs one's spirit. A wooden boat rests gently by the shore, where Yi Qian leans against it, gently swaying the gourd of wine in her hand. Lin Zuezu, who has never tasted alcohol before, feels a sense of drowsiness as she sits at the bow, gazing at the round moon reflected in the water, her snow-white feet delicately stirring the transparent depths below. Fish swim beneath her, occasionally nibbling at her toes, causing her cheeks to flush with warmth. Bathed in moonlight, Lin Zuezu's skin glows with a subtle radiance. After more than 20 years of cultivation, she had never partaken in wine until today, when, at the invitation of her master, she finally indulged. While the taste lingers pleasantly on her lips, the fiery sensation upon swallowing leaves her bewildered as to why her senior brother delights in such a beverage. With her vision blurred and slightly intoxicated, she asks her master, Does drinking truly enhance one's strength? Yi Qian turns to glance at the nearly slumbering Lin Zuezu, but remains silent. She is uncertain if she herself will grow stronger. Conversely, she is confident that she will. However, her growth has its merits, as it would enable her to assist Lin Zuezu in her cultivation, deepening her understanding of the sword. Qian'an Saludicis, retrieving a decayed branch from the water, its precariousness suggesting it might tumble into the lake. With a hearty laugh directed towards the heavens, she utilizes the sword control technique to refine the branch into a celestial sword, sufficient even for a mere 10 breaths. With fervor, she consumes copious amounts of exquisite wine and engages in a spirited dance with her sword, her heels tracing the stars above, as she lets out a resounding cry that echoes throughout the realm. Determined, Yi Qian, with a flick of her wrist, casually strikes the surface of the lake with her sword. A sharp sound pierces the tranquil night. Suddenly, the once flowing waters come to an abrupt halt. Chapter 16. The dull horse compared to the Qian'an, the cold crow compared to the phoenix. In an instant, The river that had been gently flowing splits violently in two. Towering walls of water rise on either side within the blink of an eye. Riding the sword amidst the heavens and roaming the vast seas, I drink to the firmament, reveling in my drunken transcendence. Qian'an tilts her head back, taking several hearty gulps of the potent liquor, the clear liquid cascading down her neck, soaking her white robe. With unwavering resolve, she swings her wooden staff once more. Where her sword strikes, a vacuum nearly 10 zhang wide emerges, exposing the barren and chaotic riverbed. Many unfortunate fish, caught unaware, suddenly find themselves suspended in mid-air, their eyes wide with astonishment. Lin Zizu gazes at the spectacle before her, her youthful face reflecting sheer disbelief. Truly, her master is the most formidable prodigy since the founding of the sect, with merely a branch. She can cleave rivers and sever lakes. Such astonishing prowess is unparalleled in this world. The resplendent starlight cascaded down, its boundless sword intent lingering in the air, so palpable that even the tranquil peaks miles away could feel its chilling presence. Cold Qian'an, with one hand elegantly placed behind her back, stepped out of the room, her eyes akin to twinkling stars, gazing into the distant sky. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke. Such extraordinary sword intent, apart from Qian. I fear no one within the sect could achieve this. Not only cold Qian'an, but even the elders from various peaks of the Qingxuan Sect sensed it. Emerging into the air, their gazes collectively fixed towards the direction of Xiaozhu Peak. Master, that direction is Xiaozhu Peak. Could it be the prodigy Lin Shuizhu? Question one elder. Dan Yangzi, with a sardonic smile masking his true feelings, retorted, "You overestimate her. No matter how exceptional Lin Shuizhu's talent may be, she lacks the capability to wield such astonishing sword intent. Besides, do you truly believe she could execute such cataclysmic techniques?" Gripping the crystal stone tightly, a cold glint erupted from Dan Yangzi's eyes. Beyond Qian of Qingjing Peak, he could not fathom anyone else capable of manifesting such sword intent. Once, in the days when Qian was a prodigy, Dan Yangzi had contemplated taking him as a disciple, yet he never anticipated the young man's sudden decline in cultivation overnight. As the sect leader, Dan Yangzi feared for his reputation and thus discarded their previous agreement. However, witnessing Qian's formidable prowess now filled him with jealousy. As the saying goes, hate the wicked like a foe, easily unsettling one's composure. At this moment, Dan Yangzi could no longer concern himself with whether the individual was a prodigy of Qingxuan Sect. He only knew that anyone who threatened his position as leader deserved to perish. Elder Hua gazed towards Xiaozhu Peak, his aged eyes shimmering with a unique brilliance. Such a gifted disciple would undoubtedly lead the sect to the pinnacle of this world in the future. But soon, Elder Hua realized he had betrayed his emotions and quickly extinguished the light in his eyes, perhaps fearing reprimand from the sect leader. At Xiaozhu Peak, the sword energy surged like a mighty river, creating beautiful ripples in the air, striking awe into the hearts of onlookers. Lin Shuizhu, too, was captivated by her master's sword intent. After living over 20 years, she had believed her swordsmanship had reached its zenith. Yet, in the presence of Master Qian, her skill seemed akin to a child playing house. If a competition were to ensue, it would be a dull horse against a Qilin, a crow against a phoenix, utterly incomparable. Qian casually discarded the unremarkable wooden stick at his side and reclined back on the wooden boat, gazing at the stars stretching infinitely above. He nodded and mused. I possess a jar of wine, enough to soothe the winds and dust, untroubled by the startled wild geese, as my sword transforms the universe. Lin Shuizhu regarded her young master anew, realizing this was indeed the pinnacle of swordsmanship, truly impressive. A jar of wine and a sword were sufficient to command the awe of heaven and earth. No wonder Master wishes for me to engage more with Senior Uncle Qian. Just a single utterance has plunged Lin Shuizhu into a realm of contemplation, rendering her utterly absorbed. Qian reclines upon the vessel, savoring the refreshing lake breeze, and soon drifts into a deep slumber. Whether Lin Shuizhu can grasp the intricacies of the sword path now hinges upon her own capabilities. Lin Shuizhu retrieves the wooden stick cast into the water by her uncle, only to discover that it is merely an ordinary rod. The ability to achieve such feats with a simple piece of wood is nothing short of astonishing. With great determination, Lin Shuizhu emulates the motions, yet the results are minimal, barely scratching the surface of mastery. Unwilling to concede defeat, Her eyes gleam with resolve as she silently vows to become a formidable force, akin to Senior Uncle Yi. As dawn breaks, the world is awash in vibrant hues. The morning sunlight cascades over Yi Qian's well-defined features, and in a state of drowsiness, he opens his eyes to find that his niece, Lin Zuezhuz, has already departed. The wooden stick he had carelessly discarded is now enveloped in white fabric, meticulously placed beside him. The ground around is marked with numerous sword scars, varying in length and depth, undoubtedly left by Lin Zuezhuz during the previous night. Yi Qian stretches his limbs, still under the haze of intoxication, and takes a small sip from the gourd beside him. Truly, it is a 200-year-old daughter's red, rich and fragrant, leaving no headache in its wake. Far superior to the harsh spirits consumed in the valley below. Steadying himself, he ambles towards the grand hall of Xiaozhu Peak, for it is his duty, as per the Master's command, to assist Lin Zuezhuz in her training and oversee her progress. Failure to fulfill the Master's directives would surely invite reproach. A minor concern, yet the prospect of being deprived of wine looms as a grave matter. Within the resplendent grand hall of Xiaozhu Peak, numerous female disciples clad in uniform are seated in meditation, eyes gently closed, seeking to comprehend the essence of existence and refine their inner selves. Among them is Lin Zuezhuz, the sole prodigy of a century at Xiaozhu Peak, naturally occupying the esteemed position of guiding her sisters in their pursuit of enlightenment. Xianxia, did I not instruct you to follow junior brother Yi in your training? Why have you returned to seek understanding? A soft voice resonates, breaking the silence. From the swirling mist emerges a captivating woman, gracefully stepping forward. She moves with lightness, her attire, a sky-blue palace gown adorned with layered triangular emerald embellishments, exudes elegance and vitality, accentuating her ethereal presence. Chapter 17. Lin Zuezhuz as innocent as blank paper. Master? Lin Zuezhuz lifts her gaze towards the enchanting figure at the entrance, hastily rising to her feet in respectful salutation. The woman possessed an exquisite beauty, her complexion resembling the delicate hues of dawn illuminating fresh snow. A visage as radiant as pure cream and as enchanting as the moonlit blossoms. Within her dwelled a formidable spiritual energy, exuding an aura of unimaginable dread merely by her presence. She was none other than Bai Yuling, the esteemed leader of Xiaozhu Peak and one of the elders of the Qingxuan Sect. Bai Yuling turned her gaze toward her favored disciple, her tone tinged with reproach. Shuizhu, did I not instruct you to diligently follow your master Yi in your cultivation? Why have you returned prematurely? Lin Shuizhu replied softly, Respected master, I practiced swordsmanship throughout the night, but Master Yi had fallen asleep, hence my return. Asleep? Bai Yuling's slender eyes narrowed slightly. It was quite astonishing that a formidable figure in the transformation realm could succumb to slumber while instructing a disciple. Perhaps this was indeed a peculiarity within the realm of cultivation. Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, she sensed an unusual presence approaching. Turning around, she beheld Yi Qian, reeking of alcohol and swaying unsteadily. Bai Yuling's status was akin to Yi Qian's, both being early-stage transformation realm cultivators, holding significant positions within the sect, second only to the sect leader, Dan Yangzi. Although their ranks differed by several generations, Yi Qian had recently been accepted as a personal disciple by Master Lung Qianing, thus placing him on equal footing with various peak leaders. Yi Qian offered a slight bow to the enchanting woman before him, saying, Greetings, Sister Bai. Bai Yuling frowned and waved her hand dismissively, her tone carrying a hint of admonishment. Brother Yi, while there may not be a ban on alcohol within the sect, how can you instruct disciples in their cultivation while in such a state of inebriation? It's of no consequence. It won't hinder anything, Yi Qian replied nonchalantly. He then turned to Lin Shuizhu beside Bai Yuling, saying, Come, I shall take you to practice the way of the sword. Lin Shuizhu cast a sidelong glance and softly inquired, Master, may I accompany him? Bai Yuling found herself at a loss for words. This arrangement had been set forth by Master Lung Qianing herself. As the peak leader and Lin Shuizhu's mentor, she had no grounds to refuse, and could only watch as her disciple followed Yi Qian away. Bai Yuling mused quietly. What prompted Master to take Yi Qian as her disciple? Is it solely due to his profound understanding of swordsmanship? It was not only her who pondered this. Even the leaders of other peaks shared her sentiments. Yi Qian was undeniably gifted, and theoretically, taking on disciples would pose no issue. Yet, Master Lung Qianing had never accepted a disciple since joining the sect. And her exception for him was indeed a source of speculation. Moreover, given Yi Qian's penchant for alcohol, should he ever cause a ruckus at another peak while intoxicated, it would reflect poorly on Master Lung Qianing. After a prolonged contemplation, Bai Yuling resolved to visit the tranquil peak to confront her master directly, seeking clarity on the rationale behind taking Yi Qian as a disciple. In the serene woods, the melodic chirping of birds occasionally broke the silence. Glancing upward, she observed a flock of mountain sparrows joyfully flitting about the branches, their feathers gleaming with a lustrous sheen. In the canopy of the forest, flocks of swallows danced gracefully in the air, akin to a magnificent symphony orchestra. The fallen leaves swirled with the breeze, and the sword energy hummed, suddenly shooting forward like a startled phoenix. Yi Qian personally guided Lin Ziyi's swordplay while instructing her on how to channel her inner spiritual power to unleash the full potential of the celestial sword. As a core condensation practitioner and one of the few prodigious disciples of the Qingxuan Sect, Lin Xiuzhu possessed considerable skill in the art of swordsmanship. During her studies, she grasped concepts effortlessly, as if all knowledge flowed into her seamlessly. Under the scorching midday sun, Yi Qian casually perched upon a stone, observing her practice. He would only interject with a word of advice when she faltered in her training, thereafter allowing Lin Xiuzhu to delve into her own understanding of the craft. Master Uncle, we have been practicing for 3 hours now. May we take a moment to rest? Lin Xiuzhu exhaled a breath of warm air, wiping the gleaming beads of sweat from her forehead as she inquired of Yi Qian, who was meditating with his eyes closed. Yi Qian slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the blazing sunlight before replying, "In that case, let us descend the mountain for a drink." Descend the mountain? Lin Xiuzhu's expression momentarily froze, and she immediately shook her head vigorously, much like a wave drum. It is essential to understand that the Qingxuan Sect, one of the few major cultivation sects in the Dragon Sovereign Nation, has over 300 rules that every disciple must memorize. Among these rules, one stipulates that disciples are prohibited from leaving the sect without a mission. Violators are expelled. As a prominent disciple of the Shaozhu Peak, Lin Xiuzhu was already well versed in these regulations and thus promptly declined Yi Qian's suggestion to leave the mountain. However, Yi Qian smiled reassuringly. "Do not worry, with my status, even if I were to descend personally, no one would raise any objections. Moreover, with the major cultivation tournament approaching in 3 months, it would be wise for us to seize this opportunity to procure some wine." Yi Qian rose slowly, not waiting for Lin Xiuzhu's consent, and grasped her delicate hand, leading her into the distance. Lin Xiuzhu felt the warmth radiating from his palm, her exquisite face flushing a deep crimson. She wished to withdraw her hand, but found her body tingling, as if she might collapse at any moment. Since her birth, Lin Xiuzhu had been a disciple of the Qingxuan Sect, trained under Bai Yuling, the master of Shaozhu Peak. Throughout her life, she had never experienced the distinctions of gender nor the affections between them. In essence, she was like a blank canvas, untouched and nurtured by her master, who had cautioned her against the deceptions of men. With slightly parted lips, Lin Xiuzhu voiced her concerns. "Master Uncle, if we leave the sect like this, the sect leader will surely punish us. Furthermore, the area below is rife with unsavory characters. It is said that formidable demons lurk there, their powers residing in the transformation realm." Yi Qian nodded with a smile, reassuringly stating, "Rest assured, with me here, nothing will go amiss. Besides, my senior brother's wine is nearly depleted. We need to procure more." Upon hearing Yi Xiuzhu's resolute assurance, Lin Xiuzhu chose not to voice further concerns and accompanied her senior brother as they soared towards the foot of the mountain. As they passed through the mountain gate, the swift passage of the celestial sword stirred an aura that compelled the disciples on either side to instinctively take a step back, their attention drawn to the flying sword. One disciple, wide-eyed like a copper bell, pointed at the already departed sword and exclaimed, "How audacious! Someone has defied the sect's regulations and left without permission. Quick, summon Elder Huiyun." Chapter 18. The Fragrant Drunken Pavilion, Qingjing Peak. Atop the celestial peak, within a serene bamboo cottage, Lung Qianing, dressed in white, gracefully poured a cup of tea, her melodious voice resonating like raindrops tapping upon the ground. "Disciple Bai, what brings you here today?" "Master, there is something I do not understand." Bai Yuling, seated before Lung Qianing, furrowed her brow, her exquisite features betraying a hint of confusion. With a smile, Lung Qianing replied, "Your visit must pertain to my wayward disciple, Yi Qian, am I correct?" Realizing her master had already discerned the truth, Bai Yuling did not hesitate to speak candidly. Indeed, Master, I cannot comprehend why, with your remarkable prowess, you would choose a drunken fool as your disciple. His talent is indeed extraordinary, yet his foolishness could tarnish your reputation. In response to Bai Yuling's complaint, Lung Qian'an, rather than expressing anger, laughed lightly and said, "Child, do you recall your own entrance into the sect?" "Yes." Bai Yuling replied earnestly, nodding her head. "When you first arrived, having lost your parents, you were heartbroken, kneeling before the gates of Qingxuan Sect. Tears and snot mingling as they nearly flowed into your mouth. And at the tender age of 10, you secretly poured the juice of the bewildering grass into your master's cup, causing him to slumber for 3 days and nights until I intervened to purge the concoction from his system." Confronted with her master's recollection, Bai Yuling felt a wave of shame wash over her, her fair complexion blushing with a hint of grace. These were indeed bygone days, and she was taken aback that her master still remembered. "Master, I was just a child then, knowing nothing," she protested. "Precisely. Your junior, Yi Qian, is but a child as well. The youth are naturally full of vigor. Let him pursue his desires. Should any misfortune arise, I shall bear the consequences." Lung Qian'an elegantly sipped her tea, a subtle smile gracing her lips, her starry eyes revealing a depth of meaning. Bai Yuling, witnessing her master's unwavering support, felt a sense of helplessness and sighed deeply. "I understand, Master. I am merely fearful that your daughter may be led astray by Yi Qian, am I not?" Lin Xiuzhu was not only the pride of Xiaozhu Peak, but also the biological daughter of Bai Yuling, the Peak's master. Bai Yuling placed great significance on this matter. Having lost her father in early age, she had followed her senior sisters in their cultivation, remaining as pure and unblemished as a blank canvas. She feared that her interactions with Yi Qian might lead to a shift in her innermost feelings. Lung Qian'an, with an air of elegance and amiability, set down her teacup lightly and remarked, "Rest assured, your junior brother is not that kind of person. Apart from his fondness for wine, he possesses no discernible flaws." "Very well then, I shall take my leave," Bai Yuling said, rising from her seat. Since her revered uncle had vouched for his disciple, she, as a junior, felt she had no further objections. Nonetheless, she resolved to advise her daughter to maintain distance from Yi Qian, lest she encounter indescribable situations at the tender age of budding emotions. At the foot of Qingxuan Sect, in the quaint town of Qingxuan, nestled amidst verdant mountains, the town flourished with lush greenery, presenting a picturesque landscape. Under the sunlight, the lake shimmered like a myriad of diamonds, sparkling brilliantly. The encircling hills, resplendent in their emerald hues, formed a natural and stunning barrier. As a town with a legacy spanning millennia, it thrived in prosperity, predominantly offering elixirs and artifacts for cultivators, drawing many to marvel at its allure. In this bustling urban tapestry, there stood a restaurant steeped in ancient charm, named Classical Fragrance. The establishment endeavored to recreate the authentic essence of ancient taverns, allowing patrons to savor the flavors of a 1,000-year-old tradition. The ancient tavern, standing proudly on the street, boasted a quaint and elegant architectural style that captivated the eye. Tall wooden doors swung open to welcome visitors inside. Above the entrance, a delicately carved plaque bore the inscription "Drunken Fragrance Pavilion," exuding an antiquated charm that spoke of the restaurant's rich history. Lin Zhu gazed up at the imposing structure with curiosity and inquired, "Master Uncle, are we purchasing wine here?" "Of course," Yi Qian replied, leading Lin Zhu into the tavern. As they crossed the threshold, they were greeted by a spacious and lively hall. The red brick walls, adorned with faded murals, and the dim lighting evoked a sense of antiquity and comfort. In the center of the hall stood a long wooden table, where several men clad in ancient attire raised their cups in jovial revelry. Surrounding them were wooden racks of various wines, brimming with an array of exquisite brews. Having descended the mountain for the first time, Lin Zhu, inexperienced and filled with wonder, could not help but gaze at a self-igniting candlestick with fascination. Yi Qian casually settled into a corner, producing a low-grade spirit stone and waving his hand dismissively. "Young lad, fill my wine gourd and bring the rest to me." "Certainly." Esteemed elder, coming right up, recognized as a regular, the tavern's attendant skillfully filled Yi Qian's gourd and set several large jars of wine upon the table. Yi Qian poured himself a cup, took a sip, and frowned slightly at the taste. As he examined the clear, bottomless liquor in the cup, he appeared lost in thought. At this moment, Yi Qian realized that ever since he had consumed the 200-year-old daughter red given by his master, his palate had become rather discerning, rendering these wines somewhat insipid. However, he soon regained his composure, his demeanor becoming exuberant as he lifted the wine jar to drink heartily. This exuberance drawing the attention of many onlookers, who were surprised by the young man's remarkable capacity for alcohol. Amidst the intense gazes of the crowd, Lin Zuz, feeling a touch of anxiety, tugged at Yi Qian's sleeve and whispered, "Uncle Master, those people are looking at us strangely. Are they the villains that Master spoke of?" Yi Qian's movements abruptly paused as he turned slightly, glancing at the pitiful Lin Zuzu beside him, her innocence truly captivating. Indeed, Lin Zuzu resembled a blank slate. Knowing nothing and understanding little, Yi Qian gently patted the back of her hand, assuring her with conviction, "Do not worry, with your Uncle Master here, your safety is guaranteed." Lin Zuzu, slightly nodding after moistening her lips, still felt somewhat out of place in such a lively environment. At that moment, a mocking voice drifted down from the second floor of the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion. "My friend truly has a remarkable capacity for drink. Yet the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion is a gathering place for scholars and gentlemen. Is it appropriate for you to indulge so clumsily? Moreover, the lady by your side is so stunning. It is indeed a pity for her to be with you." Upon hearing the commotion, Yi Qian set down his wine jar and lifted his gaze toward the second floor. Chapter 19. The Poison Prince of the Five Poisons Sect inside the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion. A profound silence enveloped the room as numerous cultivators fixed their eyes upon the second floor, each expression one of astonishment. There stood a graceful young man clad in a white robe, his snow-white hair cascading casually behind him, wielding a landscape fan in his right hand. The air around him infused with a potent fragrance. Suddenly, someone in the crowd exclaimed, "It is indeed one of the five poisons protectors of the Loa sect. The Poison Prince." A wave of excitement coursed through the crowd. "It truly is the Poison Prince. My heavens, the members of the Loa sect have come here." Many cultivators on the second floor hastily departed, fully aware that this Poison Prince was exceedingly skilled in the art of poison. Colorless and odorless, his toxins could claim a life in mere moments. Those who fell victim to his poison would endure excruciating pain, and often, before they could even comprehend their fate, they would succumb to the lethal effects. The white-haired man curled his lips into a chilling smile, bowing slightly to the gathered cultivators. "I am Qingxuan, one of the five poisons protectors of the Loa sect." Qingxuan, a prodigy of the Loa sect, had already reached the pinnacle of the Nascent Soul realm, and though he was said to be 200 years old, his youthful appearance belied this fact. Upon hearing the name of the Loa sect, everyone instinctively recoiled in fear, some even covering their mouths and noses, terrified that he might unleash his poison upon them. Qingxuan's lips curled upward as he nodded, saying, "Our sect leader has declared that all members of the Loa sect are poison users. When we meet guests, we fear that you might not wish to partake in the cuisine, which is why few of us have ventured down the mountain over the years. In just a few months, the grand competition among the sects near the kingdom of Yulon will commence, and even the esteemed monarch of Yulon will be in attendance. Naturally, our Lua sect shall not be absent." Young Master Qingxuan, with one hand casually resting behind his back, gently fanned himself with a mountain and river fan, a smile gracing his lips. To his surprise, members of the Lua sect had also arrived. It was rumored that the Five Poisons Protector was inseparable from his companions. And now, with young Master Qingxuan's appearance, it was evident that the others must be lurking nearby. It was said that the Lua sect and the Qingxuan Sect were mortal enemies, and this Yi Qian was merely a servant disciple of the Qingxuan Sect. Clearly, they were here with intentions directed at him. It was entirely possible that young Master Qingxuan had reached the pinnacle of the Nascent Soul stage many years prior, while Yi Qian was likely still in the Qi refining stage. Should he come into contact with even the slightest trace of poison, he would surely meet a grim fate. Yi Qian's true cultivation level had yet to be revealed, and no one was aware of his specific prowess. They only knew that he was a servant disciple at the Qingxuan Sect, often descending the mountain to procure supplies and indulging in a few casks of wine at the Drunken Pavilion. Being a frequent visitor, he had garnered some recognition. Lin Xuya, with her brows arched in defiance, confronted, "So you are the poisoned young Master Qingxuan of the Lua sect?" "Indeed, that is I," Qingxuan replied with a chuckle, gracefully stepping onto the railing and twirling in the air before landing smoothly on the ground. "Good day, fair maiden. I am one of the five poisons protectors of the Lua sect. May I inquire your name and whether you are betrothed?" To think the Lua sect has also been invited to participate in this competition. You lot who only wield poison. Haha, my lady, you jest, young Master Qin shrugged. The path of cultivation is fraught with challenges. Pursuing one's own way is the path to longevity. As a prodigy of the Luha sect, what poison could I possibly refrain from utilizing? Observing your attire, you must be a prodigy of the Qingxuan Sect, Lin Shuer. Am I correct? Young Master Qin narrowed his eyes slightly, noting her youthful beauty. At merely 20-something, she had already attained the mid-stage of the core formation realm, and a breakthrough to the Nascent Soul stage before the age of 100 seemed imminent. It is of no concern to you. The Qingxuan Sect and the Luha Sect are sworn enemies. Hence, when adversaries meet, it is only natural for tempers to flare. Young Master Qin cast a glance at Yi Qian, who was seated and drinking, and added with a smile, if I am not mistaken. I recall the Qingxuan Sect has many rules, one of which states that disciples must not leave the sect without a task. You two do not appear to be on a mission. Rather, you seem to have sneaked out for a rendezvous. You, Lin Xuer blushed furiously, her ears tinged with embarrassment at young Master Qin's words. Suddenly, young Master Qin Wuyan's demeanor shifted. His fingers moved subtly, and a chilling voice pierced the air. The moment your hand rests upon your waist will be your last. Young Master Qin's right hand halted abruptly, his expression shifting as he felt an unsettling aura emanating from the other party. Despite appearing to be merely in the qi refining stage, Yi Qian exuded a pressure akin to that of a nascent soul cultivator. Could it be that the other party is also a nascent soul cultivator, concealing their true level of power all along? At this moment, he harbored no doubts. If his hand were to brush against the storage bag, he would undoubtedly meet with the other's merciless strike. The Poison Prince chuckled and remarked, "Hee hee, my friend, you are too kind. I merely sought to enliven the atmosphere a moment ago, and now that I have, I shall take my leave. Master, we cannot allow him to depart. Otherwise, countless lives may fall to his hands. Our Qingxuan Sect has long been enemies with the Luha Sect, and should the Poison Prince be slain, chaos will surely ensue among the others." Lin Sue's bamboo stood resolute, her brows furrowing as the spiritual energy within her surged forth, as if she would take action the moment her master consented. The Poison Prince squinted, his voice laced with a hint of coldness. "My lady, I have done nothing to provoke such hostility. Why seek to bring about my demise?" "Suez, please step back," Yi Qian said, casting a sidelong glance at the poised Lin Suez. "Master, what do you mean?" Lin Suez turned, her expressive eyes brimming with confusion, unable to restrain her inquiry. Yi Qian offered no explanation, reclining in his chair while swaying a gourd of wine, casually remarking, "Poison Prince, if you wish to unleash your wrath here, you may find that many elders from the cultivation world will seek justice from the Luha Sect by tomorrow." The Poison Prince, Qin Wuyan, paused in surprise. He had not expected this young man to perceive the situation so keenly. No wonder he could already claim the title of master at such a young age. He then clasped his hands together and inquired, "Friend, may I know your name?" "I am Yi Qian, a disciple of the Miscellaneous Sect," he replied. "Miscellaneous disciple?" The Poison Prince's lips twitched. What an insidious way to belittle him. As a dignified guardian of the Luha Sect, being mocked by someone who claimed to be a mere miscellaneous disciple was indeed a humiliation that made him grit his teeth. The Poison Prince retracted the poison mist he had released and chuckled. "How amusing, truly amusing. Since you choose to belittle yourself, I shall not press further. I look forward to a contest of skills with you at the Sect competition in 2 months. Chapter 20. The Nine Nether Demon Lord, Li Qingshan. Hee. My friend Yi Qian, you truly are an interesting character. Rumor has it that the Qingxuan Sect ranks among the foremost within the borders of the Dragon Sovereign Nation. Yet it appears that it has fallen to such depths, housing individuals like you." The Poison Prince, Qin Wuyan, wore a mocking expression, fanning himself with his folding fan. Were it not for the palpable, formidable energy he sensed from the other, he would have already struck Yi Qian down. After all, the cultivation world operates on the principle of the survival of the fittest. Without strength, one cannot hope to endure in this realm. Yi Qian must either be the illegitimate child of some elder within the Qingxuan Sect or be concealing his true power, biding his time for the perfect moment to strike. As for matters concerning the Qingxuan Sect, they ought to be resolved by the sect itself. What right does the Poison Prince, as a guardian of the Luha Sect, have to admonish the disciples of the Qingxuan Sect? Lin Suez stood ready with her sword, her gaze icy as she stared at the hypocritical Poison Prince. Should he dare to act in the Zue Xiang Tower, he would be met with a collective onslaught. At that moment, A chilling sword aura whistled past Yi Qian's side with such velocity that it left behind only a fleeting shadow. The sturdy wooden table was instantly cleaved in two by the force of this overwhelming sword energy. Yi Qian, with a dreamlike yawn, leaned back slightly, effortlessly evading the oncoming sword chi while simultaneously lifting the wine jar from the table. Tilting his head back, he took several hearty gulps before exclaiming with a cheerful smile, "What fine wine! Truly refreshing." Witnessing this, the surrounding cultivators, who had gathered to observe, couldn't help but cast curious glances. After all, that had been the intent of a peak Nascent Soul practitioner. How had he managed to escape it? Even the poison prince, Qingxuan, furrowed his brow in contemplation. The execution had been so swift and decisive. Could it have been mere luck? Just then, the doors of the Zui Xianxia swung open. A woman clad in a flowing blue robe stepped forward, her arms crossed, and cradling a cerulean sword hilt in her embrace. It was evident that the sword strike just moments ago had originated from her. One could faintly sense the lingering resonance of her sword intent. It was Shui Linger, the prodigy of the Qingxuan Sect. Hadn't she been in seclusion for over a century? Why had she suddenly emerged? Indeed, Shui Linger was renowned. I recall that a century ago, her cultivation had already reached the Nascent Soul stage. It is astonishing that within just 100 years, she has ascended to the peak of a nascent soul realm, a true genius. Undoubtedly, her master is a veritable pinnacle of the returning void from the dragon's sovereign nation, which explains the cultivation of such an extraordinary disciple. With the appearance of various hidden talents from many sects, it seems the upcoming grand competition in 2 months will be exceptionally thrilling. As excitement surged among the crowd, envious glances were cast in her direction. Achieving the peak of the nascent soul realm at merely 200 years of age is indeed a remarkable feat, yet at this moment, Yi Qian remained indifferent, slamming the wine jar down onto the table with considerable force, his tone laced with irritation. "Why disturb my drinking?" With that, an invisible sword energy surged forth, a torrent of spiritual power radiating outward like tumultuous waves, distorting the very air as it passed. The cultivators within the Zui Xianxia stood in response to this astounding sword aura, those wielding swords gazing anxiously at their sheathed blades, only to find their celestial swords trembling uncontrollably. Expressions of intrigue and astonishment adorned every face, their eyes wide with disbelief. What an extraordinary sword intent! It was capable of resonating with their celestial swords. How had he achieved this? Shui Linger furrowed her delicate brows, observing the quivering celestial sword in her grasp, and lifted her gaze to the seated Yi Qian, perplexed by his presence. Who was this individual that could provoke such uncontrollable reactions from her celestial sword? As though an unseen force were playfully toying with her heart, rendering her unable to cease trembling, Lin Zuza's first cast an envious glance, her delicate cheeks tinged with a hint of crimson, inwardly murmuring, as expected of Master Yi. Before him, numerous prodigies appear as feeble as ants. Shui Lingya, sensing the overwhelming murderous intent radiating from the individual before her, exhibited a trace of astonishment in her expressive eyes. Could it be that she felt intimidated by this mere disciple of the miscellaneous sect? What could be the reason for such a sentiment? At this moment, the poisonous young master, Qingxuan, spoke up. "Since this is merely a test of skill, I trust that you, Taoist Yi, will not take offense?" While his words seemed to be a mundane reminder, they were, in truth, a veiled threat directed at Yi Qian. Striking here would evidently be an unwise choice. Moreover, many prodigies were present, and several more were yet to arrive, all fixated on this very spot. Any act of aggression would surely provoke their ire. Just as Lin Zuzaz was about to speak, she was abruptly halted by Yi Qian at her side. The drunken fragrance building, outwardly unremarkable, concealed within its walls several formidable beings of the void return realm. Clearly, these individuals were the leaders of various sects, gathered here for the upcoming sect competition in 2 months. The spiritual awareness of these void return masters had already locked onto Yi Qian. Should he dare to resort to violence, they would undoubtedly strike simultaneously, resulting in his immediate demise. Yi Qian, however, regarded these void return sect leaders with indifference. If a confrontation were to arise, the outcome remained uncertain. A gentleman on the 3rd floor, exuding elegance and amiability, set down his wine cup and took a seat, slightly tilting his gaze as he fanned himself with a folding fan. I never imagined that the miscellaneous disciples of the Qingxuan Sect could descend the mountain to indulge in wine. Truly a remarkable affair, in my view. The status of the Qingxuan Sect is rather diminished. Upon hearing his voice, the crowd collectively looked up to see a man clad in a black robe, a red dot engraved on his forehead, emanating an air of lethal authority. Master, the poisonous young master, upon witnessing this, was filled with elation. Not anticipating his master's appearance at such a moment, he hastily bowed in reverence towards the third floor. The mention of master by the poisonous young master caused a stir among the audience. This seemingly youthful individual, appearing to be in his 20s, was none other than the esteemed leader of the Luo sect, a peak void return powerhouse, the nine-nether demon lord, Li Qingxuan. Salutations, esteemed elder. The multitude of cultivators bowed deeply, their eyes betraying a mix of astonishment and reverence. To witness such a formidable being was indeed a rare opportunity. The nine-nether demon lord, Li Qingxuan, slowly rose, standing with his hands clasped behind him. Even in repose, he exuded an overwhelming aura, instilling a sense of suffocating intensity, as though they stood before a blazing sun, impossibly radiant. I recall that your Qingxuan sect has a rule stating that disciples may not descend the mountain without a mission. It appears you have come here clandestinely, have you not? Chapter 21, 500-year-old Luosang wine. Yi Qian replied with a serene smile. The descent of disciples from the Qingxuan sect seems to have no bearing on the esteemed elder of the Luo sect. Li Qingxuan furrowed his brow, taken aback that someone would dare to defy him. Did this individual not fear being struck down by his hand? Lin Zuezhuz glanced at her master, communicating telepathically. Master, this ancient one possesses strength at the pinnacle of the void return stage. Even the sect leader, Xianxia, would find him a formidable opponent. It would be wise to avoid provoking him further. The nine-nether demon lord, Li Qingxuan, had garnered a notorious reputation within the borders of the dragon's sovereign kingdom, particularly for his ruthlessness. Once a target of his gaze, few managed to escape unharmed. Within the realm, he was a figure of infamy. Yi Qian casually lifted a wine jug, tilting it back to take several hearty swigs, the clear liquid cascading down his neck, dampening his white shirt. The cultivators within the drunken wine house marveled at Yi Qian's audacity. He was the only miscellaneous disciple in millennia to publicly challenge the sect leader. Li Qingxuan waved his folding fan, unperturbed by Yi Qian's recklessness, and with a serene smile remarked, "Ah, my young friend, you truly are amusing. No wonder you are a disciple of the Qingxuan sect. I shall choose a day to personally visit the Qingxuan sect." Yi Qian cast a sidelong glance at the smiling Li Qingxuan, slowly rising to his feet, taking Lin Zuezhuz's hand as they made their way outside. Observing Yi Qian's retreating figure, Xue Ling'er smiled softly, intrigued by this young fellow. The resonance of her flying sword with him indicated a profound understanding of the sword path. If Xue Yun's sect could enlist him, it would greatly benefit the sect. Even as Yi Qian moved farther away, Xue Ling'er's gaze remained fixed on his silhouette. Upon leaving the drunken fragrance house, Lin Zuezhuz could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired, "Master, how did these powerful figures arrive so early?" "They likely came to gauge our strength," came the response. After all, the Qingxuan sect is among the top powers within the dragon's sovereign kingdom. On the celestial sword, Yi Qian sat amidst the breeze, holding the wine gourd in his right hand, gently shaking it as he spoke. The upcoming sect competition was of immense significance for the nearby cultivation sects, not only testing the strength of each sect as disciples, but also competing for valuable cultivation resources. The competition occurred once every 50 years, with the sect that claimed first place receiving a top-tier magical artifact bestowed by the main sect, alongside an opportunity to train at the main sect. Cultivation sects flocked to this event, each eager to secure the title of champion. It was the perfect moment to establish their names. Even before the competition had commenced, the elite disciples and sect leaders for various sects had arrived, indicating that the pressure would soon rest squarely on the shoulders of the Qingxuan sect. Upon returning to the tranquil peak, Yi Qian was met with a cacophony emanating from his room. Approaching, he discovered the once serene space now filled with the wrath of Xianxia, who was fiercely questioning the indifferent Qian'an. "Sister, the sect rules were established by our ancestors. How can you permit disciples to leave the sect so freely? What punishment do you deserve for this? If our master were to learn of your actions today, he would surely be furious." Xianxia grew increasingly agitated, even willing to confront his senior sister, Lung Qianing, directly in defense of the sect's honor. Lung Qianing replied, Have you finished your tirade? It was I who sent him down the mountain to carry out a task. This should not contravene the sect's rules, should it? What did you say? Dan Yangzi's brow furrowed, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes as he spoke in a low tone. Senior sister, I fail to comprehend why you insist on protecting a drunken disciple. His talent is indeed remarkable, having reached the transformation stage at such a tender age. But that does not grant him the liberty to contravene the regulations of the Qingxuan Sect. My disciple, when did it become your prerogative to cast aspersions here? Lung Qianning's tone bore a hint of indifference. Her eyes, akin to twinkling stars, glimmered with a frigid brilliance, as if to convey to Dan Yangzi that she alone would safeguard her disciple. As for the sect, it had yet to earn the right to impose its will. Dan Yangzi clenched his fists, well aware of his senior sister's notorious protectiveness. Attempting to extract a disciple from her grasp was akin to chasing a mirage. Taking a deep breath, Dan Yangzi turned away, his expression one of indignation, and said softly, Since you insist, I shall take my leave for now. In 2 months, during the sect's grand competition, I hope your disciple can secure the top position for the sect. Otherwise, no one will be able to shield him. With that, Dan Yangzi opened the door, only to find Yi Qian, reeking of alcohol and swaying precariously, as if he might collapse at any moment. Dan Yangzi's face twitched in disdain for the disciple before him. He angrily flicked his robe and vanished in a thin air. Lung Qianning turned her gaze slightly, asking, Have you caused more trouble? Not exactly trouble, Yi Qian replied, sitting cross-legged on a cushion, scratching his nose. Master, I did have some unexpected gains during my descent. Do tell, she urged. Lung Qianning closed her eyes, her long lashes fluttering gently, and combined with her ethereal beauty, she appeared even more enchanting in that moment. Yi Qian recounted the events at the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion, and upon learning that the prodigies of Loha Sect and Qingxuan Sect had arrived at Qingxuan Town, Lung Qianning's expression remained inscrutable. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke, her tone laced with admiration. You have done well. Before the sect's grand competition, it is best not to reveal your strength. Once the contest begins, I shall command you to defeat them all. Yi Qian grinned widely, a smile dancing on his lips. Rest assured, Master, I shall fulfill your directive. However, he added, I would like to request something from you, Master. Lung Qianning slowly opened her eyes, already guessing what her disciple desired. She gracefully extended her delicate hand, a strand of azure spiritual energy unfurling, and soon 3 towering barrels materialized in the room. Each barrel exuded an intense aroma of wine, and merely inhaling it bestowed a sensation of ethereal bliss. Clear as spring water, the fragrance was that of exquisite vintage. Upon catching the enticing aroma of wine, Yi Qian's eyes brightened, and he hastened over to inhale the fragrant scent. This exquisite vintage, aged for 5 centuries, was none other than the renowned Luosang wine. Your nose is quite discerning, Cold Qianning remarked softly. These 3 jars of wine were left by me from years past, each approximately 500 years old. Initially, I intended to host a banquet for the entire sect after the conclusion of the sect competition. However, since you wish to indulge, I shall bestow them upon you. Thank you, Master. Yi Qian unreservedly collected all 3 jars of wine, sufficient for him to savor for quite some time. Chapter 22. The youngest elder in history. The following morning dawned, radiant and resplendent. The disciples of the Qingxuan Sect had already commenced preparations for the sect competition, scheduled for 2 months hence. As a most prestigious contest within the borders of the dragon sovereignty, countless cultivators held it in high regard. Even a mere placement among the top 3 could yield an abundance of cultivation resources. Numerous elders of the Qingxuan Sect accompanied their disciples in the preparations, eagerly recommending their own students to partake in this esteemed competition. Even if their disciples were not prodigies, each sect was required to send forth 10 competitors, and thus the elders naturally sought to endorse their own protégés. Amidst the gathering, a gaunt elder approached with deliberate steps, his expression aloof, garbed in a pale blue robe. With each footfall, the air shimmered, creating ripples that dissipated only when his figure had already materialized 100 meters away, an extraordinary spectacle. Brother Chun, you have returned. Elder Hua promptly approached, bowing in reverence to the elder before him. Lin Chun, his countenance frosty, inquired, I have been away from the sect for but 3 to 5 years, yet such momentous events have transpired. Elder Hua, will you provide me with a reasonable explanation? As the master of Wang Hao, his most cherished disciple had met a tragic end, and he could not remain indifferent. With the sect competition fast approaching, he felt compelled to seek answers. His disciple, having attained the pinnacle of the Golden Core realm, was destined to excel in the competition, yet tragically, his life was extinguished by a mere servant disciple. Elder Hua sighed, "Brother Chun, it is not that we desire to evade justice, but rather that our esteemed ancestor is adamant in protecting Yi Qian, leaving us powerless." Lin Chen's lips twitched as he glared with eyes as round as copper bells, retorting, "I care not. Debts must be repaid, and blood must be avenged. This is the natural order. Whoever shields Yi Qian must seek my consent." With his beloved disciple slain, Lin Chen could not simply relent. If a satisfactory explanation was not forthcoming, he would not hesitate to act. Elder Hua, wishing to avoid escalating the matter, swiftly grasped Lin Chen's hand and led him to a secluded spot, speaking in hushed tones, "Brother Chun, you know well the temperament of our esteemed ancestor. Have you lost your senses by targeting her disciple? What did you say?" Lin Chen's heart sank, casting a peculiar glance at the nearby Hui Yunzi. "Upon returning to the sect, you find yourself unaware of certain matters. Yi Qian is, in fact, not a mere incompetent. Over the past 5 years, his cultivation has surged, propelling him directly into the realm of transformation. To prevent such a talent from languishing in obscurity, the esteemed senior uncle made an exception and accepted him as a disciple, thereby restoring his honor and dispelling the slander regarding his alleged misconduct with a female disciple." Lin Chen squinted, stroking his goatee thoughtfully. If what his junior brother asserts is true, then Yi Qian has been masquerading as a simpleton while concealing his true prowess. It is no wonder he was able to slay his most cherished disciple, the future prodigy Wang Hao. Lin Chen exhaled a breath of warm air, resigning himself to the situation. Since Yi Qian is the direct disciple of their esteemed senior uncle, he must, by virtue of hierarchy, address him as such. Although Lin Chen harbored considerable reluctance, he was powerless to contest, for the power of their senior uncle was indeed formidable. Few cultivators within the borders of Yulong Kingdom could hope to rival her. Lin Chen could only lament his misfortune. Despite having reached the pinnacle of the Nascent Soul stage, he found himself unable to withstand even a mere glance from his senior uncle. Moreover, the individual who had slain his disciple was a formidable being of the transformation stage, rendering him truly outmatched. At that moment, a familiar voice resonated beside them. "You two are here." Upon hearing the sound, both Lin Chen and Hui Yunzi turned their gazes to the man in white robes, who wore a smile. Lin Chen's lips moved slightly as he immediately performed a respectful greeting. "I am Lin Chen, the peak master of Linnan. It is an honor to meet you, junior uncle." "Greetings, junior uncle." Yi Qian approached, having come at the behest of his master to participate in the selection of prodigies, as the sect needed to nominate 10 individuals for the upcoming grand competition. However, the only prodigies currently available in the sect were Yi Qian and Lin Suezu. Consequently, the sect resolved to select capable disciples from among the many to represent the new generation of prodigies. Hui Yunzi, albeit reluctantly, offered a salute. Originally, they were elders to Yi Qian, but due to the slander propagated by Zhou Tong, Yi Qian had now become the direct disciple of their esteemed senior uncle. Internally, he seethed with resentment towards Zhou Tong. Had it not been for her interference, things would not have escalated to this extent. With a nod and a gentle smile, Yi Qian addressed them. "There is no need for such formalities, my esteemed senior cousins. My master has tasked me with assembling the sect's prodigies. Might you have any recommendations?" Elder Hua spoke first, saying, in response, "Junior uncle, the disciples of the sect are prepared and ready for assessment at any time to determine the remaining 8 candidates." Lin Chen remained silent. Among his disciples, only Wang Hao possessed the strongest innate talent, yet he had fallen to the very individual before him, leaving Lin Chen both furious and voiceless. After all, his strength surpassed Lin Chen's own. Yi Qian and the 2 elders made their way to the arena designated for the sect's grand competition. At that moment, the disciples were engaged in combat, with 200 participants vying for the opportunity to be among the 8 selected. This fact alone underscored the immense difficulty of the task ahead. However, among these disciples, the strongest were merely at the mid-stage of the core formation, while others were at the early stage or had yet to reach that milestone. Yi Qian displayed a hint of helplessness. Ever since Ding Yangzi ascended to the position of sect leader, the disciples of Qingxuan Sect had been diminishing in number year by year, with many even departing from the sect. It was uncertain whether it was due to inadequate treatment from the sect or if those disciples had become thoroughly disillusioned with Qingxuan Sect. Suddenly, a gasp echoed from the crowd. In the arena, a disciple wielding a celestial sword, seemingly a man, stood with one hand casually resting behind his back. All challengers who approached him found themselves swiftly defeated, barely lasting a breath's time against his prowess. Witnessing this, the disciples cast bewildered glances, astonished to discover that their Qingxuan sect had produced such a prodigy, capable of vanquishing all challengers single-handedly. Whose disciple is this, exhibiting such ferocity? Lin Chun raised an eyebrow, inquiring with confusion. Junior brother Hua, who is this individual? I have never encountered him before. Elder Hua also furrowed his brow, gazing at the young man's stern visage, equally oblivious to his identity. The man in the black robe slowly lifted his head, locking eyes with Yi Qian in the audience. A slight smile graced his lips as he gently pressed his right foot against the ground, unleashing an overwhelming wave of spiritual energy that left the surrounding disciples frozen in astonishment. Upon sensing the depth of the young man's cultivation, Lin Chun abruptly stood. Disbelief etched across his face as he exclaimed, "The initial stage of transformation. Who on earth is this young man?" Chapter 23. The sect competition is about to commence. As they felt the surging spiritual energy radiating from the black-robed man, both Lin Chun and Hui Yunzi were taken aback, astonished that Qingxuan Sect possessed such a remarkably gifted disciple. The man in the black robe clasped his hands and introduced himself. "I am Wang Tong, a disciple of Qingxuan Sect." Wang Tong. Elder Lin Chun furrowed his brow, recalling a century ago. My uncle Danyangzi took in a disciple with a heavenly spiritual root named Wang Tong, who then vanished from public view. Now 100 years have passed, and he has reached the transformation realm. Hearing Elder Lin Chen's words, Elder Hu Yunzi also recalled that a century ago, the sect leader had indeed announced Wang Tong as his personal disciple, publicly proclaiming that his disciple possessed the potential of an emperor. After that, all traces of Wang Tong seemed to have disappeared, as if he had never been seen by others. To their astonishment, after 100 years, Wang Tong had not only survived, but had been quietly cultivating, now standing as a powerful master in the transformation realm. Wang Tong shrugged, his expression impassive as he stated, "Is there anyone else who wishes to step forward? Come forth. I have no time to play with you." The disciples of Qingxuan Sect looked troubled. Challenging a master in the transformation realm would be inviting misery upon themselves. Yi Qian took a sip of wine, his expression calm as he regarded the rising star Wang Tong, surprised to learn that Danyangzi had concealed Wang Tong's identity. Clearly, in the upcoming sect competition, Danyangzi intended for his disciple to claim victory, thereby earning recognition from the upper sect and securing abundant cultivation resources. Wang Tong, with one hand resting behind him, observed that no one dared to step forward, thus proclaiming himself the third prodigy of Qingxuan Sect. Days later, after enduring countless hardships, the disciples of the sect finally emerged as the top 10 prodigies. However, in comparison to Yi Qian and Wang Tong, they were evidently not in contention for the top ranks. Within the splendid and magnificent hall of the Qingxuan Sect, Master Danyang wore a proud smile as he nodded appreciatively, saying, "Tunga, the next phase rests upon your shoulders. This sect's great competition is a matter of my dignity." Wang Tong clasped his hands in respect and replied, "Rest assured, Master, I shall avenge your grievances, and once I claim victory in this tournament, I will seize the opportunity to eliminate Yi Qian." Rising from his seat, Master Danyang patted Wang Tong's shoulder and advised, "Tunga, remember this. If Yi Qian is not eliminated in this competition, your future status will undoubtedly suffer. Whether you can secure the position of the sect leader depends on this event." "I understand." Wang Tong's eyes gleamed with a cold light. To ensure he caught the attention of the higher sect, Yi Qian would merely serve as a stepping stone for his ascent. 2 months swiftly passed, and the sect competition officially commenced. Numerous cultivators from the kingdom of Yulong gathered to witness the event. Master Danyang beamed as he observed the influx of various sects, as if he could already envision the eventual outcome. This group would become the stepping stones for his disciples' ascension. Seated gracefully, Lung Qianing rested her chin upon her hand, her eyes gently closed, devoid of any desire to engage with other powerful figures from different sections. At that moment, several streaks of radiant light descended from the sky, revealing dozens of men and women clad in uniform robes. The leading man, appearing to be in his 30s, possessed an alluringly sinister handsomeness. Upon spotting the portly envoy, he immediately bowed respectfully, saying, I am Chunyu, the ancestor of the Qingxuan Sect, and I pay my respects to you, Taoist Lung. A woman, elegantly dressed and exuding charm, turned to Lung Qian'an and respectfully stated, I am Qing Ling, the leader of the Qingxuan Sect, and I greet you, Taoist Lung Qian'an. Lung Qian'an merely nodded slightly, choosing to disregard the two. In her eyes, only the emperor of the kingdom of Yulong held enough significance to warrant her attention. Before long, over 500 individuals arrived, including the poison master from the Liaohe sect and Shui Linger, a disciple of the Qingxuan Sect. His Majesty, the Emperor of Yulong, has arrived. As this announcement echoed, Lung Qian'an slowly opened her eyes. The only individual deserving of her direct gaze was indeed the Emperor of Yulong. Tall and imposing, he donned a bright yellow dragon robe, his long black hair tied back, crowned with a magnificent diadem secured by a yellow cord. Gems adorned the crown center, with delicate bead tassels cascading down either side. The Dragon Emperor exuded an air of authority, his face sharp and chiseled, eyes like suspended bells, and brows dark as lacquer, emanating a calm, yet commanding presence. Even in mere stillness, he exuded an invisible pressure that could make one break into a sweat. The Dragon Emperor of the Kingdom of Yulong had attained the early stages of the major completion realm, and it was unsurprising that he had graced this once-in-50 years sect competition with his presence. Beside the Dragon Emperor stood none other than the Prime Minister of the Dragon Kingdom, Zhou Longshan, the grandfather of Zhou Tong. The expression on Zhou Longshan's face was far from pleasant. With the murder of his granddaughter, it was only natural for him to be consumed by rage. Today, not only was he attending the Grand Sect competition, but he also sought to demand justice. Dan Yangzi approached briskly, a cheerful smile adorning his face as he clasped his hands in greeting. I am Dan Yangzi, here to pay my respects to your majesty. The Dragon Emperor nodded slightly and strode purposefully towards Lung Qian'an, for she alone within the Qingxuan Sect could engage him in conversation. Dan Yangzi's face twitched momentarily, yet he refrained from expressing anger, acknowledging the harsh reality of the cultivation world where the strong prey upon the weak. It was only natural for someone of greater strength to look down upon him. After all, strength begets respect. At that moment, Zhou Longshan approached, his demeanor unfriendly as he stated, Dan Yangzi, the death of my granddaughter will not be easily resolved. You are Zhou Longshan, my fellow Taoist? Dan Yangzi responded. But Zhou Longshan dismissed him with a huff, continuing onward. After the competition concluded, he would demand justice from the Qingxuan Sect. As all the nascent soul cultivators of the Dragon Kingdom gathered, the sky darkened ominously. The Dragon Emperor's expression turned grave, with a flick of his right hand. He formed several seals and directed them towards the heavens. Instantly, the clouds began to churn violently, and a crimson light cascaded from above, enveloping the expansive plaza of the Qingxuan Sect within a formidable barrier. Both the Dragon Emperor and Lung Qian'an rose simultaneously, ascending into the air as they respectfully proclaimed, We are the Dragon Emperor and Lung Qian'an, here to welcome the esteemed elder of the sect. As the mist parted, a venerable elder adorned in resplendent robes appeared, an overwhelming energy radiating from him like turbulent waves spreading outward. All the peak experts of the Dragon Kingdom were struck with trepidation at the moment the elder materialized. Their nascent souls nearly shattered under the immense pressure. They had no doubt that if he were to gaze upon them for even a moment longer, their nascent souls would undoubtedly succumb to the overwhelming force and implode. It was indeed a cultivator of the Thunder Tribulation stage. Chapter 24, My Disciple Wang Tong. Possessing the qualities of an emperor, the elderly figure, with a youthful visage despite his white hair, nodded in satisfaction as he surveyed the world below. I am an elder of the sect, come today at the behest of my superiors to observe the sect competition. The victor shall be granted a top-tier magical artifact and the opportunity to train at the esteemed sect. Listen well, all of you. No one may exceed the age of 200 years, nor may any cultivation surpass the returning void realm. Should anyone dare to defy these rules, I shall surely annihilate their entire sect. An overwhelming pressure surged forth, causing both the elders of the Qingxuan Sect and the experts from other sects to kneel in submission, trembling under the sheer might. Was this the true power of a Thunder Tribulation cultivator? Though Yi Qian felt the weight of this spiritual pressure as well. After taking a sip of wine, the oppressive force inexplicably vanished. The elder, with a youthful visage and white hair, materialized effortlessly upon the main seat prepared by the Qingxuan Sect. Given his formidable prowess, it was only fitting that he occupied such a position. As for the others, Only the Dragon Sovereign and Lung Qianning were deemed worthy to sit beside him. Lung Qianning cast a glance at the unfazed Yi Qian, her starry eyes shimmering with satisfaction. Truly, he was her disciple. Wang Tong, witnessing Yi Qian's unimpeded demeanor, inexplicably clenched his fists. How could this fellow remain unaffected by the spiritual pressure of a Thunder Tribulation expert? Could it be that his strength surpassed the transformation realm? Shui Linger, the prodigy of the Qingxuan Sect, stepped forward, her voice frail yet commanding. I have long heard tales of the formidable talents of the Qingxuan Sect. I wonder, who among you dares to challenge me? This grand competition among the sects appeared to be a contest for the top rank. Yet in truth, it served to select the most gifted disciples, destined to become playthings in the hands of the upper sections. Furthermore, there were no rules during the competition. Even if one were to kill another, no intervention would occur unless the opposing party conceded. Thus, the match would persist indefinitely. Shui Linger pointed a finger at the disciples of the Qingxuan Sect, a menacing expression gracing her face. Who among you wishes to face me? Or perhaps the disciples of the Qingxuan Sect lack the courage to oppose me. I shall. A disciple from the Qingxuan Sect lunged forward, grasping his immortal sword, his eyes ablaze with fury as he indignantly shouted at Shui Linger, Demoness. You have insulted the Qingxuan Sect. You have sealed your own fate. Oh, Shui Linger arched an eyebrow, smiling as she replied. I did not expect the disciple sent forth by the Qingxuan Sect to be merely at the initial stage of the core formation. Truly, you are unaware of your own limitations. Allow me to enlighten you today on the disparity of realms. With a sudden chill in her demeanor, Shui Linger vanished like a startled phoenix, only to reappear behind the Qingxuan disciple. At that moment, the azure sword in her hand shimmered with droplets of crimson mist. Silence. The atmosphere was eerily still. Shui Linger nonchalantly wiped the blood from her blade, while the Qingxuan disciple, before her, collapsed with a thunderous thud, soon succumbing to his injuries. Seeing this, numerous disciples of the Qingxuan Sect were filled with indignation. They had not anticipated that a disciple of the Qingxuan Sect would brazenly slay one of their own in public, a blatant disregard for their sect. Ha! Is there truly no one left in the Qingxuan Sect that they would send a mere core formation child to provoke me? How utterly laughable! Indeed, a core formation child challenging one at the peak of the Nascent Soul. How foolish can the Qingxuan Sect be? I cannot bear it. This is too amusing. Ha ha ha. The laughter of disciples from other sects echoed, further reddening the faces of the Qingxuan disciples, who were at a loss for words. At that moment, Wang Tong emerged from the crowd, his demeanor calm yet resolute. At the peak of the Nascent Soul, allow me to accept your challenge. Shui Ling raised an eyebrow. Observing the figure that had unexpectedly emerged, her interest piqued. How intriguing. I did not anticipate that the Qingxuan Sect harbored such prodigies. Gulme, allow me to witness the prowess of the Qingxuan Sect. Wang Tong casually placed one hand behind his back, gesturing with his right hand as if inviting her. Shall you strike first, or shall I? Annoying. Shui Linger could lui regarder Duan ses actions. Although she could not discern his cultivation level, she doubted that the Qingxuan Sect would dispatch a formidable opponent of the transformation realm. Furthermore, she too was a prodigy of the Qingxuan Sect. Throughout her life, she had taken countless lives, her demeanor unwavering. Who could possibly kill her? However, the ensuing scene left all present in astonishment. Wang Tong's right hand effortlessly pierced through Shui Linger's chest, revealing that he had brutally extracted her heart. The swiftness of the act rendered the prodigies from various sects speechless. When had the Qingxuan Sect produced a transformation prodigy under 200 years of age? The master of Qingxuan Sect suddenly sprang to his feet, seething with rage. You wretched fool, how dare you? Wang Tong paid no heed to the master's furious rebuke, continuing to crush Shui Linger's heart with unyielding force. Shui Linger, her eyes wide with disbelief, could hardly accept that as a distinguished prodigy of the Qingxuan Sect, she would meet such an inexplicable demise today. Wang Tong licked the blood from her cheek, grinning wickedly. Safe travels. The master of Qingxuan Sect immediately began to gesture, forcefully extracting Shui Linger's primordial spirit. As long as her spirit survived, his disciple would not perish. Observing the master's actions, Wang Tong's lips twitched. He intended to speak, but then noticed his mentor, Dan Yangzi, shaking his head at him. My disciple Wang Tong possesses the potential of an emperor. Since her physical body has been destroyed, there is no need to extinguish her primordial spirit. After all, in this grand sect competition, it is unnecessary to eliminate primordial spirit experts. The master of Qingxuan Sect secured his disciple's spirit, his anger reaching a boiling point. Esteemed messenger, this youth is undoubtedly over 200 years old. I implore you to discern the truth and prevent such a wretch from participating in this competition. The elderly man with youthful features squinted, and with merely a glance, he discerned Wang Tang's age and cultivation level, expressing mild admiration. To think he has reached the initial stage of transformation at just over 100 years. Indeed, he is a prodigy of the Qingxuan Sect. Over 100 years? Upon hearing the words of the sect's envoy, many powerful figures from various sects were momentarily stunned, their eyes fixed in disbelief upon Wang Tang below. This individual was merely in his early 100 years, such a paragon of talent. Yet he had never gained notoriety within the dragon domain. Could it be that the Qingxuan Sect had deliberately concealed him? Yi Qi sat leisurely in his chair, savoring a 500-year-old Lessa wine, casting a sidelong glance at the flourishing Wang Tang, a trace of disdain evident on his face. If they were aware that he had already transcended to the later stage of transformation, it would surely shock everyone to their core. Since Wang Tang seeks to seize the spotlight, let him do so. After all, the higher one soars, the more devastating the fall. Chapter 25. The Sect Competition, Wang Tang's Disastrous Defeat. The talented disciples from various sects exchanged glances, none daring to step forward to challenge one another. The disparity in strength within the realm of cultivation is indeed immense. Even a slight difference in rank could lead to one's demise at the hands of another. Particularly in this sect competition, where the rules are not strictly enforced, should one refuse to concede, even death would elicit little more than indifference from the onlookers. Wang Tang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, head held high, reveling in the attention of the multitude, his eyes glinting with a hint of cold disdain. Those individuals were hardly worthy of being his adversaries. Just as Wang Tang prepared to claim victory, a formidable figure emerged from the crowd, a robust giant towering at 3 meters tall, each step reverberating through the ground, his bulk a testament to his formidable nature. The proud disciple of the Yellow Springs Pavilion, Niu Wu, challenges the esteemed Wang Tang of the Qingxuan Sect. Half-step to divine transformation? Wang Tang narrowed his eyes, muttering to himself, knowing full well he is no match for me. Why would this fool seek his own demise? Could it be that his strength surpasses my expectations? Niu Wu approached Wang Tang, his immense physique casting a unique oppressive aura even while standing still. Wang Tang had no choice but to tilt his head to meet his gaze, nearly needing to leap to reach his knee. Never did he anticipate that the Qingxuan Sect would possess such a prodigy. Today, he would witness the prowess of a disciple who had achieved divine transformation at a mere century of age. Wang Tang, uninterested in idle chatter, charged forward. However, to his astonishment, his right hand, which could effortlessly pierce through the chest of any foe, encountered insurmountable resistance against Niu Wu's flesh. The leader of the Yellow Springs Pavilion chuckled coldly, remarking, truly unaware of your own limitations. Do not presume that having reached the early stages of divine transformation grants you free reign. Niu Wu has honed his body since childhood. The toughness of his physique rivals that of a mid-stage divine transformation expert. You lack the ability to breach his defenses. Niu Wu swung his massive hand, seemingly unremarkable. Yet its speed was astonishing, akin to a predator locking onto its prey, leaving his enemy with no option but to withstand the blow with his own body. A resounding thud echoed as Wang Tang was sent flying several dozen meters away, the tremendous force causing his hand to shatter, warm blood gushing forth from the injury. Wang Tang could scarcely believe that a dignified divine transformation expert like himself was being overwhelmed by a mere half-step divine transformation insect. In a flash of brilliance, a resplendent golden sword materialized in his grasp. With a steely glint in his eyes, he directed the celestial blade straight at Niu Wu, declaring, "Stand firm as a mountain. Emerge, Yellow Springs Bell." Niu Wu stomped his foot forcefully onto the ground, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that shattered the stone tiles beneath him, forming a unique golden copper bell of spiritual energy that enveloped his body in protective fortification. Clang, clang, clang. A blinding spark ignited before the bull-headed adversary. And despite Wang Tang's relentless strikes, he could not breach the opponent's defenses. Damn it, this shell is remarkably resilient, Wang Tang thought, his brow furrowing in disbelief that his foe could withstand his assault, a chill creeping down his spine. It appeared he had no choice but to employ that particular technique. Extending his right hand forward, his celestial sword soared into the air, dividing under his command into hundreds of indistinguishable sword phantoms, which he then directed with great force towards the bull-headed creature beneath him. With a dismissive snort, the bull-headed figure bellowed at the approaching celestial swords. Heavenly wrath of the Yellow Springs. The sudden roar echoed like thunder on a clear day, shattering the tranquility of the heavens and earth. The colossal sound reverberated, startling Wang Tong to his core. The space before him rippled violently, and then, like a lightning bolt, the sound waves expanded outward. Upon contact with the approaching sword phantoms, they erupted instantaneously, scattering fragments in every direction. With a violent cough, Wang Tong spat a mouthful of crimson blood, his form crashing to the ground like an eagle with broken wings, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. Defeated? This was inconceivable. How could one in the divine transformation stage fall to a mere half-step into that realm? The bull-headed foe, a paragon of the Yellow Springs sect, had mastered the sect's formidable techniques, particularly the Heavenly Wrath, a sonic assault that was insurmountable for anyone. This tournament truly revealed a plethora of surprises. One might have thought that the Nascent Soul stage was already formidable, yet here emerged a half-step into divine transformation, triumphing over an early-stage divine transformation practitioner. Ha! Wang Tong is nothing special, the bull-headed figure mused as he advanced, his strides swift and menacing, eager to eliminate Wang Tong to prevent him from becoming an adversary in the future. I concede, just as the fist was about to descend, Wang Tong, unwilling to risk a moment's hesitation, shouted his surrender, disregarding his dignity, for preserving his life was paramount. Everything else was trivial. Hearing Wang Tong's plea for mercy, the bull-headed figure furrowed his brow. In the presence of the envoy, he dared not continue his assault and begrudgingly retracted his fist. So close. I could have shattered the skull of the Azure Mystical Sect's prodigy Wang Tong, he lamented. Wang Tong, shaken and retreating swiftly, felt a sharp pain in his chest, a clear indication that the sonic technique had taken its toll. Dan Yangzi, he heard his master inquire with concern. Are you all right, my child? Wang Tong, clutching his chest, returned to his master's side and murmured, I am fine. Fortunately, I surrendered early. Otherwise, I would have truly perished today. Dan Yangzi never anticipated that the body of the horsefly would prove to be so remarkably resilient and formidable. Left unchecked, it undoubtedly posed a significant threat. No wonder the ancient elder of the Huangquan Pavilion showed little concern for the potential failures of his disciples. At this moment, Dan Yangzi thought of Yi Qian, another prodigy from the Qingxuan Sect. If that were the case, why not let him take the stage? Should he perish at the hands of the horsefly? It could be deemed a noble end. With this thought, a peculiar smile crept upon Dan Yangzi's lips as he turned to his senior sister and remarked, Sister, it seems that only Yi Shiji has the chance to turn the tide now. What do you think? Cold Qian'an, well aware of Dan Yangzi's intentions, understood that at present, the sect lacked any capable prodigies. If Lin Zuezhuz were to step forward, it would likely be a futile endeavor, as she stood no chance against the horsefly before them. Disciple, would you be interested in taking your senior brother Wang Tong's place to spar with the Huangquan Pavilion's prodigy? Under the watchful gaze of countless eyes, Yi Qian, with his eyes half closed, gradually opened them and respectfully bowed to cold Qian'an. Chapter 26. Sword intent cuts through the heavens. The envoy of the upper sect is astonished. All disciples from various sects were fixated on Yi Qian, curious about the identity of this individual who garnered such attention from the ancestral figure of the Qingxuan Sect. Yi Qian stepped forward, shrugged his shoulders, and, gazing at the imposing horsefly before him, lazily unscrewed the wine gourd from his waist and took a swig. No need to waste time. Let us all come and meet together. As his words echoed, the venue fell into a stunned silence. Every onlooker regarded this audacious youth with incredulity. One of the 5 poisons protectors from the Lihi sect, the poisonous young master, stood up, realizing that this individual could not possibly be a mere servant disciple of the Qingxuan sect. How else could he display such arrogance in the drunken wine pavilion? Today, he was eager to see the true extent of this young man's talent. If he were merely at the Nascent Soul stage, he would undoubtedly meet his demise today. Even Wang Tong, who was at the early stage of divine transformation, was no match for the horsefly, let alone Yi Qian with his nascent soul cultivation. Even Wang Tong could not suppress the twitching of his lips, inwardly cursing, what an audacious junior. How dare he act so brazenly? He has only cultivated for a mere decade or so. Even if he engages, he cannot hope to compete with the horsefly. Li Qingshan, the 9 Nether Demon Lord. glanced at cold Qian'an beside him, his expression darkening. Cold friend, are your disciples all this arrogant? Or do you not fear for his life at the hands of the horsefly? Cold Qian'an took a sip of her tea, her expression indifferent as she replied. If he dies, it only proves that Yi Qian lacks the strength. If he dies, then so be it. Li Qingxuan frowned slightly. It was indeed shocking to hear such words from cold Qian'an, a woman known for her deep care for her disciples. Those who harmed her students would surely face her wrath upon their sect. Now, however, she seemed indifferent to her direct disciples' fate. This was clearly an incongruity. Either cold Qian'an had undergone a significant change in character. Ling Qian'an firmly believed in the capabilities of her disciple to triumph over all adversaries. Unbeknownst to the crowd, a slight smile had already graced the corners of her lips. Observing this audacity, Niuxing resolved to deliver a lethal blow. Considering that presenting the severed head of his opponent would serve as a formidable deterrent to the Qingxuan zone. With this thought, a glimmer of cold determination flickered in his eyes as he surged forward, his massive form causing the ground to tremble violently beneath him. Raising his right arm high, he aimed a powerful strike at Yi Qian below. The force of his punch created a howling wind that sent Yi Qian's hair dancing wildly. Yet, Yi Qian merely smiled indifferently, tilting his head back to take several generous swigs from his drink, as if he had anticipated the impending assault. With a graceful sidestep, he effortlessly evaded the colossal fist. Niuxing frowned, taken aback that this individual could evade his attack. Without pausing to ponder how Yi Qian had managed such a feat, he felt the veins in his arm throb with renewed vigor as he swung his arm once more, intending to use the sweeping force to snap Yi Qian in half. A cold smile curled upon Yi Qian's lips as he casually extended a single finger towards Niuxing's arm. Had this young man lost his senses? Attempting to block Niuxing's arm with merely a finger? It was madness, absolute madness. It seemed inevitable that his head would be crushed. A cacophony of voices erupted as countless powerful beings expressed their disbelief. The young man possessed potential, yet he was overwhelmingly arrogant. Even the envoy could not suppress a frown as he turned to glance at Ling Qian'an, inquiring, "Is this truly your disciple?" "Please observe closely, esteemed envoy," Ling Qian'an replied, her resolve unshaken by the multitude's scorn. Suddenly, a mighty shockwave surged outward, creating a massive 10-meter indentation at the epicenter between Yi Qian and Niuxing. At that moment, a series of peculiar shockwaves descended from above, causing the ground beneath them to crack and erupt under the force of the energy. Almost simultaneously, all spectators rose to their feet, their faces a mixture of astonishment as they gazed at the combat platform where Yi Qian had managed to withstand Niuxing's onslaught. What had transpired? How could he so effortlessly defend against Niuxing's attack? Niuxing himself was perplexed, unable to fathom how his opponent had withstood his assault. Unwilling to accept this reality, he lifted his fist once more, aiming to continue his barrage against Yi Qian. With each strike, a piercing sound echoed. Yi Qian moved with remarkable lightness, skillfully sidestepping each of Niuxing's attacks while even discerning the precise trajectory of his opponent's punches. To him, Niuxing's movements appeared to slow down dramatically, as if even a tortoise would surpass his speed. It must be said that Niu Wu is indeed a genius. Individuals capable of elevating their corporeal form to such heights are exceedingly rare. Not only has Niu Wu enhanced his own physicality to a level typically associated with the mid-stage of the transformation realm, but he also possesses an astonishingly potent energy. Perhaps he is the only one in the entire Dragon Sovereign Kingdom capable of such feats. With mastery over both internal and external cultivation, he is truly an extraordinary individual. However, at this moment, he has not fully comprehended his own strength. Before him, Yi Qian slowly retracted his wine gourd and suddenly opened his eyes wide, his piercing gaze effectively halting Niu Wu in his tracks. The fist that Niu Wu had raised could not descend. Within Yi Qian's eyes, he perceived an unimaginable sword intent, one that seemed to directly threaten his nascent soul. The pain was unbearable, causing Niu Wu to stagger back 2 steps, his heart racing with trepidation. What on earth has this man done? A faint smile graced Yi Qian's lips as he gestured toward the heavens with his right hand. In an instant, the surging sword intent swept through the air, generating a tempest that propelled Niu Wu backward by 100 meters. With a resonant clang, the sword radiance flickered, slicing through the serene sky like a startled swan. The resplendent golden light was dazzling, illuminating every corner of the Qingxuan Sect and causing the disciples from various sects to feel an unprecedented thrill. as they beheld the spectacle in the sky. All present were left agape in astonishment. Particularly, Wang Tung, a disciple of Dan Yangzi, stood frozen in place, his eyes filled with disbelief, unable to fathom that this individual could sever the heavens with a single sword. No, it was not merely a sword strike. Rather, it was the sheer sword intent unleashed by drawing the sword that successfully cleaved the firmament in two. This young man is destined for greatness. The envoy from the upper sect also rose from his seat, his expression one of shock as he exclaimed, "How is it possible for a mere 18-year-old to be in the late stage of transformation realm?" Repeating the word how thrice underscored his astonishment at both the youth's age and innate talent, rendering him momentarily speechless. Chapter 27. In the cup, I drink and sing of immortal melodies. With my sword, I can sever the heavens. In the cup, I drink and sing of immortal melodies. With my sword, I can sever the heavens. The brilliance of the sword flickered, its cold light radiating. Such a bold declaration left all present momentarily stunned, their astonished gazes fixed upon the wine-drinking poet, Yi Qian. Yi Qian smiled indifferently, his sword pointed directly at the heavens as he boldly proclaimed, "Friends, who among you dares to challenge me?" In the face of Yi Qian's provocation, the prodigies from various sects hesitated, their expressions a kaleidoscope of emotions. Yet none dared to step forward. It was not for lack of desire, but rather a profound fear. A prodigy at the late stage of transformation realm. Even if one surveyed the entire divine continent, who could claim to be greater than Yi Qian? The sect leaders furrowed their brows, their expressions darkening as a palpable murderous intent towards Yi Qian began to take root in their hearts. Should such a prodigious talent be allowed to flourish unchecked, he would undoubtedly grow into a formidable force capable of rivaling the entire divine continent. If not eliminated promptly, this young man could become a significant threat in the future. They exchanged nods, immediately notifying the talented disciples within their sect to unite their efforts, even resorting to secret techniques to eliminate this individual. Otherwise, granting him even a moment's respite would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. The Poisoned Sun, one of the 5 poisons guardians of the Lihe sect, wore a grim expression. He had intended to withdraw, but was taken aback when the sect leader issued a directive at this moment, to eradicate Yi Qian at any cost. Was this not an open invitation to his own demise? Challenging the Nascent Soul with a transformation god, was he not courting death? Yet, the command of the sect leader was not to be disobeyed. Poisoned Sun Qin Wuyin steeled himself, though internally he contemplated retreating, resolving to loudly surrender if he failed in the first round. After all, life is singular. Once extinguished, it is irrevocably lost. As the talented disciples of various sects witnessed someone ascend the combat platform, they too rose, following the Poisoned Sun onto the stage. The talented disciple of the Yellow Spring Pavilion, the weakened and bloodied Niu Wei, staggered as he approached, yet for the dignity of his sect. He vowed to vanquish the present Yi Qian. The envoy from the upper sect frowned slightly, his tone tinged with reproach. Had the various sects truly resolved to ensure Yi Qian's demise? However, Lung Qianing remained unperturbed, rising gracefully, her jade fingers orchestrating a vessel of 800-year-old fine wine to float gently before Yi Qian. He nodded in understanding, and with a soft pop, uncorked the wine jar gifted by his master, the rich aroma wafting forth like the sweet fragrance of ripe fruit, intoxicating all who inhaled. The tendrils of the wine's scent unfurled like ancient tales flowing through the river of time, enchanting all in its wake, akin to a graceful symphony. The robust fruitiness intertwined with the fragrant oak, the delicate sweetness harmonizing with a subtle tartness. As time progressed, the aroma evolved, transitioning from the fervor of freshly brewed elixir to the elegance of aged vintage, much like the sunset's descent, where the vibrant crimson hues of day surrendered to the profound indigo of night. Yi Qian, captivated by the exquisite wine, eagerly took a sip. Its sweetness enveloped him like crystal-clear dew, truly a celestial nectar. Just a mere taste revealed its delightful flavor, and unable to resist, he downed the entire jar before the multitude of talented disciples. Congratulations to the host for consuming a jar of 800-year-old fire bamboo wine, rewarding the host with the attainment of the Wine Sword Immortal at level 13. Slightly intoxicated, Yi Qian barely registered the voice that reached his ears. With sword in hand, he swayed precariously, as if he might topple at any moment. Yet feeling unsatisfied, he lifted the wine gourd at his waist and began to drink voraciously in front of everyone. Around the platform, nearly all present exchanged glances, one unable to contain their curiosity. What on earth was this fellow doing? Drinking? Had he lost his mind? Consuming such copious amounts of wine without using spiritual energy to expel the alcohol from his system? This individual, seemingly endowed with extraordinary talent, is in fact a hopelessly inebriated drunkard, destined to achieve nothing of significance in the future. Indeed, such a drunkard, if he were to perish, would simply fade into obscurity. In response to the derision of his fellow disciples, Yi Qian's lips curled into a peculiar smile, as he tucked away his gourd of wine and reattached it to his waist. A hearty laugh erupted from Yi Qian, his voice resonating across the martial arena like thunderclaps. The sword of the great river descends from the heavens. All celestial swords, heed my command. Rise. As his words fell, the celestial swords wielded by the disciples of Qingxuan Sect began to tremble violently. To the astonishment of the onlookers, the swords burst forth from their sheaths and soared into the air, transforming into brilliant arcs of varying colors, tracing perfect trajectories reminiscent of shimmering stars. The spectators stood frozen in disbelief, and before the disciples of Qingxuan Sect could react, the disciples from other sword sects experienced the same phenomenon. Their celestial swords, unable to suppress the overwhelming force of this unique sword intent, were irresistibly drawn in, spiraling uncontrollably through the sky. The multicolored celestial swords whirled like a tornado, creating a tempest fierce enough to rend the very fabric of the void, causing the onlooking disciples to stagger backward. Fortunately, the sect's envoy had previously erected a barrier. Otherwise, the sheer ferocity of the sword aura could have effortlessly annihilated any cultivators below the core formation stage. Yi Qian's Cultivation Fudushit, his smile widening as the celestial sword in his hand transformed into a beam of golden light, surging skyward alongside the other swords. Silence enveloped the sky, a chilling stillness that all understood to be the calm before the storm. Qin Wuyan, the prodigy from Li's sect, immediately bellowed, "Everyone, attack together. Do not allow this child to unleash his sword intent." With Qin Wuyan's urgent reminder, the previously dazed crowd regained their senses, hastily employing their magical artifacts against Yi Qian. Qin Wuyan further drew forth a bamboo flute from his pocket, blowing into it with great force, sending ripples of sound waves cascading through the air, reminiscent of autumn rain falling upon water. Yi Qian regarded the incoming magical artifacts with a serene smile, his gaze flickering towards the approaching attacks. The cacophony was overwhelming. Suddenly, a piercing hum erupted from the horizon. Just before the magical artifacts could make contact with Yi Qian's form, they were inexplicably repelled, some shattering upon impact as if made of glass. The most agonizing moment was for one of the 5 poisons guardians of Li's sect, known as the Poison Young Master, who found blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he glared at the utterly destroyed artifact before him. The sound waves he had unleashed were cleaved in two, the sword intent not only tearing through his sonic waves, but also rendering his prized bamboo flute into mere fragments. Chapter 28. A Sword That Strikes Down Prodigies. Qin Wuyan roared in fury, "You wretched being! How dare you destroy my artifact? I shall ensure that you are ground to dust and scattered to the winds." The remaining elite, filled with trepidation, took a step back, their hearts now gripped by fear. With their magical artifacts destroyed and their celestial swords seized, they were no longer capable of contending with Yi Qian. Unwilling to grant them an opportunity for surrender, Yi Qian declared that now, having been chosen, they could not hope to depart from his sword intent in peace. "Let me select a suitable celestial sword," he mused, surveying his surroundings until his gaze fell upon the sword at the waist of his master, Long Qianling. The blade was as thin as a cicada's wing, shimmering with a green light. Its edge glinted coldly, resembling the autumn waters, while a radiant ruby was embedded in the hilt, shining brilliantly. Holding it in his grasp, he could almost sense the faint aura of murderous intent it emanated. With a serene smile, Long Qianling gave a slight motion of her fingers, causing the celestial sword at her waist to hum and transform into a streak of rainbow light, piercing through the void and soaring directly toward Yi Qian. "Long, what is the meaning of this?" Li Qingxuan, the head of the Loa sect, furrowed his brow in discontent. "This is clearly a violation of the competition rules." Yet, Long Qianling replied with an indifferent smile, "Li, when have you seen me breach the rules? It is evident that my disciple is deliberately manipulating the situation. How can you blame me for that?" Faced with Lung Qianling's staunch defense of Yi Qian, Li Qingxuan, a peak return to void cultivator, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed the gaze of the Dragon Emperor, the strongest in the Yulong Kingdom, fixed upon him, those sharp eyes seemingly warning him that further words would lead to his demise. Li Qingxuan, unwilling to jest with his own cultivation, could only return to his seat with a scowl, angrily crumpling his robe, his eyes glinting with coldness. The envoy from the upper sect remained silent, curious to see how Yi Qian would handle this group. Gripping the jade sword, an immense sword intent surged forth from within him like a startled swan. At that moment, Lin Suezu rushed over from a distance, tossing a wine pouch towards him. "Senior brother, catch the wine." Yi Qian laughed heartily. "Huh, Suezu understands me." He caught the pouch and drained its contents in one gulp, wiping the moisture from the corner of his mouth. "Fellow disciples, remain calm. I'm uncertain if this move will succeed, but allow me to give it my all." "Suezu, step back." Lin Suezu obediently retreated. At that moment, a tremendous sword aura surged violently, the whirlwind it created forcing the advancing disciples to stagger back, shielding them from the rending sword intent. Qin Wuyan suddenly lifted his head. Alarmed, this sword intent is dangerous. We must stop him. As soon as he spoke, the previously vanished celestial swords converged, and beneath the sword's trace, the clouds parted dramatically. Blinding golden light erupted, accompanied by a gathering of golden thunder. Witnessing this spectacle, the entire assembly fell silent. This fellow had actually split the heavens apart. Even the envoy from the upper sect could not help but be stirred, rising abruptly from his seat in astonishment as he beheld the indescribable sword mark in the sky. His expression one of sheer horror. Such a sword intent, when combined with the cultivation of the transformation god, could indeed cleave the heavens and allow one to attain sanctity. In the future, should one break through to the great ascendants, could they not obliterate the celestial deities? This youth is destined for greatness. Beneath the splintering sword energy, many prodigies from various sects spewed forth crimson blood, collapsing to the ground in convulsions. Even for a fleeting moment, they felt as though their nascent souls were being torn asunder. Qin Wuyin, on his knees, bled from all 7 orifices, with numerous red sword scars faintly appearing upon his skin. The sect master of the Loha sect immediately rose, bellowing, "Transformation Godbrat, how dare you?" While others may have been oblivious, these peak void return experts were acutely aware. The previous sword intent had directly rent Qin Wuyin's form, and what was shattered was not merely his body, but also the nascent soul of the venomous young master. With a face full of resentment, Qin Wuyin gazed at his hands, his body swaying as he collapsed to the ground, transforming into a wisp of ash, vanishing without a trace. Hiss! Witnessing this scene, the crowd collectively inhaled sharply. That was the venomous young master at the peak of the nascent soul realm, who had met such an inexplicable demise today, unable even to let his nascent soul escape. The failure of his nascent soul to flee signified its death, with his body and path extinguished. Li Qingxuan gritted his teeth, roaring, "Transformation Godbrat, dare you slay the prodigies of my Loha sect? I shall annihilate you. Li, my friend, I must advise you, should you dare to act, I would not hesitate to obliterate your entire Loha sect. Even the ancient monster of your sect would be powerless to stop me." Just as Li Qingxuan was about to take action, the emotionless voice of Lung Qianning resonated, chilling the air like a deathly specter. Li Qingxuan clenched his fists, his lips twitching at Lung Qianning's demeanor. Ultimately, fearing her identity, he could only suppress his fury, vowing that if the opportunity arose in the future, he would make Yi Qian pay in blood for his debts. Such sword intent, Lung, I presume you cannot replicate it either? The Dragon Emperor nodded with a gentle smile. Turning to inquire, Lung Qianning did not respond to the Dragon Emperor's question. Indeed, she was incapable of manifesting such terrifying sword intent, let alone comprehending the ability to kill from afar, tearing the nascent soul apart. The Dragon Emperor smiled slightly, his gaze returning to Yi Qian with an expression of admiration, saying, "Truly a remarkable individual." Drunken, Yi Qian reclined upon the steps, drowsiness washing over him, his eyelids fluttering as if they might close at any moment. At that moment, a waft of clear fragrance enveloped him, and upon lifting his head, he beheld the youthful visage of Lin Zizou. Lin Zizou cradled Yi Qian's head upon her pristine, flawless thigh, her delicate fingers brushing through his hair, smiling gently as she said, "Senior brother, you have truly become famous this time. With this one sword strike, 3 have perished, 8 are gravely injured, and 13 bear light wounds. Those prodigies will surely regard you with trepidation from now on. The envoy of the Supreme Sect rose to his feet, his resonant voice echoing across the skies of the Qingxuan Sect. The Grand Sect competition has officially concluded. The victor is the prodigy of Qingxuan Sect, Yiqian. He is awarded a mid-grade immortal sword and a storage ring, along with the opportunity to cultivate at the Supreme Sect as a distinguished disciple. Yiqian must undertake this training within a century, without fail. The envoy then handed the rewards to Lung Qianning, as it was only fitting for her to distribute them, given that she was his master. However, Yiqian displayed a hint of dissatisfaction towards the Supreme Sect's rewards. Staggering to his feet, he let out a belch and cupped his hands toward the envoy, saying, "Senior, might I exchange these 2 items for fine wine?" Chapter 29. Lightly, one may lose all cultivation. Severely, one may face the annihilation of the soul. Yiqian's unexpected request stunned the crowd, who turned to gaze at his flushed countenance. Had he lost his mind? To exchange a mid-grade immortal sword and a supreme storage ring for mere wine was an utter waste. Lung Qianning stood up, regarding Yiqian's inebriated state with a frown and questioning, "Disciple, what do you mean by this?" Yezin replied softly, "I believe that swords are not defined by their grade. As long as they serve their purpose, it suffices. As for the storage ring, I already possess one. Thus, I wish to trade these treasures for fine wine." The Supreme Sect envoy burst into laughter, casting a sidelong glance at Yiqian. A glimmer of disdain flickered in his eyes. A cultivator who does not value magical artifacts, but instead places importance on fine wine, is truly beyond redemption. "Very well. Then I shall bestow upon you 100 jars of millennium-aged brew, along with 1,000 jars of 500-year-old bamboo green wine," the envoy said with a smile. Since the recipient did not desire these 2 treasures, they would now belong to him. With a flourish of his robe, jars of exquisite wine were placed before Yiqian, and as the lids were lifted, the rich aroma of the liquor wafted through the air, intoxicating anyone who inhaled it. The surrounding disciples began to admonish Yiqian. Who would have thought this fellow to be so fond of drink? The mid-grade immortal sword and supreme storage ring could be exchanged for enough wine to quench the thirst of all disciples of the Qingxuan Sect. Indeed, it was merely a millennium-aged brew. He must surely be out of his mind. A drunkard remains a drunkard. He shall never amount to anything in this lifetime. The crowd was incensed, pointing fingers at him. Yiqian, however, merely smiled calmly. Retaining the mid-grade immortal sword was not prudent for him, as it was a treasure coveted by even the strongest of the returning Void Realm. Not to mention that Yiqian was but a fledgling in the transformation realm. Once he left the sect, he would inevitably face relentless pursuit from countless powerful beings. It was far more advantageous to exchange the sword and storage ring for fine wine instead. The scent of 100 jars of millennium-aged brew could be detected from 100 meters away, and in the end, he would savor the delights of the wine. The enhancement of his cultivation was undoubtedly worth much more than the mid-grade immortal sword and storage ring. The envoy of the upper sect cast a fleeting glance at Yiqian, his previously appreciative gaze now tinged with a hint of disdain. A disciple devoid of understanding of cultivation, regardless of his exceptional talent, would find it arduous to achieve greatness in the future. Amidst a violent tremor, the envoy's form vanished into thin air, and the vibrant 7-colored clouds in the sky dispersed, restoring the heavens to their ordinary state. The immense pressure that had enveloped the kingdom of Yulong dissipated in an instant. The other sect leaders departed in succession, yet the grudge they bore was evidently noted. Should the opportunity arise, they would ensure that the Qingxuan Sect paid a bloody price. At that moment, Zhou Longshan emerged from the crowd with a sullen expression, his eyes glinting with malice as he began to mutter incantations. The spirit banner sways without wind. The wind stirs the banner in an instant. If the banner calls, the soul shall adhere. Following the banner, ascend to Nangong. Upon completing these words, Zhou Longshan struck his storage pouch, and a towering 7-foot banner materialized in his grasp. The moment the banner appeared, a chilling wind swept through the air. Hundreds, even thousands of faces emerged upon the fabric, each contorted in agony, screaming in madness. It was indeed the banner of 10,000 souls. The elders of the Qingxuan Sect paled at the sight, immediately taking to the skies, warily observing Zhou Longshan below. The appearance of the banner of 10,000 souls foretold a great loss of life. Could it be that Zhou Longshan, this old wretch, intended to slaughter the entire Qingxuan Sect? At this juncture, the Dragon Emperor also rose, his tone laced with coldness. Lord Zhou, what is your intent? Zhou Longshan replied. Your Majesty, you are unaware that my granddaughter recently joined the Qingxuan Sect, only to be slain by them. I have come today to avenge my deceased granddaughter. Granddaughter? The Dragon Emperor recalled the girl Zhou Tong, whom he had encountered long ago and had bestowed with a special artifact, one that could ensure her survival below the divine transformation level. The notion of her being killed in the Qingxuan Sect was clearly untenable. The Dragon Emperor's gaze shifted to Lung Qian'an. Friend Lung, is this matter true? Indeed, it is true, Lung Qian'an affirmed with a slight nod, not concealing the truth. Self-incrimination. Zhou Longshan glared with eyes like copper bells, declaring, Today, if the Qingxuan Sect does not provide me with a reasonable explanation, I shall cause a great uproar here. Do you wish to court death? Lung Qian'an's tone bore a hint of murderous intent. Did he truly believe that the Qingxuan Sect would allow such insolence? Even with the Dragon Emperor present, Lung Qian'an was fully capable of eliminating Zhou Longshan before he could make a move. A flicker of trepidation arose within Zhou Longshan. Yet recalling that the Dragon Emperor would surely protect him, he steadied his demeanor. I only wish to know why Dan Yangzi killed my granddaughter. Because your granddaughter slandered a disciple of our sect. According to our sect's regulations, she was to be executed. What wrong have I committed? Dan Yangzi flew before Zhou Longshan. Locking eyes with him. Slander a disciple? Zhou Longshan exclaimed with fury. This is utterly preposterous. My granddaughter is a paragon of virtue. How could she possibly commit such an act? It must be that you of the Qingxuan Sect have targeted her simply because she belongs to the Zhou family, thus resorting to murder. Dan Yangzi, if you do not provide me with a satisfactory explanation today, I shall ensure that you meet a fate most dire. Very well. Then you may ask our prodigious disciple Yiqian directly. He is the one responsible for this incident, and whether it is slander or truth rests solely upon his words. Upon hearing this, Zhou Longshan turned his gaze towards Yiqian, who was leisurely savoring fine wine, his anger surging as he wondered, why is this scoundrel everywhere? Once again, it is you. Zhou Longshan gritted his teeth and pointed an accusing finger at Yiqian, growling, You, a mere nascent soul, must provide me with an explanation today. Otherwise, I shall ensure that your corpse lies here unburied. Yiqian's eyes darkened as he cleared his table of wine, retorting, Why do you old men persist? I'm not the one who killed anyone. What purpose does it serve to seek me out? Zhou Longshan's gaze shifted back to Dan Yangzi, his eyes ablaze with uncontainable rage. Yet, Dan Yangzi seized the moment to eliminate Yiqian. Dear fellow Taoist, you must understand that I am resolute in my decisions. The death of Zhou Tong is solely due to Yiqian's actions. Moreover, I had intended to take Zhou Tong as my disciple. If you doubt my words, I am willing to invoke the heavenly Tao as evidence. Should I lie, I shall face obliteration. Dan Yangzi's proclamation caused even the Dragon Emperor to be taken aback. After all, cultivators seldom dared to invoke the heavenly Tao, for defying it could lead to the complete ruin of one's cultivation or even the annihilation of one's soul. Chapter 30. The Dragon Emperor's Golden Pillar, a Supreme Treasure. Zhou Longshan, swayed by Dan Yangzi's insidious words, unleashed his pent-up fury upon Yiqian, vowing to avenge his granddaughter. Esteemed friends, this man has slain my granddaughter, creating an irreconcilable enmity with the Zhou family. Today, I shall slay him. I desire none of his possessions. But should anyone obstruct me, do not blame Zhou for turning against you. Zhou Longshan bellowed. At that moment, the Dragon Emperor suddenly laughed. Very well. The cultivators of my Yulong kingdom shall not interfere. I wish to see if you, Zhou Longshan, dare to strike him. You dare. Cold Qian'an fumed. If you harm my disciple, I shall annihilate the Zhou clan. Zhou Longshan's raised arm hesitated, a flicker of caution ignited by Cold Qian'an's threat. However, as he contemplated his next move, the voice of the Dragon Emperor resonated in his ears. Proceed with your attack. I shall prevent Cold Qian'an from intervening. This boy possesses extraordinary talent and will undoubtedly pose a threat to our Yulong kingdom in the future. Eliminate him now, or we shall face dire consequences. With the Dragon Emperor's sanction, Zhou Longshan disregarded Cold Qian'an's warnings and charged directly at Yiqian. His colossal hand tore through the fabric of reality, crashing down like a cataclysmic force, its purplish-black hue concealing unfathomable energy. Should it land, even a nascent soul would surely perish. Zhou Longshan's eyes blazed crimson as he roared with all his might. Nascent soul die. In an instant, the atmosphere of the arena became distorted. rendering every disciple of the Qingxuan Sect motionless at the sight of the anomaly in the sky. This old wretch truly dared to strike here. Drink today, worry tomorrow. Qian'an drew his sword from his waist, directing it toward the violet-black hand looming in the heavens. This time, he had no intention of holding back. Facing a formidable opponent from the Void Return Realm, feigning weakness could lead to unforeseen consequences. With a sharp sound, the clash of sword aura and hand seal unleashed a violent shockwave, shattering the stone pillars on either side, massive boulders crashing to the ground in a thunderous cacophony. Qian'an, his vision slightly clouded by intoxication, took another sip of fine wine, his aura surging anew. A mere initial stage of the Void Return was hardly a match for him. You dare be so audacious, child? Zhou Longshan waved his right hand, and faces began to emerge from the flag, revealing headless souls rushing toward Qian'an, their eyes filled with a frenzied desire for death. Witnessing the unfolding chaos, Dan Yangzi retreated rapidly, a smirk gracing his lips as he envisioned Qian'an's tragic demise at Zhou Longshan's hands. Elder Huyunzi was equally elated, sending a transmission. Uncle Master, your tactic of diverting disaster is truly brilliant. It seems Qian'an is undoubtedly doomed. Naturally, Dan Yangzi stood confidently, hands clasped behind his back, his expression serene, while his gaze subtly lingered on senior sister Lung Qianying, wary of any sudden intervention to aid Qian'an. The Dragon Sovereign, seated comfortably, chuckled. Zhou Longshan's soul banner is still lacking. It appears to have only around 100,000 souls, hardly impressive. I once encountered a fellow in the demon realm whose soul banner had gathered several million souls, just barely reaching the mid-stage. Lung Qianying cast a sidelong glance. Such feats were beyond the disciples of the Qingxuan Sect, for each soul corresponded to a life. Moreover, souls could not reincarnate, eternally trapped within the soul banner. Only their complete annihilation could liberate them from its confines. Zhou Longshan waved his soul banner, and over 100,000 souls surged toward Qian'an, encircling him in a heartbeat, desperately infiltrating his being. Abomination! How dare you! Lung Qianying attempted to intervene, but was swiftly obstructed by the Dragon's Sovereign at her side. Dear Lung, this is a matter between Chancellor Zhou and Qian'an. The one who perished was Chancellor Zhou's granddaughter. I have advised him to temper his actions. A mere display of anger suffices, the Dragon's Sovereign remarked with a grin. Such claims, it was likely few would take at face value. Clenching her jade-like hand, Lung Qianying's demeanor grew dark, her tone laced with icy resolve. Dragon Sovereign, you should be well aware of my character. Should harm befall my disciple, I would not hesitate to wreak havoc upon the Dragon Kingdom. Confronted with the threat posed by the cold and unyielding Lung Qianying, the Dragon Emperor, a figure revered by thousands, furrowed his brow, his heart wavering. After all, this madwoman, impervious to reason, could very well unleash her wrath upon the royal Dragon Kingdom. Just as the words left his lips, an even more tempestuous wave of sword energy surged past, annihilating countless vengeful spirits upon contact. Even in this moment, Zhou Longshan was consumed by fury. Cunning wretch, dare you to obliterate the soul I have cultivated for over a decade? Today, I shall make you pay dearly. Yet, it remained to be seen whether he possessed the capability to do so. Beside Yi Qi, there were more than a dozen wine jars, all of which had been drained by him. As the last of the wine vanished, a biting chill enveloped the air, and frost began to spread across the ground at a visible pace. Zhou Longshan's brow tightened. He had not felt the trickle of cold sweat in ages. Yet in that fleeting moment, his back was drenched. What sorcery is this? How can I feel such an extreme chill? Staggering back 2 steps, Zhou Longshan furrowed his brow in disbelief. How is it possible that I, a distinguished practitioner at the early stage of the returning void, could be toyed with by a mere child of the transformation realm? The most terrifying aspect was the overwhelming strength this individual possessed, echoing the words of the Dragon Emperor. If this continues unchecked, calamity will surely follow. At this juncture, Zhou Longshan's heart turned murderous. After all, even if he refrained from killing Yi Qi, the latter would inevitably seek vengeance once he grew stronger. Child, meet your end. Zhou Longshan swung his hand once again, summoning a colossal stone pillar adorned with thorns and inscribed with countless radiant golden runes. The shockwave, rending the fabric of space, caused the air on either side of the mountain gate to ripple, evoking a sensation of impending rupture. The Dragon Emperor's golden pillar, a supreme artifact. Under Zhou Longshan's command, the golden stone column descended upon Yi Qi with a thunderous crash. The deafening sonic boom reverberated, and an endless torrent of air surged forth like an unrelenting river, instilling panic among the disciples of the Qingxuan Sect. This is the might of a practitioner in the returning void. Such terror. Chapter 31. Leap 2 levels. Break through the returning void. Dust swirled, refusing to dissipate. As the esteemed Grandmaster of the Qingxuan Sect, Lung Qian'an had already engaged in battle with the Dragon Emperor. The two weaved through the clouds in a furious dance, each clash rending the very void beside them. One moment they were upon the land, the next amidst the mountains. The resulting force obliterated the surrounding peaks within 100 meters, causing countless deities to perish beneath this overwhelming energy. With eyes glinting like frost and her heart aching, Lung Qian'an declared, "Royal Dragon Kingdom, I swear by the name of the heavenly Tao, should my disciple fall, I shall annihilate your millions of disciples." The dragon sovereign let out a cold snort, stating, "That depends on whether my esteemed friend can truly match my prowess in the realm of the Great Ascension. The outcome of our contest remains uncertain." Zhou Longshan gracefully descended onto the arena of the Qingxuan Sect, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, a sinister smile creeping upon his face as he observed the dust settle, devoid of any signs of life. "Tonger, I have avenged you. You see, this is not over. Once the dust clears, I shall extract his soul and entrap it within the soul banner, leaving him to yearn for life yet unable to escape death." Dan Yangzi's lips curled into a cold smile as he mused internally. A mere nascent soul dares to provoke a master of the void return stage. How foolishly reckless. Elder Lin Shun sighed, reflecting, "I never anticipated that a prodigy of our Qingxuan sect would meet their demise here today. Their ambitions were commendable, yet their fate evokes our sympathy. We are left feeling ashamed." As Zhou Longshan prepared to strike, his eyes suddenly widened in shock. He swiftly waved his robe to disperse the dust, and was taken aback to find that his dragon's sovereign golden pillar had developed visible cracks. Before he could retract his treasure, he completely lost connection with it. He hasn't perished? Dun Yangxi's brow furrowed in disbelief. He had never imagined that such a lowly nascent soul could still be alive. This life force is even more resilient than a cockroach. Yi Qian's eyes gleamed with a chilling light as the celestial sword in his hand shimmered with an icy blue glow, the energy within him radiating outward, palpable to all living beings within a 100-mile radius. Even many sect leaders who had distanced themselves from the Qingxuan sect turned their heads in its direction, sensing the astonishing wave of energy. Could it be the early stages of the void return? Li Qingshan, the sect master of Leheman, suddenly pivoted, his expression shifting with concern. Could it be that troublesome wretch? If it truly is him, the Qingxuan sect will surely be reduced to ashes. Otherwise, the Shenzhou continent faces endless calamities. Congratulations to the host for consuming 30 jars of wine consecutively, triggering the Wine Sword Immortal System, rewarding the host with a 2-level increase in power. Current stage, early void return. Zhou Longshan took a hesitant step forward, his body trembling uncontrollably, and exclaimed in astonishment, "What? This is the early stage of void return. How is it possible that he has achieved a 2-level breakthrough in the midst of battle? Just recently, he was at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. Then he broke through to the nascent spirit, and now he has transcended to the void return stage. How has this individual cultivated such rapid advancements?" The elders of the Qingxuan sect were left aghast, realizing that in just a few months, he had directly ascended to the void return realm. Such a pace of cultivation leaves us utterly humbled. Yi Qian wiped the moisture from the corner of his mouth, raising his gaze to Zhou Longshan, who stood before him. "Old man, that was quite exhilarating, wasn't it?" "Misunderstanding, my friend, a mere misunderstanding." Feeling an overwhelming sense of danger, Zhou Longshan, a formidable practitioner of the void return stage, acutely sensed the cataclysmic force embedded within that attack. In this moment of peril, he swiftly retreated, and with his eyes wide open, he formed hand seals, summoning his nascent soul to appear above his head, which began to weave seals in unison. Before him, a series of mystical seals and spiritual symbols materialized in an attempt to thwart the impending assault. Yet Yi Qian, transformed into a streak of golden lightning, surged forth with an unstoppable momentum. Zhou Longshan, undeterred, bit his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood. Simultaneously, his nascent soul emitted a burst of vital energy. His expression contorted with rage as he bellowed, "Blood shield." A massive blood shield abruptly manifested, but before the jade sword, it crumbled like paper. With a piercing sound, the jade sword burst through. Zhou Longshan expelled another mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground in a fit akin to a stray dog. With his physical form irrevocably damaged, he was compelled to abandon his corporeal body, transforming into a golden nascent soul that emerged from the wreckage. Within the golden nascent soul, Zhou Longshan's pallid visage fixated upon the levitating Yi Qian, articulating each word with trepidation. Friend, it was merely a misunderstanding. My physical form lies shattered. I pose no further threat to you. Spare me. Fear gripped him as he staggered backward, his body trembling uncontrollably with dread. Perish! The sword radiance flickered, and the void blossomed with brilliance. Realizing the gravity of his predicament, Zhou Longshan turned to flee, shouting desperately toward the distant Xiong mountain. Your Majesty, save me! Your Majesty, please! In an instant, a chilling beam of light surged forth, intermingled with a fierce sword glare, piercing through his back, erupting into a spray of blood. Zhou Longshan, filled with unwillingness, lowered his gaze to the blood arrow erupting from his chest, his heart sinking in horror. He never anticipated that, despite his strength, he would meet his end this day. Life spark faded rapidly with each drop of blood from the sword's tip. Ultimately, amidst the multitude of astonished gazes, Zhou Longshan lost control of his nascent soul, which transformed into a wisp of golden light, signaling his demise. The Dragon Emperor, visibly affected, observed the scene of Zhou Longshan's defeat and murmured, to transcend 2 realms, could this fellow be a reincarnation of an emperor? Engaging in battle, yet daring to be distracted. Suddenly, the Dragon Emperor's expression shifted drastically as he turned sharply, only to behold Lung Qianning charging forth, delivering a powerful punch to his chest. In that instant, the Dragon Emperor, eyes wide as saucers, expelled a gory spray of blood, his body soaring backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily onto a peak of Qiong Mountain. With a resounding crash, Qiong Mountain crumbled, and the Dragon Emperor trembled like a frightened animal. Standing atop her celestial sword, Lung Qianning gazed down at the fallen Dragon Emperor with an air of superiority, stating coolly, ribs shattered, internal organs damaged. Have your subordinates carry you back for recovery. From this day forth, my Qingxuan Sect has no ties with your Dragon Kingdom. With the assistance of his subordinates, the Dragon Emperor struggled to rise. Spitting another mouthful of blood, he lifted his gaze to meet Lung Qianning's, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, gravely declaring, Today, I have miscalculated. Lung Qianning. Until we meet again. Lung Qianning remained silent, fully aware of the formidable background of the Dragon Emperor. If he were to be killed, the disciples of the Qingxuan Sect would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Chapter 32. The Regions of the Divine Continent's Branches. The Dragon Emperor wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and raised his gaze to meet that of Yi Qian, a disciple of the Qingxuan Sect on the arena, his sharp eyes glinting with a hint of murderous intent. However, feeling unwell at present, he knew that forcing himself to use his energy could jeopardize his foundation, rendering any action counterproductive. Reluctantly, the Dragon Emperor could only leave with a harsh remark. Harboring deep resentment toward the Qingxuan Sect, Lung Qianning stood with her arms crossed, coldly staring at her junior brother, Danyangzi, and questioned, Danyangzi, how could you, as the sect master of the Qingxuan Sect, be so cowardly? Danyangzi, visibly indignant, retorted, Sister, my actions are for the benefit of the Qingxuan Sect. What wrong have I committed? Seeing that Danyangzi showed no remorse, Lung Qianning, infuriated, delivered a sharp slap across his face. The crisp sound of the slap lingered in the air above the Qingxuan Sect, and Danyangzi's expression darkened. Being struck as the esteemed sect master would ruin his reputation if word got out. Yet, standing before his elder sister, he dared not voice his anger, as his fear of her had been ingrained since childhood. Even now, after being struck, he could only bottle up his fury within. Disregarding his image, Danyangzi turned and left the arena, instructing his subordinates to restore the area to its former state. Lung Qianning watched her junior brother depart with a sigh, pondering that perhaps he was never meant to be the sect master of the Qingxuan Sect. Meanwhile, Yi Qian lay on a stone, seemingly unperturbed, sound asleep, as if nothing had transpired. Such tranquility led one to question the true nature of Yi Qian. How could he leap 2 levels and break through to the returning Void Realm? Even the most gifted prodigy would be hard-pressed to achieve such a feat the following dawn. As the golden rooster heralded the day, Yi Qian groggily awoke, his first sight being his master, Lung Qianning, seated and playing the guqin. You have finally awakened. Otherwise, I would have thought you had fainted, she remarked gracefully, lifting her head as her fingers paused on the strings, the resonant sound ceasing perfectly. Clad in a nightgown, Yi Qian rubbed his temples, feeling dizzy and disoriented, akin to the aftermath of excessive drinking. How much had he consumed yesterday? He racked his brain, vaguely recalling that he had indulged in over 10 jars of vintage wine, resulting in a surge of power that propelled him from the late stage of the transformation god realm to the initial stage of the returning void realm. Seizing the opportunity of this newfound strength, he had also slain Zhou Longshan, the prime minister of the Dragon Kingdom. Lung Qianning slowly rose, her immaculate white robe flowing with the wind, complementing her nearly perfect beauty, captivating all who beheld her. Disciple, you have landed yourself in serious trouble this time. Yi Qian lifted his gaze to Lung Qianning and tentatively inquired, Master, what wrong have I committed now? I must inquire. Why did you refuse the celestial sword and storage ring bestowed upon you by the emissary of the sect? Yi Qian did not conceal his thoughts. He elaborated earnestly. Disciple believes that while the celestial sword appears formidable, it holds no real significance for our Qingxuan Sect. After all, the cultivation world esteems strength above all, and my own abilities remain rudimentary, rendering me incapable of wielding a mid-grade celestial sword. Keeping it by my side would ultimately become a burden. It would be far more prudent to seek exquisite wines, and while I am still young, to devote myself to cultivation, for there lies ample time ahead of me. Lung Qianning, observing Yi Qian's sincere demeanor, pressed on. And what of the storage ring? Why part with it? The disciple already possesses a storage ring, and acquiring another would serve no purpose. Moreover, my current ring is filled with fine wines, and I manage it with ease, Yi Qian replied. Seeing Yi Qian's indifference towards these treasures, Lung Qianning felt a mixture of admiration and exasperation, yet refrained from further comment. The refusal had been made. It would be unreasonable to approach the sect again over these two items. With one hand poised behind her, she regarded her disciple with a hint of admiration and remarked, My dear pupil, I am curious about the extraordinary talent you possess. How is it that you have ascended from the peak of the Nascent Soul stage to the Void Return stage in such a brief span? Have you been concealing your true abilities? With piercing eyes fixed upon Yi Qian, Lung Qianning seemed intent on uncovering his secrets. Yi Qian remained silent for a moment, pondering that he could not simply disclose that he possessed the Wine Sword Immortal System, which enabled him to grow stronger merely by consuming wine. Even if he did share this, it was likely that his master would dismiss it as folly, for such matters had never been witnessed throughout history. With a slight bow, Yi Qian finally responded, Perhaps I possess an extraordinary aptitude. By engaging with formidable opponents, I can grasp the intricacies of combat, thus opening my heart to elevate my cultivation. While this answer did not fully satisfy Lung Qianning, she chose not to press further. A century hence, the victor would ascend to the sect for cultivation. The strength of the sect is unparalleled. Even the emissary you encountered last time was merely a lowly entry-level elder. Upon hearing this, Yi Qian's expression shifted. The fact that a Thunder Tribulation Realm expert is merely an entry-level elder suggests that the sect's overall power could indeed sweep across the entirety of the Divine Continent. After arriving in this world, Yi Qian learned that the Divine Continent is divided into 3 regions, the strongest of which lies in the southeast, known as Dongsheng Shenzhou. This land is abundant in spiritual energy, teeming with powerful beings, and countless prodigies abound. Figures like Lin Suezu and the Poison Master of the 5 Poisons from Lahiman are but insignificant insects in the face of Dongsheng Shenzhou. Even Thunder Tribulation experts are akin to mere ants before them. For in this world, spiritual energy is plentiful and cultivators are numerous, with many achieving the Great Ascension realm in great abundance. Secondly, the place ranked second is known as Xinyo Hezhou, a vast expanse where numerous great nations of cultivation hover, rendering the Thunder Tribulations mere trifles before them. Lastly, their location, Dongling Nanzhou, is the weakest among the 3 continents, yet it has nurtured countless cultivators, among whom the strongest have already attained the Thunder Tribulation realm. From this, one can discern the sheer might of the powerful on the Divine Continent, rendering the prodigies before them insignificant. It is said that within the forces of Dongsheng Shenzhou, there are many who break through to the Great Ascension realm by the age of 18, placing Yi Qian at a disadvantage amidst such exceptional talents. To enter Dongsheng Shenzhou, one must be recommended by a cultivation nation or sect within the Divine Continent. Otherwise, a reckless intrusion may result in being deemed an outcast, and even subjected to slaughter. Chapter Qingxuan Sect Examination. Dongling Nanzhou stretches for tens of millions of kilometers, housing hundreds of cultivation nations and an innumerable array of affiliated sects, with cultivators surpassing 100 billion. This is an exceedingly vast number, representing a world rife with conflict, where even the slightest misstep could lead to death and obliteration. The previous envoy from the sect hails from the Xian sect of Xianxia, reputed for its abundance of strong practitioners. Yet those with talents akin to Yi Qian's are exceedingly rare. Otherwise, the envoy would not have displayed such a shocked expression. Seeing Yi Qian lost in thought, Lung Qianing picked up a nearby bamboo flute and gently tapped it against his head, inquiring, "What occupies your mind?" "With a century until our ascension to the sect. A mere blink of an eye for us cultivators. Do not neglect your cultivation. Strive to break through your shackles and advance to the sect as soon as possible." However, Yi Qian shook his head, somewhat reluctant, and asked, "Master, is it possible for me not to go to the Xian sect?" Upon hearing this, Lung Qianing immediately turned around, her expression clearly altered as she struggled to believe her ears. "What did you just say? You wish to refuse?" Furrowing her delicate brows, Lung Qianing could not comprehend Yi Qian's intentions. The spiritual energy in Xianxia is exceptionally abundant, allowing those who cultivate there to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Even someone of her great ascension realm would desire to train in Xianxia. Yet Yi Qian wished to decline. "Do you know the standing of the Xian sect in Xianxia?" Yi Qian softly replied, "Disciple recalls you mentioning it before. It seems to be a second-tier sect in Xianxia. Since you are aware, I shall not conceal it from you. Although the Xian sect is a second-tier sect in Xianxia, it stands as the pinnacle within our Dongling Nanzhou," Lung Qianing stated calmly. Qingxuan Sect is merely a second-tier sect in Dongling Nanzhou, while first-tier sects require the support of peak Great Ascension or Thunder Tribulation Realm cultivators to ascend. Lung Qianing glanced at Yi Qian's unchanged expression, doubting whether this fellow had any aspirations at all. Yi Qian stretched lazily and shrugged, saying, "Disciple understands. I shall strive to break through to the level of the western Hingyo province's prodigies within a century." "It is no small feat," Lung Qianing shook her head. Her intention was not to dishearten Yi Qian, but rather to convey that such aspirations were patently unrealistic. It is said that prodigious disciples of the sect begin cultivating at 3 years, establish their foundation by 5, form their core at 6, achieve the primordial infant stage by 8, attain the transformation of spirit at 15, return to emptiness by 18, and reach the combined body realm by 20. Now, Yi Qian was on the cusp of 19, and to expect a transition from returning to emptiness to the combined body realm within a mere year seemed exceedingly impractical. However, Yi Qian remained silent. He mused that if fine wine were sufficiently abundant, not only would the combined body realm be within reach, but even the Great Ascension would be attainable. By the way, after you eliminated the Prime Minister of the Dragon Kingdom, Zhou Longshan, the Dragon Emperor will undoubtedly seek retribution. You must exercise caution to avoid being ambushed by that fellow. Lung Qianing admonished Yi Qian, emphasizing the gravity of the situation. For the Dragon Emperor's ambitions were not to be trifled with. Had it not been for Yi Qian's moment of distraction during his breakthrough, Lung Qianing would have had no opportunity to strike the Dragon Emperor and severely wound him. After all, as a fellow practitioner of the Great Ascension Realm, it was no simple task for Lung Qianing to inflict such damage, even with the aid of magical artifacts. "Disciple comprehends, ye win acknowledged." Lung Qianing nodded, stating, "I must enter seclusion to cultivate the spiritual energy within my body. During this period, remain in the sect and refrain from causing any trouble." Before Yi Qian could respond, Lung Qianing vanished from sight. She had recently battled the Dragon Emperor and required a swift recovery of her depleted spiritual energy. Observing his master's departure, Yi Qian smiled serenely, uncorking the wine gourd at his waist and taking a hearty swig, savoring the lingering taste on his lips. Indeed, there was a certain joy in indulging in wine. Half a month later, feeling bored during his stay at the Tranquil Peak, Yi Qian discreetly left and arrived at the sect's plaza. At that moment, the disciples of the sect, under the guidance of the elders, were diligently practicing their techniques, a daily obligation for the outer disciples. Yi Qian's arrival startled the disciples engaged in swordplay, who promptly sheathed their celestial swords and bowed respectfully, greeting him, "Greetings, Master Uncle Yi." The elder, upon hearing this, turned and clasped his hands in salute, saying, "Greetings, little master uncle." Yi Qian held a high status within the sect, such that even some elders addressed him as master uncle. "Please continue," Yi Qian replied with a slight nod. The elder of Qingxuan Sect also encouraged his disciples to persist in their training, aspiring for an early breakthrough into the ranks of cultivators. At that moment, Lin Chen approached, and upon seeing Yi Qian seated on the sect's steps enjoying wine, he cheerfully remarked, "Little master uncle, you have certainly made a name for yourself this time. Not only within Qingxuan Sect, but throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom, you might be regarded as the foremost." Yi Qian raised an eyebrow, asking, "Is that so? I was unaware." Lin Chen gently touched his nose and chuckled. "Of course, you are unaware. Ever since the Dragon Emperor returned, he has proclaimed your achievements to the world, heralding you as the youngest master of the Void returning realm. Once again, the Dragon Emperor." Yi Qian furrowed his brow slightly. He could scarcely believe that the Dragon Emperor possessed such benevolence. After all, he had recently vanquished the Prime Minister of the Dragon Kingdom, Zhou Longshan, and it was likely that the Dragon Emperor was quite pained by this turn of events. That man was a formidable master of the Void returning realm. Not only had he been slain, but also his treasured soul banner, painstakingly refined over the years, had fallen into Yi Qian's possession. The fact that he had not been eliminated was already a stroke of fortune. At that moment, Lin Chen remarked, "Master Yi, with merely half a month remaining until the sect's assessment, as a direct disciple of the ancestral master, you must be mindful of your esteemed position. Remember to set a good example for the younger generation." The sect's assessment required disciples to descend the mountain for practical experience. During this period, disciples within the sect could venture forth to combat evil and vanquish demons. The greater the number of beasts they exterminated, the higher their ranking in the assessment would be. Achieving the top rank would bestow the title of honorary disciple, along with a generous monthly stipend of spirit stones, and the opportunity to acquire a celestial sword from the sword tomb. At present, 30% of the inner disciples had already descended the mountain, eager to return triumphantly in 2 weeks' time. Yi Qian stroked his chin and inquired, "Must I still partake in the assessment?" Elder Lin Chen paused for a moment, wanting to retort, "Who do you think you are?" This assessment was specifically designed to evaluate the disciples. Regardless of one's status, everyone was required to undergo testing. Even though Yi Qian had attained the Void returning realm, he too was obligated to participate. Chapter 34. Wang Tung's plan. Yi Qian stood up and stretched lazily, saying, "Very well, I understand. Since this is an assessment for the sect's disciples, I shall take part and serve as a commendable example. However, should he descend the mountain, given his prowess in the Void returning realm, the beasts and malevolent spirits below would likely flee in terror." At that moment, Elder Lin Chen produced a jade slip from his pocket, stating, "Junior Master, this jade slip records the disciples' achievements. Any demons or malevolent beings you slay will be documented here, simplifying the process significantly. Moreover, it will categorize the beasts according to your strength, crafted personally by the sect leader, Yangzi." Yi Qian casually accepted the jade slip from Elder Lin Chen and waved his hand, saying, "I shall take my leave now. Farewell." With that, he ambled down the mountain, swaying slightly as he carried his wine gourd. After his departure, the sect disciple Wang Tung approached from distance. Wang Tung stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression devoid of emotion as he inquired, "Did you give him the items?" "Yes, Master Wang Tung. I have delivered the items to him, and everything is proceeding according to plan. I believe this descent will be quite challenging for him." Elder Lin Chen confirmed with a nod. Wang Tung narrowed his eyes, a smirk forming at the corners of his mouth as he pondered. "Yi Qian, I am quite curious to see how this prodigy will react when faced with such dire circumstances." "Master, what are your next steps?" Lin Chen cautiously asked, gazing at Wang Tung. "Simply call me Junior Apprentice. Although your master has been relegated to an inner disciple, you are nonetheless the disciples of my master, and, theoretically, we are of the same generation." Elder Lin Chen nodded in agreement and said, "Then I shall rely on you, Junior Apprentice. Whether my disciple Wang Hao's vengeance can be avenged depends on this occasion." Wang Tung vanished into thin air, leaving Elder Lin Chen gazing intently at the retreating figures of the two, his heart filled with murderous intent towards Yi Qian. In the realm of cultivation, there are generally 3 distinct paths: the path of immortality, the path of demonic power, and the path of the beast. The path of immortality emphasizes tranquility and non-action, while the path of demonic power prioritizes strength above all. As for the beast cultivators, They are characterized by their hedonism and malevolence. Beyond 100 miles from the kingdom of dragon control lies the infamous forest of 10,000 beasts, teeming with countless demonic beasts, many of which possess human-like characteristics once they reach the core formation stage. The most formidable among them can even transform into human form. Human beings and demonic beasts harbor an irreconcilable enmity, with their conflict echoing through the annals of ancient history. Whenever an opportunity arises, they often engage in a relentless struggle to the death. Yi Qian soared through the skies on a sword, effortlessly surpassing cities, mountains, grasslands, and lakes, until he was confronted by a vast forest. It could only be the notorious forest of 10,000 beasts. Upon landing gracefully on the ground, Yi Qian recalled that the area of the forest of 10,000 beasts spans several million square kilometers, extending throughout the eastern part of the southern ridge map. The number of demonic beasts within is incalculable, including a considerable number at the Thunder Tribulation realm. As he entered this colossal forest, Yi Qian quickly discerned the absence of any human presence. The profusion of wild grasses and tangled vines indicated that this forest was indeed a pristine wilderness. Yi Qian traversed the forest with remarkable speed. Although his pace was not particularly swift, the sword intent he exuded inflicted a piercing pain upon any who dared approach. He paid no heed to the so-called fierce beasts, as even a mere wisp of his aura was enough to deter them. Sitting atop his celestial sword, he raised his right hand, uncorked his gourd, and took a small sip, remarking, "The surrounding area is fraught with low-level demonic beasts, utterly devoid of any value." At that moment, a buzzing sound akin to a sword's resonance reached Yi Qian's ears. Despite the distance, he could still perceive the sharpness of the sound. Two young men, brimming with vigor, joined forces with a young woman to encircle a tiger spirit in a triangular formation. Who would have thought that upon my emergence from the mountains, I would encounter 3 fearless human cultivators? How amusing! Today, none of you shall leave here alive. The tiger's spirit exclaimed, licking its lips with a glimmer of greed in its eyes, unable to resist savoring the flavor of these humans. Its form had already morphed into that of human, though its limbs and head retained their original characteristics. "Junior sister, you must leave this place. We will hold off the tiger spirit," one of the male disciples said, his expression grave. The tiger spirit had already reached the late core formation stage, while the strongest among them was merely at the initial stage, with the other 2 at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, rendering them no match for the tiger spirit. The tiger spirit initiated the assault, its sharp claws slicing through the air, aiming directly at the man before it. With a swift motion, the sword was raised. The celestial sword soared into the void, immediately spinning halfway, before darting towards the formidable tiger spirit. However, in the face of a demon beast at the late stage of the core formation realm, such an attack was akin to mere tickling. In a fleeting moment, the celestial sword was sent flying away. Witnessing this, the 3 were struck with astonishment. As novices, they had originally intended to venture into the beast forest, hoping to slay a few demon beasts and acquire some spirit stones, but unexpectedly encountered such a powerful creature. Chapter 35. Auspicious Beast? Are you disciples of the Qingxuan Sect? The leading senior brother promptly clasped his hands in salute, stating, "I am Zhang Feng of the Qingxuan Sect, and these are my junior brother Li Nan and junior sister Lin Xiaoer." The 2 followed suit, bowing respectfully, their eyes filled with reverence for the man before them. After all, a being of such caliber could easily extinguish their lives. Fortunately, the other party was a sword cultivator and not a demonic practitioner. Otherwise, they would have truly stepped from the wolf's den into the tiger's lair. The cruelty of demonic practitioners far surpassed the mere consumption by the tiger spirit. Yi Qian nodded slightly, saying, "Fellow cultivator, there is no need for alarm. That was merely a small display of skill. I shall take the tiger spirit's corpse back with me. That poses no issue, does it?" A demon beast of the core formation realm was a substantial boon, and given that Qingjing Peak subsisted solely on vegetarian fare, Yi Qian had long grown weary of it. This time, he aimed to capture more demon beasts for a proper feast. "You may take it," Zhang Feng replied without hesitation. Yi Qian cheerfully collected the corpse of the tiger spirit, preparing to return and brew a nourishing soup, uncertain if his master would partake. Likewise, he gathered the inner core of the tiger spirit, intending to exchange it for wine, which could fetch him dozens of fine brews. This marked Yi Qian's first victory over a demon beast. Previously, he had merely been a menial disciple, tasked with chopping wood and fetching water, devoid of time to descend the mountain for training or to slay demon beasts. Landing gracefully on the ground, Yi Qian retracted his celestial sword and inquired, "Fellow cultivators, have you come here for training?" Zhang Feng responded first. "Indeed, the three of us hail from the Qingxuan Sect, and this journey is for our cultivation." Lin Xiaoer interjected. "Additionally, we have heard rumors of an exceedingly rare demon beast appearing in the Wanshou mountain range, and we wish to seize this opportunity to try our luck." Junior sister, Zhang Feng cast a reproachful glance at Lin Xiaoer for divulging such information. After all, this matter was known only to the three of them. Revealing it to others would only invite trouble, potentially even leading to silencing measures. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoer lowered her head in silence, her small hands nervously rubbing the blood-stained fabric of her clothes. "Ha! There is no need for concern, my fellow cultivators. I have come solely for training and hold no interest in the spirit beast you speak of. Since the three companions are at peace, I shall take my leave." Yi Qian nodded lightly with a smile, then raised one hand behind him and stepped forward. Assuming that Yi Qian was angry, Zhang Feng promptly began to explain. "Senior, the myriad beast forest is fraught with peril. It is not that I, a junior, am reluctant to share information, but rather that I fear the treachery of thieves who seek wealth and lives." Yi Qian did not halt his stride. He had already expressed his disinterest in the beast that the trio spoke of. Zhang Feng clenched his fists, his brow furrowed, and continued, "That beast is exceedingly rare. It is said that there are no more than 10 of its kind in the entire myriad beast forest. It is a creature of auspicious omen. Obtaining it would allow one to repair their meridians and enhance their cultivation speed." Upon hearing this, Yi Qian paused and glanced sideways, asking, "How do you know so much?" "Reporting to you, senior, half a month ago, my master ventured into the myriad beast forest in search of herbs and encountered an injured spirit beast. He intended to take it back, but unfortunately, it was guarded by several demon beasts. My master had pressing matters to attend to, so he refrained from acting and relayed this information to us three." Seeing that Zhang Feng and the others did not appear to be lying, Yi Qian stroked his chin thoughtfully. It was the first time he had heard of such a peculiar beast. Since it was nearby, he decided to search for it. If he could find it, he would bring it back. His master would surely be pleased to encounter such a creature with unusual abilities. "Dear companions, it would be wise for you to leave the myriad beast forest as soon as possible. We are now nearing the inner perimeter, where countless core formation demon beasts reside. Be careful, lest you meet your demise and your souls disperse. Senior, in fact, we can guide you." Chapter 36, completely conquered by barbecue. Yi Qian initially intended to decline, but realizing he had no knowledge of the auspicious beast's whereabouts, he acknowledged that searching alone would indeed be too troublesome. The myriad beast forest is vast beyond measure, and finding a single beast is no small feat. Even if he expanded his spiritual sense 100 miles beyond, he still might not pinpoint the creature's exact location. "Very well, but there is no need for so many of you." Yi Qian's fingers hovered over the three before settling on Lin Xiaoer. "You shall accompany me in the search. Once the deed is accomplished, I shall personally escort you out of the myriad beast forest." Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng eagerly volunteered. Yet Lin Xiaoer readily agreed. They were saved by the senior, and to negotiate terms at this juncture would undoubtedly be courting disaster. Moreover, even if the spirit beast were to be taken away by others, they could not voice any objections, as the senior had previously rescued them. Refusing him now would not be the conduct befitting cultivators. Zhang Feng and Li Nan exchanged glances and stepped beside Lin Xiaoer. Zhang Feng took out a few spirit talismans from his robe and handed them to Lin Xiaoer, whispering, "Junior sister, should any danger arise, use the 1,000 miles pursuit talisman immediately, and we will come to this place post-haste with our master." Li Nan's brows knitted in concern. They too wished to stay by their junior sister's side, yet the elder had already declared their presence unnecessary. Thus, Li Nan could only place her hopes on her junior sister, Lin Xiaoer. Obediently, Lin Xiaoer nodded, silently stowing away the talisman presented by her senior brother. To avoid keeping the elder waiting in anxiety, she hastily made her way over. Summoning the celestial sword, it expanded against the wind as Yi Qian sat steadily atop it. Raising his wine gourd and proclaiming, "My friend, let's ascend." Ultimately, Lin Xiaoer glanced back at her two senior brothers. They were acutely aware of the harsh realities of the cultivation world, yet there was no alternative before them. They could only take their place upon the celestial sword and swiftly soar into the distance. Watching her junior sister recede into the horizon, Li Nan immediately declared, "Senior brother, we must return to the sect and inform our master." With our master's prowess at the late Nascent Soul stage, you should be able to locate the spirit beast in advance. Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng nodded, promptly taking to the skies with his junior brother on their swords, racing towards the outskirts of the beast forest, striving to depart before sunset. On the celestial sword, Yi Qian lay down and drifted into a deep slumber, his comical demeanor eliciting a measure of astonishment from Lin Qiao'er. This was, after all, the perilous beast forest, where even those of the nascent soul realm faced considerable risk of demise. Yet here lay the elder, seemingly sound asleep. With a resigned sigh, Lin Qiao'er lightly rubbed her forehead, momentarily dazed. After a pause, she raised her gaze to observe Yi Qian's attire, but found no useful clues. Before departing from Qingxuan Sect, Yi Qian had donned a clean robe to conceal his identity, retracting the emblem of Qingxuan Sect into his storage ring, successfully leading others to perceive him as a wandering cultivator, thus dissociating him from the sect. The moon shone brightly, and the cold wind bit sharply. Awakened from his slumber, Yi Qian regarded Lin Qiao'er's tense expression and remarked, "My dear, have you not taken a moment to rest? Senior, how can you sleep so soundly?" Lin Qiao'er's expression was peculiar, casting him a look that seemed to say, even if she wished to sleep, it would likely be impossible. When weary, one should sleep. When hungry, one should eat, Yi Qian replied with great contentment. The path of cultivation was often tedious and monotonous, a relentless trial of endurance. Were it not for the sheer tenacity required to persevere, each moment would be filled with thoughts of surrender, testing one's resolve amidst the dry and vexatious nature of inner cultivation, rendering one nostalgic for the pain of physical exertion. Yi Qian did not relish such a life. He found greater pleasure in indulging in wine and engaging in conversation. Lin Qiao'er regarded the man before her with newfound respect. It was rare to find someone with such a mindset in the exposed realm of cultivation. The day is waning. Let us partake in some sustenance, Yi Qian yawned, his fingers deftly maneuvering to guide the celestial sword smoothly to the ground. As the surrounding beasts sensed the energy emanating from the two, they scattered in fright. As the campfire blazed, Yi Qian skillfully extracted the carcass of the tiger spirit, adeptly dismembering it. In this realm, the creatures had evolved into formidable beasts. In this particular tiger spirit, having reached the late stage of the core formation realm, weighed approximately 5,000 pounds, far too much to consume entirely. Today, he decided to feast on merely a leg. From his storage ring, Yi Qian retrieved an assortment of jars and bottles, each containing spices he had meticulously collected over the years. These had undergone various processes of grinding and filtering before being sealed for the purpose of enhancing his roasted meat. Chapter 37. The Strong of Demon Cultivation. At that moment, Yi Qian sensed something amiss. He rose slowly, his brow furrowed, and cast a detached gaze into the depths of the silent forest. "Since you have arrived, why not show yourself instead of lurking in the shadows?" A chilling voice suddenly echoed through the air, and an elderly man clad in a black robe emerged, his gaunt figure exuding an aura of coldness, with scorpion totems adorning his palms. A nascent soul expert, Lin Qiao'er immediately set down her bowl and chopsticks, standing in alarm as she turned to face the unexpected presence of the elder in black. The intensity of his aura revealed that he was indeed a formidable figure. At the late stage of the nascent soul realm, the elder shrugged, a sinister smirk curling his lips. "My young friend, I had not anticipated you to be so comfortable in this perilous beast forest, enjoying your meal amidst the specter of death. Truly admirable." Yi Qian nodded and replied, "Senior, as a practitioner of demonic cultivation, are you not weary of following us all this way?" "Oh." The black-robed elder raised an eyebrow, gazing at Yi Qian with intrigue. "I did not expect a mere child like you to perceive my presence. Fascinating, truly fascinating. However, whether you know or remain ignorant, neither of you shall leave here alive today." The elder licked his lips and cast a lecherous glance at Lin Qiao'er. "How fortuitous that I am in need of a furnace. Given your remarkable talent and beauty, you shall serve to quench my desires." Terrified, Lin Qiao'er hid behind Yi Qian, hastily producing the talisman her senior brother had given her, ready to ignite it at the first sign of danger. Her master would undoubtedly arrive promptly to rescue her. Yi Qian took a sip of wine, his expression one of disdain. "With your abilities, it seems you lack the means to carry out such threats." The black-robed elder's gaze lingered on Yi Qian, scrutinizing him closely, and he frowned as he inquired, "Young one, which sect do you hail from? Why do you exude such a peculiar energy?" An insignificant nobody, hardly worth mentioning, Yi Qian shrugged, finishing the last morsel of meat and smacking his lips. I shall give you 3 breaths' time to leave this place. Otherwise, you shall remain here forever. What? The black-robed elder burst into laughter. Child, have you had one too many? You speak in nonsense. I am a nascent soul expert. Who dares to kill me? Who can kill me? Since you, child, are so lacking in manners, I shall first extinguish your life, and then savor the essence of this girl. The old man in the black robe narrowed his eyes, his figure flickering, and when he reappeared, he was already standing before Yi Qian'an, his sharp claws aimed menacingly at his throat, emitting a chilling sound. Child, prepare to meet your demise. With his mid-stage nascent soul realm, he could stride confidently at the periphery of the beast forest, and now, facing 2 mere teenagers, he regarded them with utter disdain. However, as his voice fell, the black-robed elder felt a surge of silvery, killing intent emanating from the youth before him. Suddenly, he found his legs frozen in place, a frigid malice enveloping his entire being. Clang! Sparks flew as a 7-killing sword materialized before the black-robed elder. Yet the lightning-fast strike of his claws merely left faint white scratches upon the sword's surface. These marks dissipated almost instantly. The black-robed elder, taken aback, abruptly raised his head. What level of cultivation do you possess? Under his assault, even opponents of equal standing would struggle against him. Yet this individual had effortlessly countered, not even budging an inch. This fellow was clearly masquerading as a sheep while being a wolf in disguise. Come forth, 10,000 go seal. The surrounding darkness surged again. As he waved his sleeve, unleashing a torrent of black shadows that erupted from behind him, almost blotting out the sky. The ominous black veil in the heavens stirred violently, and the swirling tendrils of darkness shot forth, intertwining as they hurtled toward Yi Qian'an. Yet, when the shadows collided with Yi Qian'an's position, they merely produced a cloud of dust, leaving no trace of a human form. Witnessing the unscathed state of his opponent, the black-robed elder felt a surge of panic and shock within him. A transformation stage expert, in a desperate attempt, the black-robed elder exerted force through his legs, trying to retreat from the encircling sword energy. However, he was indulging in wishful thinking. As Yi Qian'an nonchalantly swung his sword, an unremarkable blade sliced through the air, the formidable power of heaven and earth reverberating throughout the space around them. Feeling the chilling sword intent, the black-robed elder hastily pleaded, Senior, spare my life. Yet, Yi Qian'an coldly responded, Since you have come, do not think of leaving. In an instant, an icy pressure enveloped him, and a voice, devoid of warmth, resonated from behind him. The black-robed elder's complexion changed dramatically. Just as he turned his head, he felt a searing pain tear through his chest. With a splutter, crimson blood erupted forth. A flash of cold light surged forth, mingled with the razor-sharp sword aura, piercing directly through the elder's back, propelling a blood arrow outward. The black-robed elder, unwilling to accept his fate, lowered his head, watching in horror as the blood arrow shot from his chest. He was struck with disbelief. How could his prowess lead to his demise on this day? The malevolent cultivators must be eradicated, for the road to the underworld knows no age. Perish! Yi Qian'an, with an impassive expression, drew forth his celestial sword. The elder in the black robe was forced to relinquish his corporeal form, transforming into a violet-black, nascent soul. Even at the cost of self-destructing his cultivation, he fled desperately into the distance. Yet, before Yi Qian'an, his speed was undeniably sluggish. Chapter 38. The Old Monster Who Collects Belly Bands. The sword light flickered chaotically, akin to a startled phoenix soaring through the sky. The head of the black-robed elder soared upwards, not only severing his body, but also obliterating his nascent soul. Lin Xiaoer stood frozen in place, her mouth agape, a morsel of unfinished tiger meat falling from her lips, her disbelief evident. Did she truly witness the demise of the nascent soul elder? Yi Qian'an stood there expressionless, his wrist flicking as he wiped the blood from the celestial sword, returning it to its sheath. He approached the astonished Lin Xiaoer, casually sitting beside her, as though nothing had transpired, tearing off a piece of meat to savor leisurely. One must acknowledge, the flesh of the demonic beasts in this realm is indeed delectable, vastly different from the pork, beef, and lamb of his past life. The meat was tender, fragrant, and imbued with potent spiritual energy. A single bite rendered the flavor unforgettable. Senior, Lin Xiao'er turned from her state of shock, striving to steady her trembling arms as she swallowed the tiger meat. You killed a nascent soul powerhouse? Yi Qian'an glanced sideways, raising a cup to drink 2 liang of clear liquor, which trickled down the corner of his mouth, dampening his white robes. What? Is there a problem? Yi Qian'an's nonchalant demeanor left Lin Xiao'er anxious and bewildered. Who was this individual capable of slaying a nascent soul powerhouse with a single strike? Could he possibly be a transformation stage elder? Lin Xiao'er confirmed her suspicions. After all, who else would dare claim to have vanquished a nascent soul elder in one blow? As the meal passed and the wine flowed, Yi Qian'an sprawled on the ground, soundly asleep, his demeanor resembling that of a sloth, starkly contrasting with Lin Xiao'er's perception of a transformation stage powerhouse. She believed such a figure ought to embody solemnity and virtue. Yet here was a senior who indulged in gluttony and intoxication, devouring an entire tiger leg as if it were a mere trifle. After finishing his feast, he wiped his mouth and promptly fell asleep again. Such a carefree existence was truly beyond comprehension. Lin Xiao'er gazed at the bones before her, feeling a wave of despair. She herself had yet to satiate her hunger. The following day, Yi Qian'an awoke from his slumber, casting a glance at Lin Xiao'er, who was seated in meditation. He remarked casually, "Haven't you slept?" Upon hearing the sound, Lin Xiao'er immediately opened her eyes and replied hastily, "I believe one should strive diligently in their cultivation to achieve a breakthrough to the core formation as soon as possible." Yi Qian'an stretched lazily, storing away the infant soul demon he had vanquished the previous night, intending to exchange it for wine upon returning to the sect. After all, the corporeal form of an infant soul was exceedingly precious. It could be utilized in the crafting of puppets and could aid in transferring the infant soul of a dying body. In the outside world, it was worth at least 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Yi Qian'an removed the storage ring from the demon's finger, being an unclaimed object. It required no spiritual force to probe, only the keen insight of spiritual consciousness to discern the treasures within. However, upon seeing the contents, Yi Qian'an's lips nearly soared to the heavens. Inside, there were not only over 300 mid-grade spirit stones, but also 3 high-grade spirit stones, alongside countless rare herbs and treasures of the earth. Most notably, there were numerous undergarments. Without hesitation, Yi Qian'an incinerated all the undergarments, realizing that such items could be quite detrimental. Recalling the misdeeds of that wretched Zhou Tong, Yi Qian'an felt a surge of anger. Had he still been a qi refining waste, death would likely have awaited him, for who would believe the words of a mere qi refining cultivator? Let us proceed to seek the auspicious beast you mentioned. Yi Qian'an tucked the black-robed demon's storage ring away, holding it behind him with one hand as he stepped forward. Lin Xiao'er quickly followed, producing a map and saying, "Senior, according to our location, we need to advance 300 kilometers to reach the auspicious beast's dwelling. As per our Master S assessment, it should be right there." Yi Qian'an glanced at the map in Lin Xiao'er's hands and replied softly, "Indeed, let us go. We shall strive to find the auspicious beast by tonight." To Yi Qian'an, 300 kilometers was but a matter of mere moments, if not swifter. Upon arriving at the location, the towering trees had long since vanished, replaced by a verdant bamboo grove. The deep bamboo forest resembled a vividly painted scroll, perfectly merging the vitality and vigor of nature. Sunlight filtered through the dense bamboo leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground, making one feel as though they had stepped into a fairy tale. Within the depths of the bamboo grove, lush greenery flourished. The bamboo stood in staggered heights, forming a green barrier that imparted a tranquil and mysterious ambience. Lin Xiao'er glanced at the map and remarked, "It should be right here. My master mentioned that the auspicious beast resides within this bamboo forest." Yi Qian'an grasped Lin Xiao'er's wrist and moved forward, each footfall causing ripples to ripple through the air, dissipating only for Yi Qian'an's figure to appear 100 feet away, an extraordinary sight indeed. In the blink of an eye, 100 feet was traversed. This elder was truly a formidable deity of transformation. Lin Xiao'er was filled with astonishment. Such a youthful deity of transformation could only be the ancestor of a certain sect, or perhaps an ancient being specializing in disguise. Even her master, who appeared merely as a youthful old man, was said to have had their visage fixed at its pinnacle the earlier they broke through in strength. However, within the realm of cultivation, there exists a specialized technique dedicated to enhancing one's appearance, known as the art of preserving youth. Anyone who practices this art can maintain their original visage. Yet, When the time of their demise approaches, they too must succumb to death. Deep within the tranquil bamboo grove, serenity reigns. As the consciousness expands, it envelopes the entirety of the bamboo forest, simultaneously detecting a unique energy weaving through the air. It moves with astonishing speed, slicing through the stillness of the grove like a thunderclap, leaving behind a trail of golden lightning in its wake. Qian'an raised an eyebrow, his gaze fixating on the shimmering golden figure. With his keen eyesight, he effortlessly discerned the true form of the entity. This extraordinary beast bore golden fur, its body resembling a translucent crystal, exuding an otherworldly texture. Its overall shape resembled that of a lion, yet its paws were akin to those of a dragon, each claw enveloped in a halo of golden flames, its muzzle elongated beyond that of typical feline soul beasts, and beneath its fur, intricate golden scales appeared to glimmer. Its speed was akin to that of a lightning bolt, and, as it glided through the air, the void on either side blossomed with a terrifying energy. In an instant, Qian'an stood before the auspicious beast, which likewise took notice of the human's sudden appearance. It bared its fangs in a playful snarl, letting out a low growl. Chapter 39. The Beast of Perfect Transformation. How adorable! Xianxia hurriedly approached, her eyes lighting up at the sight of the resplendent creature, marveling at its enchanting charm. The beast flashed its teeth at Xianxia, recoiling slightly, adopting a defensive stance, and spoke in a childish voice, "Human, get away." Yet its tone was high-pitched and innocent, lacking any authority, which only endeared it further. Qian'an grasped the beast by the scruff of its neck, scrutinizing it from head to tail. "Is this the auspicious beast you mentioned? At the initial stage of Foundation establishment, how intriguing. Let me go, let me go." The beast protested, thrashing its limbs impotently as it could not reach Qian'an, continuously muttering, "Hurry and release me. You're hurting me." Qian'an set the beast down, placing one hand behind his back. To have reached the initial stage of Foundation establishment at such a young age, what is your true form? The beast bared its teeth defiantly. "What business is it of yours, cunning human? Leave this place quickly, or when my little brothers arrive, none of you will escape." Xianxia, her heart aflutter, was about to rush forward to embrace the auspicious beast when Qian'an's hand intercepted her. "You are but at the Foundation establishment stage. Be careful lest I sweat you away." Upon hearing this, Xianxia recalled the beast's strength lay in the Foundation establishment realm, leaving her as a mere Foundation establishment cultivator, with no means of resistance against such a formidable creature. At that moment, a golden light suddenly appeared before Qian'an and Xianxia, completely isolating them. "Qian'an, astonishit!" exclaimed, "Is this a formation?" "Hee." The auspicious beast reclined upon the stone, a sly smile curling at the corners of its mouth, exuding an air of triumph as it declared, "Surprised, are we? This is my unique skill. Within my formation, you shall not escape. Once my little brother returns, I will ensure you face grim consequences." Qian'an, intrigued by the creature's extraordinary ability to establish a formation, mused that such a transcendent beast was indeed a worthy subject for study. It is often said that the realm of cultivation is replete with wonders, and today's encounter certainly lived up to that reputation. Pointing his right hand skyward, a subtle smile graced Qian'an's lips. Suddenly, the once azure sky darkened, thick clouds swirling ominously as thunder rumbled. Bronze-hued lightning danced through the mist like serpents, weaving chaotically. The auspicious beast rose from its perch, blinking its star-like eyes in curiosity, murmuring, "Is it going to rain?" Yet, as its words faded, the darkened heavens split apart, a resplendent golden sword piercing through the cloud cover, unleashing a blinding radiance. The beast's eyes sparkled with reflected golden light, but it soon sensed something amiss, for the sword's fierce intent was directed at the very formation it had conjured. With a thunderous boom, chaos erupted. A whirlwind swept through, propelling the auspicious beast hundreds of feet away until it collided with a cluster of bamboo. Barely managing to halt its frail form, rubbing its head in discomfort, it exclaimed, "What kind of human is this? Such terrifying sword intent." As the dust settled, the barrier dissipated into a wisp of golden mist, and Qian'an vanished without a trace. The creature blinked, searching for the human's silhouette among the bamboo grove, when it suddenly felt its limbs lifted from the ground, realizing that Qian'an had unexpectedly appeared behind it. Grasping the auspicious beast, he jovially proclaimed, "What a delightful encounter! Come with me, and I shall treat you to exquisite delicacies." "Humph," the beast scoffed, crossing its arms defiantly. Humans are the most cunning creatures. You expect me to follow you? Dream on, you sly, wicked, foolish human. Yegin, unfazit, produced a piece of roasted meat from his pocket and waved it enticingly before the beast, but it showed no interest. Instead, he revealed a spirit stone. The moment the auspicious beast laid eyes on the stone, its gaze illuminated with desire, eagerly cradling it as if it were a treasured possession. Noticing the creature's fascination with the spirit stone, Yi Qian waved his hand, conjuring a mound of spirit stones before him, smiling gently as he said, "Come with me, and all these spirit stones shall be yours." The beast, unimpressed, retorted, "No, you humans are up to no good. Following you might lead to being skinned and eaten." Lin Xiaoer also wished to take the auspicious beast back to Qingxuan Sect, but it was evident that the elder would never acquiesce, and she swallowed the words she had nearly spoken. Yi Qian softly remarked, "I have no interest in your flesh, with your meager weight. It wouldn't even suffice for a single meal." The auspicious beast, trembling with fear as it clutched the spiritual stone, retreated to a corner, feigning a pitiful demeanor, exclaiming, "You truly wish to consume me." Yi Qian, unwilling to engage in further trivial discourse with the creature, stowed away the spiritual stone and seized its neck, preparing to take it back. "Human, release the auspicious beast, or face death." The menacing roar erupted in an instant, as a dark crimson figure descended with ferocity. The ensuing shockwave caused Lin Xiaojia to fall to the ground, the overwhelming pressure making her bones emit a sharp, resonant sound. Once steadied, one could discern the true form of this beast. It exceeded 5 meters in length, boasting a formidable physique reminiscent of a leopard, yet adorned with dragon-like scales. Although it bore false dragon horns, its true form as a serpent was rare. The dragon-scale armor it had cultivated was remarkably proficient, marking it as the dreaded unicorn demon dragon of the 10,000 Beast Forest. Yi Qian had heard of its fearsome reputation from Lin Zuezhu's niece, who spoke of it as a terrifying creature within the forest, possessing strength at the threshold of transcendence, rivaling even those who had returned to the void. "Human, release the auspicious beast, or none of you shall leave here alive today." The unicorn demon dragon glared with eyes as round as bronze bells, its massive hand smashing into the ground, creating widespread fissures beneath its might. Yi Qian paid no heed to the imposing creature, casually lifting a jar of fine wine and indulging in several hearty gulps. Gulp, gulp, gulp. The fiery liquor flushed his cheeks, and with a smirk, he raised his lips, transforming his sword into a streak of golden light, restoring its original form. The unicorn demon dragon snorted derisively. "You dare wield a sword before me, young human? You are no match for my strength. Should I then wag my tail and beg for mercy?" Yi Qian scoffed, handing the sealed auspicious beast to Lin Xiaojia. "Fear not, my lady. Retreat with the auspicious beast while I handle this abomination." Lin Xiaojia immediately sheltered the beast, her expression filled with dread as she gazed upon the unicorn demon dragon, which had attained the pinnacle of spirit transformation. Chapter 40. Arrogance born of 1,000 years pales before a single sword, questioning the heavens. The corners of the unicorn demon dragon's mouth twitched, its massive form exuding an overwhelming presence as it bellowed with its cavernous maw. "If that is the case, allow me to demonstrate the folly that comes with such a physique." Barely had the words left its mouth when storm clouds gathered ominously overhead. 100 miles of heavenly thunder converged upon this location, shrouding the sky in darkness. "Foolish child, behold the 100-mile divine thunder." The thunderous roars reverberated, as if the apocalypse were at hand. Lightning intertwined in the sky, dancing like silver serpents, illuminating the night. The oppressive clouds swallowed the sunlight, casting the earth into shadow. In a mere moment, torrential rain cascaded from the heavens, drenching the entire world. The thunder echoed like the wrath of deities, reminiscent of the roars of ancient titans in myth, both majestic and enigmatic, instilling in all a profound sense of the sacred and the grandeur of thunder. Yi Qian raised his head, gazing at the convergence of thunder across the horizon, and with a hint of sarcasm remarked, "Indeed, quite a skill. However, it seems this alone cannot bring about my demise." With a swift motion, he summoned forth dozens of celestial swords, each radiating a distinct hue, suspended beside him, evoking an unimaginable sense of awe. The unicorn demon dragon let out a manic laugh, dismissing Yi Qian entirely, and roared, "Such an arrogant human. In that case, take your swords and return to the underworld." A dark purple lightning bolt descended with thunderous ferocity, instilling an unprecedented terror in all living beings within 100 miles. Even the auspicious beasts trembled in fear, seeking refuge in Lin Qiao's embrace, barely daring to show their faces. Forced to shelter behind a stone, Lin Qiao watched as the lightning spread outward at a visible pace. Were it not for the residual spiritual energy left by Yi Qian, she would have long since perished. A deafening crash echoed as a lightning bolt, as thick as a water barrel, struck down, obliterating the bamboo groves within 100 meters. Yet, just as the unicorn demon dragon believed it had triumphed, the sight before it caused its expression to shift drastically. Ye Yin stood unharmed, surrounded by celestial swords charged with the very thunder that had just fallen, implying that its previous assault had been deftly avoided by the celestial blades. With a slight intoxication from the 2 cups of wine he had consumed, Yi Qian declared, "Thunder sword summoned, electric sword unleashed. The sword belongs to metal, wielding the power of thunder. Enclosed within my sword, even with a myriad of lightning strikes, I shall stroll leisurely. Are you satisfied?" With one hand casually placed behind his back, he continued, "Since your options have dwindled, allow me to demonstrate my prowess." The unicorn demon dragon growled, "Cunning human, always relying on cleverness. I shall see what abilities you possess. Not even a mid-stage void-returning expert can contend with me, let alone you. I possess a sword that can sever all, vanquish immortals, and annihilate demons. Today, you shall witness its might." Yi Qian spoke with an icy demeanor. Pointing his right hand once more towards the heavens, he commanded the celestial swords on either side to merge into a singular blade. In that instant, a sword aura surged forth like a startled swan, unleashing a chilling brilliance. The waves of energy it generated eclipsed even the recent 100-mile thunder. Arrogant for over a millennium, it paled in comparison to a single sword. Yi Qian suddenly lifted his head, his body rising against the wind, the power emanating from his sword more formidable than before, inducing a flicker of fear in the unicorn demon dragon's demeanor. Yet, it was too late to retreat now. Breaking spirit, severing soul, annihilate the soul. Yi Qian swung his right hand downwards with great force, the strike effortlessly slicing through the proud armor of the unicorn demon dragon, aimed solely at its soul. The unicorn demon dragon never anticipated that the sword's intent could bypass its scales. Resistance was futile. A heart-wrenching pain erupted, forcing it to unleash a deafening roar, as the surrounding bamboo groves were instantaneously reduced to mere wisps of ash, vanishing without a trace. You can actually sever my soul? How is this possible?" The unicorn dragon glared with its bell-like eyes, succumbing to a profound sense of unwillingness before crashing to the ground. Its soul obliterated before it could even manifest its primordial spirit. Yi Qian chose to disregard the creature's defiant roars, waiting patiently until it had completely perished, at which point he collected the unicorn dragon's carcass into his jade slip. With the acquisition of this majestic beast, it seemed that the mission was nearing its conclusion. Approaching Lin Qiao, he took the auspicious beast from her hands and casually tossed it into his spatial ring, turning to say, "Let us depart." Though Lin Qiao felt a twinge of reluctance, she had no choice but to follow Yi Qian out of the beast forest. Outside the forest, several figures paced anxiously, occasionally glancing at the shimmering soul jade slip in their hands, aware that Lin Qiao had not met her demise. Zhang Feng furrowed his brow, exclaiming, "If anything were to happen to Lin Qiao, it would spell disaster for our Qingxuan Sect at the hands of those formidable beings." At the forefront stood an elderly man with a youthful visage and flowing white hair, clad in a green robe, his expression grave as he held a white whisk, devoid of any discernible emotion. Lin Qiao hailed from the Xinyo Huzhou region and had been sent to Qingxuan Sect for training from a young age. Should any misfortune befall her in the beast forest, it could lead to her untimely demise. "Master, we must venture in to search for our junior sister. Linan urja ansiosely. If Lin Qiao were to fall, calamity would surely befall Qingxuan Sect." The elder, with his youthful countenance, retorted with indignation, "I merely mentioned it in passing, yet I did not anticipate you would risk entering the perilous beast forest for the sake of a beast. Do you understand the dangers that lurk within?" Faced with their master's reproach, Zhang Feng and Li Nan exchanged glances, hesitant to speak further. The elder waved his whisk and declared, "After half an hour, if Qiao does not return, we shall set out to find her." The soul jade slip remained intact. Were it to shatter, it would signify that Lin Qiao had perished. As long as it remained whole, it indicated that she was alive and not in immediate peril. Just as the three were enveloped in worry, a radiant figure swiftly approached them, moving with such speed that it seemed to materialize before them in an instant. Huh? The elderly man with the youthful visage was taken aback, stepping forward to bow respectfully. I am Huang Zhendong, an elder of Qingxuan Sect. Honored to meet you. Do not be alarmed, Yi Qian replied, landing gracefully on the ground, assessing the late-stage Yuaning Huang Zhendong, then glancing at Zhang Feng and Lin Nan behind him. The two, understanding the gravity of the moment, quickly bowed in respect. We greet you, esteemed elder. Master, senior brother. Lin Xiaoer leapt down from her celestial sword and hurried to Huang Zhendong, inquiring, what brings you here so unexpectedly? Is it not because of you? Huang Zhendong chided lightly. I knew you would bring me trouble. Thankfully, you are unharmed. Otherwise, how would I face your father? Chapter 41. A slap to teach Wang Tung a lesson. Huang Zhenlong turned around and nodded towards Yi Qian, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, senior, for protecting my disciple so thoroughly. I am deeply appreciative. Do not mention it, my friend. It was but a trifling effort, Yi Qian replied with a gentle smile, raising the other man's arms in acknowledgement. I wonder what your name is and who your master is, Huang Zhenlong inquired curiously. As a notable nascent soul cultivator within the realm of the fire god, he had encountered many powerful figures from nearby sects and forces. Yet this young man left no impression on him whatsoever. With one hand resting casually behind his back, Yi Qian stated, I am known as Yi Qian. As for my master, I am afraid I cannot disclose that information. I understand, Huang Zhenlong said, stroking his beard and smiling lightly. Once again, I thank you for saving my life. Should you ever visit my sect, Qingxuan Sect, in the realm of the fire god, I shall ensure you receive a warm welcome. Very well, let us part ways today, until we meet again. Watching Yi Qian depart, Huang Zhenlong's face revealed a look of admiration. It was truly astonishing for one so young to possess such formidable strength. As for Yi Qian, he resolved to investigate further and ascertain whether the young man was a disciple of their realm. The fire god and the dragon sovereign kingdom were neighbors and sworn enemies, often clashing violently over scarce resources, leading to the slaughter of countless beings. To mitigate the escalating tensions, the two emperors had signed a pact to maintain a non-aggression policy, with the understanding that any breach would necessitate a personal visit. At that moment, Zhang Feng could not restrain his curiosity. Junior sister, have you found the auspicious beast? We have, Lin Xiaoer replied, nodding. A hint of regret crossed her delicate features as she added, however, it has been taken by a senior. What? Zhang Feng furrowed his brow, astonished that they had indeed located the auspicious beast, only for it to be claimed by Yi Qian. Enough, Huang Zhenlong interjected, waving his whisk. He saved you. It is only reasonable that he takes the auspicious beast. Let's not gossip behind his back. We must return. The sect master has summoned me for an important discussion. Yes, master. At the Qingxuan Sect, within the resplendent main hall, Wang Tung gazed at the jade slip in his hand, his brow furrowed. He then looked up at Elder Lin Shun and asked Elder Lin Shun, why is the jade slip not shattered? Could it be that he is still alive? Lin Shun stepped forward and murmured, that should not be the case. I applied a special powder on the jade slip to attract countless beasts. Why is it still intact? Could it have malfunctioned? Wang Tung's lips twitched. Were it not for Lin Chen's status as an elder of the sect, he would have slapped him long ago. Dan Yangzi set down his teacup and spoke with indifference. Enough of this matter for now. In 3 months, the outstanding disciples from the sect will visit our Qingxuan Sect for a friendly competition. Disciple, you must strive to excel. It is said that the esteemed beauty of the upper sect is a captivating enchantress. Should you manage to win her affection through your personal charm, your future will undoubtedly flourish. Wang Tung gazed at his master, perplexed, and inquired, beauty? Master, did you not instruct your disciple to cultivate a heart free from worldly desires and to focus solely on ascetic practice? Dan Yangzi stroked his beard, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, Ah, you see, my intention in guiding you thus is to fortify your strength, enabling you to forge a bond with the illustrious beauty of the upper sect and become a source of pride for me. Should you succeed, the opportunities that await you will be beyond imagination. You might even ascend to become the mightiest in Dongling and Nanzhou. In due time, you shall comprehend the depths of my intentions. Upon hearing these words, Wang Tung nodded in understanding, a peculiar smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He was intrigued to discover what kind of beauty the master spoke of. If he could leverage her status to surpass his own limitations, he believed he could ultimately vanquish that fellow Yi Qian. At that moment, a mocking voice echoed from the entrance of the hall, and in stumbled the inebriated Yi Qian. Swaying unsteadily, Wang Tong slammed his palm on the table, seething with anger, impudence. How dare you intrude upon the Grand Hall, Yi Qian? Do you not fear the penalties of sect rules? I am a prodigy of the Qingxuan Sect. The sect's rules do not bind me, Yi Qian replied dismissively, casting a glance at the furious Wang Tong before plopping down in a chair without so much as a greeting. This blatant disrespect left Dan Yangzi feeling somewhat embarrassed. After all, he was the sect leader, and to receive no acknowledgement was indeed excessive. Yi Qian, your arrogance knows no bounds. Do you not see my master is present? Wang Tong exclaimed, grabbing Yi Qian by the collar, his eyes blazing with fury. You wish to perish? A sharp crack resonated through the hall as Wang Tong's palm connected with Yi Qian's face. A vibrant red imprint appeared on Wang Tong's cheek, swelling visibly as he staggered back 2 steps. Disbelief etched across his features as he regarded Yi Qian. Yi Qian, you possess an audacity most rare. Wang Tong seethed, ready to summon his celestial sword, but was halted by Dan Yangzi's voice. Do not act inappropriately. Upon hearing his master's admonition, Wang Tong's expression darkened, twitching slightly before he returned to Dan Yangzi's side. Dan Yangzi, vit a furovid bro, adresestedie win, discipliye. I heard from Elder Lin that you ventured into the beast forest. Why have you returned so swiftly? Having completed the assessment task, I returned without issue. Is there a problem? Ye Win replied nonchalantly. Oh, Dan Yangzi raised an eyebrow, exchanging glances with Elder Lin before continuing. I'm curious to see what spoils you have brought back. Given your abilities, it should not be mere trifles. Yi Qian, along with the others, stepped outside the hall, where the disciples of the sect were diligently practicing their swordsmanship. Upon noticing the presence of the sect leader and others, they shrugged and bowed in respect. They greeted the sect leader, Uncle Master Yi Qian, Master Wang Tong, and Elder Lin Shun. Dan Yangzi raised his chin and spoke with an air of indifference now. Present your achievements. Should your offerings prove unsatisfactory, I shall deem you unqualified and consign you to guard the sword tomb for a century. This rule of the sect is well known to you, is it not? The regulations specify that if a prodigious disciple fails to complete the assessment, they must face the most severe punishment, a century of guardianship over the celestial swords in the sword tomb. During this time, they are prohibited from leaving even a step, and even drinking is forbidden. Chapter 42, shocking the entire sect. This regulation was established by the founder of the Qingxuan Sect, and no disciple is permitted to contravene it. Otherwise, they will face the harshest penalties. Naturally, this rule applies specifically to the prodigies, as the growth of the sect relies on their leadership, hence the severity. Just as Yi Qian was about to speak, Wang Tong stepped forward and proclaimed, since you wish to witness the essence of prodigies, today I shall present to you the beast I have slain. With these words, Wang Tong materialized at the center of the square, drawing the attention of many disciples, possibly due to the redness and swelling of his face. One disciple could not contain their curiosity and asked, Brother Wang Tong, what happened to your face? Last night, I encountered a mishap during my cultivation, causing my Yangming large intestine meridian to become obstructed, resulting in this swelling. Please do not mock me. But why is there a handprint? The disciple probed, feeling that it resembled a mark from a blow. Wang Tong felt a surge of annoyance at the incessant questioning. How could this person not sense his reluctance to discuss the matter? He had no choice but to fabricate an excuse. I am, after all, a few years your senior. Such intricacies arise from a century of cultivation. Ah, I see. The disciples of Qingxuan Sect felt it inappropriate to press further. Casting a sidelong glance at the inquisitive disciple, Wang Tong resolved that once this affair concluded, he would teach this fellow a lesson, making it clear that some inquiries are best left unasked. With a wave of his right hand, a beast of the initial stage of transformation appeared before them, its massive form lying still, and even in death, it left the disciples of Qingxuan Sect utterly astonished. It was a dragon-treading beast of the initial transformation stage, renowned as a top-tier magical beast, and it had been vanquished by Uncle Master Wang Tong. Indeed, this dragon-treading beast was a rare sight throughout the entire dragon sovereign nation, underscoring Wang Tong's formidable prowess. Incredible. Uncle Master Wang Tong is astonishing. Wang Tong's lips curled into a peculiar smile as he glanced over at Yi Qian, who was still sipping his drink. I'm quite curious to see what kind of beast you have slain, Yi Junior brother. As a formidable figure now at the void returning stage, Your hunted beasts should likewise reflect that caliber, should they not? Wang Tung remarked with a sardonic grin. All the disciples' gazes converged upon Yi Qian simultaneously, filled with immense curiosity as they anticipated witnessing the prowess of their esteemed master. Yi Qian shrugged and remarked, "The beasts I have hunted do not belong to the realm of the virtual return." Oh! Upon hearing these words, Wang Tung seemed to seize an opportunity, chuckling as he said, "If that is the case, it appears you have failed to complete the assessment task. According to the sect's regulations, you should now proceed to guard the sword tomb for a century. Alas, it is unfortunate that Master Yi has not succeeded this time. It seems he must indeed protect the sword tomb. Indeed, while the sect's rules may not be too burdensome for us, they are catastrophic for prodigies. Any transgression against these regulations could lead to unimaginable consequences. A century in the sword tomb is no trivial matter." Dan Yangzi also revealed smirk, implying that Yi Qian had indeed failed. Contemplating this, Dan Yangzi coldly chuckled, realizing that even without intervening himself, Yi Qian was destined to be imprisoned for a century. "Although I did not slay a beast from the realm of the virtual return, I did vanquish one that was a half-step away," Yi Qian stated leisurely. "Are you all familiar with the unicorn demon dragon?" Upon hearing this, the disciples were momentarily taken aback, before bursting into laughter. "Ha ha! Who hasn't heard of a unicorn demon dragon? It is one of the top-tier beasts in the 10,000 beast forest, incredibly powerful. Even a mid-realm virtual return expert cannot breach its scales. Indeed, I have read about it in ancient texts. Though it is only at the peak of the transformation god realm, it can contend against those of the virtual return realm, showcasing its formidable might." Wang Tung cast a scornful glance and said, "Yi Qian, what do you mean by this? Have you slain the unicorn demon dragon? If you possessed such strength." After all, even his master, Dan Yangzi, could not defeat the unicorn demon dragon and had nearly lost his life in their encounter. The idea that a mere novice could pose a threat to the unicorn demon dragon was utterly absurd. Dan Yangzi's expression darkened as he admonished, "Master Yi, do not boast recklessly. It serves no one well. Moreover, even mid-realm virtual return experts cannot breach the unicorn demon dragon scales. You lack the capability." Yidvin, undeterred by their mockery, waved his right hand and cast the carcass of a unicorn demon dragon onto the ground. Silence. The entire venue fell eerily quiet. Even Wang Tung found himself momentarily stunned, unable to believe that Yi Qian had indeed slain the unicorn demon dragon. Dan Yangzi rushed forward, examining the remarkably tough scales. Realizing this was the very beast that had nearly claimed his life. Yi Qian had truly defeated it. How is this possible? Yi Qian took a swig of wine and forcefully extracted the demon core for the unicorn demon dragon's mouth, casually stating now, "Are you willing to believe?" A stir erupted among the crowd as they began to whisper among themselves. "To my astonishment, Master Yi truly vanquished the unicorn demon dragon. We misjudged him." Indeed, the unicorn demon dragon possesses formidable strength. It is said that 30 years ago, it annihilated the sect leader of the Qingxuan Sect, who was a formidable mid-stage void return expert. It is truly terrifying. Master Yi's prowess has already reached the realm of transformation. It appears that he will undoubtedly emerge victorious in this grand competition. In the presence of Master Yi, Master Wang Tung certainly feels somewhat inadequate. As I listen to the murmurs around me, Master Wang's expression darkened noticeably. He, the true prodigy of our sect, found all the limelight usurped by the young Yi Qian. Had he known, he would have crushed him in his infancy, thus sparing himself from such vexation. At this moment, Master Danyang's countenance was equally grim. Lines of tension etched across his forehead as his gaze towards Yi Qian transformed. In just over a decade since joining the sect, he had attained such a remarkable level. Indeed, he is a prodigy, though regrettably, not his own disciple. Now, surely the assessment must have been passed? Yi Qian stored the unicorn demon dragon's corpse. For such a precious beast could not be handed over to Master Danyang. He intended to present it to his master upon their return from seclusion. Its scales, if refined into a magical artifact, could potentially withstand a combined force with the assistance of Master Lung Qianing's spiritual energy. Master Danyang's lips twitched as he remarked, "Nephew Yi, why do you keep the carcass of this demon beast? Hand it to me and allow me to handle it." Chapter 43. Beware of the path to death. In the face of Master Danyang's brazen demand, Yi Qian merely smiled calmly and replied, "I'm afraid not, Master, for I still have use for the unicorn demon dragon's remains." Seeing Yi Qian's refusal, Master Danyang's expression darkened further. Yet, before the multitude of disciples, he could not overtly press his claim, so he could only snort coldly and adopt a different demeanor. Very well then, nephew, ye may keep it. It is not essential to me. At this moment, Master Wang Tong clenched his fists tightly, glaring fiercely at Yi Qian, his anger having reached unprecedented levels. Unfortunately, he was still no match for a void return expert. Once he secured a union with the sect's prodigy, he vowed to make Yi Qian grovel at his feet like a stray dog, pleading for mercy. Yi Qian took a sip of bamboo green wine and spoke softly. Since the written examination has concluded, may I inquire if the 30 mid-grade spirit stones promised to the first-place winner can now be retrieved? You. Master Wang Tong clenched his fists, then suddenly seemed to recall something, his voice laced with coldness. Yidvin. While it is true that the sect's grand competition rewards the first-ranking disciple with 30 mid-grade spirit stones, the Unicorn Demon Dragon is merely at the perfected divine transformation stage. It does not equate to the same level of cultivation. Subsequently, Master Wang bowed respectfully towards Master Danyang and stated, Master, although junior brother Yi has slain the Unicorn Demon Dragon, it remains a perfected divine transformation beast, not a void return entity. Therefore, I believe that in this assessment, junior brother has not achieved success. As the words fell, an eerie silence enveloped the entire venue. The gazes of numerous disciples fixated upon Yi Qian'an and Wang Tong. And it was evident even to the dullest of minds that Wang Tong sought to exploit the sect's regulations to undermine Yi Qian'an. After all, the Unicorn Demon Dragon was not a returning void beast, and theoretically, it could not be deemed a success. Dan Yangzi, stroking his beard with an air of calm, remarked, Tung'er makes a valid point. Henceforth, the victor of this sect's written examination shall be turned. In the face of Dan Yangzi's apparent bias, Yi Qian'an furrowed his brow and said, Master, is this not somewhat unreasonable? Can you truly slay the Unicorn Demon Dragon? Dan Yangzi, in a fit of anger, cast aside his elegant robe and retorted with a hint of displeasure. What do you mean by that? Am I not a peak practitioner of the early returning void stage? Can I not vanquish a mere transformation spirit beast? Considering your exceptional talent and the presence of senior sister, Lung Qianning, you ought to be grateful for not being relegated to the sword tomb, rather than questioning me. Yi Qian'an, unperturbed by the anger, turned to face Dan Yangzi and coldly replied, Indeed, I am grateful. The sect's regulations were established by the founding ancestors. Yet this Unicorn Demon Dragon possesses strength comparable to that of a mid-returning void beast. Surely, Master, you cannot be unaware of this. Are you questioning me? Dan Yangzi's brow knitted tightly, his eyes glimmering with a frosty light, darting like lightning within his pupils. It is not a question, but rather a profound distaste for your actions, Master. Yi Qian'an cast a sidelong glance at Dan Yangzi, took a sip from his wine gourd, his inky black hair billowing gently, exuding an air of nonchalance. Preposterous. In retaliation to Yi Qian'an's insult, Dan Yangzi, as the sect leader, erupted in fury, pointing an accusatory finger at Yi Qian'an and exclaimed, You dare speak to me in such a manner. Yi Qian'an, the disciple merely speaks the truth. If Master cannot bear it, perhaps you should close your senses and retreat to meditate in seclusion. Yi Qian'an responded, advancing toward Wang Tong. In front of everyone, he struck Wang Tong down with a resounding slap, the crisp sound echoing beautifully throughout the square. The other side of Wang Tong's face was already swollen, mirroring the imprint of the slap on the left side. Wang Tong's cheek was struck by a single slap. No wonder there is an imprint on his face. Claiming it was a training mishap seems merely a ruse, murmured the onlookers. Lower your voices. After all, he is the sect leader's disciple. Be wary of him claiming a death wish upon you. Yi Qian'an extracted 30 mid-grade spirit stones from Wang Tong, stating nonchalantly, I shall take these spirit stones. Should Master harbor resentment, seek my Master. If my Master deems my actions wrong, I shall willingly guard the immortal sword in the sword tomb for 300 years. Furthermore, the powder left by Elder Lin Shun on the jade slip was likely intended to attract those beasts. However, in the face of a returning void expert, it is virtually inconsequential. Out of respect for my Master, I shall spare your life this time. Should you dare to provoke me again, I will surely take your head. Lin Shen's master is the junior brother of Lung Qianning, currently wandering the continent and yet to return. It is said that he has already reached the stage of integration, making him a formidable presence in the eastern Lingnan prefecture. As Yi Qian departed, Dan Yangzi trembled with fury, having never experienced such humiliation over the years. Had it not been for his apprehension regarding Yi Qian's cultivation, Dan Yangzi would have attacked him on the spot, just as he had done in the past. As a fellow early-stage Void Return expert, Dan Yangzi held little confidence in defeating Yi Qian, especially since this young man had slain the unicorn demon dragon in the 10,000 Beast Forest, a feat that surpassed his own capabilities. At this moment, Wang Tong, clutching his swollen cheek, lay on the ground with tears of grievance rolling down his cheeks, his expression one of utter despair. "Master, you must seek justice for your disciple." "Enough." Dan Yangzi, already incensed, erupted further at Wang Tong's plea for justice, retorting, "You worthless fool. He has only practiced for a little over a decade to reach this level, while you have cultivated for a century and are still at the initial stage of spirit transformation. You have truly disappointed me." As he faced the scorn of his former master, Wang Tong's face turned ashen, and he bowed his head deeply, feeling the heat of embarrassment rise as his fellow disciples pointed and whispered among themselves. His sense of dignity had been utterly shattered, and his heart swelled with resentment towards Yi Qian. He vowed that, in his lifetime, he would rend Yi Qian's flesh into shreds and confine his soul within the 10,000 souls banner, subjecting him to endless torment. On Qingjing Peak, the gentle stream in the valley, shrouded in a delicate mist, presented a scene reminiscent of a celestial paradise, as if one had entered a mystical realm. The extraordinary mountains and waters, entwined in white clouds, rendered a picturesque landscape akin to a natural ink wash painting. Clutching a wine jar and cradling a sword, Yi Qian reclined in the bamboo pavilion by the Huai River, a blade of dogtail grass held between his lips as he savored the gentle spring breeze. Inhaling the fragrant aroma of the peach blossoms from the nearby mountains, he felt entirely at ease. The timid spirit beast lay on the table, gazing at Yi Qian with pleading eyes, its childish voice quivering. "Please let me go back. I do not wish to remain here." Chapter 44. The wandering star plays beneath the sun and moon, drunkenly reclining in the clouds, laughing at the mortal realm. Yi Qian glanced sideways at the spirit beast, offering reassurance. "Rest assured, no one here will harm you." He produced 30 mid-grade spirit stones, presenting them to the creature, with a flick of his wrist. The 30 stones, shimmering with morning light, materialized before the spirit beast, sending ripples of immense spiritual energy through the bamboo pavilion, creating a scene of exquisite beauty. The spirit beast's eyes brightened, and it immediately dove into the pile of spirit stones, frolicking as if basking in the moonlight. Yi Qian smiled, took a sip of wine, and opened the interface for the Wine Sword Immortal. As the azure light illuminated the surroundings, all of Yi Qian's personal information appeared before him. Name: Yi Qian. Age: 19. Identity: junior uncle of Qingxuan Sect. Cultivation: early stage of Void Return. Techniques: sword control technique, spirit breaking soul slash. The cultivation level of the Wine Sword Immortal stands at 46,100, with a rank elevation of 110. Observing his current achievements and status, Yi Qian could only shake his head in resignation. After reaching the Void Return realm, the pace of breakthroughs had noticeably slowed, starkly contrasting with the ease of advancing to the Foundation Establishment stage during the Qi refinement period with just a flask of wine. The cultivation hierarchy of the Divine Continent is rather intricate. Beyond the Void Return realm, one encounters the Integration stage, followed by the Great Ascension, and further still, the Thunder Tribulation. In summary, attaining the Thunder Tribulation realm grants one considerable influence in the Eastern Ridge Southern Prefecture. As the most formidable beings, they are merely at that level. As for the true immortals above the Thunder Tribulation, one must journey to the Western Bulhajo to encounter them, though such beings are not ubiquitous throughout the region. Each realm serves as a significant dividing line, stalling countless practitioners. Only one might ascend among 10, 20, or even 100. After reaching the true immortal level, the odds become even more daunting, with only one emerging among 1,000 Thunder Tribulation practitioners. This vividly illustrates the arduous nature of elevating one's status. "Master Uncle, you are here." A melodious voice, as sweet as a lark, resonated through the air as Lin Zwezhuz, clad in a verdant attire, breezily entered the Huai Water Bamboo Pavilion, her youthful visage radiating excitement. Yi Qian retracted the Wine Sword Immortal panel visible solely to him, and turned curiously towards her, inquiring, "Zwezhuz, what brings you here?" "I returned after the assessment concluded," Lin Zwezhuz replied, adjusting a strand of hair behind her ear, her smile warm as she continued, "This time, I managed to slay a late-stage core formation beast." My fellow disciples mentioned that you vanquished a fully realized transformation god beast. Truly remarkable. Yi Qian nodded with a smile. You flatter me, Zwezhuz. Lin Zwezhuz then noticed the auspicious beast within the spirit stone, her eyes brightening as she dashed over, exclaiming, "What an adorable creature! Master Uncle, where did you find it?" No girl could resist the charm of a fluffy, auspicious beast, and its exquisite appearance stirred Lin Zwezhuz's innocent heart, prompting her to cradle the creature tightly against her chest. The auspicious beast, struggling for breath, patted Lin Zwezhuz's chest with its tiny paws, indignantly protesting, "Human, I'm nearly suffocating. Release me at once." "Oh, my apologies." Upon hearing the creature's distressed voice, Lin Zwezhuz quickly let go but continued to joyfully stroke its soft fur. So soft, so smooth, so comfortable, she thought, her face aglow with happiness. If I could cuddle it to sleep, it would surely be delightful. The auspicious beast wriggled free from Lin Zwezhuz's embrace, gracefully leaping onto Yi Qian's shoulder, where it nudged his cheek with its paws, expressing its displeasure. "You should have kept an eye on her. I was about to be smothered." Yi Qian smiled brightly, choosing to ignore the beast's complaint as he lifted his gaze back to Lin Zwezhuz and asked, "What brings you here today, dear niece?" "Master, I am but a foolish disciple, yet I have yet to transcend the late stage of the Golden Core. Thus, I seek your guidance." Lin Zwezhuz bowed respectfully to Yi Qian. For reasons unknown, she felt an inexplicable void within her heart, and this very absence hindered her cultivation. Regardless of her relentless efforts, she found no progress. Cultivators are taught to follow their hearts, to maintain a balance of humility and confidence. Yet, the missing piece within her had morphed into an unimaginable nightmare for Lin Zwezhuz. Yi Qian, having set aside his celestial sword, stood and said, "If that is the case, I shall impart to you a technique on behalf of your master. Sword, come fort." As his words echoed, the long sword that hung at Lin Zwezhuz's waist unsheathed itself uncontrollably, spinning gracefully in midair before landing steadily in Yi Qian's grasp. A swordsman must cultivate a heart devoid of distractions, embracing tranquility without arrogance or servility, executing movements as swift and fierce as thunder and lightning, with the potential to obliterate all in their path. Yi Qian pivoted gracefully, effortlessly swinging the sword in his hand. With a surge of sword energy that roared like tumultuous waves towards the clouds above, a single strike cleaved the sky asunder, eliciting incredulous expressions from the elders of Qingxuan Sect. Yi Qian leapt lightly, opening a flask and tilting his head back to drink deeply. The clear, potent liquor dripped from the corner of his mouth, staining his garments. He drained the contents of the flask and began to dance with the sword, each swing altering the very fabric of the heavens. A true swordsman must possess the will of the sword. Any distracting thoughts render this will ineffective. The elegance and nobility exuded by Yi Qian's swordplay bore no hint of murderous intent. As the blade descended, a refreshing breeze swept through. Yivin, stepping gracefully upon fallen leaves, landed effortlessly in the void. With one hand resting behind his back, he flicked his right hand upward, causing the long sword to spin before settling smoothly back into Lin Zwezhuz's scabbard. Lin Zwezhuz stood stunned, acutely aware that the traces of sword energy in the air had yet to dissipate. Even the slightest touch would cause her fingers to bleed. Such terrifying sword intent. Could this be the path of my master? Her heart brimmed with astonishment. This sensation was foreign to her, even in the presence of her mother. Bai Yuling. In the entire sect, aside from the venerable master Lung Qianling, few could achieve such mastery. With a sword in hand, I traverse the mortal realm. A guest among the clouds, with fine wine, I ascend to the heavens, a celestial being, as stars dance and compete, illuminating the sun and moon. I lay inebriated among the clouds, laughing at the world below. Yi Qian, with one hand poised behind him and the other holding a gourd of wine, stood upon the shimmering lake's surface, where the gentle ripples formed exquisite patterns upon contact, a true embodiment of the immortal Wine Sword sage, unrivaled in the heavens and the earth. Chapter 45. The stars outshine the moon, the crows surpass the phoenix. Lin Zizu cradled the auspicious beast, her gaze fixated on the figure of Master Yi. And for reasons unknown, the moment she beheld him, the void within her heart seemed to be filled, stirring her emotions profoundly. The auspicious beast, equally astonished, gazed with star-like eyes, intensely focused on Yi Qian, internally contemplating, how can this human possess such formidable comprehension of sword intent? Could it be that he is the reincarnation of a sword immortal? Merely with his sword intent, he can cause the golden core within to tremble. Who exactly is this extraordinary individual? Yi Qian gracefully turned around and nodded, addressing her. Zuezu, have you discerned the underlying essence? Recovering from her astonishment, Lin Zuezu promptly replied, Disciple has gained insight. Thank you for your guidance, master. With that, she disregarded her return to the bamboo peak, and, harnessing the current energy of sword intent, seated herself cross-legged to comprehend the energy within it. A torrent of energy surged into her body, illuminating Lin Zuezu's face with a serene expression, while even the surrounding spiritual power coalesced into a cyclone beside her. The auspicious beast, being in the early stages of golden core formation, leapt from Lin Zuezu's embrace and perched on the table, nibbling a piece of spirit stone, quietly observing her breakthrough. From the perspective of the energy, it was evident that Lin Zuezu had reached a pivotal moment for advancement. With careful understanding of its mysteries, she could transcend her limitations and elevate her cultivation to the late stage of golden core formation. At the quiet peak within the bamboo hut, Lung Qian'an's soft, pristine gown shimmered with a pearl-like luster under the sunlight, light and ethereal. Her long hair flowed like silk, cascading in a waterfall of radiant hues. Her eyes sparkled like bright stars, irresistibly captivating every gaze. Since you are here, come inside. You've been standing outside for half an hour. If there is something to say, just speak directly. Her voice was chillingly calm, and as her words fell, she closed her eyes anew. As the door was gently pushed open, Dan Yangzi, the sect leader of Qingxuan Sect, stepped inside. His expression was far from pleasant, his brows furrowed, his aura turbulent. And upon seeing his senior sister still meditating to regulate her spiritual power, he performed a respectful greeting. Junior brother Dan Yangzi pays his respects to senior sister. Your arrival, if I am not mistaken, must pertain to the transgressions of my unruly disciple. Dan Yangzi nodded, his face filled with indignation as he spoke. Senior sister, Yi Qian has gone too far, showing utter disrespect and insolence, even humiliating me before so many disciples. Why did he insult you? You should understand that, don't you? Lung Qian'an's cherry lips parted, her tone indifferent. Junior brother, I know your temperament better than anyone. The reason for his insult stems from actions you ought not to have taken. Dan Yangzi was momentarily speechless, yet he still retorted with dissatisfaction. Senior sister, as the leader of Qingxuan Sect, cannot I even manage a single disciple? You can manage disciples, but it depends on who it is. Yi Qian, as my disciple. If you target him thus, are you not expressing discontent towards me? Suddenly, Lung Qian'an opened her eyes, her starlight gaze now tinged with a hint of anger. The temperature around her plummeted at a visibly rapid pace, and the floor beneath her began to frost over. Dan Yangzi staggered backwards, collapsing to his knees with a thud, beads of sweat cascading down his face. However, perhaps due to the frigid atmosphere, the droplets of sweat transformed into icy crystals upon hitting the ground, producing a crisp sound as they struck the surface. I am truly sorry. Lung Qian'an retracted the icy aura she had released, instantly teleporting to Dan Yangzi's side with such swiftness that even he could not conceal the flicker of fear that crossed his face. Junior brother, I promised our master to protect you and safeguard the Qingxuan Sect, yet your actions have deeply disappointed me. Her beautiful eyes shifted slightly, casting a frosty glance at the kneeling Dan Yangzi. Her elongated gaze narrowed with an air of coldness. Feeling the chilling aura envelop him, Dan Yangzi hastily replied, Senior sister, I merely wish to safeguard the future of our sect. If you doubt my intentions, I am willing to swear before our master's tomb that if there is the slightest falsehood in my words, I shall perish instantly. A grave expression slowly emerged on Lung Qian'an's strikingly beautiful face, and she resumed her previous position, exhaling a breath of cold air. She refrained from reprimanding Dan Yangzi further and gently said, Xiaoyang, after all, you are still my junior brother. We have known each other for over 7 centuries. You should understand my disposition. Yi Qian possesses extraordinary talent and is destined to be a future luminary, embodying the true essence of an emperor. In a century, he shall ascend to the upper sect to cultivate, and in due course, his name will resonate throughout the entire Shenzhou continent. Seated before Lung Qian'an, Dan Yangzi was disinterested in her praise of her disciple and swiftly changed the subject. Senior sister, in 2 months, the prodigies of the upper sect will visit our Qingxuan Sect. I believe it will be beneficial for Wang Tong to meet them. Lung Qian'an raised her head slightly and inquired, What kind of meeting do you envision? A sparring session? My dear senior sister, I believe this is our sole opportunity to approach the upper sect. If I can arrange for Wang Tong to form a bond with their prodigies, then my disciple will directly qualify for ascension to the upper sect. Upon hearing this, Lung Qianning replied with a hint of sarcasm. Junior brother, do you truly believe that the illustrious daughters of the upper sect would take notice of your disciple, Wang Tong? Senior sister, my disciple Wang Tong possesses imperial potential. He will undoubtedly break through his limitations and soar to great heights. How can one hastily judge his worthiness? Dan Yangzi retorted, his expression reflecting dissatisfaction. After all, he had devoted a century to nurturing his disciple, who had finally achieved the transformation into the divine realm. How could he possibly fail to win the affection of a woman? Lung Qianning smiled faintly, choosing not to engage further. Indeed, Wang Tong's talent was commendable, yet it was evident that he could not compete with the prodigies of the upper sect. As for his appearance, it could be considered above average. But when compared to her disciple Yi Qian, the disparity was akin to the heavens and the earth. If a comparison were to be made, it would be akin to the stars against the bright moon, or the crow against the phoenix. Cold Qianning took a sip of tea, her expression impassive as she spoke. Junior brother, I have heard that Lin Shun has left a powder on the jade slip to attract demonic beasts. Are you aware of this? Dan Yangzi trembled slightly and immediately replied, I am unaware, but upon hearing of this incident, I promptly reprimanded Lin Shun. Given his status and the fact that his master is still wandering outside, I have sent him to the execution cliff for reflection. Cold Qianning, however, did not believe Dan Yangzi's words. With her divine sense, she saw that Lin Shun was still cultivating within the sect. Chapter 46. Yet Cheng Qinglian possesses a chivalrous spirit. Do not say that the mortal world lacks sword immortals. Suddenly, the entire Qingxuan Sect was enveloped in a tempest. A tremendous pressure surged from the depths of the earth, causing the sect to tremble. Waves of colorful, auspicious clouds appeared ethereally in the sky, and the great hall trembled abruptly. Cold Qianning and Dan Yangzi both sensed the fluctuations of this energy and immediately gazed towards the distant sky. Is someone forming an infant? The elders of Qingxuan Sect also emerged, looking towards the heavens, their expressions a tapestry of wonder, clearly feeling the impact of this energy. It is well known that forming an infant is a crucial event in the life of any cultivator, typically requiring the protection of their sect during seclusion to prevent unforeseen mishaps. However, with all the elders present and the sect leader, Dan Yangzi, communicating with their great-uncle, who could this person be, daring to form an infant at this moment? Cold Qianning vanished from her spot, leaving Dan Yangzi seated, savoring his tea, and then coldly remarked, Who is forming an infant without informing the sect? At the Huai Water Bamboo Pavilion, on the 7th day of the 7th month, Yi Qian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at Lin Zuezhu before him. A unique expression gracing his face as he murmured, I did not expect Lin Zuezhu to comprehend sword intent and begin forming an infant. When Yi Qian formed his infant, he had departed from Qingxuan Sect early, for the energy unleashed during this process is exceedingly violent, potentially invoking a thunder tribulation. Should a cultivator fail to withstand the force of the tribulation, they could face death. Any interference during this period would undoubtedly inflict severe damage to the body. Holding the auspicious beast in his arms, Yi Qian formed seals with his hands, and a frosty blue barrier suddenly appeared before him, safeguarding Lin Zuezhu from any interference during her infant formation. Shortly thereafter, Cold Qianning materialized in this location, her gaze fixed upon Lin Zuezhu within the bamboo pavilion, and she remarked, So, is this girl who is forming an infant here? Casting a glance at Yi Qian, she sensed a unique sword aura permeating the air, piquing her interest. No wonder Lin Zuezhu could directly break through her shackles and form an infant here. The sword energy surged mightily, like a fleeting glimpse of a phoenix. How intriguing, truly intriguing. Cold Qianning landed gracefully, the tumultuous energy radiating outward like crashing waves, while the thunderclouds in the sky began to coalesce, enveloping Qiong Mountain as if heralding the end of days. Master, you have emerged from seclusion. Yi Qian tucked away the wine gourd and nodded with a gentle smile. Lung Qianning, drawing a bamboo flute from her waist, lightly tapped Yi Qian on the head, reproaching him, You always take matters into your own hands. If I were to withdraw, would the Qingxuan Sect be entirely yours? Yi Qian scratched his head and replied with an awkward smile, Master, you are well aware of my character. How could I ever consider the Qingxuan Sect as my own? Lung Qianning shot him a disapproving glance, but chose not to respond. At that moment, Bai Yuling, the master of Xiaozhu Peak, transformed into a streak of white light and rushed over. Upon discovering that her daughter had broken through to the Yuan'ing stage, her anxiety deepened. The process of forming a fetus is exceedingly perilous. A moment's carelessness could lead to disaster. Seeing her daughter in this state filled her with profound sorrow. Master Aunt, Bai Yuling landed beside Lung Qian'an, her brow furrowed with concern. Why did my daughter directly break through to Yuan'ing? She was only at the mid-stage of Qian'an yesterday. Perhaps you should ask Yi Qian. Lung Qian'an lightly tapped Yi Qian's head again, her tone tinged with reproach. It is not that breaking through levels is inherently bad, but one must be capable of enduring the energy associated with such a leap. After all, no one else in the world has done what Yi Qian did, transcending directly from the late stage of Huashan to the Fanqi realm. Bai Yuling turned her gaze to Yi Qian, uncertain whether to blame him or express gratitude. As she witnessed Lin Zui's impending tribulation, her heart was heavy with worry. If anything were to happen to her daughter, how could she face the memory of her deceased husband? Lung Qian'an placed a comforting hand on Bai Yuling's shoulder, attempting to soothe her anxiety. With a serious expression, she raised her head to the tumultuous storm of thunder gathering in the sky. Should Lin Xiuzhu fail to withstand the tribulation, she would have no choice but to intervene personally, although it was likely to invite backlash from the heavenly tribulation. It was preferable to witnessing Lin Xiuzhu perish before her eyes. Boom! The bronze-colored heavenly thunder, like serpents, writhed within the clouds, with massive bolts descending upon Lin Xiuzhu, who was in the process of forming her fetus. The violent force of the thunder shattered the barrier left by Yi Qian and struck directly at Lin Xiuzhu's Yuan'ing. With a splatter, crimson blood erupted from Lin Xiuzhu's mouth, and her nascent form dimmed, as though it could vanish at any moment. She was utterly unable to withstand the energy of the tribulation. Bai Yuling, filled with dread, urgently called out, "Xiuzhu, quickly abandon the attempt to form your fetus. Even if you fail, at least you can preserve your life." Lin Xiuzhu remained silent, her eyes tightly closed, resolute in her determination. "Mother, I will not forsake this opportunity to form my fetus. If I miss it now, the next chance will be far more arduous, perhaps even taking a century to restore my foundation. I cannot let this opportunity slip away. You might die." Bai Yuling, frantic, felt tears welling in her eyes. She wished to rush forward, but was restrained by Lung Qian'an standing beside her. As the thunderstorm descended, any obstruction would undoubtedly endure a double surge of energy. A moment's carelessness could result in utter annihilation. At the moment the next bolt of heavenly lightning began to coalesce, Lin Zuezhuz held her breath, forming hand seals, prepared to sacrifice her life to give birth to a new being. Suddenly, the sword aura howled past, shattering the very firmament. Yi Qi, beneath him, had already arranged several empty wine jars, his mind clouded with inebriation as he floated in the sky, wielding the frostblade of his master, Lung Qian'an. "Master, do not be offended. Your disciple is anxious and has resorted to using your treasured sword." With a flushed complexion, Yi Qi raised his head and drained the contents of the gourd, a smile spreading across his lips as he exclaimed, "What fine wine! Congratulations, host, for consuming 13 jars of wine. Your mastery of the Wine Sword fairy technique has been enhanced by 30. Congratulations, host, for comprehending the supreme sword technique." The Azure Lotus Sword Song, with a resonating hum, the supreme sword intent surged forth. Throughout the entire ordeal, Yi Qi displayed no ferocity. Yet the emerald glow surrounding him shot skyward, and the long sword in his hand merely danced lightly before him, akin to a shimmering pool of azure water. Its sharpness unmistakable. But the Azure Lotus harbors chivalric aspirations. Do not claim there are no sword immortals amidst the mortal realm. Azure Lotus Sword Song, arise. With a piercing explosion, the tranquil night sky appeared to freeze at that moment, and suddenly, before the astonished gaze of Bai Yuling, a rift stretching 100 feet opened in the void. Chapter 47. A sword to slash the firmament. What does he intend to achieve? Just then, the elders of the Qingxuan Sect arrived, their faces pale with disbelief as they gazed skyward at Yi Qi, astonished that this fellow dared to challenge the heavenly thunder. Was he courting death? Throughout history, no one had dared to provoke the heavenly tribulation, for the challenger would bear the full brunt of twice the thunderous force meant for a breakthrough. Elder Lin Chun observed Yi Qi's audacious stance against the heavenly lightning, a mocking tone lacing his words. A mere mortal dares to defy the heavenly thunder. Truly, He knows neither the heights of heaven nor the depths of the earth. Even our revered master, Lung Qian'an, could meet his demise in the face of such tribulation, let alone a petty cultivator in the early stages of void return. He is merely seeking his own demise. Unperturbed by the surrounding chatter, Yi Qi simply smiled coldly, draining the last drop of wine, and with a hazy yet determined gaze. He raised the frostblade aloft. The clouds above suddenly parted, and a brilliant golden beam of light enveloped Yi Qi, bathing him in a radiant glow, reminiscent of an immortal. Gather, essence of the heavens. Yi Qi belched, his previously languid demeanor transforming into one of unwavering resolve, as the aura within him surged. The endless essence of the heavens merging with the frostblade. The frostblade, a premier celestial sword forged from natural ice, was immensely formidable. Even the mightiest of thunder tribulation warriors would find it challenging to threaten its blade. Yet, as it absorbed the heavenly essence, a crisp cracking sound reverberated through the air. The sound was crisp, resonating as if it echoed right by one's ear, causing one to gaze with wide, bell-like eyes. Cold Qian'an similarly furrowed her delicate brows, her gaze fixed upon the cracks appearing on the frost-cold sword. Could it be that this fellow wished for my celestial sword to vanish alongside the heavenly tribulation? Azure Lotus Sword Song, arise, Yi Qi declared, his lips curling into a smile as he suddenly swung towards the gathering storm clouds above. It appeared unremarkable, yet the force within was discernible only to those above the divine transformation realm. The silvery sword Qi surged forth like a crescent moon, its speed so astonishing that it nearly left behind an afterimage. At the very moment the sword mark sliced through the void, it tore apart the surrounding space. The golden giant sword pierced through the mist, colliding head-on with the bronze thunder from the heavens. A violent disturbance rippled through the space before the onlookers, and in an instant the sound waves expanded like lightning. A tremendous roar erupted, as if a bomb had been dropped into the tranquil lake, sending forth towering waves that soared up to 7 or 8 jom. Eventually, they crashed down, the splashes and mist enveloping the entire valley in a shroud of watery haze. The sound of the sword echoed like furious thunder erupting amidst a darkened sky, rolling outwards from Yi Qi as the epicenter, drowning out even the thunderous crash of waterfalls. In a 10-mile radius, the reverberations could be faintly heard, leaving beasts in a state of paralysis. While even the elders of the Qingxuan Sect trembled at the soul-stirring energy intertwined with the sword's resonance. Some of the weaker beasts, like wolves and tigers, who were closer to the lake, were even killed outright by the thunderous sound waves. How could this be possible? Elder Lin Chun gasped in astonishment, his eyes wide. Such terrifying sword intent, how could he possibly wield it? This was my first time witnessing it. Not long ago, he was merely at the divine transformation stage, yet he could contend with the sect master. Now, with the Azure Lotus Sword Song, he is extraordinarily formidable. This lad is destined for greatness. Elder Hui Yunzi stepped forward, his brow furrowed, his gaze locked onto the sword mark in the sky. He beheld a golden scar in the previously overcast heavens, where energy surged within the mark, causing the disciples and elders of the Qingxuan Sect to gasp in shock. What a fearsome sword intent! What has Yi Qi done to achieve such a feat, cleaving the heavens with a single stroke? The essence of the heavens. He must have just gathered it, resulting in this terrifying strike. It is truly frightening. Master Yi's strength is enough to crush his peers. Even the esteemed Wang Tung would seem like an ant before him. Yi Qi stood proudly atop the mountain peak, his inky hair billowing in the wind, while the depths of the surrounding forest fell into an eerie silence. The dark clouds receded, and the thunder dissipated. Lin Sue's bamboo's primordial spirit was successfully condensed. Despite sustaining some injuries, it was evident she had now reached the early stage of the primordial spirit realm. Yi Qi felt an overwhelming weakness enveloping his body. Having expended all his spiritual energy in that recent sword strike, he succumbed to a profound fatigue, and darkness enveloped him as he fell straight down. Suddenly, Lung Qian'an appeared in midair, gracefully catching the descending Yi Qi with her delicate hands, a hint of reproach evident on her face as she said, "What a fool you are to challenge the thunder tribulation. You truly have a charmed life." Observing the now slumbering Yi Qi, Lung Qian'an turned to the onlookers among the sect's elders and disciples, her tone indifferent as she remarked, "It would be wise for all of you to keep your tongues in check regarding today's events. Should anyone dare to speak of it, do not blame me for being ruthless." Understood. The disciples and elders, sensing the gravity of her words, immediately bowed in submission, their eyes glittering with a peculiar glimmer. Embracing Yi Qian, Lung Qianing vanished from sight, prompting the others to disperse, as remaining there served no purpose now that the matter was concluded. Upon returning to the tranquil peak, Lung Qianing gently laid Yi Qian on a wooden couch, placing her fingers upon his pulse. Realizing he was merely exhausted from his depleting energy, she let out a silent sigh of relief. At that moment, a divine beast tumbled from Yi Qian's embrace. Now sealed of its spiritual power, it appeared as an ordinary beast, vulnerable enough that even a mere crane could easily bully it. Is this the divine beast? Observing the rotund creature, Lung Qianing's expression remained impassive, yet her brows furrowed slightly as she recognized its identity. After all, there was only one such divine beast in the eastern ridge of the southern prefecture, one she had the fortune to encounter once before, but was unable to bring back due to her pressing duties. Little did she expect that it had been captured by Yi Qian. The divine beast sat on the ground, rubbing its head with its tiny paws. Recognizing Lung Qianing, it squeaked in a childlike voice, "Oh, it's you. I've seen you before. You are this little one's master. Hurry and restore my powers. I want to go back." The divine beast crossed its arms defiantly, turning its head away with a tone of dissatisfaction. Yet, Lung Qianing chuckled and replied, "Let us wait until he awakens. After all, you are my disciple's spoils, and as your master, I cannot simply discard my disciple's treasures." "Oh!" The divine beast rushed over, clinging to Lung Qianing's leg, desperately squeezing out a few tears as it pitifully pleaded, "Please, fairy sister, spare me. I beg you." Chapter 48. The Marvelous Uses of a Unicorn Dragon's Remains. Lung Qianing gazed at the weeping divine beast, her eyes reflecting a sense of helplessness. She then crouched down and cradled the creature in her arms, saying, "With your current level of cultivation, even if you were to return to the forest of 10,000 beasts, it would surely lead to your demise. Without the protection of the unicorn dragon, you would become a coveted delicacy sought after by all beasts. Consuming you would significantly enhance their own powers." Even Lung Qianing was uncertain about the divine beast's true identity, only aware that every beast yearned to possess it. With the divine beast in their grasp, their cultivation would inevitably rise, and consuming it could even break through their limitations. Listening to Lung Qianing's words, the spirit beast displayed a peculiar expression, internally grappling with conflicting emotions. With the absence of the protection offered by the unicorn demon dragon and the destruction of the bamboo forest, it realized that returning home would likely render it a meal for other demonic beasts, or worse, lead to its captivity to bolster their power. The spirit beast cast a glance at the still, slumbering Yi Qian and then at the spiritual stone on the table. After much contemplation, it resolved to remain here. After all, in this world, no one possessed the ability to cleave the heavens in twain with a single strike at the void returning realm. Perhaps by staying close to him, it would ensure its own safety. Seeing that the spirit beast had come to terms with its decision, Lung Qianing refrained from further comments. She summoned the frost sword previously wielded by Yi Qian, her gaze falling upon the peculiar cracks adorning its blade, a sense of helplessness washing over her. This celestial sword was immensely hard, one of the few treasures of the Qingxuan Sect, yet even such a magnificent weapon could not withstand an excessive infusion of celestial energy. Had Yi Qian not intervened in time, that previous strike would have shattered her treasured sword. With her right hand outstretched, a crystal stone materialized quietly within her delicate grasp. The crystal gleamed a deep azure, emanating tendrils of chilling air that spread around it. Merely holding it imparted a profound sense of coldness. The spirit beast's eyes lit up, exclaiming, "This is an exquisite ice crystal stone. I never imagined you possessed such a remarkable treasure." The exquisite ice crystal stone, sourced from the depths of the most frigid lands, contained boundless ice attribute energy capable of freezing anything. It was a coveted gem for ice attribute cultivators, with some willing to risk everything to acquire it. With a subtle motion of her finger, Lung Qianing caused the ice crystal stone to melt, swiftly transforming into a pool of writhing ice water. Under her guidance, the icy liquid gradually seeped into the fissures of the frost sword. The spirit beast gasped in astonishment. Using an exquisite ice crystal stone to mend a celestial sword was nothing short of a monumental waste. However, Lung Qianing paid little heed to such concerns. After all, this sword had been her companion for hundreds of years. Even the most precious ice crystal stone could not deter her from ensuring her sword remained flawless. At that moment, the spirit beast could only think one thing. This master and disciple were anything but ordinary. Truly, they were not from the same family, yet they shared the same door. After a while, the cracks in the frost sword were flawlessly restored. As the icy brilliance danced, the sword's silhouette shimmered, reflecting the silver moon pouring its light upon the icy sea. The sword light danced like a phoenix in flight, with the cold resonance crystallizing at its tip, radiating a resplendent beauty. Lung Qian'an sheathed the sword, her gaze glistening as she lightly instructed, "Stay here with him. When he awakens, let him seek me out." The spirit beast obediently nodded, clutching a piece of spiritual stone to nibble on, leaving Yi Qian's awakening to the whims of fate. The following morning dawned, radiant and resplendent. Yi Qian'an awoke from his slumber, feeling an overwhelming thirst. His right hand instinctively reached for the wine gourd at his waist. However, what he touched was soft and smooth. Frowning slightly, Yi Qian'an looked down to find Lin Zizu resting beside him, his hand inadvertently brushing against her cheek. At that moment, Lin Zizu had also awakened, rubbing her swollen eyes. Upon seeing her master awake, her face lit up with joy as she exclaimed, "Master, you are finally awake." Sitting up, Yi Qian'an inquired, "What brings you here?" "I came as soon as I succeeded in forming my infant," Lin Zuezu replied gratefully. "I heard from the auspicious beast that your spiritual energy was nearly depleted. I truly owe it all to you, master." She smiled warmly, arranging a few strands of hair behind her ear. Yi Qian'an nodded and asked, "Where's my wine gourd?" Without hesitation, Lin Zuezu retrieved a gourd filled with wine from her storage ring and handed it to him. "Master, your wine gourd was shattered by sword energy yesterday. This is specially prepared for you by Zuezu, and the wine inside is what I fetched from the foot of the mountain for you." Eagerly, Yi Qian'an accepted the gourd and took a hearty sip. Though it did not compare to the exquisite Luosang wine, it was still a fine drink in the quaint town of Qingxuan. At that moment, Lin Zuezu asked, "Master, I recently heard my mother mention that you obtained the corpse of a unicorn dragon. May I have the honor of observing it?" Yi Qian'an paused his actions and glanced sideways. "Please do not misunderstand, master. I have no desire for your unicorn dragon's remains. I once accompanied my father in practicing formations, and I can utilize the scales from the unicorn dragon's corpse to forge soft armor for you." Yi Qian'an's expression shifted with surprise as images of Lin Zuezu's father surfaced in his mind. It was said that her father had once been a formidable figure in the late stage of transformation, a master of artifact crafting and an exceptional practitioner of formations, holding a prestigious position within the sect. Even the sect leader, Dan Yangzi, showed him great respect, as masters of formations were a rare breed across the entire Shenzhou continent. Regrettably, Lin Zuezu's father had vanished during a trial, his fate remaining unknown to this day. The scales of a unicorn dragon were indeed the prime choice for crafting defensive armor. Dragon bones and tendons were similarly precious rarities. Among these treasures, the most invaluable was the unicorn dragon's horn, the essence of its being, containing immense energy. It was rumored that this unicorn dragon had once employed a secret technique to annihilate a void-returning expert. Furthermore, the inner Dan of the unicorn dragon was equally priceless. It was said that upon reaching the integration realm, the unicorn dragon could transform into a true dragon, becoming a dominant force. The inner Dan of the dragon clan was highly coveted, a relic sought after by cultivators since ancient times, said to bestow the consumer with the physical form of a dragon, earning them the title of true dragon son. It was said that the current dragon emperor of the Yulong kingdom personally slayed a dragon clan powerhouse, extracting their inner Dan, which significantly amplified his strength and granted him immense fortune, establishing him as the mightiest individual within the Yulong kingdom, proudly declaring himself the dragon emperor. Yi Qian'an rose to his feet and spoke softly. "The body of the magic dragon is too immense to contain here. Come with me." Chapter 49. The Enchanting Smile of Lung Qian'an. At Qingjing Peak, amidst the expansive meadow, Yi Qian'an discarded the carcass of the unicorn magic dragon. Though this magnificent creature had long since departed from the realm of the living, it still emanated a formidable energy that even Lin Zuezu, who had reached the Nascent Soul stage, found overwhelming. Indeed, this was a unicorn magic dragon, a being capable of contending with the strongest of void-returning practitioners, its sheer presence sufficient to instill awe in many cultivators. Lin Zuezu approached, gently caressing the dragon's scales. Such resilient armor, if fashioned into protective gear, could potentially withstand attacks from void-returning masters. With it, her master would undoubtedly navigate the dragon's sovereignty unimpeded. However, the scales were not easily removed with her current abilities. Extracting even a single scale would require no less than half a month, perhaps even a full month. Ye Wien simulate faintly, drawing his sword from his waist and offering it to me. He gracefully wielded the celestial sword, the white sword aura slicing through the air like a crescent moon. The resulting gale causing Lin's Wezhuz to stagger back 2 steps. Upon striking the body of the unicorn magic dragon, a crisp humming resonated in their ears. Suddenly, the scales adorning the dragon's body erupted, the resulting energy causing the scales to scatter in all directions. Though Yi Qian's spiritual power had not yet reached its peak, he still managed to dislodge the incredibly tough scales of the unicorn magic dragon. With a subtle movement of his fingers, the scales, seemingly drawn by an unseen energy, hovered before him before cascading to the ground, forming a pile. Witnessing this spectacle, Lin's Wezhuz's admiration deepened. She had not anticipated her master's power to be so terrifying. These scales, reputed to be impervious even to void-returning beings, lay before her as if they were mere trifles. Truly, a remarkable figure. Take what you need, Yi Qian said. Looking at Lin's Wezhuz, she nodded, aware that without the protection of the scales, the dragon's body was exceedingly frail. As she withdrew her dagger, she proceeded to extract the dragon's tendons and marrow, all of which were rare treasures that would undoubtedly create a stir in the cultivation world. Master, I will need 2 months for refinement. Please be patient, and I shall personally deliver the results to you once completed. Yi Qian nodded in agreement. Very well. Once accomplished, the tendons and marrow will be entrusted to you. Thank you, Master, Lin's Wezhuz replied, gathering the scales and exchanging a few simple pleasantries with Yi Qian before departing on her sword. At that moment, the auspicious beast scampered over and leaped onto Yi Qian's shoulder, glancing at the skinned and dismembered unicorn magic dragon with a deep sigh. Then, in a childlike voice, it said, "Your master has instructed that, should you awaken, you are to seek her out." Yi Qian arrived at the bamboo hut of his master, Lung Qianing, accompanied by a mystical beast. Before he could knock, the emotionless voice of his master beckoned him to enter. Yi Qian paused for a moment, then pushed the door open. The tranquil room was adorned, as usual, with a brass incense burner emitting a delicate fragrance, mingled with wisps of mist. Yi Qian performed a respectful bow before Lung Qianing, saying, "Disciple Yi Qian pays his respects to master." Lung Qianing nodded slightly, her slender fingers gracefully gesturing, causing a teacup on the table to rise and hover before Yi Qian. "Drink," she instructed. Yi Qian caught the cup and drank deeply, as the tea flowed into him. A surge of spiritual energy flooded his limbs, restoring nearly all of his previously depleted power. "This is a rare tea that I have treasured for many years. Were it not for your daring to challenge the heavenly tribulation, I would not have offered it," Lung Qianing remarked, pouring another cup for him, her gaze reflecting a mix of concern and exasperation. Yi Qian, unceremoniously, sat before her and drank 3 cups in quick succession, fully replenishing his energy. However, curiosity struck him. He wondered if the tea would taste even more exquisite if infused in wine. Do not entertain such thoughts. This Qian'an spirit tea is exceedingly precious. I would never allow you to brew it in alcohol, she revealed, causing Yi Qian to awkwardly touch his nose in embarrassment. Lung Qianing elegantly sipped her tea and spoke lightly. "You were rather reckless this time. Do you realize that if you had failed, you would have faced double the lightning tribulation? In that case, even if I intervened, your chances of survival would have been nearly non-existent. The ferocity of the lightning tribulation was perilous. A moment's lapse could lead to demise, with no opportunity for even the nascent soul to escape the body." Yi Qian's recklessness indicated a disregard for his own life, which aggravated Lung Qianing. As her only disciple, should he perish, she feared she would never take another student again. Yi Qian replied lazily, "Do not worry, master. The reason I dared to provoke the heavenly tribulation is because I am well aware of my capabilities." "Well aware?" Lung Qianing scoffed. "If you were truly aware, in 2 months when the prodigies of the sect come to our Qingxuan Sect, you should let them see the prowess of our talents." Yi Qian nodded, assuring her, "Rest assured, I will not let you down. By the way, master, what is the purpose of the sect's prodigies visiting us? Could it merely be for sparring?" Lung Qianing shook her head. She knew little about the affairs of the sect, but it was clear that the prodigy's arrival was for reasons beyond mere competition. Having Yi Qian present would certainly bolster the reputation of the Qingxuan Sect. "By the way, your senior brother Wang Teng is rumored to desire a union with one of the sect's prodigies. What are your thoughts on this?" Lung Qianing inquired, glancing at Yi Qian. The majority of the esteemed talents from the Qingxuan Sect reside within the realms of transformation and return to void, with some even soaring to greater heights. Should Wang Tong ascend to such heights, he would undoubtedly pose a threat to his disciples. However, the subsequent remark elicited a laugh from Leng Qianning. Wang Tong, Yi Qian scoffed, he is far too unattractive. He would likely only be fit to wash feet at the Shangzong. With a soft chuckle, Leng Qianning covered her delicate lips. You are quite the amusing child. If Wang Tong were to hear this, he would surely be incensed. Yi Qian raised his gaze to meet his master's, Leng Qianning. Her beauty resembled a blooming lily, pure and immaculate, exuding an air of elegance and grace. Her eyes, profound as the night sky, sparkled with a brilliant light, as if capable of seeing into the depths of one's soul. Her lips, luscious and inviting, resembled crimson cherries, evoking an irresistible desire for a gentle kiss. This marked Yi Qian's first encounter with his master's smile. He had not anticipated such a captivating and enchanting sight, truly reminiscent of a celestial being. Chapter 50. The talented Nanlan Shui of the Qingxuan Sect. At this moment, Leng Qianning realized she had momentarily lost her composure and swiftly reverted to her usual demeanor. Her voice returning to its cool and serene tone. Very well, since there's nothing amiss, you may return for now. In 2 months, we shall welcome the talents of the Shangzong. Although her prowess rendered grand gestures unnecessary, the strength of the Shangzong far surpassed that of the Qingxuan Sect, with even its disciples eclipsing all others. Thus, Leng Qianning was compelled to lower her status. Such is the harsh reality of the cultivation world. Only strength commands respect, and fairness is a mere illusion. Je wie nodet, disciple understands. I shall take my leave now. Should you require anything, please summon me. Departing from his master, Leng Qianning's bamboo dwelling, Yi Qian returned to his chamber with the spirit beast, preparing to utilize the 2 months for further preparation. The spirit beast remarked, humans are truly amusing. In our beast lineage, regardless of status, if one's strength is lacking, there is no opportunity to flaunt power before the strong. Then why does the unicorn demon dragon keep you under its care? Ye, Wien retorted. That is not captivity. That is my loyal subordinate recognizing me as the leader. The spirit beast stomped its feet in frustration. You humans simply do not understand. I grow weary of our conversation. Prepare some spirit stones for me. I have consumed all that was available. Pouting, the spirit beast assertively extended its tiny paw toward Yi Qian, demanding spirit stones. Yi Qian furrowed his brow. That amounts to 30 medium-grade spirit stones. Have you truly exhausted them so quickly? That barely sustains me for a few days. If you find me difficult to care for, perhaps I should return home instead? What say you? The spirit beast blinked its expressive eyes, a mischievous smile curling at its lips. Then you shall simply endure hunger. Yi Qian turned away, choosing to ignore the spirit beast. The mythical creature appeared noticeably anxious. In recent days, it had consumed all of Yi Qian's spirit stones, even though it could hardly digest them, hoping that its excessive indulgence would lead Yi Qian to send it back. Yet, to its surprise, Yi Qian seemed entirely unfazed by such antics. Wait, please. I promise to eat less in the future. 2 months slipped by in the blink of an eye. Numerous disciples of the Qingxuan Sect gathered in the square, preparing to welcome the distinguished talents from the upper sect. Master Danyang stroked his beard and remarked, "It is now your turn. If you can forge a bond with the upper sect's prodigy, you shall become a figure they cannot overlook." Clad in a black robe, Wang Tong nodded confidently, declaring, "Rest assured, Master, I shall not fail in my mission. I will win over the upper sect's prodigy and unite with her." Simultaneously, he cast a glance at Yi Qian, who was still leisurely sipping wine, his eyes glinting with cold resolve. "Let's see what qualifications you possess to challenge me." Yi Qian, noticing Wang Tong's intense gaze, nonchalantly raised his wine gourd and proclaimed to the heavens. The finest nectar in a golden cup pales in comparison to a 3-foot toast to the heavens. Beautiful poetry indeed. At that moment, a melodious voice echoed from the sky, as the previously azure expanse transformed into an astonishingly clear canvas. A resplendent rainbow bridge materialized above the Qingxuan Sect. As auspicious clouds descended, the earth was enveloped in tranquility and harmony, as if all worries and troubles faded away. The clouds danced like poetry, painting dreams and illusions across the sky, enchanting all who beheld them. Upon the rainbow bridge stood a dozen elegantly clad men and women in white robes, with a striking girl at the forefront, adorned in hues of pale yellow and bamboo green. Her inner attire was white, complemented by a pale yellow skirt and a bamboo green outer coat, with occasional silks draping her arms. A flame emblem adorned her forehead, and she wore a pendant bearing the upper sect's insignia at her waist, holding a magical flute. Master Danyang, accompanied by his disciple Wang Tung, was the first to soar towards the girl, bowing respectfully as he greeted, "We pay our respects to the upper sect's prodigy." The exquisite young woman glanced at Master Danyang and replied gracefully, "You must be the esteemed Master Danyang of the Qingxuan Sect. I am Nascent Soul, the prodigy of the divine mysterious sect," she continued. The divine mysterious sect, revered among the disciples of the Qingxuan Sect, was a powerful entity, with all cultivation sects in the Dragon Sovereign Kingdom paying homage to it. Even the Dragon Sovereign himself showed deference to its disciples. So you are the renowned Nascent Soul. I have long admired your reputation," Master Danyang acknowledged. "This is my disciple Wang Tung, also a prodigy of the Qingxuan Sect." Wang Tung, Nascent Soul's gaze lingered on him, and she spoke softly, "Are you the one said to possess the potential of an emperor? Your esteemed words flatter me, but that title is merely bestowed upon me by my fellow cultivators. It is but a moniker. You may simply call me Wang Tung," he replied gracefully. Nascent Soul merely nodded, paying no further attention to Wang Tung's self-aggrandizing remarks, and proceeded directly towards the grand hall of the Qingxuan Sect. Wang Tung furrowed his brow, his expression darkening as he inwardly cursed, "What an arrogant woman, to disregard me so completely. Once I have her in my grasp, I shall ensure we cultivate together to enhance our powers." Nascent Soul gracefully alighted upon the ground and respectfully saluted the standing Lung Qian'an. "I am Nascent Soul, here to pay my respects to Senior Lung Qian'an. My master sends her regards. She is currently engrossed in a crucial phase of her cultivation and cannot attend in person. I hope for your understanding." Nascent's disciple, "There is no need for such formality. Is your master well?" Lung Qian'an inquired, her hand resting behind her back. "All is well. Thank you for your concern, Senior Lung Qian'an," Nascent Soul replied with a slight bow, her gaze then lingering on Yi Qian, whose ice-blue eyes sparkled with a peculiar brilliance. "Fine wine cannot compare to the reverence of the heavens. I am astonished at how profoundly you understand the path of cultivation, esteemed friend. I'm truly in awe. This is my wayward disciple, Yi Qian, a prodigy of the Qingxuan Sect," she continued. One of Nascent Soul's attendants brightened with admiration, exclaiming, "So this is Yi Qian. I have heard of him. He single-handedly defeated numerous prodigies during the sect's grand competition, and even slew Prime Minister Zhou Longshan of the Dragon Sovereign Nation, gaining fame in a single battle." Yet another attendant scoffed disdainfully, such as mere boasting. A drunken fool like him would likely become nothing more than a menial disciple if he were to join our divine mystic sect. After all, our divine mystic sect would never allow a drunkard to become a prodigy. Chui Ling, do not be disrespectful. Nascent Soul cast a cold glare at the attendant, who lowered her head in fear, silenced by the rebuke. However, she still muttered under her breath, "What can one expect from a drunken fool? Such a person is unworthy of being called a prodigy in our sect. If word of this spreads, other sects would surely mock us." Chapter 51. You speak of flowers withering. Teach me to don an ice garment. My apologies, ye Taoist. It was my oversight that led to my rudeness towards you. I earnestly hope for your forgiveness, Nascent Soul said, her face full of regret. It is of no consequence. Yi Qian waved his hand dismissively. Nascent Soul found herself drawn to the man before her. Sharing the same initial stage of return to the void, she sensed an overwhelming energy emanating from Yi Qian, as though facing him in combat would leave her with little chance of victory. At that moment, Xianxia approached with a cheerful demeanor, saying, "Today marks a splendid occasion with the arrival of the sect's prodigies. I have arranged for a banquet, and as for the sparring, let us postpone it until tomorrow." Nascent Soul did not refuse. They had come for another purpose, so she felt no impatience over the delay. Wang Tung, eager to seize the opportunity, volunteered, Nascent Fairy. Though the Qingxuan Sect may not boast the abundant spiritual energy of the upper sect, its scenery is breathtaking. How about I take you on a tour? Nascent Soul shook her head gently and declined, saying, "No, I wish to discuss the essence of cultivation with fellow Taoist Yi. Please do not take offense, Wang Tung." Upon hearing these words, Wang Tung's expression darkened considerably. He turned to face his master, Danyangzi, perplexed as to why everyone seemed to revolve around Yi Qian. Did he possess no allure whatsoever? Lung Qian'an nodded with a smile, saying in her, "Why not take Nascent's disciple for a stroll nearby? It would be an excellent opportunity for you both to exchange insights on your cultivation." "Understood," Yi Qian replied languidly as he rose to his feet. Though he preferred to maintain a distance from the sect, he could not refuse a command from his master, Lung Qian'an. Watching the two depart, Wang Teng's face darkened further. Would he forever be overshadowed by Yi Qian? Suddenly, an idea struck him as he focused on Nalan Shue's maid, Cui Ling. Perhaps he could find a way through her. All he needed was to discover what Nalan Shue cherished. With this thought, a sly smile crept upon his lips as he approached Cui Ling, greeting her with, "Fairy. You must be Cui Ling." Cui Ling looked up, her face glowing with pride of being addressed as a fairy by a prodigy of the Qingxuan Sect. She grinned. "Indeed, what of it? Would you grant me the honor of showing you the beautiful scenery of the Qingxuan Sect?" Cui Ling was taken aback. It was her first time being invited by a prodigy. Was it possible that he had taken a liking to her? After all, with her youthful beauty, who wouldn't be captivated? With a touch of arrogance, she nodded. "In that case, I shall grant you an opportunity, but do not let me down." Dan Yangzi's brow twitched as he communicated telepathically. "Tunga, what is your intention? I did not permit you to pursue Nalan Shue. Have you taken a liking to this girl?" "Rest assured, Master, she is merely a pawn for my disciple's plan. I intend to utilize her to aid in achieving our goals," Wang Teng replied with a dark smile. Judging by Cui Ling's demeanor, she appeared to be a naive girl, and a few sweet words would surely delight her. Once he secured Nalan Shue, he could easily cast her aside, thus achieving two objectives in one stroke. Dan Yangzi stroked his beard, a smile gracing his face as he said, "Ah, indeed. You are my disciple, Ter. You possess the makings of a great emperor. Ha ha ha." The mountains rose sharply like clouds, shrouded in mist at their peaks. The lake's waters were crystal clear, shimmering with glimmers of light. The exquisite scenery where mountains and waters intertwined captivated the heart and soul. In this picturesque landscape, one could find complete relaxation and nourishment for the spirit. The environment was enchanting, with cliffs rising majestically on either side, curving inward like a scallop. As one ascended, the path grew narrower. The cliffs displayed a unique hue, glistening with a luster reminiscent of pearls. Just then, a beam of twilight slanted into the gorge, illuminating the walls and reflecting in myriad colors, creating a dazzling spectacle that left onlookers in awe. A small boat appeared in the center of the lake, gently drifting forward. The scene of the Huai River, with its rocky mountains and the shadows of bamboo groves, truly rendered this place a paradise. As Nalan Shue gazed at the surrounding scenery, a childlike smile graced her lips. The sect's spiritual energy was abundant, and the picturesque views were like clouds. However, as a prodigy of her clan, Nalan Shue scarcely had time to truly appreciate the world around her, let alone the beauty of her own sect. Now, having arrived at the Qingxuan Sect, she found herself irresistibly captivated by the sights before her. Yi Qian took a sip of turbid wine and softly remarked, "Indeed, this place can be considered a beautiful spot within the sect, yet very few come here." "Why is that?" Nalan Shue asked with curiosity. "Such beauty, if one could remain here, would surely open one's heart and greatly benefit their future cultivation. However, the spiritual energy here is rather weak and does not belong to the Qingxian mountain range. Hence, few are willing to cultivate in this location," Yi Qian explained. Upon hearing this, Nalan Shue felt it to be true. The spiritual energy here was pitifully thin, a stark contrast to that of her sect, making it unsuitable for cultivation. What a pity for such splendid scenery. Nalan Shue plucked a bouquet of flowers from the water and softly lamented, "What shame. Both people and all living beings wither away with the passage of time. Nothing can escape the 5 declines of heaven and humanity, whether mortal or divine. It is the same. However, my dear lady, if you wish to preserve the beauty of the flowers, I have a suggestion." Intrigued, Nalan Shue turned to Yi Qian, who was sipping his drink, and asked, "What do you mean, Yi Dao Yu? Do you have a method? If I am not mistaken, your spiritual root is indeed the supreme ice spiritual root, correct?" "Indeed," Nalan Shue confirmed, recognizing that her name and demeanor revealed her as an ice fairy. Others also refer to her as the ice fairy Nalan Shue. Flowers may fade, but your spiritual root, being the rare ice spiritual root, could create a flower garment. This would not only preserve the flower's beauty, but also maintain their original appearance forever. You can try to use your spiritual energy to envelop the petals. There is no need to force it, just follow your heart. Listening to Yi Qian's words, Nalan Shue focused on the flowers in her hand. As her internal spiritual energy flowed, an ice-blue mist began to rise in her grasp. Perhaps it was due to her inexperience, as she failed to control her strength, resulting in visible cracks forming on the petals. Subsequently, when a gentle breeze passed by, the petals transformed into a wisp of fresh air and vanished from her hands. Yi Qian took this in stride, for everyone makes mistakes the first time. With patience, success would surely follow. Chapter 52. The Echoing Heart Valley, a graceful melody played. Nailan Shui silently committed Yi Qian's words to memory and resolved to master her control over her ice spiritual root. This endeavor is not merely to preserve the ephemeral beauty of the blossoms, but primarily to aid in one's spiritual cultivation. The companion, Yi Daoyu, exudes a remarkable sense of freedom and nonchalance, which the young lady admires greatly. Nailan Shui is profoundly intrigued by Yi Qian, for he appears to be merely 18 or 19 years of age, yet possesses such extraordinary insights, truly astonishing. With a bamboo flute in hand, and amidst this picturesque landscape, she cannot help but wonder if she might grace the air with a melodious tune. Gently, Nailan Shui spoke, "Since you possess such refined taste, I shall humbly offer my modest performance." As her words faded, she raised the bamboo flute to her lips, and with a delicate breath, a clear and resonant melody soared into the air. The notes danced gracefully, enchanting the ears like the gentle call of a phoenix. The sound of the flute flowed like a crystal-clear spring, weaving through the atmosphere like celestial music, touching the hearts of those who listened. Yewin chocolate heartily, lifting his wine gourd to his lips, tilting his head back to indulge in a generous sip, the clear liquid trickling down the corners of his mouth. The flute's tune reverberated through the Qiong mountain, akin to the harmonious sounds of silk and bamboo, intoxicating all within its rich artistic ambience. "What do you think, my friend?" Nailan Shui asked, casting a sidelong glance with a light smile. Yehin lafit unabasidli, reflecting on the ancient adage that the beauty of a woman is best expressed through gracefulness, dance, and artistry. Indeed, the worldly language that extols feminine charms must possess an extraordinary essence. Nailan Shui parted her delicate lips and, grasping her bamboo flute tightly, dashed towards Yi Qian with swift steps. Understanding her intent, he raised his wine gourd for another drink, sidestepped, and drew his sword, their weapons clashing with a resounding bang. The water on either side erupted into a stunning display, splashing upwards nearly 100 feet, a magnificent sight to behold. In that moment, Wang Tong, gritting his teeth in frustration, glared fiercely at Yi Qian, seething inwardly. "Damn it, why must you seize what I desire?" He vowed silently that once he broke free from his constraints, it would be the end for Yi Qian. Quietly, Wang Tong departed, convinced that if he could secure Nailan Shui's maid, everything would ultimately fall into his grasp. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a dusky hue upon the distant mountains, the water's surface shimmered, glistening with brilliance. The vibrant twilight clouds, illuminated by the setting sun, sprawled across the sky in a disordered yet beautiful array. On a wooden boat, the two stood side by side. Nailan Shui remarked lightly, "Our visit to the Qingxuan Sect is not solely for friendly sparring with the sect's prodigies. We must also journey to the Yuming Spirit Valley, where a legendary treasure has recently surfaced. My master has commanded me to seize it." "A legendary treasure?" Yi Qian inquired, his gaze fixed on Nailan Shui. "What kind of treasure is it?" "I am uncertain," Nailan Shui replied, shaking her head. "All I know is that this place is fraught with peril. A moment's negligence could lead to dire consequences. My master has arranged for me to join the Qingxuan Sect's prodigies on this quest." Upon hearing this, Yi Qian, seated at the bow of the boat, asked, "Then why not seek the prodigies of other sects? Is it not because of you?" Nailan Shui replied with a bittersweet smile. It is not that she does not wish to invite him, but rather that it is impossible to do so. After all, during the recent sect competition, Yi Qian nearly annihilated those prodigies. Currently, they have all retreated into seclusion for cultivation and are unlikely to reappear unless summoned by the ancient powerful figures. However, the master has advised that the fewer individuals who are aware of this matter, the better. Yi Qian rubbed his nose, recalling that during his inebriation, he could not remember the events clearly, only that he had vanquished the poisoned Prince Qin Wuyan, one of the 5 poison guardians of the Le sect, who truly deserve his fate. Fellow Taoist Yi, today, events have profoundly impacted my state of mind. Once this matter concludes, I shall return to the sect to enter seclusion and seek a breakthrough, declared Nailan Shui, exhaling a deep breath. She resolved to return first, having already stayed here for quite some time. Upon her return to the Qingxuan Sect, Din Yangzi had long prepared resting quarters for the group, intending for his disciple Wang Tong to attend to their daily needs. But this was met with rejection from Nailan Shui. In the tranquil room, Cooling was making the bed for Nailan Shui and casually remarked, "Princess, you should keep your distance from Yi Qian. He is not a good person." "Why do you insult fellow Taoist Yi in such a manner?" Nailan Shui asked, her tone tinged with dissatisfaction. It is not an insult, but a mere statement of fact. You may not be aware, but Yi Qian recently behaved inappropriately towards a female disciple, Cooling asserted. Impossible, Naylan Shui furrowed her brows. Fellow Taoist, Yi could never be that kind of person, even having known him for just a day. I understand his character well enough to know he would never commit such a heinous act. However, Cooling continued, Princess, if you do not believe me, you can inquire among the disciples of the Qingxuan Sect. They all know, and he even insulted a female disciple named Zhou Tong. You must have heard of Zhou Tong. She is the granddaughter of Prime Minister Zhou Longshan of the Dragon Sovereign Kingdom, Cooling added. Naylan Shui's narrow eyes tightened slightly. Linger, do you have any evidence? Although I possess no tangible proof, Wang Tong himself admitted to this matter, and Zhou Tong perished due to Yi Qian's actions. After all, what girl would jest about her own purity? It is a pity that both the grandfather and granddaughter have already fallen at Yi Qian's hands. Having finished tidying the bed, Cooling inadvertently remarked, such a person is truly despicable. In our divine mysterious sect, such individuals should be executed without a moment's hesitation. There is no need to grant them a chance for explanation. Naylan Shui did not believe Cooling's words. She could not fathom that fellow Taoist you would act in such a manner, considering Zhou Tong was merely a woman. Her future accomplishments likely limited to the Nascent Soul stage. In contrast, Yi Qian's future achievements would undoubtedly reach far beyond that, suggesting that someone might be slandering him. As fellow prodigies of the sect, why would Wang Tong seek to defame Yi Qian? Could be out of jealousy? But what would warrant such jealousy? Cui Ling prepared warm water for the princess, gently removing Naylan Shui's shoes to reveal her immaculate, fair feet, which she placed in the basin before beginning to massage. Princess, she said, some individuals conceal themselves deeply. One cannot merely judge by appearances. Otherwise, one would not be subjected to such reproach. After all, it is somewhat understandable for Yi Qian to act in such a manner towards a female disciple. And, well, men are often driven by their baser instincts. Enough. Naylan Shui admonished softly. Linger, you have never been one for idle chatter. What has caused you to speak so much today? Cui Ling lowered her head in fear, addressing the princess with a hint of grievance. You must know my nature. I merely wish to ensure that Yi Qian does not deceive you, hence my words. I hope, Princess, you will discern the truth. In Chapter 53, the prodigies of the Qingxuan Sect extend their condolences to those of the Qingxuan Sect. Cui Ling said lightly, Princess, you must heed my words. Should His Majesty learn of this, he will certainly punish you. Enough. Naylan Shui's brow furrowed, her gaze revealing a glimmer of coldness. Who informed you of this matter? It was mentioned by disciples of the Qingxuan Sect in casual conversation. I did not inquire deliberately, Cui Ling replied. Naylan Shui, still frowning, calmly stated, Leave it be. Do not bring this matter up again, or do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Faced with the princess's anger, Cui Ling dared not speak further, bowing her head deeply before retreating to the side. Yet, her objective had been achieved, and she had fulfilled Wang Tong's instructions. However, it was evident from the princess's expression that she harbored deep skepticism regarding the matter. Once the seeds of doubt are sown, unraveling them is far from easy. The following day, at the Qingxuan Sect's plaza, numerous disciples from the Qingxuan Sect had gathered. Two robed prodigies stepped forward, wearing expressions tinged with mockery. We have long heard of the formidable talents among this generation of the Qingxuan Sect. May we know who they are? Tunger, Dan Yangzi glanced at Wang Tong beside him. Wang Tong understood and instantly transported himself to the center of the plaza, bowing to the gathered individuals. I am Wang Tong, a disciple of the Qingxuan Sect's sect leader. Greetings to all fellow cultivators. Early stage of transformation, remarked the leading man, with one hand resting behind him, a smile gracing his face. It seems you are indeed a promising talent. Breaking through to transformation at a mere 100 years of age is quite a tale in the cultivation realm. And what are the others? Li Pingho inquired further. Next to Bai Yuling, Lin Shuzhu stepped into the center of the plaza, bowing to the disciples of the Qingxuan Sect. I am Lin Shuzhu, a disciple from the Qingxuan Sect's Xiaozhu Peak. Greetings to all fellow cultivators. Early stage of Nascent Soul. Li Pingho raised an eyebrow and glanced meaningfully at Lin Shuzhu, a flicker of jealousy flashing in his eyes. After all, breaking through to the Nascent Soul stage in one's 20s is exceedingly rare among the upper sections. Even the Ice Fairy, Naylan Shui, was 30 at her breakthrough to Nascent Soul. Clearly, Lin Shuzhu's talent is on par with that of the Ice Fairy. If nurtured properly, her future achievements are bound to be remarkable. It seems I must report to the master. If we can entice Lin Xiuzhong to join the divine, mysterious sect, it would indeed be a fortuitous development. Li Pingho inquired further. I recall that the Qingxuan Sect boasts another prodigy. May I ask who that is? After a prolonged silence, the absence of a response left Li Pingho perplexed as he scanned the surroundings. The disciples of the divine, mysterious sect remained equally motionless. Where are they? Are they truly so arrogant? Dan Yangzi furrowed his brow and turned to question Lung Qianning. Sister, where is Yi Qian'an? Why has he not yet arrived? Lung Qianning glanced at the time and replied impassively. Let us wait a little longer. He is likely intoxicated once more, having grown accustomed to her disciples' habits. Lung Qianning was resolute in her protection of him, as long as he adhered to the sect's rules and refrained from unnecessary violence or bullying. Who would have thought that the prodigy of the Qingxuan Sect would exhibit such arrogance, as if holding the divine, mysterious sect in contempt? Indeed, our esteemed sect, as a prominent lineage, deserves better treatment than this from your Qingxuan Sect's prodigy. It is utterly disgraceful. The maid cooling added with embellishment. Princess, did you see that? This is Yi Qian'an, rumored to be indolent and haughty, a notorious drunkard. Today, it seems, those rumors hold true. He is surely the kind of person who would harass female disciples and silence those who oppose him. Nearby, Wang Tung, upon hearing Cooling's words, could not suppress a smile, inwardly hoping that Yi Qian'an would arrive even later, thus ensuring no one would disturb his time with the fairy. Just as the crowd's emotions reached a fever pitch, a languid voice emerged from the distance. All eyes turned toward the source, and there, swaying unsteadily, was Yi Qian'an, reeking of alcohol. He had descended the mountain to indulge and drink the previous night, returning only at dawn, when he suddenly remembered the gathering of his sect's prodigies. Master Uncle! Lin Xiuzhong rushed forward to grasp Yi Qian'an's wrist, concern etched on her face. Master Uncle, how much have you had to drink? Yi Qian'an offered a faint smile, extending a single finger. 10 jars of wine. Lin Xiuzhong clicked her tongue. Today was of utmost importance. And to think her master uncle had consumed so much alcohol was disconcerting. He swayed precariously, as if about to collapse at any moment. Yet Yi Qian'an chuckled. I drank until morning. At that moment, Yi Qian'an was uncertain of the quantity he had consumed. All he knew was that he had continued drinking until dawn before departing the tavern. Upon hearing this, the disciples of the Qingxuan Sect rubbed their temples in disbelief, questioning whether this fellow was indeed a reincarnated drunkard. This was a golden opportunity to showcase oneself before the prodigies of the prominent sect. Yet he chose to descend the mountain to drink. It was truly chilling. Li Pingho of the divine, mysterious sect gazed at the swaying Yi Qian'an, his brow furrowed. Is this truly your Qingxuan Sect's foremost prodigy? Wang Tung, standing by, added with a smirk. Not the first, but merely a prodigy who excels at drinking. Li Pingho cast a glance at Wang Tung and strode towards Yi Qian, eager to unveil the latter's true identity. Yet, Yi Qian's realm seemed shrouded in a mist, rendering any attempt to discern his cultivation futile. What realm is this? The prodigy beside him also shook his head, his brow furrowing slightly as he murmured. Could it be that this youth has already attained the Void Return realm? Impossible. Li Pingho swiftly dismissed the notion, stating, it appears that Yi Qian is merely 18 or 19 years old. It is inconceivable for him to have broken through to the Void Return realm. He must be utilizing some kind of secret treasure to conceal his true prowess. We did not arrive at Qingxuan Sect yesterday. Otherwise, we would have been able to ascertain the strength of its prodigies in advance. Li Pingho expressed a tinge of regret, but feigned knowledge as he continued. Friend Yi, you truly embody a carefree spirit. On such a significant day, you managed to indulge in drink, and for an entire night no less. It is indeed astonishing. I am Li Pingho, a prodigy of the Qingxuan Sect, at the late stage of the Transformation God Realm. I am Wang Jingtun, a prodigy of the Qingxuan Sect, at the mid-stage of the Transformation God Realm. It is an honor to meet fellow friends from Qingxuan Sect. The two clasped their fists in unison, their voices resounding. Yi Qian straightened, belched softly, and hazily clasped his fists in return, saying, I am Yi Qian, a disciple of Qingxuan Sect, at the initial stage of the Void Return Realm. It is a pleasure to meet both of you. What did you say? The Void Return Realm, Wang Zhengtian exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. This cannot be. You are clearly just in your teens. How could you have broken through to the initial stage of the Void Return Realm? Chapter 54. The Might of the Sect as Prodigies. Wang Jingtian struggled to comprehend the words he had just heard. The companion before him appeared merely a teenager. yet had leapt to the void return realm. Such talent surely eclipsed even their own prodigy, Nascent Soul. Li Pingho shared a similarly peculiar expression, casting a sidelong glance at Wang Jingtian, whose understanding was evident in a subtle blink. Wang Jingtian, in turn, murmured, "I did not expect friend Ye's cultivation to be so formidable. I am truly in awe." With that, Wang Jingtian turned back to pay his respects to the poised cold Qianling seated upon her chair, saying, "Elder Cold, we may commence." Cold Qianling nodded. Directing her gaze toward Yi Qian and his companions, she inquired softly, "May I ask who will take the stage first?" Lin Zuezhuz raised her right hand, declaring, "Master, I wish to give a try." Although her cultivation was only at the Nascent Soul realm, as a prodigy of Qingxuan Sect, she was eager to gauge the disparity in strength with the sects above. Cold Qianling did not refuse. After all, this was merely a simple spar, unlikely to result in any casualties, and thus she paid little heed. The crowd dispersed. On the arena, Lin Zuezhuz stood with her sword at her back, gazing at the prodigy of the Qingxuan Sect, Li Pingho. Li Pingho retrieved a fan from his robes, unfurling it with a graceful motion, and smiled, saying, "Since the young lady is in such high spirits, allow me to accompany you in this exchange. Please, I hope friend Li Pingho will show some restraint." Li Pingho had reached the late stage of the transformation realm, and within the sect, he was regarded as a prodigy. Now, facing Lin Zuezhu, who was at the Nascent Soul stage, he did not take her seriously. Suddenly, Lin Zuezhu rushed forward with astonishing speed, akin to thunder cleaving through the silent air. Her sword's radiance piercing the void like a dragon or serpent, aimed directly at Li Pingho. A slight smile curved at the corner of his mouth as he sidestepped, then elegantly waved the folding fan in his hand, unleashing a unique force that sent Lin Zuezhu reeling backward. She quickly retreated, managing to stab her celestial sword into the ground to slow her momentum. However, the earlier impact left her with a profound realization. Was this the might of a transformation realm expert? Below the transformation realm, all were but ants. Li Pingho remarked with a serious demeanor, "Indeed, your speed is impressive, akin to the consummate late-stage Nascent Soul realm. However, before a transformation expert, it remains insufficient. Your words are too kind, senior brother. The true contest is yet to come." With a swift turn, Lin Zuezhu moved like a flickering shadow, her pace so remarkable it nearly rivaled that of a transformation expert. Was this the Divine Wanderer's step? Wang Tung observed intently, his brow furrowed. The Divine Wanderer's step was the supreme technique of the Qingxuan Sect. When mastered, it allowed one to move with such speed that only an afterimage remained, rendering the true form nearly impossible to locate. Remarkably, only the esteemed elder Lung Qianning possessed this technique, and it was astonishing that she had gifted it to Lin Zuezhu. At the sword's tip, a green sword aura pulsated gently, pointing toward Li Pingho, and in an instant, a fierce gale materialized. Li Pingho began to take matters seriously. His concern lay not with Lin Zuezhu's speed, but with the immense energy contained within her sword intent. This intent flowed like an unending river, the rising tempest overwhelming like a tsunami. Retrieving his folding fan, Li Pingho swung his arm, summoning a 3-meter-long staff from his storage ring, adorned with shimmering golden runes. As he infused it with spiritual energy, the golden radiance intensified. A terrifying wave of energy surged forth, and a piercing sword aura descended from the heavens, raining down upon Li Pingho. When the two forces collided, an unparalleled wave of energy erupted, radiating outward and leaving ripples in the air. Li Pingho wielded the staff with force, before absolute strength. Lin Zuezhu ultimately proved no match, sliding backward several hundred meters and conceding defeat in this exchange. Witnessing this, the onlookers felt no surprise. After all, Li Pingho's prowess lay in the late stage of the transformation realm. Should he have truly exerted himself, a single strike would suffice to defeat Lin Zuezhu and potentially shatter her nascent soul. Yet, at that moment, Li Pingho felt no elation, instead gently touching his right cheek, only to discover a cut had appeared, unbeknownst to him. The searing blood continued to spill from the wound. Li Pingho furrowed his brow and lifted his head, his expression abruptly frozen in disbelief. It was truly astonishing that a Yuan-ing cultivator could inflict harm upon him. Lin Zuezhuz silently mused. The sword intent taught by my master is indeed formidable. However, the disparity in levels renders me incapable of challenging beyond my rank. Just then, the prodigy of the Qingxuan Sect, Wang Jingtian, also noticed the scratch on Li Pingho's face and gracefully leaped onto the stage. casually inquiring, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Li Pingho replied, shaking his head, though a sense of indignation welled within him. After all, he was a late-stage transformation cultivator. Yet he had been scarred by a mere Yuan-ing, which felt rather humiliating. "You may step down. I will handle the rest." Understood, Li Pingho nudda. Confident that Wang Jingtian would not falter. Although Wang Jingtian was only at the mid-stage of transformation, his prowess slightly surpassed that of Li Pingho. Thus, he had no doubt that he would easily contend with Wang Teng, who was at the early stage of transformation. With Li Pingho's departure, Wang Teng ascended the arena. Cupping his hands towards Wang Jingtian, "Fellow cultivator, please." "Please," Wang Jingtian replied, a hint of derision evident on his face. After all, Wang Teng was merely at the early transformation stage, appearing as fragile as an ant before him. Suddenly, he trembled, and an overwhelming and inconceivable aura of divine consciousness enveloped the entire square. All cultivators below the transformation stage gasped in shock, their Yuan-ing surprisingly unstable, trembling with unease. What a terrifying force of divine consciousness. This individual's strength undoubtedly surpasses that of Wang Teng. Elder Lin Chun remarked gravely. Dan Yangzi remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the contest unfolding on the stage. He did not believe his disciple would succumb so easily. After all, Wang Teng's talent was extraordinary. Even by the standards of the upper sects, and given the current circumstances, he would surely have his own countermeasures. Wang Teng rolled up his sleeves, fully aware that his opponent was stronger. Yet the realm of cultivation is one of rebirth in desperate times and breakthroughs in adversity. Even when facing a mid-stage transformation cultivator, Wang Teng displayed no hint of panic. He opened his mouth and unleashed a beam of purple light, which promptly manifested as a purple celestial sword in his hand, shimmering with an eerie violet glow. Chapter 55. Wang Teng defeats the prodigy Wang Jingtian of the upper sect. The Xiao sword. Who would have thought that Dan Yangzi would entrust his personal celestial sword to Wang Teng? Upon seeing the Xiao sword in Wang Teng's possession, Lung Qian'an cast a sidelong glance at Dan Yangzi and smiled subtly. Dan Yangzi, with a serious demeanor, responded, "Didn't you also lend your personal frostblade to your disciple Yi? My actions bear no fault, do they?" Elegantly lifting the teacup from the table, Lung Qian'an replied lightly, "I wonder if Wang Teng can truly unleash the Xiao sword's full potential." "That need not concern you, senior sister," Dan Yangzi replied, his expression unperturbed. Upon the arena, Wang Teng charged forth with fervor. Although his speed did not match that of Lin Zuezhu, his imposing presence surpassed hers. The sword in his hand emanated a ferocious aura, and the violet blade cleaved through the void, propelling toward Wang Jingtian. The latter, a true prodigy of the upper sect, swiftly discerned that Wang Teng was unable to unleash the full potential of the Xiao sword. As he turned to evade, a purple-black curved blade materialized in his grasp. With effortless grace, the curved blade surged forward, aimed directly at Wang Teng's chest. Astonished, Wang Teng realized that his opponent's artifact could withstand the Xiao sword's onslaught. Indeed, the prowess of a top-tier genius was formidable. With a slight furrow of his brow, Wang Teng retreated to evade the incoming strike. Simultaneously, he orchestrated a flurry of sword phantoms, manifesting dozens of sword lights at his side, directing them toward Wang Jingtian for a continued assault. Wang Jingtian brandished his curved blade, each clash resonating with a deafening sonic boom. Seeing his opponent momentarily detained, a flicker of joy crossed Wang Teng's face. He positioned his hands before his chest, his index and thumb forming a diamond shape, and intoned softly, "Illusory spirit formation, activate." In that very instant, Wang Jingtian's form inexplicably vanished from sight. Even as the previously targeted sword hovered in midair, Wang Teng lifted his gaze toward the spot where Wang Jingtian had stood, a look of incredulity creeping onto his face. How could he possibly have disappeared? Before he could process this anomaly, a peculiar force of thunder enveloped the arena. As he looked up, he beheld flashes of purple-black lightning to either side. The azure sky darkened ominously, thunder rumbled, and a formidable aura suppressed Wang Teng, leaving him breathless. Undradli divinatunde. A resounding boom reverberated as the heavens unleashed a frenzy of lightning, two bolts racing towards Wang Teng like serpents slicing through the stillness. Wang Teng's lips quivered, and he pressed his fingertip to his brow, releasing a droplet of crimson blood that, under his command, multiplied into countless droplets, each transforming into unique demonic beasts. The creatures surged toward the impending thunder, and just as they were about to collide, Wang Teng's eyes narrowed, and he commanded, "Explode." This self-detonation triggered a chain reaction, as all remaining demonic beasts in the vicinity erupted simultaneously, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy that flooded the area. In that fleeting moment of explosion, the onslaught of thunder was thwarted, and Wang Teng discerned a figure above the clouds. Xiao's sword arise, with his left hand guiding the explosion in the sky, and his right directing the Xiao sword toward Wang Zhengtian. The resulting sword energy cleaved the air asunder. Above the clouds, Wang Zhengtian's expression shifted abruptly as he instinctively recoiled. However, the force of the Xiao sword was too swift, not only shattering his hundredly divine thunder, but also striking directly at his abdomen. The excruciating pain caused Wang Zhengtian to widen his eyes like copper bells. Defenseless against the brutal blow, as a spray of crimson blood erupted from his mouth, his body plummeted earthward like a bird with broken wings, ultimately crashing heavily onto the plaza of the Qingxuan Sect amid countless astonished gazes. Wang Teng's eyes were clouded with blood, his chest heaving, and his arms trembling slightly, the pervasive weakness within him signifying that he had reached his limit. Fortunately, his master had bestowed upon him the blood of a demon beast in advance. Otherwise, he might have succumbed to Wang Zhengtian today. Li Pingho rushed forward, observing the fallen Wang Zhengtian with a furrowed brow, immediately questioning Wang Teng. "Wang Teng, how could you strike so harshly?" Wang Teng replied, somewhat nonchalantly, "Dear Li, I merely exerted my utmost effort. After all, I'm only at the initial stage of the transformation realm, while Wang is at the mid-stage. Had I not given my all, I might not have withstood the previous 100 Li Divine Thunder." Faced with Wang Teng's audacious demeanor, Li Pingho found himself at a loss for words. He promptly retrieved a golden elixir and placed it into Wang Zhengtian's mouth. As the medicine took effect, Wang Zhengtian's pain began to subside. Wang Teng, ever the opportunist, remarked, "Wang, you have my gratitude. If your 100 Li Divine Thunder had been a tad stronger, perhaps I would not have endured it." Wang Zhengtian, incensed by Wang Teng's words, could only return to his position with Li Pingho's assistance, his heart ablaze with fury. What a disgrace. Now, with one victory and one defeat, if the Ice Fairy Nascent Soul were to fail, their sect would lose face entirely. The sect was rich in resources and abundant in spiritual energy, an ideal place for nurturing prodigies. Yet, should they be bested by the Qingxuan Sect's talents, it would indeed be humiliating. Dan Yangzi laughed heartily. "Indeed, my disciple has proven himself. Excellent, splendid, truly splendid. Ha ha, Teng, you may return to rest. I shall entrust the upcoming matches to your junior brother." Dan Yangzi cast a sidelong glance at Yi Qian, who had fallen asleep in his chair, his brow furrowing as he clenched his fists, clearly displaying his displeasure at Yi Qian's indifferent demeanor. This fellow, truly devoid of respect. At the call of Lin Sue's bamboo, Yi Qian slowly opened his eyes. Observing the aftermath of the duel, he stretched languidly and said, "Is it my turn now? Master Uncle, please be cautious. Nascent Soul is a distinguished talent of the sect. Her strength is formidable." Lin Sue's bamboo advised with concern. If Master Yi were to fail, then the Qingxuan Sect would face utter defeat. However, should he triumph, the sect would annually be granted a substantial bounty of spirit stones from the upper sect. Yivin, with a carefree spirit, approached the arena, lifting his wine gourd and indulging in a hearty drink. Chapter 56. Wandering the Seas with Sword and Ambition. Better to gaze upon the world with a smile. At the Qingxuan Sect's martial arts platform, Nascent Soul smiled warmly at Yi Qian, her bamboo flute in hand, and serenely inquired, "Friend Yi, are you able to continue our sparring in your current state?" Her voice flowed like a clear spring, soothing to the ears. Yi Qian waved his hand dismissively, nodding affirmatively. It poses no hindrance. It is worth noting that in his tipsy state, Yi Qian not only experienced a significant enhancement in his spiritual power, but also found his strength surpass that of his former self. Upon hearing this, Nascent Soul refrained from further comments. She lifted her right foot, and as it made contact with the ground, a layer of frost formed on the arena at a visible pace. The frost rapidly spread, enveloping the entire platform and causing the temperature to plummet. Yi Qian looked down at the frost beneath him, smiling approvingly. "Your prowess is indeed formidable. This frost not only amplifies your strength, but also diminishes your opponent's spiritual energy. With a flash, a silver-white celestial sword materialized in Yi Qian's hand, its spiritual energy surging forth like a gentle stream. Nailan Shui did not underestimate him. She had already witnessed Yi Qian's swordsmanship the previous day amidst the Huai bamboo, and while he may not be invincible in Xinyo Hezhou, he certainly reigned supreme in Dongling Nanzhou. After taking another swig of wine, Yi Qian smiled broadly and exclaimed, wandering the seas with sword and ambition. Better to gaze upon the world with a smile. With that, countless celestial swords soared into the air, seemingly unremarkable, yet upon closer inspection, one could sense an exquisite energy pulsating within the sword aura. The powerful figures of the upper sect raised their heads to behold the myriad of swords shimmering with ethereal light, their brows furrowing in unison, hearts stirred with excitement. Is this the true strength of Yi Qian, the paragon of Qingxuan Sect? Li Pingho raised an eyebrow, remarking, this sword energy, even I would find it challenging to withstand. The weak beneath the void are but ants. With your current prowess, you lack the capacity to pose a threat to such a formidable opponent. Wang Zhengtian scoffed, equally astonished by the spectacle before him. Li Pingho was well aware, but felt a surge of curiosity, pondering how long he could endure against Yi Qian. The sword light, akin to a startled swan, surged towards the heavens, transforming the previously obscured sky into a crystalline expanse, devoid of any lingering clouds. Nailan Shui arched an eyebrow, placing the bamboo flute to her crimson lips, and gently played a melody, sending waves of sound rippling outward. Sword light descend. Yihin Laofit Heartidi, raising his right index finger towards the heavens, and countless celestial swords fell like rain, plunging vertically. Nailan Shui furrowed her brows slightly, gazing at the hundreds of ethereal swords dancing in the sky. Her voice then intensified, transforming into an endless wave of sonic energy that enveloped her form in a protective barrier. The sound of crisp, melodious clashes echoed at the center of the arena, each collision igniting dazzling sparks that, for a fleeting moment, marred the barrier with spiderweb-like fractures. Nailan Shui's expression shifted abruptly. She extended her delicate fingers, releasing a stream of ice-blue energy that permeated the barrier before her. With the fortification of her defense, the force of the sword's strikes began to wane, clearly indicating that without extraordinary means, breaching Nailan Shui's protective shield would prove exceedingly difficult. Yi Qian lifted a wine jar beside him, casually removing the lid and indulging in a hearty drink. The clear, potent liquor trickled down the corner of his mouth, dampening his garments and astonishing those around him. The ice fairy, Nailan Shui, was momentarily taken aback. As a fellow cultivator at the early stage of Void Return, she could distinctly sense Yi Qian's strength gradually escalating. A system notification resonated in Yi Qian's ears. Congratulations, host, for consuming a jar of wine. Reward, Swordsmanship of the Wine Immortal, Level 4. The reverberating sword intent began to envelop the heavens at that very moment. Could this individual truly be at the early stage of Void Return? Li Pingho furrowed his brows tightly, exclaiming in shock. Yi Qian's gaze grew resolute as he nodded towards the ice fairy, Nailan Shui, and said, my lady, I must exert myself. Nailan Shui adjusted her flowing tresses with a gentle smile and replied, feel free to unleash your full potential. I too wish to witness the extent of your true power. From the depths of the Sword Immortal, a myriad of blades converged to sweep across the verdant mountains. As Yi Qian's voice resonated, the disciples of Qingxuan Sect lowered their heads in unison, witnessing their swords, seemingly possessed, rush uncontrollably towards him. Even the swords of the upper sect disciples joined the fray, illustrating that under the guidance of sword intent, these celestial swords had no autonomy, merging frantically into one. Once more, a multitude of swords returned to their origin. Elder He Yunzi's eyes widened in alarm as he stammered. This is the very technique Yi Qian employed to slay Elder Lin Chen's disciple, Wang Hao. Now wielding it again, its power is undoubtedly magnified 100-fold, perhaps even 1,000-fold. Within the sword mound standing at the sect's rear mountain, the enchanted swords soared skyward like startled swans. The elders of the sword mound were no strangers to such phenomena. They shook their heads, sighing. Whether this is a blessing or a curse remains to be seen. Such a prodigiously gifted youth will surely face myriad challenges ahead. His growth now hinges on his fortune. On a stone pillar, an elderly man with grizzled hair slowly opened his eyes, observing the soaring swords with a calm demeanor. This young man possesses remarkable talent, yet his fate is fraught with tribulations, he remarked. An elderly woman cast a sidelong glance, her expression peculiar as she regarded the speaking elder. The elder, with hands clasped before his chest, formed a diamond shape with his fingers, embarking on a prophetic evaluation of Yi Qian's fate. Gazing into the future, he perceived a chaotic abyss, and upon reflecting back, he discerned an expanse of void behind Yi Qian, an ominous portent indeed. The woman's countenance grew grave. She felt compelled to relay this matter to her senior, Lung Qianing, but was halted by the elder beside her, who cautioned, "Absolutely not. This concerns Yi Qian's destiny, a trial he must face. We should allow fate to unfold naturally and refrain from revealing the secrets of the heavens. Our Qingxuan Sect has, after a millennium, produced such an exceptionally gifted disciple. I cannot permit his downfall, especially considering the illustrious lineage our sect hails from, which you all surely know." As his words fell, the elders within the sword tomb all lifted their heads, their prior identities resurfacing. Upon becoming elders of the sword tomb, they had inherited many memories and legacies, knowledge that even the sect master and Lung Qianing were unaware of. Chapter 57. The Phoenix's Cry and the Ultimate Illusory Spirit. The Ice Phoenix. Inside the sword tomb, the elders stationed there exchanged solemn glances, their expressions heavy with concern, yet none spoke a word. It was evident that the Qingxuan Sect's ancestral lineage was a taboo subject. Should the news leak, all 3,000 disciples of the sect would meet their demise as mere bones in the tomb. On the sect's arena, the sound of the sword rang out like thunder, shattering the serene sky and causing the surrounding void to blossom forth in radiant colors. Observing the formidable swordsmanship of her opponent, the Ice Fairy, Xianxia, resolved to unveil her true strength. Her voice quickened, this time producing not a melodious tone but the piercing cry of a phoenix. Suddenly, an ice-blue silhouette erupted from behind Xianxia, spiraling in the sky before transforming into an awe-inspiring ice phoenix, capable of instilling fear across the realms. The head of the phoenix was adorned with a vibrant crown of ice-blue feathers, enhancing its beauty with an exquisite hue. Its eyes sparkled like brilliant gemstones, sharp and profound, as if they could pierce through all illusions. Its claws were both sharp and tenacious, embodying an indomitable spirit. The creature appeared utterly sanctified, resembling a divine statue. The ice phoenix soared majestically, leaving a trail of ice-blue vortexes in its wake. With a tempest past, towering tornadoes reached heights of 100 meters. Had Lung Qianing not established a barrier in advance, the tempest would have surely swept up all cultivators present and torn them asunder. Dan Yangzi's expression darkened as he murmured, "The ultimate illusory spirit, the Ice Phoenix. I never imagined Xianxia's strength to be so terrifying. Even I would likely be no match for her." At this moment, jealousy surged within Dan Yangzi. Why could these young prodigies wield such power while he, after years of cultivation, remained merely at the initial stage of the Void Return? It was profoundly unfair. At this moment, the Ice Fairy Xianxia raised her head to gaze upon the assembled myriad swords returning to their origin. Gripping her bamboo flute tightly, she lifted her delicate hand and gently waved it towards the sword radiance before her. With a cry of phoenix and crane, the Ice Phoenix surged forth. Yi Qian, as expressionless as ever, pressed his large hand downward, causing a colossal sword to descend vertically, slicing through the clouds. Under the immense sword energy, the Grand Mountain Gate was instantaneously shattered, with massive boulders tumbling down from the mountains, shaking the entire Qingxuan Sect as if it had endured an earthquake. The disciples within were struck with astonishment, raising their heads to stare at the endless sword energy in the sky. Such an astonishing force was beyond their wildest imaginations, particularly the aura produced by the myriad swords returning to their origin, which could undoubtedly intimidate countless powerful warriors. Truly, the strength of a Void Returner was fearsome indeed. Dan Yangzi also witnessed the mountain gate being shattered, his anger flaring as he slammed his fist onto the table, glaring with eyes like bronze bells and exclaiming, "This fellow!" A sudden explosion resonated through the air, as innumerable pale fragments shattered in the sky. The Ice Phoenix, conjured by Xianxia, disintegrated into countless ice shards the moment it made contact with the sword radiance. The splintering ice scattered across the ground, vanishing like a wisp of cold air. Yet, the sword radiance did not cease. It surged directly towards Xianxia below. Even the iron-hard barrier shattered upon contact with the colossal sword. Fortunately, the giant sword halted just above Xianxia, Otherwise, her current spiritual power would have been utterly insufficient to withstand such a cataclysmic attack. With a deep sigh, Xianxia conceded, "I admit defeat." Upon hearing her surrender, the disciples of the upper sect exchanged incredulous glances. Astonished that their senior sister could not withstand the opponent's offense after only a few exchanges, Qian'an refrained from launching another attack. Instead, he held a wine gourd in one hand, waved his elegant robe, and watched as the giant sword disintegrated into countless celestial swords, returning to their respective owners. "I concede," Qian'an said, cupping his fists in salute and turning to bow respectfully towards his master. Lung Qian'an nodded in approval, raising her delicate hand and remarking, "Indeed, the talents of the upper sect are extraordinarily formidable." "You flatter us, senior," they replied. "Our upper sect is rich in resources and abundant in spiritual power. Yet today we have still been bested by the Qingxuan Sect. It is our own inadequacy that led to this defeat." Xianxia deeply bowed to Lung Qian'an. Perhaps even she did not comprehend why she could not overcome Qian'an, as he did not exude the presence of one who looks down upon the world. With a smile, Lung Qian'an said, "Do not belittle yourself, Xianxia. You are indeed gifted among the entire continent of Shenzhou. Given the circumstances, it is understandable that you were defeated by my disciple." Xianxia nodded and then spoke, "Senior, on the orders of my master, I am to venture to the Nether Spirit Valley. Might I request that fellow Taoist ye accompany us?" "The Nether Spirit Valley?" Lung Qian'an raised an eyebrow and glanced sideways at Qian'an, inquiring, "Are you willing to venture into the ghostly Spirit Valley?" After a moment of contemplation, Qian'an replied, "I am indeed willing to go. The ghostly Spirit Valley is one of the few perilous places in the southern state of Dongling, yet it is replete with countless treasures. Seizing this opportunity to search for herbs for brewing the finest liquor is quite fortuitous." Seeing Qian'an's unwavering agreement, Lung Qian'an understood his intentions and chose not to elaborate further. "In that case, I shall leave it to you, Xianxia. The ghostly Spirit Valley is fraught with dangers. Even those at the integration stage may meet their demise. Should any peril arise, do not venture too deep." "I understand, master." Just then, Wang Tung stepped forward, eagerly volunteering himself without considering whether he had been invited, expressing his desire to accompany Xianxia to the ghostly Spirit Valley. He believed that by remaining close to Xianxia, their bond would strengthen, potentially leading to a harmonious union as dual cultivation partners. Xianxia was about to refuse, but was reminded by her attendant, Cooling, who said, "Princess, Wang Tung's strength is formidable. He has defeated Wang Jingtian and possesses his own capabilities. Accompanying us may aid you in acquiring the secret treasure." After some contemplation, Xianxia felt it inappropriate to decline his goodwill, so she nodded and said, "Very well. Let Wang Tung accompany us to the ghostly Spirit Valley." A subtle smile crept across Wang Tung's lips, his gaze flickering with a hint of malice as he thought, "Humph. Qian'an, once we reach the ghostly Spirit Valley, I shall seize this opportunity to leave you behind. The perils there are enough to ensure your complete annihilation. Xianxia, you are mine." Chapter 58. The Emperor's Cup, more intoxicating than Qian'an. A short while later, several figures ascended slowly before the palace. To ensure the safety of the disciples, the Qingxuan Sect appointed an elder of the integration stage to accompany them to the ghostly Spirit Valley. This elder, though seemingly unreliable, was a strikingly attractive woman, sharing Qian'an's fondness for alcohol. Even after being dragged from her secluded chamber by Lung Qian'an, she remained preoccupied with thoughts of her fine wines. Dressed in a blue and white robe, she clutched a bamboo wine flask, her attire insufficient to conceal her form, and she appeared never to be far from the drink. Her demeanor and appearance resembled that of a long-suffering servant disciple, worn down by excessive labor. The woman reclined atop a celestial sword, holding her bamboo wine flask, occasionally taking a sip, which even Qian'an found somewhat admirable. If she were to awaken the Wine Sword Immortal System, she might surpass him in that regard. This woman was known as Emperor's Cup, an elder of the Qingxuan Sect, who appeared to be in her 20s, yet had actually lived for over 7 centuries, her cultivation having reached the pinnacle of the integration stage. She was a junior sister of Lung Qian'an and Dan Yangzi. In the Qingxuan Sect, she is the epitome of a reclusive woman, spending her days in her private chamber indulging in wine and merriment, unyielding and formidable, a veritable madwoman. The perilous circumstances surrounding the Yuming Spirit Valley demand the Emperor Junwen's protection over this group of exceptional disciples, a testament to the formidable strength of this individual. Observing the Emperor Junwen in such a disheveled state, Elder Lin Chen's expression darkened, cautiously inquiring, Sect Master. Is it appropriate for Uncle Master Junwan to be in such a drunken stupor? Dan Yangzi rubbed his forehead, filled with exasperation, for Junwan's character was well known. He was not one to heed even the esteemed elder sister, Lung Qian'an. Were it not for Lung Qian'an's exchange involving the millennium-old Luoseng wine, Junwan would never have stepped outside the sect's gates. One could only hope that no unforeseen complications would arise. Lin Zi's presented the soft armor crafted from unicorn demon dragon scales, saying, Uncle Master, the soft armor is ready. Please remember to wear it. It can withstand the mightiest blow from a cultivator at the initial stage of integration. This journey is fraught with danger. Please exercise utmost caution. Yevi noted, Sophie Rippling. Thank you. I'll leave the sacred beast in your care. If it misbehaves, withhold the spirit stones. Understood, Uncle Master. You all should hurry. Uncle Master Junwan is growing impatient. Lin Zuizis said with a sweet smile, exchanging a glance with his master, Lung Qian'an. Yi Qian mounted his sword and pursued the already departing figures of Emperor Junwan and the others, donning the unicorn demon dragon armor as a safeguard. Upon leaving the Qingxuan Sect's gates, Emperor Junwan rose, gesturing with her fingers as her celestial sword expanded to several hundred feet, soaring gracefully into the distance. Glancing at the talented disciples beside her, she approached the suddenly protruding sword hilt, leaning back without a care for appearances, retrieving her wine gourd from her waist. A satisfied smile gracing her lips. Sipping slowly, a faint blush appeared on her cheeks, her soft moans mingling with the wind, exuding an air of contentment and comfort. Turning her gaze to Yi Qian on the celestial sword, she beckoned him with a mischievous glint in her eyes. Qian, come here. Yi Qian maneuvered his flying sword to her side, cupping his hands respectfully. Uncle Master, is there something you need? Junwan shifted to make room, gently patting the spot she had just vacated, smiling, sit beside me. Uncle Master has something to discuss. Yi Qian accepted without hesitation, landing smoothly on the celestial sword beside her. Perplexed, Uncle Master, do you have something to say? Ah, I have heard that you too enjoy the ancient wines. Let me see the vintage of your wine, Junwan said, licking her lips, her intentions less than innocent as she deftly snatched the gourd from Yi Qian's waist and, before he could react, uncapped it. With several hearty gulps, she drank deeply. Yi Qian'an felt a profound sense of distress, for within that vessel lay 1,000-year-old Lhasa wine, obtained as a prize from the esteemed elder of the Thunder Calamity during the recent grand competition. Upon witnessing the Emperor Lord savoring the wine with such abandon, he swiftly intervened, exclaiming, Master Uncle, what is the meaning of this? The Emperor Lord, relishing the lingering fragrance upon his lips, felt an insatiable yearning. His gaze wistfully fixed upon the wine gourd at Yi Qian'an's waist. It is well known that exquisite wines are scarce in the entire Dongling Manzhou, with the finest vintages hoarded by venerable and powerful beings. After all, cultivators often lead somber lives, seldom indulging in worldly pleasures, and are unlikely to dedicate themselves to the art of winemaking. Thus, for an aficionado of fine wines like the Emperor Lord, it is a torment of existence. With an exasperated roll of his eyes, the Emperor Lord chided Yi Qian'an, do not be so miserly. As cultivators, we should embody generosity and goodwill. Moreover, I am your master uncle, and we are akin to family. Pour me half of your wine. Yi Qian'an's lips twitched in response, and he turned his head away. Just as the Emperor Lord was about to take another sip, he was interrupted by Wang Tung's voice. Master uncle, I have a fine wine here. Might you be interested in tasting it? The Emperor Lord's spirits lifted immediately. What exquisite wine is this? Wang Tung produced a long-sealed wine jar from his storage ring, and as he opened it, a pure aroma of wine wafted forth, invigorating all who inhaled it. The Emperor Lord, unable to contain his excitement, took a sip, only to furrow his brow in discontent. He looked up at Wang Tung and inquired, what sort of wine is this? Great wine. What is its vintage? Approximately 30 years old, I believe. Upon learning that it was merely 30 years old, the Emperor Lord disdainfully cast it away from the sky, scoffing, do not bring me such wine in the future. Take it and amuse yourself elsewhere. Witnessing his treasured wine discarded in such a manner, Wang Tung's expression soured, and he could only turn away in disappointment. The Emperor Lord glanced at the few individuals by the Ice Phoenix, intending to inquire if they possessed any fine wines, but was interrupted by Yi Qian'an. I have a jar of wine over 800 years old. It should suffice for your indulgence. Do not covet my Lhasa wine. With a reluctant expression, Qian'an handed over the wine jar, a parting gift from his master, Lung Qianing. The Emperor Lord eagerly accepted the jar, taking a sip without delay, for such exquisite nectar was precisely what she desired. So fragrant and rich. Chapter 59. The Dreaming Guest of Xianxia, accompanied by the Green Mountains. The Emperor Lord, cradling the wine jar, leaned against the sword hilt, gazing up at the azure sky, inhaling the rich aroma emanating from the jar. Turning to observe Qian'an, who sat cross-legged, she felt an overwhelming urge to uncork the jar, but restrained herself, mindful that this was her only vessel of wine. The journey to the Abyssal Spirit Valley is indeed a long and arduous one, requiring 7 days and nights. Should any unforeseen events arise along the way, delays are inevitable. Contemplating the tedium of the upcoming days, the Emperor's Bowl felt a profound sense of despair. Had he known this would be the case, he would have certainly persuaded his senior sister to accompany them. "Ah, my cherished wine." Clutching the wine jar tightly, the Emperor's Bowl raised his gaze and commanded, "Wang Tung, fetch me some demon beast to roast, and do not forget to procure some century-old fine wine from the town ahead." Wang Tung, traveling by sword, twitched his lips in reluctance but dared not refuse, for he was an elder of the Qingxuan Sect, his status even surpassing that of his own master, Dan Yangzi. "Yi Shidi, will you join me?" he proposed. "Why should I send you? I could send Qian instead." The Emperor's Bowl shot back, furrowing his brows. He needed to keep an eye on Yi Qian. If the latter were to consume all the fine wine in the gourd, what would become of him? With a resigned sigh, Wang Tung turned and soared towards the forest where the demon beast dwelled, internally cursing both Yi Qian and the Emperor's Bowl. The Emperor's Bowl chuckled to himself, cradling his wine jar and secretly taking a sip, his cheeks instantly flushing with color as he licked his lips, still yearning for more. Yi Qian, however, remained silent, as long as he didn't come seeking him once the wine was finished. After a hearty belch, the Emperor's Bowl declared, "Qian, your master has entrusted me with your protection. I shall not intervene unless your life is in peril." Yi Qian, reclining on the celestial sword, found it a tad hard, yet more comfortable than standing or sitting cross-legged. "No matter," he replied, "for your presence may not be of much use." The Emperor's Bowl retorted, "Ah, Qian, your master's sister is my senior, and, at times, you ought to heed my counsel. I mean you no harm," he continued with a grin. "For instance, place your wine gourd in my care. I assure you, I shall not take a sip. It would be a pity should you lose it." Yi Qian cast a sidelong glance at the grinning Emperor's Bowl, recalling the words his master had imparted not long ago. "Your aunt is a fool. Pay her no mind. If she desires wine, do not grant her any, and she will surely be frantic." With his master's advice echoing in his mind, Yi Qian remained unfazed, closing his eyes slightly to relish the gentle breeze. In such tranquility, inspiration surged within him. In dreams of the ethereal, accompanied by verdant mountains, I find solace in the intoxicating realms of immortals, as the mortal world glows in the evening glow. The Emperor's Bowl cast a meaningful glance at Yi Qian, curiosity stirring within him. This youth possessed a remarkable state of mind, truly a rare gem. 3 days later, under the resplendent moonlight, like a scene from a poetic painting, it bathed the mountains and rivers in a tranquil and profound serenity, inviting one to bask in its enchantment. Having departed from the sect for countless miles, the sword's blade now bore the flickering glow of a campfire, atop which sizzled succulent roasted beef, exuding an enticing aroma. The Emperor's Bowl, unable to suppress its longing, gazed hungrily at the delectable feast. "Qian, I never imagined you possessed such culinary skills," it remarked, a hint of surprise in its tone, licking its alluring crimson lips. The Emperor's Bowl continued earnestly, "As your elder, it is only fitting that I sample this delicacy first." "How about it, dear disciple?" Qian replied coolly. "If you desire a taste, dear uncle, you must exercise patience. Should you insist on indulging first, the seasoning I possess shall not grace your portion." "How dare you?" The Emperor's Bowl pouted, indignation evident as it placed its hands on its hips. "Your lack of sharing is shocking. I must consult with your senior sister upon our return." The Emperor's Bowl sighed deeply, a hint of flattery in its voice. "My dear disciple, please, eat your fill first. I shall merely savor the aroma." Observing the Emperor's Bowl, Qian pondered how it could possibly be over 7 centuries old while still exhibiting such youthful mischief, an assertion few would believe. After their meal, the Emperor's Bowl effortlessly succumbed to slumber, blissfully unconcerned with the opinions of those around. Qian mirrored this sentiment, for they were indeed cut from the same cloth. Wang Tung, witnessing their serene repose side by side, simmered with frustration. Why? He wondered, should they sleep while he was compelled to keep watch? Had he known this would be the case, he would have perched himself upon the ice phoenix alongside Nascent Soul. Was this not an egregious affront to the diligent? He glared at the peacefully slumbering Qian'an and the Emperor's bowl, his body twitching with indignation. You two are a perfect match as master and disciple. 3 days hence, in a realm where land was vast and people sparse, amidst the resplendent mountains and rivers, the colossal sword glided through the clouds unceasingly, finally arriving at the border of the mysterious Spirit Valley in Dongling South Prefecture. Even before entering, an eerie foreboding emanated from within. Stretching languidly, the Emperor's bowl playfully nudged the still sleeping Qian's cheek with its pristine foot, announcing awaken. We are nearly there. Qian, roused from slumber, was met with the sight of the Emperor's bowl rubbing its toes against its own face, prompting an eruption of indignation. Uncle, your behavior is utterly excessive. With a childlike chuckle, the Emperor's bowl replied, I did the same to you days ago. What can you possibly do about it? Enough of this. Our destination awaits. Qian could only suppress a sigh of exasperation. This was no longer the Qingxuan Sect. Upon their return, a stern lesson from the master would be in order. As the celestial sword began to decelerate, it descended gracefully into the tranquil valley below. The Emperor glanced at the distinguished disciples of the divine mysterious sect perched upon the ice phoenix and cautioned, Listen well, the path ahead lies in your own hands. I shall not intervene unless your lives are in peril. Furthermore, you are forbidden from entering the depths of the Nether Spirit Valley. For even those of the fusion stage may not survive within. Remember, do not foolishly venture deeper. Safeguard your lives. I would not wish to hear your masters lamenting my supposed responsibility should misfortune befall you. Do you understand? Understood, esteemed elder. Chapter 60. Unfettered and unrestrained, truly divine. The Emperor Wan cast a glance at a few individuals and remarked, Beyond this valley lies the forested expanse of the Nether Spirit Valley. However, whether it harbors what you seek remains uncertain. The Nether Spirit Valley is one of the few enigmatic mountain ranges in the eastern ridge and southern state, characterized by its intricate pathways, abundant demonic beasts, and an atmosphere thick with miasma. Prolonged exposure may lead to hallucinations or even death. Yi Qian, however, paid little heed to the warnings. His sole desire was to locate the herbs needed for brewing liquor. The treasures sought by the sect bore little significance for him. After all, even if he were to procure them, they would inevitably be claimed by the sect, for strength reigns supreme in the realm of cultivation. The Emperor One ascended into the air on her celestial sword, and with a wave of her right hand, several jade slips materialized before the group. She instructed, Within these slips lies my divine consciousness. Should you encounter danger, shatter them immediately, and I will locate your position at once. Wang Tung inquired, Master, will you not accompany us? The Emperor Wan pouted and replied with a hint of annoyance, This is a trial for you. If I were to intervene, what need would you have for your own efforts? Wang Tung awkwardly rubbed his nose, feeling a sense of humiliation, as he had never been subjected to such treatment as a proud disciple of the sect. Yet, facing the formidable Emperor Wan, he dared not voice his indignation. For even his master, Dan Yangzi, refrained from speaking freely in her presence. Renowned within the sect for her domineering nature, Emperor Wan was known for her formidable prowess, showing no deference to anyone. Those who displeased her, whether fellow disciples or even great ascension experts, would find themselves at her mercy. Upronchink Yidin. Emperor Wan winked and lightened her tone, saying, Do take care. Do not let the toxic miasma within befuddle your senses. Missing limbs may lead your master to seek retribution against me. With a casual glance at the figure cloaked in mist, she added, Even if I refrain from action, a strong presence from the divine mysterious sect will ensure these children remain unharmed. After all, Nascent Soul and her companions are esteemed prodigies of the sect. Their loss within the Nether Spirit Valley would be an immense blow to the divine mysterious sect. The talents of Nascent Soul and her companions are undeniably remarkable. Their future achievements are bound to be immeasurable. Given ample time, the possibility of their ascension to immortality is indeed substantial. Yi Qian sensed a stirring presence within the mist, indicative of a cultivator at the nascent stage of the Great Ascension. Truly, the venerable Qingxuan Sect possesses profound depth, effortlessly dispatching a powerful figure of such caliber. Empress Wan took a sip of her wine, casting a subtle sidelong glance before whispering, Qian, remember to exercise caution around your senior brother. Wang Tong. He is far from benevolent. Yi Qian nodded with a smile, fully aware of Wang Tong's dubious nature. His unsolicited arrival at this locale was undoubtedly to vie for the attention of his sect's prodigy, Nascent Soul, seeking to distinguish himself in her presence. Though Wang Tong's talents are indeed exceptional among his peers, they pale in comparison to Yi Qian's. In any contest, it would be akin to a mere nag attempting to rival a Qian'an or a cold crow vying with a phoenix, an incomparable chasm. Clearing her throat, Empress Wang continued, "Before you depart, I offer you 2 pieces of counsel. Upon entering the Netherworld Spirit Valley, you must support one another. Even if you are not of the same sect, you share a lineage. In the face of danger, do not act recklessly." She added, "Secondly, do not be overly demanding of fortune, nor should you exhaust yourselves in search of herbs. Rare spiritual medicines are often guarded by ferocious beasts, which are far from foolish. You would be their most delectable nourishment." "Thank you for the wise advice, esteemed elder," the group responded with a bow of respect. Empress One returned to her flying sword, seated gracefully at its hilt, her jade feet swaying gently. Beneath her silk nightgown, her feet appeared ethereal, akin to dancing sprites in the moonlight, each movement stirring the heart. The delicate patterns on her soles presented an alluring elegance, akin to flowing musical notes, enchanting all who beheld them. Ye Vin Shuruk, pondering whether Empress One would truly place her jade feet in his mouth. Unfazed, she waved her hand dismissively. "You may all depart now. Do take care. I cannot bear the thought of your master wailing should you meet your demise within." The group gathered their jade slips, each bowing respectfully to the venerable Empress One. Under Nascent Soul's guidance, they soared towards the horizon on their swords. Just as Yi Qian was about to leave, a voice beside him reminded, "One more thing. The news of the secret treasure has spread. You may encounter other cultivators within the valley. Exercise utmost caution." "Understood," Yi Qian replied, gradually flying away. In the realm of cultivation, where deception abounds, he was well accustomed to the treachery. Even among righteous cultivators, when faced with avarice, one's own flesh and blood may become mere stepping stones on the path to growth. Such treasures, being immensely precious, would undoubtedly attract countless powerful individuals vying for possession, potentially resulting in significant casualties. The fellow is still there, indulging in alcohol. One cannot help but wonder if he is merely a tourist. The maid, Cui Ling, cast a disdainful glance at Yi Qian, who lay upon the sword, perplexed by the princess's choice of companionship. If we are to speak of gentlemen, none could rival brother Wang Tong, who not only possesses exceptional talent, but also bears striking looks. He is truly a paragon for our generation. Wang Tong, however, maliciously remarked, "One should have known better than to allow such an unreliable disciple as ye here. After all, it has delayed the celestial maiden, which is a matter of great significance." "No matter," the ice fairy, Nascent Soul, responded softly. "Yi Dao's carefree and unrestrained demeanor is indeed rare within the realm of cultivation. Perhaps this is his unique approach to cultivation." Upon hearing this, Wang Tong's expression darkened and his lips twitched. For reasons unknown, he felt that the ice fairy did not regard him with any esteem, rendering him almost invisible in her presence. While Yi Qian held a significant place in Nascent Soul's heart, it was as if she were proclaiming to others that Yi Qian, with his carefree spirit, was indeed a remarkable figure who comprehended the essence of the sword path. Cui Ling scoffed, "Princess, why do you hold such high regard for Yi Qian? A person like him is simply enough." Nascent Soul interjected, her brows furrowing. "Have I not instructed you to refrain from gossiping behind backs? Cui Ling, you are not always this way." Chapter 61. Duya, the young master of the Corpse Demon Sect. Cui Ling lowered her head deeply, yet her expression betrayed her lack of respect for Yi Qian. Even if he were a prodigy of the millennia, in her eyes, apart from brother Wang Tong, all others were mere mediocrities. Listening to their exchange, Wang Tong smirked coldly, observing Cui Ling's aggrieved demeanor, and mused, "This foolish girl is but a pawn in my game. Once I win Nascent Soul's heart, she will serve no further purpose." The realm of cultivation is rife with deceit, and as long as one can fulfill their ambitions, anyone can become a stepping stone on the path to greatness, even a master. With a chilling laugh, Wang Tong continued, "The pathways within the valley are labyrinthine and complex, yet the air above is suffused with a greenish miasma, akin to a natural barrier that renders passage nearly impossible, compelling one to fly at low altitudes. However, such low-altitude flight soon attracted the attention of numerous beasts, who did not stir but lay in wait upon the cliffs, observing the humans below. As beasts, they were not mindless. Several, in the core formation realm, lay on the ground, fully aware of the formidable strength of these humans, knowing all too well that any confrontation would lead to their demise. In the shadowy abyss, fraught with peril, the Spirit Valley teems with serpents, insects, and other creatures, most bearing venom capable of threatening cultivators, making it far more treacherous than the forest of 10,000 beasts. I wondered who it might be. It turns out to be a friend from the divine mysterious sect. It has indeed been many years since we last met. At that moment, a cold and indifferent voice echoed from a distance. Before anyone could react, a multitude of men clad in black and crimson robes appeared before them. The leader, an unattractive man who appeared to be in his 30s, grasped a silver-white curved blade and gazed with a smirk at Nascent Soul and her companions. "Why, it is you, the young master of the Corpse Demon Sect, do ya?" Li Pingho's expression darkened as he immediately positioned himself in front of Nascent Soul and asked with a furrowed brow, "Do ya? What brings you and your Corpse Demon Sect here?" "Do ya, the young master of the Corpse Demon Sect," replied with a grin, "whatever you are here for. So are we. I did not expect such a number of you to arrive. It is quite amusing that the divine mysterious sect has sent you three." Nascent Soul tightened her grip on the bamboo flute and communicated with Qian'an. The Corpse Demon Sect is a notorious sect in the western Yo Prefecture. Their disciples, like their name suggests, are infamous for their practice of refining corpses, creating puppets whose souls are permanently sealed within them, leaving them in a state of eternal suffering. The Corpse Demon Sect is exceedingly cunning, and their young master, Duya, possesses early-stage void return strength. His father, however, is a powerful loose immortal. With one hand casually behind his back, Duya glanced at Li Pingho and Wang Jingtian, disdainfully remarking, "You two, mere transformation realm children, dare to come here? Truly ignorant of your own limitations. What exactly do you want, Duya?" Li Pingho inquired, his brow knitted. The divine mysterious sect has its own share of powerful cultivators. Should a conflict arise, the outcome remains uncertain. Duya grinned. "I have heard that the ghostly Spirit Valley is home to a secret treasure. How could the Corpse Demon Sect miss out on such an opportunity? Naturally, we wish to claim our share. Devilish scoundrel, this is not a place for your tyranny." Li Pingho retorted, brandishing his celestial sword and pointing it menacingly at Duya. Duya licked the blood from the blade's tip, casting a glance at the disciples of the various sects flanking the valley, and coolly replied, "Li Pingho, what are you to speak to me in such a manner?" As soon as he finished speaking, an overwhelming surge of energy enveloped the area, and a tremendous pressure of spiritual power forced Li Pingho to the ground, causing the earth beneath him to crack visibly. With a sudden cough, Li Pingho spat out a mouthful of crimson blood, his inner Yuan Ying trembling violently as if it might explode at any moment. Just then, a clear and melodious sound from the bamboo flute resonated throughout the valley, sending ripples through the air that shattered Duya's oppressive spiritual energy and caused him to stagger back a couple of steps. The ice fairy Nascent Soul is indeed, as the rumors say, a true beauty of ice. But that is fine. I relish this kind of celestial maiden, Duya exclaimed, waving his curved blade with a lewd expression, particularly captivated by Nascent Soul's exquisite features and graceful figure, which made his throat dry with desire. She must be truly delectable. Nascent Soul coldly inquired, "Duya, what exactly do you intend to accomplish?" Duya shrugged, lifted her gaze to meet Nascent Soul's eyes, and with a smile said, "I seek nothing in particular. I have heard that among the individuals you brought, there is a prodigy named Qian'an. Pray tell, who might that be?" Qian'an arrived riding his sword, one hand resting casually behind him, and softly remarked, "Are you looking for me?" "Oh." Duya raised an eyebrow, glancing at Qian'an before bursting into laughter. "So you are the esteemed prodigy of Qingxuan Sect, Qian'an. Such a little fellow. I must have overestimated you. It is not I who seeks you, but rather a friend of mine who wishes to meet you. Come forth, my good friend, Taoist me." As Duya's voice faded, a man donned in a white mask emerged from the crowd. He wore a black robe, stood tall, and his eyes bore a hint of languor. "I am Taoist me, one of the 5 poisoned guardians of the Liz sect. I extend my greetings to all esteemed Taoist friends." Taoist me slightly bowed to the crowd and then turned to Qian'an, asking, "You are indeed the prodigy Qian'an of the Qingxuan Sect, correct?" "That is correct." "Excellent, excellent." Taoist me appeared somewhat exhilarated, taking a few steps closer and cheerfully stating, "I have greatly missed you. My junior brother, Qingxuan, was slain by you, was he not?" Yi Qian maintained a calm expression as he replied, "What is it? Do you intend to seek vengeance for him?" "No, no, no." Daoist Mi shook his head, explaining, "Although we are all guardians of the 5 poisons of the Law's Sect, the cultivation world has always placed the supreme above all. Your slaying of him signifies that Qin Huiyin was destined to meet such a calamity. I have come to request your assistance with the matter." Upon hearing this, the crowd cast curious glances towards Daoist Mi. He was regarded as a formidable figure in the eastern region of Nanzhou. Despite being over 500 years old, he had reached the late stage of returning to emptiness, second only to his master, Li Qingxuan. However, it was rumored that many years ago, Daoist Mi was gravely injured by a magical artifact, nearly losing his life. Had it not been for Li Qingxuan utilizing the blood of 3,000 young boys and girls to refine his body, he would have long since perished. His presence here indicated that his injuries had finally healed. Chapter 62. The Hypocritical Wang Tongue. Li Pingho furrowed his brows and quietly questioned, "Daoist Mi, what exactly do you wish to achieve?" Daoist Mi shrugged and stepped forward, his ethereal voice resounding once more. The Nethersphere Valley is one of the few human forbidden zones in our eastern region of Nanzhou, nourished by countless demon beasts and spiritual treasures. Within this valley resides a peculiar insect known as the Purple Phantom. Consuming its eggs can greatly enhance one's power. However, once the larvae hatch, they devour the internal organs, leaving behind a lifeless shell. If esteemed Taoist friends could assist me in locating the eggs of the Purple Phantom, I would be willing to offer a magical artifact of the harmonization stage as a reward. What say you? As Daoist Mi's words lingered in the air, the expressions of those present shifted, some gazing at him in astonishment. They had not anticipated that he would be willing to part with a magical artifact of such caliber. It was indeed a reckless waste. The treasures of the integration stage are exceedingly rare. Perhaps even the leader of the Law Sect has never possessed one. Yet, here stands the 5 Poisons Protector, surprisingly in possession of such a treasure, which is rather astonishing. The Daoist Mi, unperturbed by the potential for theft, simply opened his right hand, and a magnificent artifact radiating golden light materialized before them. Upon sensing this surge of energy, the crowd fell silent, for it was unmistakably an artifact of the integration stage. Indeed, it was a genuine artifact of the integration stage. How could this individual possess such a rarity? This is truly hard to believe. It is said that even some formidable beings of the integration realm do not possess such artifacts. So how did Mi Daoist acquire this remarkable item? Wang Tung glanced at Yi Qian beside him and inquired, "Where is the purple ghost insect egg?" "It is near the secret treasure," came the reply, though I cannot specify the exact location. "However, if you can assist me in locating it and return it to me intact, I assure you I will not go back on my word. I can even swear by the heavenly Tao that I will not resort to murder or theft." Mi Daoist spoke with one hand behind his back, his tone somber, as if to convey that anyone could obtain this integration stage artifact, regardless of their cultivation or status. Wang Tung's heart raced with excitement. If he could acquire this artifact, it would undoubtedly accelerate his cultivation immensely, perhaps even enable him to vanquish formidable foes of the returning Void Realm. Duya, the young master of the Corpse Chi Sect, chuckled and said, "Esteemed friends, I trust you have all heard clearly. I shall not elaborate further. Should we acquire an integration stage artifact, it would indeed be a rare treasure. Why not join forces and enter the Nether Spirit Valley together?" However, the Ice Fairy Nalen Shui scoffed disdainfully, replying, "I beg your pardon, but disciples of the righteous sect do not condescend to ally with those of the demonic sect." Duya retorted with a smile, "Ah, truly a proud disciple of the upper sect, displaying remarkable courage. Yet, you should consider carefully. If we proceed in such a manner, it may very well lead to your demise." "That is of no concern to you, young master of the Corpse Chi Sect," Nalen Shui replied with a stoic expression. "Observing na langue suez oti demi-anor, du yasnorted disdinfuli." If it weren't for her status as a princess of a certain dynasty, he would have long since turned her into a puppet, serving him for eternity. Nalen Shui paid no heed to Duya, leading the others forward without a thought of forming an alliance. The disciples of the demonic sect were universally condemned. Had it not been for the presence of the secret treasure, she would have already taken action against Duya. As the members of the Qingxuan Sect departed, a disciple of the Corpse Chi Sect could not contain his curiosity, asking, "Young master, shall we simply allow them to pass?" "Ashempiash, Duya scoffed. What if they pass? The toxic fog forest is not traversable by just anyone, and what lies within is the true terror. As the enigmatic figure of Mi Dao approached, hands clasped behind his back, he assured his companion, "Rest assured, fellow cultivator, the treasures of the harmonization stage are within reach. Yet whether we can depart from the abyssal spirit valley depends on their prowess." Duya, with lips parted, inhaled the sanguine aroma of the place. An intoxicating delight evident in his voice as he remarked, "You are indeed intriguing, Dao friend me. In that case, let's await the auspicious tidings." Laughter erupted. Yi Qian and his companions were not dawdling. In less than 10 minutes, they had traversed nearly 10 miles. Along the way, no significant disturbances arose. Even the occasional encounter with a few Yuaning stage beasts was swiftly dealt with by Wang Tianzheng and his allies. The path remained clear. Yet the expressions of the group did not relax. After all, the Abyssal Spirit Valley was a forbidden zone for humanity. Although they found themselves in a border area, smooth sailing was not guaranteed. The marshes scattered with floating bones, and the alluring yet deadly flora thrived among towering trees, where malicious spiders cackled ominously. Yi Qian sat gracefully atop his celestial sword, raising his wrist as clear liquor flowed down the corner of his mouth. "Beware, my friends, of the swirling mists and toxic vapors," he cautioned. The attendant, Chui Ling, rolled her eyes and retorted, "You need not remind us. We consumed detoxifying pills before our arrival. These toxins are of no consequence to us." However, Wang Tung, standing beside her, momentarily lost his train of thought. Turning to the self-satisfied Chui Ling, he involuntarily twitched at the corners of his mouth. They had all taken detoxifying pills. Why was he left with nothing? Forced to use spiritual energy to shield himself from the noxious miasma? Was this a case of preferential treatment? Seemingly reading Wang Tung's thoughts, Li Ping gently interjected, "Do not misunderstand, Wang Tung. It is not that we withheld them from you and Yi Dao friend, but rather we possess only a few detoxifying pills, and there is simply none left to offer." Wang Tung composed himself, realizing that this was not the moment to lose his composure before Nailan Shui. Thus, he feigned indifference, stating, "No matter, these toxins are trivial to me." "Wow, Brother Wang Tung is truly impressive," Chui Ling exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Unlike some, whose strength has merely reached the initial stage of the void return, they still indulge in wine and merriment. Compared to Brother Wang Tung, their ambitions are decidedly inferior. Yi Qian smiled quietly, ignoring the attendant Chui Ling beside Nailan Shui, and continued to drink heartily. "Congratulations, host, for consuming 3 jars of wine. Your mastery as the Wine Sword Immortal has increased by 15. Congratulations, host, for triggering the Wine Sword Immortal's explosion rate. You have received the 9-Sword Immortal Array, capable of summoning celestial swords to form a formation, rendering you unmatched at the same realm." This time, Yi Qian indeed heard the system's voice whispering in his ear, followed closely by the revelation of his basic character information. Chapter 63. The Void Return Beast. Azure Water Golden Toad Name. Yi Qian Age. 19 Identity. Junior Uncle of Qingxuan Sect Cultivation. Initial Stage of Void Return Techniques. Sword Control Technique. Spirit Breaking Soul Severing Style Formation. 9-Sword Immortal Array Wine Sword Immortal Mastery. 65100. The Ascension of the Wine Sword Immortal. Level 110. Yi Qian swayed the wine gourd in his hand, propping his chin with one hand, and murmured, after breaking through to the Void Return realm, "Ordinary wine has lost its significance. It seems that only millennia-old fine wines can elevate one's level." At that moment, a deep, oppressive beast roar suddenly erupted, and the buzzing of poisonous insects in the forest intensified. A palpable aura of malevolence surged forth. Indeed, a beast was approaching, unable to restrain its urge to attack the group. Nailan Shui raised her brows slightly, her delicate fingers pointing ahead, and abruptly, 2 towering ice walls, each 100 meters high, emerged from the flanking woods. The beasts trapped within the ice were instantly frozen, only to shatter in an instant. Wang Tung flicked his right hand, and a silver-white, celestial sword materialized in his grip, emanating a formidable sharpness. "Vile creature, seeking death," he shouted as he beheld the charging Dan formation beasts. In an instant, the sword light shot forth like a startled swan, not only vanquishing the beasts before him, but also carving a massive chasm into the ground. "Wow, brother is so handsome." Chui Ling clapped her hands in admiration. However, she suddenly felt a chill creeping up beside her, and before she could react, an overwhelming sense of danger enveloped her. "Let me handle this," Li Pingho declared, placing his hands before his chest, fingers and thumbs forming a diamond shape. Spirit fire burn. The charging beasts had never encountered such a phenomenon. They attempted to flee, but found their limbs already withered by the flames. Yet, just as Li Pingho prepared to showcase his prowess, a dull sound of slicing air resonated, as a silver-white flying sword pierced through the beast's skull like thunder. It was Wang Teng's swift intervention. Wang Teng collected the beast's inner core, casting a glance at the still posturing Li Pingho, and scoffed inwardly. You! Li Pingho's brow furrowed, fixing an intense gaze on Wang Teng's retreating figure, harboring an impulse to rush forward and give him a couple of slaps. All right, now that the danger has passed, let us proceed, Wang Jingtan gently reminded, resting a hand on Li Pingho's shoulder. Li Pingho huffed in response, choosing not to say more. Were it not for the pervasive dangers of the Nether Spirit Valley, he would have certainly sought to teach Wang Teng a lesson. Eventually, they arrived at a fork in the path, where the group instinctively came to a halt. Wang Teng then suggested, Fairy, the Nether Spirit Valley is fraught with peril, and the paths here are convoluted. Finding the secret treasure will not be easy. How about we split up the search? Nailin Xuan nodded. Although they had ample time, lingering in such a treacherous place was unwise. Thus, she spoke, very well. Let us divide into 4 groups, each seeking in a different direction for the treasure's location. Wang Teng was about to propose teaming up with Nailin Shui when the maid Shui Ling interjected. Grasping Wang Teng's arm, she declared, I shall be in a team with brother Wang Teng. Wang Teng's lips twitched. He was about to voice a thought when he heard Nailin Shui's cold voice resonate calmly. Very well. Then, it falls upon you, fellow cultivator, to take care of Shui Ling. Li Pingho and Wang Jingtan decided to form a duo, for they were inseparable companions and the best of friends. Thus, it was impossible for them to part ways. Now, 3 individuals remained. Yi Qian, Nailin Shui, and Nailin Shui's other attendant, Xiao Dai. Yi Qian shrugged, pointing in a different direction. Then I shall take this path. It just so happens that I seek some medicinal herbs. Let's part ways here. At that moment, Li Pingho cautioned, fellow cultivator. The ghostly Spirit Valley is fraught with peril. It would be prudent for you to team up with junior sister Nailin. Before Li Pingho could finish his warning, Yi Qian had already stepped forward onto the path he had chosen, his celestial sword soaring into the air, his garments billowing, and his long hair flowing as he swiftly vanished around a bend in the forest. What a good deed turned into folly. The attendant Shui Ling muttered with a hint of discontent, her expression tinged with displeasure. To venture alone into the depths of the ghostly Spirit Valley was indeed a reckless act. However, Nailin Shui paid little heed. Yi Qian's strength was well acknowledged, and his solitary expedition would not evoke concern. Moreover, the elder of Qingxuan Sect was still observing the area from mists, ensuring that Yi Qian would not meet his demise here. You, at the initial stage of Void Return, dare to soar through the air and plunge into the depths of the ghostly Spirit Valley, hastening towards your own demise. In the mist above the ghostly Spirit Valley, Emperor Wan sat cross-legged on a patch of gray cloud, increasingly vexed by Yi Qian's actions, feeling an urge to take a swig from his wine gourd to alleviate his inner turmoil. To his astonishment, so many prodigies from various sects had arrived at the ghostly Spirit Valley. Not only was there Mi Dao Run, one of the 5 poisons guardians of the Lost Sect, but also Du Ya, the so-called young master of the Corpse King Sect, along with other hidden prodigies from various sections. Should anything befall Yi Qian and his companions, the ramifications will be dire. The pressure was immense. Emperor Wan took a sip of wine, his consciousness flitting between the individuals, feeling the weight of the situation. Within the fog, the atmosphere was damp and chilling. Yi Qian, standing atop his celestial sword, charged forward but suddenly halted, his brows knitting together as the miasma before him transformed into a vibrant green. The miasma enveloped him at a languid pace, swiftly encasing him within its grasp, while the withered trees on either side disintegrated into fine ash upon contact, vanishing without a trace. Yi Qian's hand hovered behind him, sword energy surging within, and in an instant, he fragmented the miasma before him, causing it to disperse outward. Glancing around, his voice emerged, cool and unperturbed. Who might be the esteemed elder who has laid this miasma here? Pray, do not jest with a junior. How intriguing, this little recluse, a voice cackled. Such a unique sword energy. Indeed, your prowess is formidable. As the words faded, a figure emerged from the miasma. Before him stood a diminutive figure clad in a green robe, with a short chin and a face reminiscent of a monkey-s, his eyes glimmering with an eerie light. Atop his head sat a grotesque, swollen growth, rendering him exceedingly unsightly. This was a mid-stage demon beast of the Void Return realm, the Azure Water Golden Toad. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Yi Qian raised an eyebrow, his expression tinged with peculiarity. Upon reaching the Void Return realm, demon beasts can assume human form. Yet, the elderly figure before him exuded no aura of spiritual power. Instead, he radiated an intensely volatile demonic energy. This indicated that the old man was indeed a demon beast of considerable strength, specifically a poison demon. Chapter 64. To drink from hundreds of jars of celestial nectar. Riding the sword beneath the clear sun and moon, the green-robed elder cackled, "Young monk, I did not expect you to be a practitioner at the initial stage of the Void Return realm. Judging by your age, you must be no more than 20. Which sect do you belong to?" Although the Nether Spirit Valley harbored many demon beasts, they were not fools. They understood the significance of a prodigy to a sect. A young individual achieving the Void Return realm at such a tender age would warrant caution if they hailed from the Eastern or Western divine states. And he would certainly refrain from harming them. After all, he could not afford to offend a powerhouse from such top-tier factions. Yi Qian responded with a cheerful demeanor. "I am Yi Qian of the Qingxuan Sect." Qingxuan Sect, the green-robed elder murmured, realizing he had never heard of this sect, and deduced that it was likely not a disciple of the two divine states. In that case, he could indulge himself today. With a menacing glint in his eyes, the elder declared, "Young monk, since we have met, how about you leave your head with me? I would be willing to allow your primordial spirit to return to your sect. What do you say?" Yi Qian smiled. "Old elder, you are indeed amusing, but acquiring my head depends on whether you possess the capability." The green-robed elder's expression darkened as he suddenly surged forward with blinding speed, appearing before Yi Qian in the blink of an eye. "Child, accept your demise." His withered finger seemed capable of piercing through anything as it struck forcefully at Yi Qian's chest. However, to his astonishment, Yi Qian did not spew blood as he had anticipated. Instead, he stood there, seemingly unaffected. "Is that the unicorn demon dragon armor?" The green-robed elder staggered back 100 feet, his gaze fixed intently on the soft armor covering Yi Qian's chest. Coldly, he remarked, "No wonder you are so audacious. It turns out you are protected by the unicorn demon dragon armor granted by your sect. However, while that armor is formidable, I, the elder, excel in the use of poison. Look at your chest. The deadly toxin has already entered your body. In no time, you shall surely perish." The green-robed elder chuckled maliciously. Yet suddenly, his laughter ceased abruptly as he beheld the toxic substance within Yi Qian transforming into a swirling mass of emerald green smoke, seeping out from his chest, leaving the elder in astonishment. "What have you done?" Yi Qian brushed off the dust from his chest and spoke with indifference. "I forgot to mention that before you come again. My master has imbued my soft armor with the power of the Mahayana realm. No poison can harm me, unless you break through to that level." The old man in the green robe twitched at the corners of his mouth, a palpable murderous intent flickering in his eyes. He had not anticipated that this fellow had a master of such formidable strength. Now, leaving was out of the question, having already offended him. He must eradicate the threat completely. After all, this was the ghostly Spirit Valley, and even if he were to slay Yi Qian, finding this place again would not be so simple. "Ignorant child, allow me to demonstrate true power." As his words fell, the old man's body began to swell uncontrollably, his once tight robes bursting apart. Mountains erupted violently, and countless stones flew in all directions, shaking the earth. In the midst of the chaos, a colossal figure, resembling an enormous frog magnified countless times, leaped into the air. The eyes of the azure water golden toad glowed with a fierce red light, and when it crashed to the ground, the earth around it collapsed, spreading like a spider's web. Yi Qian squinted, acknowledging, as expected of a mid-stage Void Return beast. Truly formidable. Just the right opportunity to test the 9-sword immortal array. He raised his right hand, and a jar of 800-year-old fine wine slowly descended before him. With a pop, he uncorked the jar gifted by his master, Lung Qian'an. The rich aroma of the wine wafted through the air, reminiscent of ripe fruit, intoxicating in its sweetness. Each whiff of fragrance seemed like an ancient tale, gently flowing through the river of time, ensnaring the senses. "To think you still have the gall to drink at the brink of death, child. You are exceedingly arrogant. Prepare to meet your end." Yewin, Somahat Tipsi, barely registered the words that reached his ears. With his sword gripped in hand, he swayed unsteadily, as if he might topple at any moment. yet feeling unsatisfied. He lifted the wine gourd at his waist and drank deeply before the azure water golden toad. I wish to drink 1,000 jars of nectar. As the sun and moon shine brightly, I shall ride my sword. Nine sword immortal array, arise. As his voice resonated, the once serene night sky erupted with thunderous roars, and a cerulean formation enveloped the azure water golden toad, encasing a radius of 100 feet. The toad sneered coldly, a mere formation. Do you think to trap me? You are truly deluded. Qian'an smiled quietly, choosing not to respond to the taunts of the azure water golden toad. Instead, he pointed his right hand toward the heavens, his lips parting as he softly intoned, first sword of the nine sword immortal array, setting sun. The crimson rays of the sun scorched the sky, igniting the overcast heavens in a blaze. Within the flames stood a blood-red celestial sword, intricately engraved with the sun, moon, and stars, reflecting the myriad forms of the world. Like the scorching sun baking the earth, it suddenly descended upon the azure water golden toad. The toad, now filled with trepidation, abruptly raised its head to behold the celestial sword ensconced in flames, exclaiming, "What manner of formation is this? Such overwhelming solar power. Wretched child, what have you done?" Qian'an paid no heed to the furious roar of the azure water golden toad. Instead, he lifted his wine gourd and took several hearty gulps before pointing downward. A blood-red, celestial sword pierced through the clouds, plummeting like a divine weapon from the heavens. Its speed ferocious and its energy lethal, causing the void on either side to ripple under the force of its sword aura. The azure water golden toad's expression shifted dramatically as it attempted to break free from the formation, only to discover that its limbs had been ensnared by iron chains as thick as water barrels. At the end of these chains stood a poised celestial sword. "Damn you! Stop right there!" The sharp clang of the sword echoed. The keen blade ignited with searing flames, and under Qian'an's control, the setting sun celestial sword effortlessly penetrated the defenses the azure water golden toad prided itself on. Not only did it pierce through its body, but it also left behind a scorching sword aura within, inflicting a torment that felt worse than death. With a sputter, the azure water golden toad transformed back into human form, violently spitting out a mouthful of crimson blood and staggering back 2 steps. Its face contorted with rage as it glared at Qian'an, exclaiming, "How do you possess such a formidable formation? Are you perhaps from the Eastern Victory divine continent?" Qian'an's complexion flushed, a smirk playing on his lips as another celestial sword within the formation soared into the air. Second sword of the nine-sword celestial array. Phoenix's cry, arise. The sound of the phoenix echoed like a melodious song of the heavens, rich and imbued with profound emotional depth. The sword emerged, transforming into an ethereal figure, a noble and elegant phoenix. Its elongated, graceful form was adorned with iridescent feathers, shimmering like a vivid oil painting when kissed by sunlight. It exuded endless elegance and confidence, whether resting on a branch or soaring through the sky, showcasing its unique charm. A phoenix? The elder in the green robe turned pale, exerting all his strength to attack the barrier before him. Yet, in his current state, he found no means of resistance, every motion invoking a fear unlike any he had ever experienced. Wait. The azure water golden toad hastily pleaded, "Do not kill me. If you do, you will become the enemy of the entire Nether Spirit Valley." A deafening roar erupted as the phoenix's cry resonated, akin to thunder crashing down. No, as it descended, the colossal phantom of the phoenix loomed over the forest, its body shattering in an explosion, the remnants consumed entirely by brilliant flames. A verdant inner core floated in the air. Qian'an seized the azure water golden toad's inner core, storing it within his spatial ring. There happened to be an elder in his sect skilled in alchemy, who might exchange it for some precious pills. After all, the inner cores of void-returning beasts were exceedingly valuable, with only a handful within the entire Qingxuan Sect, and they were used for crafting pills of at least 7th grade. Casting a glance at the remains of the azure water golden toad, now reduced to mere fragments, Qian'an scoffed softly, transforming into a streak of white light, vanishing without a trace. The cursed, ghostly spirit valley, teeming with serpents, insects, and rodents. With a single stroke of his sword, Wang Tung eradicated the ants before him, his eyes ablaze with fury as he cursed Qian repeatedly. "Brother, what troubles you?" Chui Ling inquired as she approached, gently linking her arm with his, her voice light and airy. "Though this place is rather eerie, I find joy in being with you. Wang Teng cast a sidelong glance at Chui Ling, a derisive snort escaping his lips. Were it not for her occasional utility, he would have long since silenced her with a harsh blow. A mere mid-stage Nascent Soul practitioner, still a servant, daring to aspire to greater heights. Such ignorance was laughable. Wang Teng grinned. Sister, do you know if Miss Nailan Shui has any particular fondness? Not much, really. The princess often seems melancholic and cold, even towards his majesty at times, Chui Ling replied, pursing her lips playfully. However, I do know something that will surely pique your interest, brother. Oh, pray tell. Wang Teng pressed eagerly. Chui Ling glanced around to ensure their privacy before confiding. The princess has an engagement to a young lord from a certain sect. Though he is not a prodigy, his cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the integration stage. Wang Teng's brow furrowed at this revelation. It was hardly a secret, and how could he pursue Nailan Shui now that she was promised to another? A peak integration stage practitioner would undoubtedly pose a challenge, even to his own master. Then Yangzi, yet, inspiration struck him, and he inquired urgently, Sister Chui Ling, do you know the whereabouts of this young lord? Cui Ling nodded affirmatively. Certainly. He visits the divine, profound sect annually, and I am the one who receives him. Then, upon your return to the divine, profound sect, I shall need your assistance with a certain task. Once accomplished, I shall speak to our master about our becoming dual cultivation partners. Really? Chui Ling's eyes sparkled with excitement as she readily agreed. Fear not, brother. I shall certainly assist you. A sinister smile crept across Wang Teng's face. Fortune seemed to favor him. With just a little push, he would ensure that Yi Qian met his end without a proper burial. Having ventured into the ghostly spirit valley for half a month, Yi Qian had traversed thousands of kilometers yet remained empty-handed in his quest. If he ventured further, he would soon reach the heart of the valley, where the terrain became treacherous and the toxic beasts grew more ferocious than those at the periphery. Among them were even some returning to the Void Realm. Yet these creatures refrained from attacking him, unwilling to risk injury over a mere human. Yi Qian maintained utmost vigilance as he meticulously searched for the spiritual herbs he sought. After 15 days of relentless investigation, he had gathered a plethora of poisonous plants and spiritual medicines, yet the elusive herb he desired had yet to reveal itself. Suddenly, the sky began to pour down acid rain, laden with toxins, the droplets of vivid green, imbued with a violently corrosive energy. This rain arrived unexpectedly and showed no inclination to depart. Yi Qian, seizing the rare opportunity to rest, sought refuge in a cave, allowing himself to relax his tense spirit. As he observed the incessant patter of raindrops outside, he commenced roasting skewers of meat within the cave, far from the demeanor of one in search of treasure. Over the past few days, Yi Qian had vanquished numerous formidable opponents from various sects, including several prodigies who had reached the god transformation stage. As for their identities, he had little interest in uncovering them. After all, those who ventured to this place were predominantly disciples from the sects of the Western Yo Prefecture, and revealing his identity would surely invite unwarranted complications. Nonetheless, Yi Qian harbored a clever ruse. Whenever he encountered foes, he would casually mention the name Wang Teng, nearly inciting the entire cultivator community within the ghostly spirit valley to pursue Wang Teng with fervor. Rescue the suffering, yet bring chaos, Wang the Great. To date, many had come to remember Wang Teng, who claimed to possess the qualities of an emperor. Boom! At that moment, a tremendous explosion echoed through the air. The mountainside trembled violently as massive stones cascaded downwards. Yi Qian swiftly expanded his spiritual awareness and soon discerned something amiss within the clouds above. A vortex had formed amidst the mist, from which two figures, a man and a woman, emerged, both grievously injured. They were none other than Wang Teng, the prodigy of the Qingxuan Sect, and his attendant, Chui Ling, who was now missing her left hand, warm blood gushing from the wound. Wang Teng appeared equally haggard, bearing a deep gash on his left arm, blood mingling with the green rain as it trickled down. At this moment, Wang Teng had reached the mid-stage of god transformation, with more than 10 wounds adorning his body, though fortunately, none had struck vital areas. Otherwise, he would have perished long ago. Chapter 66. The Emperor's Foot is Soiled. Wang Teng, how dare you slay the prodigy of my sect? You shall pay with your life. The thunder roared, shaking the heavens. Wing Thing, Kradling Kuiling, fled forward, cursing vehemently. You madman, when did I ever kill your sect as prodigy? Still defiant? The dying words of my sect as prodigy were recorded, clearly naming you, Wang Teng. who claims to be of imperial caliber. You must answer for your actions. Wang Tung cursed inwardly, bewildered by the unfolding events. For the past half-month, he had been evading relentless pursuers, even facing assault from those at the Void Return stage. Each attack was accompanied by the same demand: return the life of our sect's disciple. Wang Tung, oblivious to the reasons behind this frenzy, could only flee with Chui Ling in tow, his supply of escape talismans nearly exhausted. If this continued, he feared he would indeed meet his demise that very day. Chui Ling, with tear-filled eyes, implored, "Senior brother, let me down. You cannot run swiftly while carrying me." Wang Tung's lips twitched as he inwardly cursed. "Were it not for your usefulness to me, coupled with your role as Naylan Shui's attendant, I would have sacrificed you at the outset." As he sensed the impending approach of his foes, Wang Tung was compelled to produce the Soul Jade slip, and with a reluctant force he shattered it. With no other recourse available, he could only call upon his master for assistance. As the Soul Jade slip crumbled, the esteemed elder of Qingxuan Sect, Emperor Wan, materialized in an instant. With one hand gracefully positioned behind her, she held a bamboo wine flask, and spoke with an air of nonchalance. "Fellow cultivators, you may depart." The pursuers halted, their gazes filled with ire as they fixed their eyes upon Emperor Wan, saying, "Esteemed elder, Wang Tung has slain a disciple of our sect. Today, we demand retribution with his life." Emperor Wan glanced at the grievously injured Wang Tung and replied with a calm demeanor, "Wang Tung is a prodigy of our sect. Should you harm him, I shall not remain idle." She then queried, "Do you, a group of mere Void Return cultivators, believe you can contend with me?" Faced with Emperor Wan's ominous threat, the pursuers stared in disbelief, yet none dared to advance. After all, the woman before them was at the pinnacle of the harmonization stage, and opposing her would be an unwise endeavor. "Very well, we shall remember today's events, and take our leave." As the group departed, Emperor Wan cast a fleeting glance at Yi Qian, who was roasting meat within the cave, instinctively swallowing. "Wang Tung, the jade slip has shattered. Your trial has concluded. Proceed to the sword's body and await further instructions." "Thank you for saving my life, master." Wang Tung, his face ashen, bowed deeply while cradling the nearby Chui Ling, and vanished from sight. Emperor Wan, however, made her way directly to the cave where Yi Qian resided. Upon entering, she promptly seated herself upon a stone, retrieving a basin of water from her storage ring to cleanse her delicate feet. "What do you intend to do?" "I'm not swayed by such antics," Yi Qian remarked. "What nonsense!" Emperor Wan retorted, rolling her eyes at him. "Did you not see that I stepped in mud? My feet are dirty." With a shrug, she seized a piece of meat, heedless of its sizzling oil, and tossed it into her mouth, savoring the delectable flavor alongside her flask of wine. "Delicious, indeed," she murmured, licking her lips with a smile. "You, young man, have quite the audacity to impersonate Wang Tung's name. If he were to discover this, he would surely be infuriated." "Ha! That fellow has long been scheming behind the scenes. My actions are rather restrained in comparison." Emperor Wan nodded in agreement, for she too held little fondness for Wang Tung. Were it not for his status as a sect prodigy and the personal disciple of her junior brother, Dan Yangzi, she would have been indifferent. Yet after this encounter, it was likely that Wang Tung would no longer dare to claim himself as endowed with the qualities of an emperor. For it would not be long before the sects of Xinyo Huzhou would hear of this incident. Taking a sip of her wine, Emperor Wan inquired, "Have you yet to locate the secret treasure?" Finding it is not a simple task, came the reply. Yi Qian shook his head and replied, "I have searched for half a month, traversing tens of thousands of kilometers, yet have found no treasure. As for the purple ghost mentioned by Master Me, I currently have no leads. Let nature take its course. If you happen to think of something, could you perhaps bestow the magical artifact upon me?" The Emperor Junwan blinked her lively eyes, shifted her position slightly, and feigned a pitiful expression as she said, "Qian, you are unaware that I, your master, have lived for so many years without ever possessing a magical artifact of the integration stage. Those treasures are all in my senior sister's possession. If you were to obtain one, it would surely be snatched away. It is better to leave it with your master. I promise to keep it safe for you." Yi Qian's lips twitched. The reputation of Emperor Junwan for her audacity was indeed well-founded. Perhaps it was due to their proximity, but merely turning his head allowed him to glimpse the snowy landscape through her tattered collar. He quickly turned away and said, "Master, please conduct yourself with dignity." Emperor Junwan pouted like a little girl, hugging her knees, devoid of any demeanor befitting someone at the pinnacle of the integration stage. Crystal-clear tears rolled down her exquisite cheeks. Yi Qian felt a headache coming on, and seeing his master in such a distressed state, he finally said, "If I find it, I will give it to you, for I have no particular desire for magical artifacts." "Really?" Impellion venis mut instantly pliant. And she eagerly clutched the already roasted meat skewers, saying, "Thank you, master. All this meat is mine now. You must not go back on your word." With that, Emperor Jun Wan transformed into a streak of red light and vanished. Infuriated, Yi Qian threw the seasoning he held onto the ground and stood up, exclaiming, "I haven't even added salt yet." Yi Qian found himself at a loss for words as he gathered the seasonings before him, unable to suppress a few curses. This woman was indeed just as his master had described. After toiling for a while longer, Yi Qian left the place in disappointment. It seemed that the herbs within the Nether Spirit Valley had either been harvested or poisoned, rendering them unusable. He resolved to search for another 3 days. If he still found nothing, he would depart, for remaining here held little significance. Perhaps due to the heavy rain the previous day, the miasma in this area had thinned slightly, allowing the pure, unblemished moonlight to illuminate the path ahead, as if guiding Yi Qian onward. Ancient texts had often recorded the existence of a herb within the Nether Spirit Valley known as crystal grass, aptly named for its leaves that shimmered like crystal. Consuming it would surely enhance a human's spiritual power, while for beasts, it would elevate their demonic prowess, classifying it as a treasure of the highest order. Chapter 67. Drink today, for tomorrow is uncertain. Pay no heed to the rights and wrongs at the door. Walk another 500 miles eastward. If I cannot find it, I shall have no choice but to give up. Once I return, I will sell all the spiritual herbs I have gathered, which will surely yield many precious millennia-old wines. Yi Qian was not particularly anxious. After all, such things are often serendipitous. If one could obtain them, it would be splendid, but if not, why force the pursuit? He preferred to let things unfold naturally, finding contentment in the process. After traversing another 300 miles with no fortune, just as Yi Qian was preparing to depart, a faint, delicate fragrance wafted towards him from a distance. Though subtle, it was discernible to him. Yi Qian took to the skies on his sword and soon arrived atop a majestic mountain, where he beheld a single herb, its hue as blue as crystal, growing atop the barren peak. It featured 3 leaves, each adorned with intricate patterns that sparkled like finely carved crystal ornaments. Without its alluring scent, it would have been challenging for anyone to notice that such a herb was thriving in this desolate location. Judging by its markings, this crystal herb was at least 3 to 4 millennia old. However, Yi Qian refrained from acting hastily. After all, herbs of such ancient provenance were undoubtedly a great boon for the nearby beasts, and it was unlikely that they would not have a guardian nearby. Sure enough, within a cave not far away, a scorpion-like beast lay sleeping. At first glance, it appeared to be a colossal scorpion, spanning several dozen feet in length, with 4 pairs of enormous wings and furry, jet-black legs reaching skyward. Its limbs were lined with razor-sharp serrations, each the length of a human thigh, radiating a faint purple glow. A tail as long as its body swayed unpredictably, its sharp tip glinting ominously. A beast at the pinnacle of the void return stage? Yi Qian cast a glance at the bleached bones within the cave, understanding that this creature would not be easily vanquished. After all, beasts on the verge of achieving the fusion stage were formidable adversaries, and the disparity between several minor realms was akin to heaven and earth. Yi Qian stroked his chin, pondering how to procure the crystal herb. What was that? He muttered, noticing several fleshy growths hanging from a withered tree, resembling blood-red gemstones that seemed to writhe with a life of their own. As a gentle breeze swept by, a cloud of crimson mist enveloped the area. A rough count revealed approximately 10 of the purple ghost eggs, which explained the presence of a peak void return beast guarding this location. Could this be the purple ghost spoken of by the Medeo? Yi Qian's expression shifted in realization. Medeo had previously described such occurrences, stating that purple ghosts grow near treasures. If this truly was a purple ghost, then a treasure was likely hidden nearby. Drink today, for tomorrow is uncertain. Let not the disputes at the door trouble the mind. The scorpion within the cave slowly rose, its colossal form standing 5 meters tall, each step sending tremors through the ground. The poison scorpion king stood upright, sniffing the air, and turned to discover several humans not far away. To his surprise, today was indeed bustling, encountering so many humans at once. At this moment, Qian'an had sealed his spiritual energy and presence. while the Scorpion King before him was evidently not addressing him. Just then, several sword sounds rushed towards them from a distance. Upon closer inspection, Ice Fairy Nailan Shui and her companions materialized in this location. Except for Nailan Shui, the others appeared somewhat disheveled, clearly having endured numerous life-and-death battles over the past half-month. Fortunately, they were all prodigies of the divine profound sect. Otherwise, they would have perished within the depths of the Nether Spirit Valley long ago. The Scorpion King, holding a wine jar, swayed as he spoke. Human cultivators, quickly leave this place and do not hinder my drinking. Nailan Shui took a step forward and slightly cupped her hands, saying, I am Nailan Shui, a disciple of the divine profound sect. We have come today for the treasure, and I kindly request that the Scorpion King relinquish it to us. Senior sister, why waste words with him? Let us just kill him. Li Pingho frowned and suggested. The Scorpion King glanced at Li Pingho and coldly remarked, Look at you. A pitiful wretch. With just 2 flicks of my claws, you would perish. Isn't it better to preserve your life? Do not linger here. If you damage my wine jar, you will regret it, the Scorpion King warned. Li Pingho turned his gaze to the scattered wine jars, randomly picking one up, only to discover that the wine was steeped in human heads. How many lives has this fiend taken? Li Pingho's hands trembled, and the blood-infused jar slipped from his grasp, shattering on the ground with a crisp sound. Impudent! The Scorpion King immediately charged forward, his fury ignited upon seeing his treasured wine destroyed. I was willing to let you humans go, yet you insist on provoking me and courting death. With that, the Scorpion King smashed the wine jar he held onto the ground, rage surging as he lunged at Li Pingho. The overwhelming force of his aura, reaching the pinnacle of the Void Return Realm, caused Li Pingho's body to quiver. Nailan Shui's delicate brows furrowed as her slender fingers moved swiftly. Suddenly, countless nearly invisible threads appeared across the mountains on either side, each sharp enough to slice through gold and stone. The Scorpion King snorted coldly, and his pincers glowed with golden light, instantly shattering all the threads before Nailan Shui. The resulting shockwave forced her to retreat 2 steps, a half step into the combined body realm beast. Nailan Shui's brow knitted tighter. She had not anticipated the creature's strength to be so formidable. Senior sister, perhaps we should call upon Senior Emperor Wan for assistance. With her strength, it would be more than sufficient to annihilate this beast, Wang Jingtian suggested. However, Nailan Shui replied, This is our trial. Even if Senior Emperor Wan intervenes, she can only ensure our survival, not make our acquisition of the treasure effortless. Upon hearing this, both Wang Jingtian and Li Pingho wore solemn expressions, raising their heads to fix their gaze firmly upon the Scorpion King before them. The Scorpion King sneered and declared, Children, none of you shall leave this place alive today. Nailan Shui furrowed her brows and replied, Scorpion King, we merely seek the treasures hidden here, harboring no ill intentions. If you insist on this course of action, then do not blame us for being ungracious. Ha ha ha. The Scorpion King's raucous laughter reverberated ominously as he said, Cunning humans, treasures such as these lie within my domain. Should you manage to acquire them, it shall be as if I never spoke. However, should you fail, today will see you all transformed into mere trophies for my banquet. Chapter 68. Breaking through to the pinnacle of the returning void stage. The Ice Fairy, Nailan Shui, narrowed her gaze. Realizing that discourse with this abomination was futile, she resolved to employ a unique method. With a delicate gesture, her jade hand unfurled, and a violet lotus began to float gracefully, conjuring a tempest that roared forth, driving the poisonous miasma on either side back 100 feet. The Scorpion King frowned, remarking, A treasure of the composite stage, commendable for a disciple of the divine profound sect. Yet, with your current realm in the initial returning void stage, you lack the ability to wield such power. Then there is no need for your concern, Scorpion King, she retorted. Above, a colossal purple tornado surged forth at Nailan Shui's command, carrying with it the ferocious sounds of the storm, hurtling towards the Scorpion King. Wherever the tempest passed, the forest below was razed to barren earth, and numerous demonic beasts scrambled to escape its wrath. As he beheld the approaching storm, the Scorpion King emitted a resounding grunt. He swiftly pivoted, his scorpion tail piercing the void before him as the storm collided with it. In an instant, 2 titanic forces clashed midair, and at the moment of impact, the very fabric of space seemed to freeze. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted in the clear sky. The storm met the scorpion tail in a fierce clash, both sides unleashing terrifying energies, creating a ripple in the space where they intersected. Li Bingshou, Bangzangtian, and Xiao Dai were all forced to retreat, feeling their internal energies spiral into chaos, as if their nascent souls trembled in response. The battle between the solitary figure and the beast atop Qingxuan Mountain generated such a commotion that many of the demonic beasts in the Nether Spirit Valley were roused from their slumber. Consequently, the once tranquil mountains echoed with a cacophony of strange beastly roars. The demonic creatures inhabiting the depths of the Nether Spirit Valley were predominantly at the core formation level, now exhibiting nascent intelligence, distinctly different from the instinct-driven beasts outside. Within the realm of demonic beasts, a rigid hierarchy prevailed, much like the current scene where the lesser creatures prudently retreated to the outskirts of the battle circle. Only a handful of demon beasts are qualified to remain close enough to witness the battle. Among them is a creature at the return of Void Realm, and even one that has achieved the great perfection of that realm, rivaling the formidable Poison Scorpion King. Yi Qian, observing the scene before him, refrains from immediate action, intending to first seize the crystal grass and the purple ghost needed by Daoist me, believing this would also provide an opportunity for Nascent Soul. Amidst the fierce conflict, Yi Qian swiftly dashed forward, his speed nearly instantaneous, plucking the crystal grass while simultaneously wielding his sword to sever all the insect eggs hanging from the trees. Nascent Soul and her companions had already noticed Yi Qian's presence, surprised by his unexpected arrival. However, there was no time for pleasantries. They needed to defeat the Poison Scorpion King swiftly to have a chance at acquiring the coveted treasure. Wretched fool! How dare you! The Poison Scorpion King roared in fury, abandoning its assault on Nascent Soul and charging towards Yi Qian, bellowing, "Put down the crystal grass, and I shall spare your life." Yi Qian moved with lightning speed, his lips parting as he transmitted a message. "My lady, I will draw this beast away. Seize the opportunity to search for the treasure." Nascent Soul nodded in agreement, responding, "Be extremely cautious. This creature has already stepped halfway into the Unity Realm." Wang Zhengtian, Li Pingho, Xiao Dai, "Come with me to search for the treasure," she commanded. "Yes." As Yi Qian dashed away, he deftly evaded the Poison Scorpion King's assaults, which had become utterly enraged, willing to sacrifice its own cultivation to annihilate Yi Qian on the spot. Yi Qian's form flickered, his steps light, and in the blink of an eye, he had appeared 1,000 feet away. Yet, he could not help but wonder why this beast was so intent on pursuing him instead of seeking the treasure. "Human, deliver the crystal grass, or else, even if I break free from the Abyssal Spirit Valley, I shall eradicate your sect." The Poison Scorpion King soon caught up, moving with incredible speed, though slightly lagging behind Yi Qian. Yi Qian could not resist taunting Poison Scorpion King. "Is it not rather foolish of you to chase me instead of going after the treasure? You speak nonsense. That crystal grass is the treasure. If you take it, I will ensure your soul wanders the 3 realms." Upon realizing that the crystal grass was indeed the treasure, Yi Qian was momentarily taken aback, struggling to believe it. After all, while the crystal grass was precious, it could potentially be found elsewhere. In that fleeting moment of astonishment, the Poison Scorpion King surged forward, leaping 100 feet, and suddenly turned to confront him, blocking Yi Qian's path entirely. A deafening explosion resonated as the ground before him erupted, fissures spreading at a visible rate. With a darkened expression, the Poison Scorpion King declared, "You dare to steal my treasure? Surrender it, and I shall leave your body intact." Ye Yin Shuruk, shaking his head in resignation, "Though I am uncertain of my success at this juncture, I have no choice but to give it a try. Alas, my exquisite wine." Yi Qian sighed with a multitude of emotions as he withdrew every bottle of millennium-aged wine from his storage ring. Though his heart ached at the thought of parting with such treasures, he resolved to make this sacrifice in order to vanquish the formidable Scorpion King before him. The Scorpion King's pupils dilated in shock as he exclaimed, "All this wine is indeed a millennium old. What do you intend to do, young one?" "Why, to indulge until I am thoroughly intoxicated." Yi Qian's hearty laughter echoed through the forest as he casually uncorked the wine jars, pouring the potent elixir into his mouth. The crystalline liquid cascaded down his chin, soaking his robe and leaving the beast before him parched. The Scorpion King, a connoisseur of fine spirits, harbored a peculiar obsession. He preserved the heads of humans in wine jars, believing that only the blood of human cultivators, mingled with exquisite wine, constituted true delicacy. "Since I shall drink before my demise, for the sake of this fine wine, I shall allow you to finish it before you meet your end, as a tribute to its value." Moments later, More than a dozen wine jars lay emptied beside Yi Qian. As he drained the final drops, an intense chill swept through the air, and a visible frost began to form upon the ground beneath him. Congratulations, host. You have consumed 30 jars consecutively, triggering the Wine Sword Immortal System. Your strength has been elevated by 1 level. Current status: Peak Mid-Stage of Returning Void. Chapter 69. The Nine-Sword Immortal Array, Splitting Mountains and Seas. Had he truly broken through? The Scorpion King's expression shifted dramatically as he took a few steps forward, sensing the energy fluctuations within Yi Qian and realizing the gravity of the situation. This young man had elevated his cultivation level through the mere act of drinking, instantly advancing from the initial stage to the peak mid-stage of Returning Void, tantalizingly close to the late stage. Such prodigious talent must not be allowed to live. The Scorpion King lunged forward, a sharp gust of wind slicing through the air above him as a massive shadow descended, his colossal stinger poised to strike. Yewin Deftisi, seizing the opportunity to grasp the enormous stinger with his right hand, slamming it forcefully toward the ground. Unexpectedly, the Scorpion King utilized the momentum to spit a jet of viscous black venom at Qingxuan. Cunning beast. Yi Qian felt a wave of revulsion wash over him and swiftly dodged to a different position, evading the blood demon Scorpion's attack. In his hand, an ice-blue, celestial sword materialized. Before he could utter another word, the immense sword that had been embedded in the ground rose, its blade ascending with a fierce bloodlust. As a colossal crescent of light surged forth, resembling a radiant rainbow aimed directly at the Scorpion King. The Scorpion King attempted to evade, but the lethal aura emanating from the sword immobilized his body. Yi Qian's face flushed with exhilaration as he murmured, "To confront you, I must unleash my full power. Arise, Nine-Sword Immortal Array." As the sun dipped below the horizon, the enchanting sounds of phoenixes and dragons filled the air, harmonizing with the twinkling stars and the chilling frost. 9 celestial swords, each shimmering with unique brilliance, soared through the void, forming an impenetrable array that ensnared the formidable poison Scorpion King, rendering it utterly powerless to escape. This was the first time the poison Scorpion King faced such a tenacious adversary. Attempts to resist were thwarted by the myriad of celestial blades. The Saitful Umans, Baguna. The thunderous roar erupted, shaking the very fabric of reality, sending ripples through the void as if the sheer power of its voice fractured the mountains within 100 miles, turning the trees into mere wisps of ash, vanishing without a trace. 9 swords unite, though no additional celestial swords were at hand. The combined strength of the 9 was formidable enough to rival any single celestial blade. As the swords fused, the pressure of spiritual energy in the heavens intensified, and under Yi Qian's guidance, it surged towards the poisoned Scorpion King below. Feeling an unprecedented sense of oppression, the poisoned Scorpion King instinctively unleashed its survival instincts. Its scales transformed into a blood-red hue, and it ascended to the pseudo-integration realm. Observing that the spiritual energy was still insufficient, Yi Qian furrowed his brow, realizing he had no more than 1,000 years' worth of fine wine left. Just as the poisoned Scorpion King was on the verge of breaking free, the melodious voice of Emperor Wan echoed from afar. "Qian, catch the wine." Above the clouds, Emperor Wan tossed a jug of exquisite wine towards Yi Qian. Though it pained her to part with it, she deemed it far better than allowing this creature to triumph over the poisoned Scorpion King. Yi Qian nodded in understanding, eagerly uncorking the wine jar gifted by his esteemed master. The rich aroma enveloped him like a warm embrace, reminiscent of ripe fruits exuding their sweet fragrance, intoxicating all who inhaled it. The tendrils of scent flowed like ancient tales through the river of time, captivating the soul with their allure, akin to an elegant symphony. The robust notes of fruit intertwined with the subtle essence of oak, their delicate sweetness and gentle acidity dancing in harmony. As time progressed, the fragrance evolved in the air, transitioning from the fervor of freshly brewed wine to the refined elegance of aged spirits, much like the sunset painting the sky from vibrant crimson to profound sapphire. Captivated by the exquisite wine, Yi Qian could hardly contain his excitement and took a sip, the sweet nectar flowing like clear dew, a true elixir of life. "What a splendid wine!" he exclaimed. However, unable to resist its allure, he quaffed the entire jug in front of the poisoned Scorpion King. Congratulations to the host for consuming a jug of 2,000-year-old Luosang wine, rewarding the host with a proficiency of the Wine Sword Immortal of 38. The proficiency of the Wine Sword Immortal has reached 100 points, elevating the level of the Wine Sword Immortal by 1 tier. Current level, 210. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the peak of the post-return Void Realm. How is this possible? The Scorpion King felt a surge of anxiety, astonished that Qian'an had, in an instant, achieved yet another breakthrough in his cultivation. This latest assault was overwhelmingly terrifying. The Scorpion King found itself utterly devoid of any means to resist, swiftly impaled into the earth by a colossal sword. Perhaps it had never even dreamed that it would meet such a tragic end. Qian'an exhaled a breath laced with the scent of alcohol, collecting the Scorpion King's lifeless body while wiping the beads of sweat from his brow. Master's nephew, I never imagined you could gain insights into the sword path through drinking. Initially, I was skeptical, but now I am convinced. Suddenly, Emperor One appeared as if descending from the heavens, gracefully perching upon Qian'an's shoulder, casually crossing her legs. Barefoot, she slightly elevated her delicate foot, her legs smooth as silk, unmarred by any imperfection, seeming as though a mere touch would send shivers down one's spine. Her exquisite curves were captivating from every angle. Her fair, refined legs glistened like morning dew, crystal clear, evoking a reluctance to gaze away. Qian'an gently rubbed his forehead. Tipsy as he remarked, Master's aunt, I had no idea you possessed such fine wine. Why did you not produce it sooner? What are you saying? Emperor Wan feigned annoyance. That wine has been my cherished collection for centuries, one I wept to obtain from my master. With their passing, I must preserve it as a memento. Had it not been for your promise to provide me with a treasure for the fusion stage, I would have been loath to share it. She pouted slightly, shifting her position with discontent. You are too thin. Your frame is uncomfortable for me. Then perhaps you should dismount. This is hardly proper. Qian'an retorted with a hint of irritation. And you, feeling shy? When you first arrived at the sect, I even allowed you to kiss me. Have you forgotten? Noticing Qian'an's evident embarrassment, Emperor One gracefully descended to the ground, her attire barely concealing her form, quickening hearts in the process. At that moment, Emperor One shed her previous playful demeanor, her expression turning serious. Qian'an, no matter what anyone says from now on, do not divulge the existence of the crystal grass, understand? Since it is a coveted treasure sought by the upper sects, it must possess extraordinary qualities. Now that we have acquired it, we must not mention it to anyone. Chapter 70. Eating the eggs raw, the power increases significantly. Qian'an nodded in agreement. I understand, Master aunt. Next, let's head to the entrance of the Nether Spirit Valley to exchange for the fusion treasure. Mentioning the treasure made Emperor One clap her hands in delight, immediately exclaiming, Wonderful! Do not forget our agreement. Observing the youthful exuberance of Emperor Wan, Qian'an shook his head slightly, unscrewing the gourd at his waist. Taking a gentle sip before softly declaring, The disciple shall not forget. Let us proceed. At the entrance of the Nether Spirit Valley, Xianxia and her companions, having failed to obtain the treasured artifact, sighed in disappointment. They had initially believed the treasure would be located near the lair of the Scorpion King. Yet despite their exhaustive searches, they found not a trace of the coveted relic. Li Ping, with a face full of displeasure, remarked, The Scorpion King is exceedingly cunning. He must have concealed the treasure. Otherwise, how could it have remained unfound? The Ice Fairy, Xianxia, replied softly, One cannot defy destiny. Since we are unable to locate it, there is no need for rivalry. The vast expanse of the Shenzhou continent is replete with treasures, not confined to this place alone. Sighing, Wang Zhengtian exchanged a glance with Li Ping, and they fell silent. However, Xiaxia's gaze lingered on the distant forest, her bamboo flute tightly grasped in hand, her delicate visage betraying a hint of concern. The Scorpion King is a beast of the semi-integration realm, and Yiqian's strength barely reaches the return to Void Realm. Is he truly safe? At that moment, a massive celestial sword sped toward them from afar. Numerous cultivators raised their heads to gaze at the figures atop the sword. On the celestial sword, Yiqian lounged lazily, a hint of intoxication evident as he yawned, seemingly on the verge of slumber. Seeing Yiqian unharmed, Xianxia quietly exhaled, her anxious heart finally at ease. Princess, it seems Cooling has been injured, remarked Xiao Dai, who had noticed the pale-faced Cooling, who had lost an arm. Upon hearing this, Xianxia instantly teleported to her maid's side, her expression darkening as she beheld Cooling, who had been gravely wounded. She cast an angry glare at Wang Tong. Wang Tong, my friend, why has Cooling ended up in this state? Confronted with Xianxia's inquiry, Wang Tong, also injured, found himself at a loss for words, unable to fathom how such a situation had transpired. Embracing cooling, Nalan Shui, her face devoid of emotion, coldly advised, "I suggest you keep your distance from cooling." With that, Nalan Shui vanished from sight, leaving behind a scowling Wang Tong, who gritted his teeth in frustration. He thought to himself, "Wretched woman, were it not for your status as a distinguished disciple of the sect, I would not debase myself to approach you. Had you consented earlier, I might have treated you with some respect. But now, once I attain the integration realm, I shall repay your repeated rejections with countless humiliations." Yi Qian landed gracefully on the ground, extending a hand forward to present the purple ghost egg he had previously plucked from a tree. The Taoist me, visibly excited, hurried over exclaiming, "Excellent, excellent. This is it." Snatching the purple ghost egg from Yi Qian's hand, Taoist me laughed maniacally. Such a peculiar creature, with its bizarre form. I must take it back to the sect for thorough study. True to his word, Taoist me tossed the promised integration artifact toward Yi Qian. Catching the artifact, Yi Qian examined it, ensuring no soul imprint remained, before contentedly storing it within his space ring. At that moment, Taoist me turned with a grim expression, smiling sinisterly. "Young layman, our acquaintance is indeed rare. Why not assist me once more by leaving your head behind, so I may report to my master, Li Qingxuan? What say you?" As the voice of the enigmatic Taoist me fell, the young master of the Qingxuan Sect, Duya, approached, licking the edge of his blade. Accompanying him were formidable figures from various sections. Their focus was not on anyone else, but on the prodigy of the Qingxuan Sect, Yi Qian, and the artifact he wielded. Yi Qian shrugged, raised his cup to drink 2 measures of wine, and nodded, asking, "Are you planning to strike now?" Taoist me cast a glance at the imposing figure of the Emperor Jun won atop the colossal sword, remaining unperturbed as he replied, "Hee, young monk, you exaggerate. This matter pertains to the relationship between you and my Loha sect, as well as the artifact." The sword energy surged like a rainbow, the air howling with power. Suddenly, Taoist me's eyes widened with terror as he beheld his own arm racing forth. Peak of the returning void stage, his lips twitched, fixating on Yi Qian, whose earlier assault had left him frenzied with excitement. Such prowess. Perfect. You shall serve as the first blood sacrifice for my transcendence. Duya glanced Taoist me, his brow furrowing slightly. "Do you intend to devour the Zio egg?" Taoist me ignored him, retrieving the previously mentioned Zio egg and swallowing it whole. Instantly, a crisp cracking sound echoed throughout the valley. The expressions of the onlooking cultivators darkened as they witnessed Taoist me collapse, his head transforming into that of a grotesque insect. Emperor Junwan scoffed. "What a repugnant creature. It appears Taoist me has resorted to utilizing insects to augment his strength, overestimating his own capabilities." "Qian, what say you?" Yi Qian raised his gourd of wine, giving it a gentle shake, his expression impassive as he stated, "Leave it to me." Upon hearing this, Emperor Junwan said nothing further, quietly observing the many powerful figures surrounding them while extending her consciousness to envelop all. Taoist me cackled, "Young monk, while the Zio egg may inflict some harm upon my body, should I succeed in slaying you, it would surely be an amusing endeavor." With that, Taoist me surged forward. Bolstered by the Zio egg, his strength significantly enhanced, even his speed reaching the level of a fleeting shadow. The spectators could not help but express their admiration. Who would have thought the Zio egg could be so formidable, elevating a cultivator from the initial returning void stage directly to the peak? If I could obtain it, what if I were to become a monster? Do not be foolish. The Zio egg is a cursed object. While it may enhance one's power, remember that once the larva hatches, it will devour the internal organs, leaving behind only an undying shell. Indeed, consuming its egg could greatly augment one's strength. Ancient texts had recorded such occurrences. It was likely that even if Taoist me were to slay Yi Qian, he would suffer tremendous losses in cultivation due to the Zio egg, potentially leading to his demise. Listening to this discourse, Wang Tong, seated upon his celestial sword, revealed a glint of coldness in his eyes, feeling a surge of delight within. "Slay him, Taoist me. You must kill Yi Qian." Chapter 71. The sword resounds, shattering the 8 desolates. Mountains and rivers rent asunder. The night grows dark. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sound of swords echoed relentlessly, surrounded by a swirling aura of sword energy. Akin to a shimmering pool of azure water, Yi Qian raised a wine jar and, with utmost ease, tilted his head back to indulge in several hearty gulps. The crystal-clear liquor cascaded down his neck, dampening his white shirt. And you think you can contend with me? With a hint of inebriation, Qian wielded his celestial sword, unleashing a sword aura that soared like a startled swan and a force akin to a tornado, charging directly at the approaching Taoist me. As he traversed the vast expanse, his sword resembled a radiant rainbow, and the divine nectar hung in his heart. The sound of swords resonated, shattering the boundaries of the world, rendering the mountains and rivers fragmented and rendering the night arduous. Taoist me intended to withstand the sword energy, yet as their arms met, he found himself utterly powerless, his limbs shattering with no resistance. This is impossible. The heavens trembled. Beneath the ferocity of the sword energy, the ground split open, revealing a colossal chasm stretching 300 meters in length and 50 meters in depth. The towering trees on either side were powerless against the might of the celestial sword. Almost instantaneously upon contact, they disintegrated into a wisp of fine ash, vanishing without a trace. In that moment, Taoist me transformed into a wisp of silvery smoke, dissipating into the air. Witnessing the spectacle, the crowd erupted in astonishment. The pinnacle of the late returning void stage. Taoist me could not withstand even a fraction of Qian's sword energy. Just how formidable was this individual? Even Wang tongue rose from his celestial sword, his brow furrowed, his eyes ablaze with uncontainable fury. Incompetent. At this moment, Qian's complexion was flushed, his white robe billowing without a breeze. Casting a glance at the vanished Taoist me, he remarked nonchalantly, relying on the purple abyss egg to forcibly enhance one's strength is ultimately a facade. And how could a mere illusion ever stand as a true opponent? Standing resolutely with his sword on his back, Qian turned his gaze back to the others, stating, "If any of you esteemed friends still desire a fusion stage artifact, then let us engage together." Duy's facial muscle twitched slightly. He understood that he was no match for Qian. With a chuckle, he replied, "Misunderstanding, it is all a misunderstanding. Since you are so powerful, why would we seek our own demise?" With that, Duya turned without looking back, leading his sect's disciples away, eager to return to their sect and report this matter to their master. A prodigy of such exceptional talent, if left unchecked, could easily become an adversary of the Corpse Qi sect. The remaining cultivators exchanged glances, sighing in unison, reluctantly departing from the Netherworld Spirit Valley. For them, while a fusion stage artifact was indeed formidable, life was singular. Death would mean not only the loss of the artifact, but also their own lives left behind. Nailin Shui turned away, lifting her jade hand to arrange the 3,000 strands of her azure hair. She spoke lightly. "Yi Taoist friend, we too must take our leave. It has been 3 months since we left the sect. Though the treasure eluded us, it is a privilege to have made your acquaintance. On the 7th day of the 7th month, at Huai Water Bamboo Pavilion, I thank you for your company. We shall meet again." Nailin Shui cast a reluctant glance at Qian before departing with the others, preparing to return to their sect to report. "Until we meet again." Ye Yin Shuruk, gazing at the departing figure of Nailin Shui. At this moment, Emperor Junwan straightened his posture, as if recalling something significant. He forcefully clapped his knee and earnestly proclaimed, "Alas, how could I forget such an important matter? Qian, you shall depart from the Nether Spirit Valley first. I must collect all the herbs here." A mischievous grin spread across Emperor Junwan's face as he retrieved a burlap sack from his storage ring, his eyes glinting with greed as they fell upon the spiritual herbs and demon beasts of the valley. It is evident that, even without further elaboration, everyone present comprehended the implications. The tranquil Qingjing Peak was enveloped in silence as a solitary white cloud lingered in midair. Qian descended gracefully from above. "Qian, you have finally returned." Before the words had fully escaped her lips, a graceful figure rushed out from the thatched cottage, clad only in a thin blanket that accentuated her alluring silhouette. Her long hair hung damp, and her skin, delicate and glistening with water, added to her enchanting allure. Upon witnessing his master, the recently bathed Lung Qianning, Qian landed steadily on the ground and bowed respectfully. Disciple Qian pays respects to master. Lung Qianning offered a slight nod, her expression as indifferent as ever, yet her eyes, resembling twinkling stars, sparkled with a hint of appreciation. "How was your training?" she inquired. "The harvest was quite fruitful," Qian replied, waving his right hand to reveal the inner cores of the poison scorpion king and the azure water golden toad, accompanied by several precious herbs. Lung Qianning's gaze swept over the demon beasts, showing little concern, as if she had anticipated Yi Qian's ability to vanquish creatures comparable to integrated cultivators. However, when her eyes fell upon the crystal grass, her expression brightened, and she swiftly approached, grasping the root of the plant. Is this the water spirit breaking mirror grass? Water spirit breaking mirror grass? Yi Qian was momentarily taken aback, questioning, Isn't this merely crystal grass? The resemblance between the two was striking, and even ancient texts seldom documented information about the water spirit breaking mirror grass. Lung Qianning pressed her lips together, continuing, Indeed, the water spirit breaking mirror grass is a celestial great herb. Renowned for its ability to stabilize the foundation and cleanse the marrow, it is a treasure among the finest. She nodded in satisfaction, then, with a serious demeanor, cautioned Qian. Under no circumstances should you disclose this information to anyone else. In response, Yi Qian nodded earnestly, recalling how his uncle Emperor Qingxuan had repeatedly emphasized this matter and had explicitly revealed the preciousness of crystal grass. Little did he expect that this was not crystal grass, but rather the even rarer water spirit breaking mirror grass. No wonder the poisoned Scorpion King would go so far as to burn its own soul to seize it from him. Yi Qian carefully stored the water spirit breaking mirror grass and resolved to descend the mountain to procure some wine, intending to infuse it with the celestial herb, which he believed would yield exquisite elixirs. Lung Qianning seemed to have already discerned his thoughts and sighed. One must not rush in cultivation. Steadiness and careful progression are paramount to overcoming significant obstacles. I understand, Master. Cold Qianning gracefully raised his hand, collecting the inner cores of the two demonic beasts. These creatures were of no use to him. It was far more advantageous to keep them in his possession, as they could assist him in concocting several elixirs more swiftly. You have just returned. It is best to rest adequately. The disciple understands. Cold Qianning was quite pleased with Yi Qian, having not anticipated that he would have broken through to the perfect stage of the void return. It wouldn't be long before he could indeed reach the fusion stage. Such talent, even in the East Victory Divine Continent, would surely cause a stir across the entire realm. Upon witnessing his master return to the bamboo house, Yi Qian decided to descend the mountain to procure fine wine, thereby enhancing his own strength. Chapter 72. Emperor 1. Little Lenin, where is your uncle's magical treasure? The moonlight was bright, and the cicadas chirped incessantly. In the serene Qingxuan town, the night was imbued with poetic charm. Amidst the dim lights, the moonlight was hazy, the ancient bridge reflecting the flowing water, creating a scene of perfect harmony and tranquility. The lights twinkled like stars, adorning the ancient streets, where vibrant colors danced in juxtaposition with the tranquil river, resembling a mysterious ink wash painting. As was his custom, Yi Qian arrived at the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion. Being a regular patron, the madam of the establishment was particularly familiar with him. Moreover, due to the sect competition, Yi Qian had gained considerable fame in the Dragon Sovereignty. Becoming a well-known immortal, the madam had specially prepared fine wine for him, smiling as she said, Immortal Yi, this is a special brew we have prepared for you. Please savor its flavor. Thank you. Yi Qian raised the wine jar and drank heartily without reservation. Though the taste did not compare to the wine gifted by his master and uncle, it was indeed a fine vintage within the realm of mortals. Suddenly, a commotion arose as guards at the entrance shouted, Get out, you foul beggar! They quickly covered their noses upon seeing a beggar, reeking and in tattered clothes, and began to drive him away. The patrons of the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion were either wealthy or distinguished individuals, including sect immortals and affluent merchants. They could not afford to have their refined atmosphere disturbed by a beggar. Yi Qian raised an eyebrow, glancing towards the figure at the door. The man wore ragged clothing, patched extensively, emanating a foul odor. His face was gaunt and haggard, his eyes hollow as if devoid of hope, clutching a tattered hat, begging passers-by for alms. A guest is a guest. Let his wine expenses be mine. Yi Qian set down the wine jar, slowly stood up, gathered all the wine before him, and, with a flushed complexion, walked towards the entrance. At that moment, the beggar's right hand suddenly grasped Yi Qian's wrist, expressing gratitude. Thank you, immortal, thank you. Yi Qian nodded with a smile, then retrieved a gold ingot from his pocket and placed it into the beggar's hat before turning and disappearing from sight. After Yi Qian departed, the beggar's expression revealed a hint of admiration, and he stepped forward into the fragrant pavilion, returning to the Qingxuan Sect. At this moment, on the majestic peaks of the sect, Dan Yangzi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze shifting to Yi Qian, who was soaring through the air on his sword. With a furrowed brow, Dan Yangzi inquired, "You have descended the mountain again?" Ye Wien posit, turning his attention to Dan Yangzi, and replied, "The sect's regulations state that disciples may not descend the mountain without permission. However, this does not apply to the sect's direct disciples. Surely, I have not contravened any rules." Upon hearing Yi Qian's explanation, Dan Yangzi could not help but twitch his lips. Presently, Yi Qian had already reached the pinnacle of the returning void stage, while Dan Yangzi himself had just barely stepped into the mid-returning void stage, an evident disparity between them. Suppressing his jealousy, Dan Yangzi raised his head, striving to maintain a smile as he said, "Nephew Yi, I have heard from my disciple Wang Tong that you acquired a half-step integration realm beast in the Nether Spirit Valley. Might I request its gift to me?" Yi Qian responded softly, "The beast's remains have already been taken by my master. If the sect leader wishes to have it, you must seek it from my master." Upon learning that the beast's remains have been taken by his senior sister, Lung Qianing, Dan Yangzi's expression soured noticeably, yet he felt powerless. After all, his senior sister had never been particularly kind to him. However, Dan Yangzi quickly recalled the integration realm treasure and proceeded to demand, "Nephew, since the beast is unavailable, I shall ask for that integration realm treasure instead." His tone brimmed with greed, and to persuade Yi Qian, he added a touch of moral coercion. "After all, you are a disciple of our Qingxuan Sect. Had it not been for your sudden loss of cultivation, you would already be my disciple. Might you, for the sake of our relationship, consider relinquishing the integration realm treasure? Rest assured, I will not treat you poorly in the future." Listening to Dan Yangzi's words, Yi Qian could not help but snicker inwardly. This sect leader would eagerly wish for his demise, yet now he dared to covet the integration realm treasure. What audacity! My junior brother, your insatiable greed is truly remarkable. I wonder how you ever came to be accepted into the Qingxuan Sect. I feel embarrassed for you. At that moment, a disheveled figure, reeking of alcohol, approached Di Junwan. The scent of liquor suggested she had been drinking throughout the day. With a tipsy hiccup, she swayed toward Yi Qian, her gaze hazy as she exclaimed, "Oh, why are there three of you? Little one, when did you learn to use the art of duplication?" Dong Yangshi shouted in anger, "Senior sister, as an elder of the sect, how can you descend the mountain to drink, neglecting your image? What kind of conduct is this?" Dijun vampouted, draping her arm over Yi Qian's shoulder, her face flushed as she retorted, "What of it? You lot are all so dreary and ascetic, devoid of any interest." Hiccup. "I would much prefer a jug of wine from Little Inn." With heavy eyelids, she continued in a drunken slur, "Furthermore, Little Inn has already gifted me the integration realm treasure, so you might as well go somewhere cool and stay there. You." Dan Yangzi's forehead was marked by several dark lines, his countenance grim as he stared at his senior sister, the Emperor Junwan. After serving as the head of the Qingxuan Sect for several centuries, he pondered whether the sect belonged to the Dan family or the Yi family. Why was it that this group of individuals persistently opposed him? They seemed to favor Yi Qian excessively. What charm did this young man possess that compelled both senior sisters to risk their relationship with him in order to protect him? Yi Qian, too, had retrieved a magical artifact of the fusion stage from his storage ring. The moment Emperor Junwan laid eyes on the artifact, she snatched it away, cradling it as one would a fine wine. "At last, I possess a fusion stage artifact," she declared. Dan Yangzi, in a fit of rage, flung his elegant robe and turned away, his eyes betraying a hint of coldness. Aware that he could not obtain the artifact today, he stormed off in frustration. Emperor Junwan sneered dismissively, commenting, "That Dan Yangzi still harbors thoughts of my artifact. What a fool." At that moment, she turned to Yi Qian, sniffing the air around him with newfound interest. "Little Nin, you actually visited the Drunken Fragrance Tower? Are you truly so affluent?" As the leader of the Spirit Sword Peak, Emperor Junwan had long ago sold all the spiritual herbs and treasures from her mountain to procure fine wines, leaving Spirit Sword Peak barren, resembling a bandit-esque den, with only a dilapidated straw hut remaining amidst the desolation. Emperor Junwan wrapped her arms around Yi Qian's neck and whispered, "Junior nephew, are you planning to brew wine? Allow your aunt to accompany you." "No," Yi Qian promptly declined. Given her insatiable thirst, he feared she might inadvertently divulge his secrets, and it was best that fewer people were aware of his brewing endeavors, especially since they required the water spirit mirror grass, comparable to celestial herbs. If the spiritual energy were mishandled, it could alert all disciples of the Qingxuan Sect, leading to complications. With a tone tinged with desperation, Emperor Junwan clung to Yi Qian's arm, pleading, "Just let me have a glance. I promise I won't indulge. I'll merely observe. I swear I won't intrude." Just once, seeing his senior sister's earnest entreaty, Yi Qian felt a flicker of doubt. He then recalled that her cultivation was at the peak of the fusion stage. Perhaps her spiritual energy could help mitigate the effects of the water spirit mirror grass, thus preventing discovery. Initially, he had intended to seek his master, Lung Qianxing, for assistance. But realizing she was likely busy concocting elixirs, he decided to rely on Emperor Junwan. After establishing some ground rules, Yi Qian escorted her back to the tranquil peak. Upon their arrival, Emperor Junwan began to express her discontent with the surroundings. "If only my spirit sword peak were as vibrant, how much wealth I could amass," she murmured. However, she quickly recalled Yi Qian's perpetually serious expression. "Junior nephew, when the time comes, I shall help you regulate the spiritual energy. Remember to set aside 2 jars of wine for me." Agreed. Yi Qian did not refuse, for the effects of the water spirit broken mirror herb were exceedingly volatile, necessitating a considerable amount of wine for neutralization. Thus, sharing some with her posed no issue. At that moment, the auspicious beast dashed out from the room, and upon seeing Yi Qian's return, promptly leaped onto his shoulder, persistently nudging his cheek with its tiny paws. "You wretched human, why have you returned so late?" "I am nearly starving," it complained. "Did I not instruct you to accompany Lin Zuizuzi's niece? What brings you back?" Observing the creature perched on his shoulder, Yi Qian couldn't help but inquire curiously. "It has been half a month since I last had a meal. My master entered seclusion and left me with a few spirit stones, but I devoured them all out of greed." The beast lamented, its voice tinged with an adorable whimper, as if it would truly perish from hunger if Yi Qian did not return soon. Yi Qian retrieved a medium-grade spirit stone from his storage ring and, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, "Very well, you may accompany me henceforth." The auspicious beast eagerly sank its teeth into the medium-grade spirit stone, its eyes sparkling with delight. A scene that did not escape the watchful gaze of the Emperor Junwan, who felt a pang of sympathy. After all, that was a medium-grade spirit stone. If exchanged on the black market, it could yield a substantial amount of fine wine. Yet, to feed it to a mere pet? Such extravagance seemed wasteful. Yi Qian turned to Emperor Junwan and said, "Aunt, we may commence now." With a yawn, Emperor Junwan settled into a meditative posture, stroking her sleek, delicate chin as she paced back and forth, murmuring incantations pertaining to the formation. As a unique spiritual energy barrier manifested within the serene peak, enveloping a radius of 10 miles, not even a wisp of spiritual energy could escape, let alone a bird. "Rest assured, everything will proceed without a hitch," she assured, catching a whiff of the fragrant wine wafting through the air, which stirred her appetite. She licked her lips, reminiscing, "How wonderful it would have been had my master left me some fine wine. Alas, dear master, when will you return?" Exhaling a warm breath, she turned her gaze back to Yi Qian. With a graceful flick of his fingers, the water spirit broken mirror herb soared into the air, and a burst of flames erupted from his fingertips, enveloping the herb in a fervent blaze that soon revealed signs of melting. Impuyunven lifted head, her brows arching in astonishment. "Liuli true fire, my dearnin, from whence did you acquire such a treasure?" Liuli true fire was the pinnacle of the cultivation realm, coveted by alchemists for its unparalleled potency. Elixirs crafted with it yielded extraordinary results, a stark contrast to other flames. With a smile, Yi Qian replied, "It was a gift from my master." Upon hearing this, Emperor Junwan could only click her tongue in envy. Truly, as a senior disciple of the sect, she possessed all the finest treasures. It seemed imperative that she sought out her senior sister soon to procure a few coveted items from her collection. "If it comes to that, I shall request a few more spirit stones to procure some fine spirit wine. Wouldn't that be delightful?" Beneath a windowsill, bathed in the silvery glow of the moonlight, a low table was adorned with a sumptuous feast, while a luminous cup brimmed with exquisite liquor. This was, in fact, the bamboo green wine brewed for Master Lung Qian'an, but Yi Qian had opened a small jar in advance. He lifted the cup, taking a delicate sip, and remarked, "The flavor is quite pleasing. Would you care to try it, Uncle Master?" "Certainly." The Emperor Junwan graciously accepted the cup offered by Yi Qian and consumed the remainder in one gulp. She then shrugged, savoring the taste with a hint of intoxication. "Sister has indeed amassed such fine wines. If it were mine, I would indulge in a cup each day." As Yi Qian ignited the water spirit broken mirror grass with azure flames, Approximately half an hour passed before the grass completely dissolved into a drop of spirit liquid. Upon witnessing this elixir, Yi Qian pointed towards the heavens with his right hand, releasing several streams of sword qi that divided the liquid into dozens of droplets, each allocated to the jars according to their energy content. The moment the spirit liquid mingled with the wine, the aroma wafted forth like ancient tales slowly unfurling through the river of time, enchanting all who inhaled it. The fragrance was rich and deep, akin to the mist that envelopes the profound night, brimming with endless allure and mystery. As the Emperor Junwan's throat moved, eager to savor the concoction, her intentions were thwarted by the keen-eyed Yi Qian, who swiftly collected it all. This wine requires an additional 3 years to mature. Uncle Master, you must exercise patience. I shall personally deliver it to you then. What, 3 more years? The Emperor Junwan's expression darkened, her reluctance palpable as she longed to taste it. Yet Yi Qian firmly denied her. With only a few precious jars available, it would be a terrible loss if she were to consume too. Resigned, the Emperor Junwan accepted this fate, for the wine was firmly in Yi Qian's possession, and her future enjoyment hinged on his whims. Yi Qian rose, attuning himself to the energy fluctuations of the area. Had not the Emperor Junwan set a barrier in advance, the spiritual energy here would have undoubtedly permeated the entire sect by now. Chapter 74. Attire unbecoming, such clumsiness, what a disgrace. As the sun dipped beyond the western hills, the table lay in disarray. The Emperor Junwan, sprawled across the table, succumbed to slumber, surrounded by numerous wine jars. After an evening of indulgence, she could no longer resist the call of sleep. Half of her face was obscured by her hair, revealing a delicate visage, its contours painted as if by ink, flushed with a rosy hue, and her neck exquisitely shaped like fine porcelain. Her long, slender legs dangled carelessly, their alabaster skin glistening. Beside her lay a large wine gourd, and upon entering the room, one could hear her soft snores, betraying any semblance of decorum. Yi Qian sighed, beginning to tidy the room's scattered wine jars. Should Master discover this scene, one could only imagine the consequences for the Emperor Junwan. The Emperor Junwan smacked her lips and fell onto the bamboo couch, her attire insufficient to conceal her form, yet she did not forget to scratch her thigh. The mystical creature softly inquired, Yi Qian, who is this woman? She is the esteemed leader of Lingjian Peak, Emperor Junwan. Yi Qian remarked as he stored away the wine jars. Once, Lingjian Peak was regarded as a vibrant stronghold within our sect. However, due to the presence of Emperor Junwan, it is now deemed the most spiritually depleted peak of the sect. The mystical creature blinked its lively eyes, leaping onto Emperor Junwan's abdomen, playfully patting her chest with its tiny paws before settling down, intending to rest in her gentle embrace. In the west, Nyo Huzhou, at the divine mysterious sect, warm yellow light cascaded over intricately carved mahogany furniture, glimmering with golden flecks. The wall adorned with poetry, calligraphy, and paintings showcased the owner's literary talent, while an ancient ceramic vase, filled with a few sprigs of green bamboo, added an air of tranquility and elegance to the boudoir. The emerald bamboo provided a serene backdrop, creating a refreshing atmosphere. The mahogany bed was adorned with exquisite embroidered textiles, exuding a faint fragrance. By the window, a pot of orchid grass swayed gently, picturesque and poetic, enhancing the room's refined ambience. Nalan Shui took a deep breath and stepped out of the room, intending to leave the courtyard. At that moment, a melodious voice drifted in from outside the garden. Shui, where are you headed? Upon hearing the voice, the ice fairy Nalan Shui's eyes flickered with cold light as she advanced, but a white shadow swiftly blocked her path. The man, clad in a flowing white robe with long black hair, possessed an imposing demeanor and extraordinary charm, embodying the unique allure of a cultivator. Lu Yang, I have made it abundantly clear that there can be nothing between us. If you insist on obstructing my path, do not blame me for being heartless. Lu Yang smiled gently and replied, Shui, you jest. We are in the divine mysterious sect. How could I possibly hinder you? I would be more than happy to accompany you, wherever you may go. No, Lu Yang, you should depart from the divine mysterious sect, Nalan Shui retorted, not bothering to glance back as she strode away, offering him no opportunity for response, not even a desire to look at him. Lu Yang furrowed his brow, watching Nalan Shui's departing figure, and muttered with irritation, Here I am, a formidable cultivator, visiting your divine mysterious sect each year, and yet you treat me this way. Cursed woman, If it weren't for your royal lineage, do you think I would even consider you? At that moment, the maid Shui Ling emerged from the room, now missing an arm, yet still serving as the princess's confidant. Lu Yang, is there something you wish to discuss? Casting a glance at the one-armed Shui Ling, Lu Yang asked with a voice devoid of warmth. What is it? Do you require my attention? Shui Ling stepped forward and softly replied. Lu Yang, do you know why the princess has suddenly turned indifferent towards you? Why? Lu Yang, initially intent on leaving, halted his steps and turned with a furrowed brow. Shui Ling recounted recent events as instructed by Wang Tong, and upon learning about the Huaishui Zhu Ting incident, Lu Yang's expression darkened significantly. Nailan Shui, my betrothed, represents a union forged by the Divine Sword Sect and the Imperial Dynasty. To my astonishment, this wretched woman has been clandestinely frolicking with disciples of the Qingxuan Sect. Lu Yang's countenance darkened. Gripping the gift in his hand, he spoke with displeasure. Nailan Shui, you have indeed presented me with a gift. Your intentions are of no concern to me. This wedding shall take place, whether you desire it or not. Should you provoke the Divine Sword Sect, I shall not hesitate to annihilate your entire dynasty. As for the young man from Qingxuan Sect, I will personally sever his head and present it to you as a token. Lu Yang relinquished the gift intended for Nailan Shui to the handmaiden, Shui Ling, and softly remarked, thanks to you, I would have remained blissfully unaware. This treasure, forged for the harmonization stage, is now yours. Shui Ling's eyes brightened, and she promptly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, esteemed senior. In an instant, Lu Yang vanished, leaving Shui Ling with a peculiar smile as she murmured, perhaps now, Brother Wang Tong will finally become my Dao partner. In Dongling South Prefecture, at the Qingxuan Sect, Yi Qian slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a cloud of stale air. He turned his gaze towards the slumbering Empress Wan, a hint of helplessness etched upon his face. Empress Wan clutched a mythical beast, drool trickling down her cheek. Such a display, if made public, would surely tarnish her reputation. At that moment, the wooden door creaked open, revealing the cold visage of Lung Qian'an, draped in delicate silk. Upon noticing Empress Wan's disheveled state, Lung Qian'an could not suppress her rising ire. Empress Wan, rise at once. With her sharp rebuke, Empress Wan jolted awake. She rolled over, sitting up amidst a tangle of garments, her shoulders partially exposed, creating a scene reminiscent of a crime. Instead of adjusting her attire, she first raked her fingers through her hair, her gaze hazy as she addressed Lung Qian'an. Senior sister, what brings you here? Only then did she tug at her clothing and rise, her figure accentuated, revealing her astonishing curves. Lung Qian'an was infuriated, nearly seizing her collar to hurl her from the quiet peak. Empress Wan rubbed her nose, murmuring, I may have indulged a bit too much last night. My head aches. Please, allow me a bit more rest. In such disarray, displaying such behavior before my disciples. What decorum is this? Empress Wan scoffed. Senior sister, what are you implying? Am I the sort to take advantage of my junior disciples? Such a notion is utterly beneath me. Then what brings you to my quiet peak? Surely, you do not seek to acquire treasures from me once again. Lung Qian'an's brows furrowed slightly. Do not even entertain such thoughts. I possess nothing for you. Return to your Lingjian peak at once. Chapter 75. Farewell, Lin Zuezo. My esteemed uncle misses you. Lung Qian'an, weary of Empress Wan's incessant chatter, raised her jade hand, summoning a swirl of ice-blue energy to elevate Empress Wan's body. Before she could even react, the delicate figure of the emperor vanished into the sky like a shooting star, leaving behind only an echo of an unwanted exclamation. Lung Qian'an turned to Yi Qian, her tone tinged with reproach. Have I not told you numerous times? Your master uncle is a slave to wine, quite foolish in nature. If this were to spread, how would you ever find a partner for your cultivation in the future? Yi Qian rubbed his nose, feeling awkward as he replied, I am merely 19 years old. I have not yet contemplated seeking a dual cultivation partner. With a silent glance at Yi Qian, Lung Qian'an gracefully settled onto a cushion and softly remarked, in 6 months, the sect will hold elections for elders. Any disciple with strength above the Nascent Soul stage may participate. Should you succeed, you will become an elder of the sect and enjoy the privileges that come with it. I have already registered you. If you can become the chief elder, you will be well positioned to inherit the position of the sect leader and gain substantial resources for cultivation. Casting a glance toward Yi Qian, she inquired, I brought you here to ask, do you think our Qingjing peak stand a chance at securing the chief elder position? Yi Qian hesitated momentarily before whispering, Master, did we not agree that Qingjing Peak would refrain from participating in any sect elections? That was in the past. Lung Qianning replied with a calm shrug. After all, you are my disciple, and with such remarkable talent. It is more than feasible for you to break through to the great ascension stage in due time, perhaps even reach the Thunder Tribulation phase in the future. If a Thunder Tribulation cultivator were to emerge within the sect, it would elevate the entire Yulong Kingdom's standing and open opportunities to seek a refuge in the Western Yoha Prefecture. Although the spiritual energy there is not as rich as in the Eastern Victory Divine Continent, it is still several dozens, if not hundreds, of times denser than that of the Eastern Lingnan Prefecture. Especially in the depths of the major sects, the veins of spiritual energy are even more abundant, leading to a significantly enhanced cultivation speed. It is precisely for this reason that Lung Qianning decided to allow Yi Qian to participate in the elder elections. Once he becomes the chief elder, he merely needs to wait for Dinyangzi to break through to the late returning void stage to have the exceptional opportunity of becoming the sect leader of Qingxuan Sect. Yi Qian remains silent. The elder elections occur once every 300 years, open to all cultivators above the Nascent Soul stage. This meant that the seasoned powerhouses who were unsuccessful or failed 300 years ago would return, including the strongest among them, the integration stage cultivators. As becoming the chief elder signifies a potential candidacy for the position of the sect leader. The chief elder serves as the face of the Qingxuan sect for each generation, and the competition for such a role is naturally fierce. With a legacy spanning over a millennium, the sect harbors many formidable figures, including those elders within the Sword Tomb who also have the chance to participate. If they manage to secure a place within the top 10, they can finally leave the Sword Tomb. Those old fellows have guarded the Sword Tomb for centuries, and now that they have found this opportunity, they would not let it slip away easily. Indeed, Yi Qian possesses exceptional talent, yet he is still merely at the perfected stage of returning void. If he were to encounter an integration stage cultivator, his chances of victory would be slim, unless, of course, he were inebriated. As cold Qianning approached, he gently patted his shoulder, reassuring him not to feel overly pressured, for there remained at least 6 months to prepare. Should he indeed attain the esteemed position of chief elder, his master would not neglect him. Yi Qian nodded, understanding that this was a task bestowed upon him by his master. No matter how arduous the path ahead might be, he resolved to see it through. However, he needed to prepare some wine to avoid any unforeseen incidents during their sparring sessions. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Yi Qian departed from the tranquil peak, cradling the auspicious beast in his arms, intent on visiting his junior disciple Lin Zuezhu at Xiaozhu Peak. It had been several months since his last visit, and he wondered how she was faring. Streams of radiant light danced among the mountains, filled with the hurried movements of sect disciples. Those unable to fly found it nearly impossible to navigate this place. Occasionally, ethereal birds and celestial beasts would soar past, prompting the disciples riding on sword light to swiftly make way. Only those of considerable status, be they peak masters or elder-level figures, could afford to keep such majestic creatures as mounts. A mere brush against one could result in dire consequences. As Yi Qian traversed the skies on his sword, the oncoming disciples bowed in deference, for he was indeed a junior uncle of the sect, deserving of their respect. He had grown accustomed to this, understanding the profound significance of etiquette within the cultivation world. Any display of disrespect could lead to immediate and severe repercussions. Arriving at Xiaozhu Peak, Yi Qian navigated the familiar terrain with ease, guided by the disciples of the peak to a serene bamboo grove. The deep green bamboo forest resembled a richly painted canvas, harmoniously blending the vitality and essence of nature. Sunlight filtered through the dense bamboo leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the ground, creating an enchanting atmosphere akin to a fairy tale. In the depths of the bamboo grove, lush greenery surrounded him. The bamboos stood tall and varied in height, forming a verdant barrier that exuded a tranquil and mysterious aura. Seated upon a stone, Lin Su seemed to hear the faint sound of footsteps and quietly lifted her head, saying, "Did I not mention not to disturb me? Senior sister, it is your uncle who has arrived," a disciple of Xiaozhu Peak announced. Upon hearing this, Lin Zuezhu immediately sprang to her feet and raced towards the edge of the bamboo grove. When she spotted Yi Qian, her lively eyes sparkled with longing. "Zuezhu, it has been months. How have you been?" he inquired. "Uncle." Lin Zuezhu's almond-shaped eyes suddenly glistened with moisture as she opened her arms and rushed towards him. Yi Qian instinctively thought to evade her embrace, but upon seeing the look of grievance in her eyes, he He sighed internally and stood still, allowing his knees to collide into his embrace. Uncle, you have finally returned. I thought you. Lin Zuezu's voice quivered with emotion, her tone tinged with tears. Just as she was about to burst into tears, a large hand gently ruffled her hair. Uncle. She looked up at him, her eyes sparkling with light, her lips pouting slightly in a display of endearment. Rest assured, although the ghostly Spirit Valley is fraught with peril, do not forget that your esteemed master is not so easily dispatched by the hands of demonic beasts. Lin Wuezus purset herjungful lips, relesing yedin, and gazed at the soft armor adorning his chest, inquiring, Master, have you donned your armor? Indeed, Qian'an nodded, replying, Zuzhuz. Your craftsmanship in creating this armor is truly remarkable. Blushing, Lin Zuzhuz tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and smiled. You flatter me, master. Had it not been for the unique scales of the unicorn demon dragon that you bestowed upon me, I would not have been able to create such a piece. Chapter 76. The withering of blossoms, the ashes of petals. The autumn winds of the Huai River breathe life into the surroundings. The lake lies tranquil like a mirror, reflecting the sky above, while golden sunlight dances upon its surface, creating a scene reminiscent of a celestial paradise. A wooden boat rests upon the shore, with Yi Qian leaning against it, gently swaying a gourd of wine in his hands. Sipping the wine once more, Lin Zuzhuz felt a slight intoxication. Sitting at the bow of the boat, she gazed at the round moon reflected in the water, her delicate, snow-white feet playfully stirring the crystal-clear lake. Fish glided beneath her, occasionally nipping at her toes, causing her to blush profusely. As the moonlight cascaded down, Lin Zuzhuz's skin glowed with a rosy hue. She had initially forgotten the taste of fine wine, but witnessing her master's fondness for it, she could not resist indulging a few sips. Although its flavor lingered delightfully on her lips, it burned fiercely upon her throat, leaving her puzzled as to why her master cherished such a drink. With dreamy eyes, Lin Zuzhuz, slightly tipsy, asked, Master, you will participate in the elder assessment of the sect in 6 months, will you not? Yi Qian nodded, exhaling a sigh. I had not intended to partake in the elder assessment, but I could not refuse my master's wishes. Thus, I shall participate. My mother has also registered my name. Yet I am acutely aware of my humble cultivation level and doubt my ability to ascend to the rank of elder. Peering into the clear waters, Lin Zuzhuz observed her flushed cheeks and exhaled a breath heavy with the scent of wine. When the time comes, I shall cheer for you, master. The world is still uncertain. Why draw conclusions so early? Yi Qian replied, glancing at Lin Zuzhuz's sorrowful visage. He then sprang forth, grasping Lin Zuzhuz and landing gracefully at the heart of the lake. Her toes lightly tapped the surface of the water, creating ripples like blossoms unfurling. As a fellow swordsman of talent, Zuzhuz, your sword bears too much aggression. I possess a technique. Today, I shall impart it to you. Yi Qian stood upon the lake as if on solid ground, his fingers gliding over the sword's blade. Suddenly, he closed his eyes, contemplating for a moment before executing a swift strike. Above the lake's surface, a surge of sword energy rippled through the air. Yi Qian gracefully leapt into action, commencing his sword dance. Though it appeared extraordinarily light, a closer inspection revealed a series of ethereal afterimages behind him, reminiscent of an ink wash painting. What exquisite swordsmanship! Lin Sue's bamboo paused in astonishment. At that moment, Yi Qian's technique seemed both familiar and strikingly distinct from the sect's own style, akin to the finishing touch on a dragon, leaving one in awe. The scene before her transformed from lush greenery into a landscape painted with ink and brush strokes. The movements became simpler and more fluid, but more importantly, as Yi Qian wielded his sword, he truly embodied the carefree spirit he often spoke of. Suddenly, the gently flowing river abruptly split in two. Towering walls of water rose on either side in an instant, swelling with visible vigor, riding the sword, soaring like a phoenix, traversing the vast seas, drinking beneath the heavens. I alone and the immortal inebriated. Yi Qian tilted his head back, taking several hearty gulps of strong liquor, the clear liquid cascading down his neck, dampening his white robe. With unwavering determination in his eyes, he swung his long sword once more. At the point of his strike, a vacuum zone nearly 10 yards wide emerged, laying bare the dry and chaotic riverbed. Many unsuspecting fish, bewildered, suddenly found themselves airborne, their eyes wide with surprise. This time, it was not a decayed wooden stick, but a genuine celestial sword, its brilliance slicing through the clouds, radiating a resplendent golden glow. Yi Qian'an's shadow elongated gradually, as if the torn sky had manifested into a golden staircase, symbolizing the gateway to the immortal realm ahead. Suez Bamboo. Can you see clearly? Lin Suez Bamboo was entirely immersed in the enchanting swordplay, unable to respond to Yi Qian'an's query. Suddenly, he pointed his sword skyward and laughed heartily. As flowers wither and petals fall, the long sword descended. A brisk wind swept through, causing the flowering trees along the lake's banks to sway slightly in the wake of the sword's chilling breeze, petals soaring and cascading onto the water surface. Yi Qian'an sheathed his sword and turned to Lin Suez Bamboo. Though the elegant sword dance is splendid, its aura of slaughter is too heavy. Given your frail constitution, you must not practice it excessively. This dance is named Setting Sun, and when performed, it should evoke the beauty of the red sun at its zenith, emphasizing grace over bloodshed, which will be beneficial for you. Yi Qian'an landed softly beside Lin Suez Bamboo, presenting her with the sword manual he had personally illustrated. Lightly, he remarked, "Practicing this manual will suffice to allow you to sweep through all of Dongling and Nanzhou. I once had a dear friend named Yi Qingxuan. Should the opportunity arise, I will acquire a treasure from him to present to you." Lin Suez Bamboo tightly embraced the manual, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Master Uncle." "Master Uncle, why does your sword technique bear such a resemblance to our sect's manual, yet differ so distinctly? What is the reason for this? All martial arts in the world are interlinked. It is merely swordsmanship. Glimpse one, and you may attain the second. From the second, the entirety is revealed." Yi Qian took 2 liang of wine, his hand casually suspended behind him, and walked steadily forward. He then spoke leisurely, "Diligent cultivation will greatly benefit you." "Thank you, Master Uncle. Well, it's getting late. I shall take my leave now." Lin Xuezhu intended to speak, but found that Master Uncle Yi Qian had already vanished from the lake surface, leaving only a lingering sword intent in the air and the sword manual still warm in her embrace. Biting her lip gently, Lin Xuezhu lowered her head, her eyes glimmering with shyness. "Xuezhu." At that moment, a stern voice resonated from behind her. Bai Yuling, the leader of Shaozhu Peak, appeared unbeknownst to her. Lin Xuezhu immediately turned, concealing the sword manual behind her, and looked up at her mother, Bai Yuling. Bai Yuling instantly materialized before Lin Xuezhu, catching the scent of liquor emanating from her. With her brows furrowed, she admonished, "Have you been drinking again?" "Mother, I merely indulged in a modest cup." Bai Yuling was about to raise her hand to reprimand Lin Xuezhu, but recalling Yi Qian's revelry and the rapid enhancement of his cultivation, she suppressed her urge to scold her daughter. "Was that sword intent just now summoned by your master uncle?" "Indeed," Lin Xuezhu affirmed, nodding obediently, her expression resolute. "Mother, Master Uncle's comprehension of the sword is unparalleled in this world." Chapter 77. The prodigy Lu Lingjiao from 300 years ago. Bai Yuling's tone softened, "So it seems. Yuin possesses considerable psyche." Her gaze swept the area, where the sword radiance lingered, swirling above the azure waters like a vortex twisting the heavens. Bai Yuling raised her delicate hand, but as she touched the sword light, her finger was grazed, causing a drop of crimson to fall into the clear lake below. "Mother, are you all right?" Lin Xuezhu hurriedly approached, concern etched on her face. "I'm fine." Bai Yuling lifted her hand, gazing into the distant green hills, her expression somber. "If it is within your power, I hope you can help protect my daughter, and I shall follow you, my husband." 6 months later, Qingxuan Sect Square. At the end of the long stone steps, shrouded in mist, lay a vast square paved entirely with massive stones, exuding an ancient grandeur. Upon learning of the events, numerous elders and disciples of the sect appeared in the square, ready to witness the entire proceedings. Within the expansive square stood thousands of sect disciples, many of whom soared through the sky on their swords. Seated in a chair, Lung Qianing, the progenitor of the sect, coldly lifted a teacup from a table. Various sects and cultivation families from within the borders of the Dragon Nation sent representatives, most notably their leaders or foremost disciples. This level of grandeur could only be achieved by Qingxuan Sect. No other sect could match it. Beside Dan Yangzi, Wang Teng's expression was grim. After months of diligent cultivation, he had reached the perfected stage of the transformation god realm, and this time, he was determined to become the chief elder. This matter pertains not only to one's aspiration of becoming the next sect leader, but also significantly affects the reputation of one's esteemed master, Dan Yangzi. Hence, it is imperative to attain the position of the chief elder of the sect at all costs. The elders of the Sword Tomb have already arrived, gracefully descending to the ground and bowing in respect to the seated Lung Qian'an. Greetings, senior sister, they acknowledged. Lung Qian'an opened her beautiful eyes and lightly nodded in response, uttering a casual, However, Dan Yangzi felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. It seemed he had lost all semblance of respect as the sect leader. Although his prowess did not match that of the Sword Tomb elders, he was, after all, the leader of Qingxuan Sect. Not only did they fail to pay their respects, but they did not even extend a greeting. Anyone in his position would find such indignity intolerable. A few dark lines appeared on Dan Yangzi's forehead, and the veins in his arms throbbed. Yet, due to the elders' formidable strength and their esteemed status, he refrained from voicing his grievances, choosing instead to remain silent. The sect's prodigies had gathered, including several individuals unknown even to Wang Tong. They were prodigies who had failed 3 centuries ago, and upon learning of this event, they had ceased their seclusion, preparing to face the upcoming elder assessment. Wang Tong's gaze lingered on a strikingly beautiful young woman. With her tall stature, fair complexion, and exquisite features, she possessed an extraordinary aura and an unassailable majesty. Dressed in a resplendent orange palace robe, she exuded a sense of clarity and transparency. Her delicate fingers, as slender as green onions, captivated the observer, almost leading one to a state of enchantment. Curiously, Wang Tong inquired, "Master, who is this young woman?" Dan Yangzi glanced at the elegantly robed lady and replied calmly, "Her name is Lu Lingjiao, a practitioner at the late stage of returning void. 3 centuries ago, she competed alongside me for the position of sect leader. Remarkably, she is still alive after all these years. She is, in fact, my junior sister." Lu Lingjiao had also lifted her head, directing a peculiar smile towards Dan Yangzi. Her smile was chilling, evoking a sensation akin to plummeting into an abyss. Even Dan Yangzi felt a shiver run down his spine. Had it not been for his stagnation in cultivation, it was uncertain who would occupy the position of sect leader. The other individuals present were also prodigies of the sect. The passage of 3 centuries had not dulled their ambition to ascend as the leader of Qingxuan Sect. They had emerged from their seclusion to contend for supremacy. At that moment, Lu Lingjiao approached and offered a slight fist salute to Lung Qian'an. "Senior sister, it has been 300 years. I did not expect you to have broken through to the Great Ascension realm." "Lingjiao, it has been a long time." Lung Qian'an rose, gently arranging Lu Lingjiao's hair behind her ear, and smiled warmly. "Where have you been these 3 centuries?" "I wandered the divine continent," Lu Lingjiao replied. "This return to the sect is to vie for the position of the next sect leader, to rectify the regrets of 3 centuries past." At this moment, Lu Lingjiao inquired, "Senior sister, was it not previously established that cultivators in the fusion stage were prohibited from participating in the sect elders competition? Why then, are the disciples from the Sword Tomb allowed to take part?" Lung Qian'an, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied, "The elders of the Sword Tomb have been stationed here for centuries. Allowing them to gain their freedom is the only solution. Consider it my way of fulfilling my obligations to our master." Upon hearing these words, Lu Lingjiao chose not to pursue the matter further, for whether that group of old codgers departed from the Sword Tomb was of no concern to her. Although she was merely at the late stage of the Void Return realm, her years of combat experience had significantly amplified her strength, rendering her unafraid of those ancient beings. Lu Lingjiao then glanced at Wang Tong, who stood beside Dan Yangzi. She noted his lecherous and greedy gaze, which caused her to turn away in disgust. Such a person was truly repugnant. Upon realizing that his gaze had been detected, Wang Ting quickly averted his eyes, though they still lingered beneath Lu Lingjiao's flowing robe. Around her delicate, lotus-like arms, the wide, pale purple sleeves of her grand palace robe billowed as if caught in a tempest, whipping her garments into a wild dance. Dan Yangzi scoffed, remarking, "Lu Lingjiao, have you not seen your brother, Dan Yangzi?" With a mocking smile, Lu Lingjiao retorted, "Dan Yangzi, had it not been for your underhanded tactics back then, you would never have attained this position. Do you genuinely believe that mastering Dragon Force will secure your place indefinitely? Falsehoods will always be exposed. After all these years, you remain at the initial stage of the Void Return realm, which is indeed a source of embarrassment. Had our master not wished to pass the sect leader position to a male disciple, you would have been eliminated long ago." Confronted with Lu Lingjiao's scorn, Dan Yangzi, as the sect's leader, was consumed with rage. He rose to refute her, but was quelled by the intensity of her gaze, forcing him to return to his seat. He vowed silently that one day, these short-sighted individuals would pay dearly for their transgressions. Chapter 78. The Sect Elders Competition. Numerous talents emerge. The sound of drums thundered, deafening in its intensity. The competition among the sect elders was about to commence, drawing many former disciples and elders eager to distinguish themselves among a host of formidable opponents and claim the title of the strongest elder in the sect. Xianxia glanced at the time, preparing to announce the beginning of the contest, when he noticed two figures soaring towards them from a distance. All eyes among the disciples turned towards Qian'an and Lin Shuizhu. Even the reclusive prodigies who had been in seclusion for years lifted their heads. Qian'an and Lin Shuizhu landed gracefully, bowing in respect to Lung Qian'an. We pay our respects to our master and our ancestor. Upon hearing the term master, the long-absent cultivators were momentarily taken aback, casting curious glances at their senior sister. Even Lu Lingjiao was surprised, reflecting inwardly. So my senior sister has taken on a disciple. How intriguing. Go for it, Yi uncle. She encouraged silently. Come on, Master Yi, defeat them all. While all the outer disciples were invigorated, the inner disciples scoffed at the commotion, hastening towards the Seed Path Mountain with an air of arrogance and taunting voices echoing. Though Yi Qian was a prodigy of our sect, he was still young and impetuous, with a cultivation level merely at the void return stage, rendering him hardly a source of fear. Indeed, we have Master Lu Lingjiao and Master Qihan, who will undoubtedly vanquish all the newly appointed prodigies. Master Lu Lingjiao will surely triumph, while Yi Qian will undoubtedly falter. The Qingxuan Sect has always been led by our previous generation of prodigies. The current prodigies are but mere vassals. As the uproar between the inner and outer disciples intensified, the sect leader, Master Xianxia, rose with an impassive countenance and spoke abruptly. In this round of elder candidates, there are a total of 22 participants. Their opponents will be determined by drawing lots, selecting the top 10 elders from the outer sect, and ultimately, the chief elder of the sect. In our exchanges, no deliberate killing is permitted. Each round will have a recovery time of 3 incense sticks, and once one party concedes, the other must refrain from further attacks. This contest will be presided over by Elder Ouyang from the Law Enforcement Hall. Almost instantaneously upon Master Xianxia's pronouncement, the disciples on both sides were jolted, instinctively raising their gazes towards a martial stage above. At that moment, Master Xianxia, with a flourish of his sleeve, conjured a token that soared into the air, heading directly for the arena. The token radiated brilliance, dividing into 22 segments that flew towards the participants of the sect elder competition. The foremost Yi Qian and his companions each caught their respective tokens and immediately lowered their heads to inspect them. Yi Qian's token bore the number 13, indicating that he would next engage in a contest with the 14th participant. Lin Zuizis' token was numbered 20th, a considerable distance apart from Yi Qian's. The first battle, those holding the numbers 1 and 2, ascend to the stage. A chilling voice resounded from the upper terrace. It was not Master Xianxia, but Elder Hui Yunzi from the Law Enforcement Hall. As soon as his words fell, an elder from the Sword Tomb soared forth. His cultivation was merely at the mid-void return stage, yet he possessed an imposing demeanor, confident that he would not succumb easily today. Elder Zhou Fong of the Sword Tomb, a gaunt and sallow man, stepped onto the martial stage and spoke haughtily, just as the illustrious former prodigy, Lu Lingjiao, emerged from the crowd. She stood there, her expression frigid, resembling a natural block of ice that emanated an aura of chill. The moment Lu Lingjiao stepped into the fray, the inner disciples erupted into resounding cheers, rallying behind her. Elder Zhou Fong's countenance darkened. He had not anticipated encountering the renowned prodigy Lu Lingjiao so early in his appearance. His expression soured, and after taking a deep breath, he promptly summoned his celestial sword and charged forth to confront her. However, in the face of his assault, Lu Lingjiao displayed no change in expression. In an instant, she vanished, only to reappear behind Elder Zhou Fong, her right hand sweeping forth as a flying sword materialized at his throat. At this sight, the disciples in the arena erupted into a cacophony of astonishment. Even the other elders of the Sword Tomb couldn't help but twitch their lips at such formidable prowess, capable of unleashing a speed rivaling that of a harmonization stage cultivator. If I am not mistaken, the celestial sword in her hand is also a weapon of the harmonization stage. Lu Lingjiao's lips curled into a slight arc as she softly remarked, "Brother Zhou Fong, you have lost." Elder Zhou Fong of the Sword Tomb turned around, disbelief flickering in his eyes. He realized that he might not be her match, yet he never anticipated losing so swiftly. After a long pause, he bitterly lowered his head, sheathed his celestial sword, and descended from the competition platform. Indeed, Master Lu's reputation is well-deserved. Even after 300 years, she remains an exceptional disciple of the sect. It seems the current outstanding talent is bound to face a setback, and victory shall ultimately belong to us disciples of the inner sect. The inner disciples of the Qingxuan Sect, some of whom have lived for over 3 centuries, belong to the same era as Lu Lingjiao and are naturally acquainted with her. The one who once shook the sect with her beauty and strength. The outer disciples, however, exchanged incredulous glances, unable to believe their eyes. This is impossible. How could her speed be so swift? The elder's strength is at the pinnacle of the returning void stage. Yet before Lu Lingjiao, it appeared utterly ineffectual. Rending the void and controlling the heavens, could she be a harmonization powerhouse? It is highly likely that Lu Lingjiao is already perilously close to becoming a harmonization cultivator. Otherwise, how could she have torn through the void in an instant? As the cheers and astonishment of the crowd grew more intense, the voice of Dan Yangzi coldly interrupted the discussions from above the arena. A figure emerged from the crowd, appearing gaunt and haggard, as though completely drained, swaying slightly as if about to collapse at any moment. I am Zhou Tsong, the disciple of the former headmaster. Greetings, fellow cultivators. The one who stepped forth was yet another elder from the Sword Tomb, this time an elderly man with graying hair, who seemed dignified but was clearly in a state of panic. Zhou Tsong, at the peak of the returning void stage, was originally a direct disciple of a prominent elder of the Qingxuan Sect. After departing from the sect for 250 years, he had now returned, undoubtedly with a well-conceived plan. The Sword Tomb elder swiftly charged forward. However, in Zhou Tsong's eyes, he seemed inconsequential. With a mighty hand raised high, a thunderbolt as thick as a barrel descended, offering him no chance to resist or evade, enveloping the entire arena. The sound of thunder was deafening, and as the dust settled, the Sword Tomb elder who had charged forth lay convulsing on the ground, his hair now coal-black, clearly having sustained severe injuries. The outer disciples looked pale, many gasping in shock, while even the current talent, Wang Teng and others, felt their spirits tremble. In contrast, the cheers of the inner disciples erupted, shaking the heavens at this moment. Chapter 79, Wang Teng. No more talk of imperial potential. Wang Teng clenched his fists, whispering to himself in astonishment, I never imagined the strength of the previous generation of talents to be so formidable. Should I encounter that remaining individual, it would be. Upon contemplating this, Wang Teng cast a glance towards his master, Dan Yangzi. Dan Yangzi nodded reassuringly, signaling to Wang Teng that there was no need for concern, as he had already taken care of matters and ensured that Wang Teng would not encounter the remaining prodigies. Soon, the third match commenced, featuring a seemingly mediocre disciple who faced an elder from the Sword Tomb sect. Yet, the outcome was a resounding defeat for the elder, leaving the Sword Tomb elders utterly humiliated and questioning their long absence from combat, as if they had forgotten the art of battle. Throughout the encounter, the elder did not even graze his opponent's sleeve, being toyed with as if he were but a plaything. Yi Qian sat comfortably in his chair, indulging in wine and merriment, occasionally glancing at the duel on the stage as a delightful accompaniment to his drink. The fourth match showcased the prodigy Qian'an from centuries past, whose formidable prowess had reached the pinnacle of the return to Void Realm, a half-step into the integration stage. The previous generation's prodigy, Qian'an, had once encountered the Sword Tomb's senior elder. Clad in a blood-red robe, with silver hair billowing, his expression remained utterly unchanged, his voice devoid of any emotion. The elder from the Sword Tomb was clearly incensed as he approached, surrounded by a swirling aura of bronze thunder. His eyes transformed into a striking azure. Thunderbolt Sovereign Zhang Xuanxiong greets you, junior brother Qian'an. As his words fell, countless bolts of lightning descended, forming a tempestuous thunderpool within a 10-zhang radius centered around him. Qian'an, with his impassive demeanor, merely shrugged, extending his right hand forward as a sinister, deathly scythe materialized, casting a shadow that darkened the skies. As thunder rumbled, Zhang Xuanxiong charged forth, lightning crackling in his grasp. Be cautious, junior brother. Yet Qian'an remained unfazed, even closing his eyes as he stood there. Witnessing such audacity, Zhang Xuanxiong's fury ignited, his tone laced with ire. You seek death. The thunderclaps shattered the tranquil skies, the surrounding storm intensifying as the lightning surged towards Qian'an like a raging tempest. Unperturbed, Qian'an remained composed. But at the very moment the thunder was about to make contact, it dissipated into countless arcs of plasma, while the deathly scythe cleaved through the air. The scythe, extending 100 zhang, was a breathtaking sight, its intricate black patterns shimmering with a radiant glow, imparting an unprecedented sense of oppression even from 100 miles away. Elder Zhang Xuanxiong abruptly raised his head as the thunder surrounding him erupted with a desperate roar, collapsing rapidly, and the ground beneath him fractured with a cacophony of cracking sounds. Before he could utter a word, the bones within his body shattered instantaneously, causing him to spew forth a mouthful of crimson blood and collapse heavily to the ground, unconscious. The disciples on either side were unable to contain their fear, their internal energies seemingly suppressed, as if their very souls were on the brink of being extracted. It is indeed the Crimson Moon Demon Scythe, left behind by the revered master from years past. One could hardly have anticipated that Qi Huan could refine it to such an extent, rivaling even mid-stage magic artifacts. Indeed, the Crimson Moon Demon Scythe was originally a relic of the demonic sect, later entrusted to Qi Huan by the master, which propelled Qi Huan's cultivation to extraordinary heights. The Grand Elder of the Sword Tomb, with a somber countenance, swiftly appeared upon the combat platform. With a mere wave of his hand, the Crimson Moon Demon Sect was sent reeling backward, and even Qi Huan found himself retreating 2 steps involuntarily. The Grand Elder's eyes darkened as he fixed a piercing gaze upon Qi Huan. At such a tender age, despite possessing remarkable talent, how could one be so malicious as to slaughter fellow disciples before our very eyes? Are you seeking death? Qi Huan narrowed his eyes and unabashedly declared his arrogance. I did not anticipate his strength to be so feeble. Could it be that my senior sister is considering striking at her junior brother over this matter? The Grand Elder's expression remained grim, seemingly apprehensive. With a cold snort, he lifted his junior brother, Zhang Xuanxiong, and departed. Zhang Xuanxiong could no longer continue in the competition, and given the severity of his injuries, it would likely take a considerable time for him to recover. Having lost 4 consecutive matches, the outer disciples felt their faces flush with embarrassment. Is this truly the caliber of the previous generation's prodigies? Such terrifying prowess. In the subsequent 5th match, the stage was graced by the personal disciple of Dan Yangzi, Wang Teng. As Wang Teng made his entrance, the outer disciples erupted in cheers once more. Uncle Wang Teng. With Uncle Wang Teng here, we shall surely reclaim a victory. Indeed, Uncle Wang Teng possesses the potential of an emperor. No one can rival him. In the audience, Emperor One covered her red lips, unable to suppress her laughter, especially upon hearing the phrase potential of an emperor, which made it all the more difficult to restrain her smile. Dan Yangzi furrowed his brow in confusion and inquired, Sister Wan, what is it that you find amusing? In nothing. I was just reminded of something rather entertaining, Emperor One replied, laughing heartily, tears streaming down her face. Especially at the thought of Wang Teng being pursued. What a splendid scene. Cold Qianning cast a sidelong glance at Emperor Wan and coolly remarked, laughing out loud in public, what sort of decorum is that? How can you still call yourself an elder of our Qingxuan Sect? Chastised by her senior sister, Emperor Wan quieted down significantly, though she still stifled her laughter behind her hand. Wang Teng's face turned a deep shade of gray. The last thing he wished to hear was the phrase potential of an emperor, for it was those very words that had nearly cost him his life in the underworld Spirit Valley. Each time he dreamt, the memory haunted him, almost giving rise to inner demons. In the audience, Yi Qi and Kuden Ti helped but chuckle. It seems he no longer wishes to hear that title. Lin Zuezu, curious, asked, Uncle, what is it that you and Emperor One are laughing about? Yi Qian beckoned, and Lin Zuezu, sensing the cue, leaned in closer. Upon hearing the tale whispered in her ear, she too burst into laughter. Lin Zuezu covered her cherry lips, exclaiming, I can't believe so much has transpired. Uncle, you are quite mischievous. In a turn of events, one may use another's own tactics against them. Yi Qian'an, shaking the wine gourd in his hand, wore a faint smile as he remarked, Wang Teng is not a virtuous individual. My actions merely serve to mirror his own. Lin Zuezus instinctively nodded in agreement. Although Wang Teng appeared unremarkable, his inner darkness was unmistakable, evident from the fierce competitions among the elite disciples of the various sections. He was ruthless and decisive in his actions. Chapter 80. Who is this weeping at the grave? The figure that emerged was a plump middle-aged man sporting a distinctive handlebar mustache. His gait was unsteady, exuding an air of naivety. He was Zhou Yan, an inner disciple of the Qingxuan Sect, who acknowledged Wang Teng as his master-uncle. Wang Teng cast a scornful glance at Zhou Yan, dismissing him as merely an accomplished Nascent Soul cultivator, attributing his misfortune in facing him to bad luck. As the battle commenced, Wang Teng surged forward, exploiting the significant gap in strength between a late-stage transformation realm cultivator and a perfected Nascent Soul. In mere moments, Zhou Yan was left bloodied on the ground, conceding defeat. The outer disciples erupted in jubilant celebration, their spirits buoyed by Wang Teng's triumph, which instilled a glimmer of hope within them. A peculiar smile crept across Wang Teng's lips. As a modern prodigy of the sect, he was determined not to falter from the very beginning. The seventh match. Holders of the 13th and 14th tokens ascend to the competition platform. Fire Cloudsy's voice rang out sharply after Wang Teng departed. Qian'an glanced at the token in his hand, realizing it was his turn to compete, yet uncertain of whom he would face next. At that moment, a frail-looking man emerged from the crowd, his emaciated form suggesting malnourishment and ill health. Even his speech was interrupted by persistent coughing. Cough, cough, I'm Fantao, a disciple of the inner sect. Cough, cough, I seek your guidance. Qian'an rose and stepped towards the martial arts platform under the watchful eyes of numerous sect disciples. Whispers spread amongst them, revealing that the competitor was none other than Master Yi, leading many to believe that Fantao would soon find himself at a disadvantage. Not necessarily. Fantao has been a prodigy for centuries, and I've heard he's been honing his skills in the Eastern Ling South Prefecture, now having reached the early stage of the returning Void Realm. Indeed, Fantao's prowess had once been second only to Master Lu Lingjiao. After a few more coughs, he weakly addressed Qian'an. Ah, so, it is junior brother Qian'an. Cough, cough, I have long admired your esteemed name. It is an honor to spar with you today. Fantao's gaze steadily intensified as he swung his right hand, revealing a soul banner. Unlike the Emperor's banner, his artifact, the soul guiding banner, was crafted from corpse oil, capable of not only guiding souls, but also causing wounds inflicted to rot and decay. The most formidable aspect of Fantao was his ability to weep at graves. Crying at graves is not merely a ritual, it serves as a formidable combat technique, capable of summoning spirits to aid in battle. Fantao's skills in this art encompass lamentation, filial piety banners, and binding of vengeful souls. These abilities not only inflict direct physical damage upon foes, but also, through the accumulation of resentment, unleash the torment of vengeful spirits, resulting in significant psychological and corporeal harm. Fantao's ultimate technique, the 100 Tombs of Wild Souls, epitomizes his prowess, through intense sorrow and wailing. He can instill immense psychological pressure and tangible damage across a wide area. In addition to his offensive capabilities, Fantao possesses a degree of defensive and evasive skills. This object is not the legendary banner of 10,000 souls as you all presume, but rather an ordinary soul guiding banner. I advise against idle speculation, as I am, after all, a practitioner of the righteous path. Ahem. Fantao cleared his throat twice, raised his gaze to meet Qian's, his lips slightly parted, his gaunt visage betraying a hint of coldness. Lament, lament, as the wails commence, the living shall weaken. Yi Shidi, are you prepared? Qian took a sip from his wine, approached the arena, and bowed respectfully to Fantao. I am Qian, disciple of the esteemed Qingjing Peak, seeking your guidance. Beat him. Commended Impel Yunven, gesticulating animatedly. Qian, strike him hard. I have harbored disdain for him since centuries ago. Today, avenge your master-uncle. With a mournful expression, Fantao replied, Master-uncle, that was centuries ago. Why do you still hold a grudge? Centuries prior, Fantao's lamentations had echoed throughout the Qingxuan Sect, rousing the slumbering Emperor Junwan, who thereafter bore a grudge against him. Each encounter inevitably resulted in a thrashing. With a serious demeanor, Fantao declared, I am but a practitioner of grave lamentation. Yi Shidi, I feel the tears welling up. Qian raised his wine gourd, casting a sidelong glance at the already weeping Fantao, noticing the swirling black mist surrounding him. Is this ominous energy? Qian took another hearty swig of wine, feeling it was time to proceed, and hung the wine gourd back at his waist, his fingers slightly raised, pointing skyward. Observing that Qian had not summoned his celestial sword, Fan Tao deemed him somewhat audacious and let out a piercing wail. "Oh, how unfortunate I am. For 300 years, I have endured. Today, I must become a candidate for the sect leader. I am truly wretched." Fan Tao knelt upon the ground, weeping uncontrollably. "Shitty, I am in such despair. Please allow your elder brother just one strike. Just one." His cries, although seemingly tuneless, possessed an excruciatingly piercing quality. The disciples on either side, upon hearing his lament, inexplicably found themselves empathizing with some already shedding tears. Listening to the heart-wrenching wails, Lung Qian'an furrowed her brows, remarking, "Even after 3 centuries, this fellow remains as he was, exuding a headache-inducing aura." The reason Fang Tao ascended to become the renowned prodigy lies primarily in the haunting resonance of his cries, which not only evoke empathy from his adversaries, but also tug at the emotional strings of others. This is where his true menace resides. Beneath the fervent wails, a multitude of souls is summoned, enabling him to wield the soul-guiding banner to manipulate and vanquish his foes. Observing that Qian'an had ceased his movements, Fang Tao launched himself forward, the banner poised to strike at Qian'an's neck. Qian'an parted his lips slightly, uttering sword radiance descend. Suddenly, the once clear sky, akin to a tranquil sea, was engulfed by tumultuous thunderclouds, and without warning, a cerulean sword beam cascaded down from a mist. Fang Tao, worthy of his title as a prodigy, instinctively twisted his ankle upon sensing the chilling brilliance, using the sharp pain to halt his advance. Maintaining distance from Qian'an, he deftly realigned his ankle. Such decisive action is a rarity even among the ranks of the Qingxuan Sect. Fang Tao clutched the soul-guiding banner tightly, continuing to weep. "Oh, woe is me. How unfortunate I am. I was so close to success." In Chapter 81, as peach blossoms swirl and sword beams arise, leaves fall like the transition of winter to spring. Qian'an nodded with a faint smile, realizing so. He harnesses his cries to extract the souls of his opponents for his own use, or to control them entirely. Brother Fang Tao truly possesses remarkable skills. However, you shall not seize control over my soul. At this declaration, Fang Tao's cries grew even louder. As his voice echoed, an array of purple-black souls suddenly manifested upon the arena. Among these, Qian'an recognized several, including Qin Wuyan, one of the 5 venoms from the Luoha sect, and Zhou Tong, who had previously slandered him. The surrounding disciples gazed in astonishment at the sudden appearance of the souls, their curiosity piqued by Fang Tao's prowess. It was astonishing that Uncle Fang Tao could summon the deceased. Surely, that must be Zhou Tong. She hasn't departed from the sect? How terrifying! If one were to confront him, they might find themselves under the control of their own soul before a single strike was exchanged. What thoughts might Elder Yi have upon encountering Zhou Tong once more? Qian'an furrowed his brow, gazing at the almost fully formed soul of Zhou Tong, her visage bereft of its former spirit. "Sister Zhou Tong, it was Master Danyang who ended your life. Now, let me personally guide your soul through the realms beyond." With a decisive movement of his finger, Qian'an cast his gaze toward the distant sky, a radiant smile gracing his face. "Rise, sword!" As his command resonated, countless peach blossoms and fallen leaves ascended within the sect, swirling in a frenzy of pink petals that coalesced into a towering vortex over 100 meters high. Within this tempest, the petals seemed to be animated by some unseen force, transforming into myriad celestial swords, their blades shimmering with resplendent light. Swordsmanship of the utmost caliber? As the words fell, the mountains were instantly adorned with fluttering peach blossoms. Qian, with a single stroke of his sword, summoned the blossoms of the entire mountain, effortlessly resisting the onslaught of countless restless souls. In the square of the sect, petals danced in the air as Qian cleaved through the floral torrent with another strike. Though it was spring, his sword seemed to invite the chill of frost. The blossoms swirled like a tempest, their descent akin to the transition of winter into spring. Qian, unfastening the wine gourd from his waist, felt a surge of poetic inspiration and eagerly took a hearty sip. He then proclaimed, "The autumn wind is a sword. Decaying wood is a sword. Clouds and mist are swords. In this vast expanse of heaven and earth, nothing is unworthy of becoming a sword." With a carefree smile, Qian pointed his right index finger toward the ethereal mist, unleashing a more dazzling sword light that not only shattered the souls of his adversaries, including Zhou Tong, but also sent Fan Tao's body flying 100 meters away. Witnessing the spectacle, many disciples of the sect halted in their tracks. An elderly man, his hair and beard as white as snow, cast a glance at Lung Qianning and sighed. Such a prodigy of heaven is destined to depart from us in the future. What a pity. Throughout the encounter, Lung Qianning squinted her eyes. Although she remained silent, she understood that Yi Qian would ultimately leave the Qingxuan Sect. Initially, she had intended to use her position as the chief elder to bind him, aspiring for him to become the sect's leader and remain forever. Yet, witnessing the grandeur of his swordsmanship once more, her heart wavered. The ensuing sparring was not fierce, as most participants were either Yuanying or Huashan cultivators, with the majority being inner disciples at the Yuanying stage. Lin Shuizhu, who had thought herself fated to remain distant from the elders, was taken aback by her own success. She not only defeated a peak Yuanying cultivator, but also astonished everyone with her sword dance. I did it, Lin Shuizhu exclaimed, her delicate features glowing with excitement. To enter the top 10 signified her ascension to the rank of elder, and if she made it to the top 5, she would be granted a territory to recruit disciples, an aspiration she had long cherished, now fulfilled. Rushing to Yi Qian, her face beaming with joy, she said, "Uncle Master, I have succeeded. I am now an elder of the sect." Yi Qian smiled gently, ruffling her hair with his right hand, and softly replied, "I have always said, as long as the universe is in flux, no one can predict the outcome." Lin Shuizhu's cheeks flushed, her youthful lips parting slightly as she asked, "Uncle Master, do you have time this evening? I have prepared a fine wine I wish to share with you." Upon hearing the mention of good wine, Yi Qian readily accepted and arranged to meet at the Huai Shui Bamboo Pavilion. Wang Tong observed Yi Qian's retreating figure, his eyes brimming with envy and jealousy. Why did all these women gravitate around Yi Qian? Did he possess no charm of his own? It was simply unfair, as Wang Tong's forehead bore several dark lines. His teeth nearly crumbled from the pressure. He spoke each word with deliberate intensity. "Yi Qian, do not be anxious. As long as the young master of the Divine Sword Sect arrives, not even you, let alone your master, can guarantee your safety." Following the conclusion of the first round, a respite of 3 incense sticks was granted. The defeated disciples would engage in individual duels to determine the final 10 placements. Once the 3 incense sticks had passed, the second round of elder battles commenced, aimed at selecting the top 6. Among you 11, one shall receive a bye and directly enter the top 6, while the remaining 10 will face off in pairs according to the draw. As Dan Yangzi's voice echoed, suddenly, a radiant light appeared upon the battle platform, forming a blue token of considerable size, half a zhang in height. As it floated, the tokens held by the 11 prodigies, including Yi Qian, seemed to respond to a call, instantly departing their hands and racing towards the token to merge into it, utilizing a sect's secret technique to obscure the heavenly mechanisms. The aim was to ensure fairness. Even I cannot interfere with the token within, so you may rest assured. Now, gather all and select your sequences. Wang Tong and the others also employed their spiritual senses to extract their tokens. Upon seeing the corresponding numbers in their hands, they each announced their positions. "I am number 8. Lu Lingjiao smiled charmingly, declaring, "Number 3. Zhou raised his token, exclaiming cheerfully, "Number 6. Qi Hun stated calmly, "Number 1. Lin Zuzha sighed deeply as she glanced at the jade slip in her hand, saying, "It seems my good fortune has run out. I am Lin Zuzha's, number 10. Every disciple, upon receiving their tokens, promptly voiced their sequences while scanning the surroundings for the disciple receiving a bye. After all had proclaimed their placements, the collective gaze fixated on Yi Qian, for he was the only one who had remained silent. Lowering his eyes, Yi Qian glanced at the token in his hand, discovering it bore no inscription, indicating that he could advance to the top 6 without incident. Chapter 82. Young Master of the Divine Sword Sect, Lu Yang. Wang Tong, observing the fortunate Yi Qian, felt a surge of resentment, vexed that such good fortune consistently favored him. However, Yi Qian remained unperturbed by the matter. Raising his wine gourd towards Lung Qianning, he performed a respectful gesture and turned to leave the sect's competition stage. As they watched Yi Qian's retreating figure, many prodigies wore expressions of indignation, internally cursing him countless times. How excessively arrogant, simply intolerable. Lin Zuzha glanced at her token, then at her departing senior, promptly stating, "Sect Master, I recognize my inferiority against these prodigies, so I wish to forfeit." Lung Qianning did not refuse, acknowledging that making it into the top 10 was already a considerable achievement. The remaining majority were cultivators of the transformation stage and returning void. rendering Lin Zuzhu's nascent soul cultivation insufficient to contend with them. Lin Zuzhu set down the token in her hand, turned around, and hastened towards the direction in which Master Yi had departed. Dan Yangzi furrowed his brow and remarked, "To give up before the contest even commences is clearly an attempt to leave with Yi Qian. How can one concede? It is the right of the individual. Yet one should not challenge the nascent soul directly to the return to the void realm. Why not challenge the great ascension directly instead?" Di Junwan curled her lip in response, retorting, "Dan Yangzi, your statement is flawed. This competition is primarily about exchange and learning. How can one falter merely because the opponent is formidable? We are practitioners of the way. If we cower due to differences in realms, will we not be ridiculed by the world?" Di Junwan remained unfazed, asserting that cultivators should live unburdened, doing as they please. If they were to be ensnared by mundane concerns, what purpose would their cultivation serve? They might as well lie at home and sleep peacefully. In Qingxuan town, at the Zue Xianglu, the matron personally stepped out to greet visitors, her plump cheeks blooming like chrysanthemums. "Oh, Master Yi, what brings you here so early today?" Yi Qian produced a low-grade spirit stone from his pocket and casually remarked, "I've heard that Zue Xianglu has brewed a fine daughter's red, and I came specifically to sample it." The matron smiled. "Your information is indeed well informed. Please come inside. I will arrange for someone to bring it to you." As it was daytime, the Zue Xianglu was not crowded. Only a few scattered patrons were savoring the newly released fine wines. It was only at night that the establishment would be bustling with guests. The auspicious beast perched on Yi Qian's shoulder, raised its noble head, sniffed the aromatic air, and murmured, "Humans are truly peculiar. Why do you delight in such things?" "Thus, you are not human," Yi Qian replied, playfully flicking the beast's forehead. He then led Lin Zuzhu to the second floor, casually selecting a spot to sit and prepare to savor the exquisite flavors of the wine. The set competition would last at least 3 hours, providing ample time to enjoy the delights of Zue Xianglu. As the dancers of Zue Xianglu noticed the arrival of guests, they promptly emerged to perform, strumming their harps to entertain the esteemed patrons. The harmonious notes of the harp resonated as sunlight piercing through clouds, illuminating the innermost corners of the heart, imparting boundless warmth and solace. The harp's tones, as delicate as silk, gently caressed the spirit, ensnaring one in the enchanting and picturesque melody. After a while, just as Yi Qian and his companions were about to order some fine wine, a white figure slowly appeared at the staircase, gracefully ascending to the second floor. The man was clad in a flowing white robe, his long black hair cascading elegantly. His demeanor was regal, his presence extraordinary, exuding an otherworldly charm, quintessential to the allure of a cultivator. After the figure cloaked in white ascended the stairs, his gaze gradually swept across the surroundings before he made his way to the window side. Moments later, amidst numerous stairs, he paused beside the table where Yi Qian sat. "My friend, may I take a seat here?" The man in the flowing white robe smiled at Yi Qian, yet despite his polite inquiry, he unceremoniously plopped down opposite him. The spirit beast promptly leapt into Yi Qian's embrace, baring its teeth and eyeing the man warily. Yi Qian, composed and amiable, placed his wine cup down and lifted his head, casting a curious glance at the stranger. Although they were unfamiliar, he could sense a formidable spiritual power emanating from him. A cultivator at the Nascent Soul stage? Ye win muset subli. The white-robed man shrugged and glanced at the wine jar before Yi Qian, nodding appreciatively. "Indeed, my friend, you possess a free-spirited nature. Having reached the threshold of the Nascent Soul stage, you still show interest in mortal wine." Yi Qian felt no apprehension. From the fluctuations of spiritual energy, it was clear that the man was merely an early-stage nascent soul cultivator. Such a youthful practitioner must be a notable figure from the West Nyohazhou. The white-robed man toyed with his wine cup before raising his gaze to Yi Qian, stating, "I have come with a request for your assistance." "What is it?" Yi Qian narrowed his eyes, his own spiritual energy beginning to circulate slowly. The visitor clearly bore ill intentions, and judging by his demeanor, it was evident he was not here to forge a friendship. "Your head," the white-robed man replied, lifting his gaze slowly, his tone apathetic. "I am Lu Yang, the Vice Master of the Divine Sword Sect in West Nyohazhou. I have come today to seek justice." "What?" "He is Lu Yang, the Vice Master of the Divine Sword Sect." Yewin Iklamit Inyardli. He had heard of him. Although over 300 years old, his cultivation had reached the nascent soul stage, making him a renowned genius throughout West Nyohazhou. As soon as Lu Liang's words fell, the sound of clattering wine cups echoed as shock rippled through the crowd. Yi Qian remained unperturbed, casually saying, "Shuezhu, please take the spirit beast back to the sect." "Are you calling for help?" Lu Liang displayed no hint of concern. After all, such matters were trivial to him. Regardless of whether Yi Qian sought assistance, today, he must perish here. The Qingxuan Sect indeed wielded considerable strength in the East Ling South Prefecture, but in West Nyohazhou, they were mere bottom dwellers. Even a casual elder from the Divine Sword Sect could obliterate the Qingxuan Sect. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Lin Shuezhu embraced the spirit beast and departed from the Zue Xiang building, soaring towards the direction of the sect. Yi Qian drained the wine jar before him in one go and flicked his fingers forward. A unique burst of energy surged toward Lu Liang. A genius at the threshold of the Nascent Soul stage, indeed. However, compared to a true Nascent Soul, this power is truly inadequate. Chapter 83. Proudly shrouded in mist. Fragrance of blossoms and fruits. Lu Liang smiled faintly, then noticed a subtle movement of his fingers. In an instant, the formidable force before him vanished into thin air. Along with it, the figure of Yi Qian, who had been seated before him, also disappeared. Gazing at the now absent Yi Qian, Lu Liang remarked, "Do you truly believe you can escape my five-finger mountain?" Proudly shrouded in mist. The fragrance of blossoming fruits shall reveal to you the authentic techniques of the proud mountain staff. Should you perish under the staff bestowed by my master, consider it a stroke of fortune. With a flick of his right hand, a staff of resplendent golden red materialized within his palm. Yet, he did not hasten to pursue. Instead, he drained the cup of fine wine and slowly rose, casting his gaze in the direction Yi Qian had fled, a faint, cold smile gracing his lips. "You cannot escape. Young one, this place lies hundreds of kilometers from the Qingxuan Sect, and your return shall not be so simple. Furthermore, even if you manage to reach the Qingxuan Sect, none would dare confront my Divine Sword Sect." Lu Liang smiled slightly, a hint of intrigue sparkling in his faintly red eyes. With deliberate steps, he advanced forward, his figure vanishing like a specter. Witnessing the sudden disappearance of both figures, the patrons of the Zue Xiang building stood agape, astonished that the young master of the Divine Sword Sect had personally ventured to Dongling's South Prefecture, and moreover, had sought out Yi Qian. It seemed this matter would prove troublesome. They were doomed. Although Yi Qian was a prodigy of the Qingxuan Sect, the disparity between him and Lu Liang, the young master of the Divine Sword Sect, was akin to that between heaven and earth. This time, he had encountered a formidable challenge. A faint sigh echoed through the crowd. 1,000 miles away in Qingxuan town, towering peaks embraced the sky, while vibrant flowers adorned the mountainsides, swaying gracefully in the breeze, captivating the heart and soul. Between the valleys, streams babbled and waterfalls cascaded, creating breathtaking landscapes that left onlookers in awe. At that moment, a gentle laughter suddenly resonated from a short distance ahead. There, atop one of the peaks, stood Lu Liang, clad in a silver robe, arms crossed. His icy gaze filled with a hint of mockery as he looked at Yi Qian. Observing the surrounding scenery, Lu Liang said casually, "I am quite surprised that you did not return to your sect, but instead came here. Do you consider this place your final resting ground?" Ye Ving, standing on the precipice of the void, smiled and replied, "The resting ground of whom remains to be seen." At this, Lu Liang lost his patience and directly declared, "Yi Qian, you should never have entangled yourself with Nailan Shui. In 10 years, there will be a grand dual cultivation ceremony between Nailan Shui and myself, at which time, I shall personally present your head to her." Yi Qian paid no heed to Lu Liang's delusions, retrieving the fine wine gifted to him by his master, Lung Qianqing. Despite the difference in their cultivation levels, it mattered little to Yi Qian. Observing Yi Qian indulging in his drink, Lu Liang's patience waned further. He had heard of the Qingxuan Sect's prodigy, Yi Qian, elevating his abilities through the art of wine. However, Lu Liang regarded this with disdain. What capability could a mere drunkard possess? Before the esteemed young master of the Divine Sword Sect, he was nothing but refuse. Lu Liang brandished the staff in his hand, pointing it angrily at Yi Qian, and declared, "Child, are you prepared to meet your demise?" Yi Qian drained the spirits left in the wine jar, wiped the remnants from the corner of his mouth, and glanced at the staff in Lu Liang's grasp, a mocking smile playing on his lips as he said, "How amusing it is that the young master of the Divine Sword Sect resorts to using a staff instead of sword. Foolish child, Lu Yang replied coolly. This technique was imparted to me by my revered master. How could you, a mere commoner, possibly comprehend it? The technique of pride of ally, fragrance of fruits, and the one stick that calms the seas. You may not have heard of it, but allow me to enlighten you that it is a technique from the noble country of Ally in the Eastern Victory Divine Continent. Ally? Yi Qian raised an eyebrow, admitting he had not heard of it. However, from Lu Yang's proud demeanor, it was evident that Ally held a position of unparalleled strength in the Eastern Victory Divine Continent. Otherwise, how could this prodigy exhibit such arrogance? Yi Qian gradually grew serious, for his opponent was none other than the young master of the Divine Sword Sect in the Western Bulhezu, whose strength could not be underestimated. Draw your sword. Suddenly, Lu Yang pointed to the heavens, and with a swift motion of his right hand, the celestial sword transformed into dozens of blades, each exhibiting a different hue. The multitude of swords whirled rapidly, their combined sword aura tearing apart everything in their vicinity, creating a colossal vortex that reached a height of over 100 meters. Enveloping 1,000 zhang radius, Lu Yang lifted his gaze, observing the celestial sword surrounding him, and let out a sinister chuckle. A mere child in the returning void dares to provoke a formidable being of the harmonization stage. You truly know not the heights of heaven or depths of earth. Today, allow me to personally escort you to your end, with no intention of playing around. Lu Yang's right hand bulged with veins as he transformed into a streak of radiant light, hurtling toward Yi Qian. Just before reaching Yi Qian, he forcefully swung the staff in his hand, tearing apart the very fabric of space. Ye Wien, Somahat Languid, shrugged and glanced at the empty wine jar he had just drained. He casually untied the wine gourd at his waist, tilting it back for a hearty drink before smiling languidly. The smoke of the candle may extinguish, but my sword can slay immortals. With a flicker of sword light, the blade surged forward like a blazing sun. In his inebriated state, Yi Qian slowly raised his head, his aura surging as he effortlessly swung the celestial sword toward Lu Yang's staff. At the moment of contact, the air before them came to an abrupt standstill. Even the falling leaves were suspended mid-air under the weight of this energy. The previously tumultuous space fell into an extraordinary calm, not silence, but rather. The forces of both combatants suppressed all living things within the vicinity, including gentle breezes and drifting leaves. Soon, this energy rippled through the air, rapidly expanding in a frenzy. In the realm within 100 zhang, the mountains and rivers appeared vastly different. At the moment of contact with this potent energy, they erupted spectacularly, with countless colossal stones cascading down, bestowing this place with an awe-inspiring spectacle. After sensing the spiritual energy within the other party, Lu Yang instinctively retreated a few steps, his expression indifferent as he remarked, "Your sword intent surprisingly matches my Rui staff. Could it be that you hail from the Eastern Victory Divine Continent?" Lu Yang's countenance grew anxious. The ability to unleash such formidable sword intent could not possibly exist within the entirety of the Eastern Ling Southern Prefecture. The figure before him, Yi Qian, could either be from the Western Bulhazhou or the Eastern Victory Divine Continent. Otherwise, how could he withstand the Rui staff that is a legacy of the proud Ally Kingdom? This was utterly implausible. Chapter 84. Lu Yang. Could it be that you're the prodigy of the Drunken God Sect? Lu Yang gazed at Yi Qian in his inebriated state, his mind racing until a sudden realization struck him. He looked up in astonishment, exclaiming, "Could it be that you are the prodigy of the Drunken God Sect from the Eastern Victory Divine Continent?" The mention of the Drunken God Sect left Yi Qian somewhat bewildered. Is there truly a Drunken God Sect within the Eastern Victory Divine Continent? How peculiar. Noticing Yi Qian's silence, Lu Yang's imagination spiraled wildly. He recalled hearing about the Drunken God Sect from his master, who spoke of it as an exceedingly secretive sect, where disciples found joy in drinking and enhanced their strength through the spiritual energy contained within the wine. The disciples themselves were elusive, seldom seen, and little was known about their whereabouts, save for the fact that the sect was immensely powerful, with the sect leader possessing strength rivaling that of a sage. Lu Yang grew increasingly anxious, considering the other's exceptional drinking ability and the capacity to utilize wine to elevate his swordsmanship. He fell into deep contemplation. If indeed Yi Qian was a disciple of the Drunken God Sect, then should he kill him today, the entire Divine Sword Sect, or rather the entire realm of the Divine Sword Sect within Western Bulhazhou, would likely face annihilation. Swallowing hard, Lu Liang retracted his Rui staff and inquired once more. Are you truly a disciple of the Drunken God Sect? Yi Qian, taken aback by the question, had never before heard of such a sect. However, it was evident from Lu Liang's expression that the Drunken God Sect was indeed a formidable power. Otherwise, the young master of the Divine Sword Sect would not exhibit such fear. Yi Qian, adopting a nonchalant demeanor, replied, "So what if I am? And so what if I am not?" Upon hearing this, Lu Liang was understandably alarmed, his thoughts racing as he cursed the maid, Cui Ling, 1,000 times in his mind, vowing to make her pay upon his return. Without delay, Lu Liang hastily bowed and said, "My friend, it is all a misunderstanding." Misunderstanding? Yi Qian raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with indifference as he retorted, "You wish to slay me without cause, and you call this a misunderstanding? In a realm of cultivation, strength is indeed paramount, but one's background transcends mere power. If a Qi refining period cultivator has a grandfather who is the ruler of a top-tier cultivation nation, then even a nascent soul cultivator would have to address him as young master upon meeting. Should you dare to take his life, an unimaginable pursuit shall await you. And even with the might of the Divine Sword Sect, you would appear as feeble as an ant before the Drunken God Sect. With but a single strike, they could annihilate the entire Divine Sword Sect." At that moment, the cold and aloof cold Qian'an, accompanied by the Empress, materialized on the scene, their gazes fixating on the young master of the Divine Sword Sect, Lu Liang, with a glimmer of icy disdain in their eyes. Cold Qian'an, her tone laced with detachment, inquired, "Young master Lu Liang, why have you come to our Qingxuan Sect to harm my disciple?" Lu Liang cast a sidelong glance at Yi Qian, his thoughts swirling. Could it be that cold Qian'an's disciple is not who I presumed? That seems unlikely. The sword intent just now contained the essence of the Tao, a feat only achievable by disciples of the Drunken God Sect. I have yet to witness anyone else capable of such prowess. Standing tall, Lu Liang replied, "Dear friend, there is no need for alarm. It was all a misunderstanding." Misunderstanding? Cold Qian'an's brows furrowed as she surveyed the shattered Qiong Mountain, the remnants of their power surrounding them. It was hard to believe this was merely a misunderstanding. Lu Liang shrugged and addressed cold Qian'an. "I have heard that your prodigious talent, Yi Qian, has reached the half-step integration realm at merely 20 years of age. Hence, I came here to engage in a friendly spar." Cold Qian'an regarded Yi Qian, realizing the gravity of his noble identity. Should he perish here, the Divine Sword Sect would undoubtedly seek vengeance. Given the current capabilities of the Qingxuan Sect, they could not withstand the retribution of the Thunder Calamity Elder from the Divine Sword Sect. Lu Liang's demise would spell disaster for the entire Qingxuan Sect. Understanding his master's concerns, Yi Qian diplomatically interjected, "Master, what young master Lu Liang says is true. Our encounter is merely a simple exchange, nothing to fret over." As he spoke, Yi Qian waved his right hand, causing the sword intent in the air to dissipate. Though seemingly innocuous, this intent possessed the power to obliterate even those at the nascent soul stage in an instant. Witnessing Yi Qian's capabilities, Lu Liang silently exhaled, further convinced that this individual must indeed be a disciple of the Drunken God Sect. It would be prudent not to provoke him. Yi Qian gently rested his hand on Lu Liang's shoulder, saying, "Coincidentally, our Qingxuan Sect is currently holding a selection for elders. Since you possess such refined interests, why not observe the proceedings? Is that appropriate?" Lu Liang raised his head, awkwardly rubbing his nose. He yearned to return and ascertain Yi Qian's identity. If he were not a disciple of the Drunken God Sect, then he must eradicate the entire Qingxuan Sect. However, if he truly was a disciple, then, as the young master of the Divine Sword Sect, he would have to show him the utmost respect, perhaps even leveraging this relationship in the future. Under Yi Qian's firm insistence, Lu Liang had no choice but to acquiesce, following the latter as they soared towards the Qingxuan Sect. As Lung Qian'an and the Emperor's Lord exchanged glances, they were equally perplexed by the sudden shift in attitude of the young master of the Divine Sword Sect. With her delicate brows slightly furrowed, Lung Qian'an sought clarity on the situation. She parted her cherry lips and sent a sound transmission. "Disciple, what has transpired? Why has Lu Liang's demeanor towards you changed so drastically?" Yi Qian'an did not conceal anything and recounted the recent events to her revered master, Lung Qian'an. Upon learning that Lu Liang had mistakenly regarded Yi Qian'an as a disciple of the Drunken God Sect, Lung Qian'an was momentarily taken aback. Although she had not previously heard of the Drunken God Sect, She could discern from Lu Yang's respectful manner that it undoubtedly surpassed all the cultivation nations and sects of the Western Yohazhou. She hoped that the truth could remain concealed. Should Lu Yang uncover any clues, it might spell disaster for the entire Qingxuan Sect, and even lead to a complete massacre within its ranks. Upon returning to the sect, Wang Teng was engaged in combat with Zhou Tsang. Armed with an exquisite celestial sword and the treasures bestowed upon him by Dan Yangzi, he achieved victory after a mere 100 exchanges. At that moment, Wang Teng noticed Lu Liang, the young master of the Divine Sword Sect, standing beside Yi Qian'an. Previously, during their time in the Yao Ming Spirit Valley, the maid Cooling had shown him a portrait of Lu Liang and had promised to inform him of this matter. He intended to leverage Lu Liang's influence to personally suppress the prodigy Yi Qian'an. Chapter 85 depicted Wang Teng's astonishment. He found it perplexing. Logically, Lu Liang should have come to eliminate Yi Qian'an, yet he seemed devoid of any such intentions. As the group descended, the elders and the sect leader of Qingxian hurried over to bow respectfully to Lu Liang. We pay our respects to young master Lu Liang. Given Lu Yang's esteemed status as the young master of the Divine Sword Sect, the elders felt compelled to show reverence. In the past, Lu Liang would not have even spared them a glance. However, considering Yi Qian'an, he merely nodded nonchalantly, saying, "You need not be so formal. My visit today is solely to meet with Dao Friend Yi. Please, continue with your competition." Dan Yangzi stroked his pale beard and gestured for him to take a seat. Smiling as he said, "Young master, please have a seat." With an impassive expression, Lu Liang nodded slightly and casually chose a chair to sit down. "Disciple, you should return and change your attire. The competition is not yet over, and it won't be long before you are called to the stage," Lung Qianning advised thoughtfully. Understood. Yi Qian'an responded with a nod towards his master, then soared towards the direction of Qingjing Peak while sending a message to his master, urging her not to disclose any sect matters to Lu Liang. Lung Qianning was no fool. She recognized the significance of the situation. It was imperative to stall Lu Liang while also conveying the mystery surrounding Yi Qian'an's identity. As anticipated, after Yi Qian'an departed, Lu Liang turned around. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Dao Friend Lung Qianning, "Might I inquire if Dao Friend Yi has been raised within the Qingxuan sect since childhood?" Lung Qianning replied calmly, "Indeed. However, Qian joined the sect at the tender age of 3, and we remain unaware of his familial lineage." 3 years old, Lu Liang stroked his chin, his expression darkening, as he silently mused. "It seems my master once mentioned a prodigy from the Drunken God sect who exhibited extraordinary talent at the age of 3, yet mysteriously vanished thereafter. Could it be that Yi Qian truly is that prodigy, sent here for trials by the elders of his sect?" The young master of the Divine Sword Sect gazed at the retreating figure of Yi Qian, deciding it prudent to refrain from any confrontation until he had gathered more information. Upon returning, he would investigate further. If Yi Qian were indeed toying with him, he would not hesitate to make his displeasure known, for the existence of the entire Qingxian sect would then be rendered unnecessary. At that moment, Wang Teng approached, bowing respectfully before Lu Liang. "I am Wang Teng, a prodigy of the Qingxian sect, and I greet you, young master." "You are Wang Teng?" Lu Liang recalled hearing the name from the maid Cooling, noting that he was said to be second only to Yi Qi and among the young talents, and was destined to advance to the upper sect for training. "I have heard of you. It is said you possess the potential of an emperor. Is that not so?" Wang Teng's face turned ashen, his lips twitching. He wished to retort, but suppressed his anger upon considering Lu Yang's status. The last thing he wanted to hear was that his disciple Wang Teng had the potential of an emperor. "Young master, you jest. I am but a mere transformation realm cultivator, a fleeting presence before a true prodigy, such as yourself. What is it you desire?" Lu Liang cast a sideways glance at Wang Teng, who he recognized as a sycophant. Lu Liang had always held disdain for such characters. Wang Teng cautiously glanced at Lung Qianning before inquiring, "Might we speak further in private?" Lu Liang, somewhat impatient, lifted his gaze to meet Wang Teng's pleading eyes, deciding to entertain whatever it was he wished to convey. Every gesture of theirs was keenly observed by Lung Qianning, the senior sister of the sect. She understood better than anyone the character of her junior brother, and surely his disciple mirrored that nature. Wang Teng led Lu Liang to a more secluded spot and directly asked, "Senior, why do you not eliminate Yi Qian, the young master of the Divine Sword Sect?" Lu Liang frowned, glancing around to ensure Yi Qian was not present. He then stared intently at Wang Teng and exclaimed, "What are you insinuating? The younger generation does not comprehend. Shouldn't your purpose today be to eliminate Yi Qian? After all, he is currently with the fair maiden, Nailan Shui, at the Huai Shui Bamboo Pavilion. Are you not her betrothed? Lu Yang's countenance darkened, and lowering his voice, he replied, "This matter does not concern you. If that is your sole reason for approaching me, I shall take my leave." Wang Teng mistakenly believed Lu Liang was fearful of Lung Qianing, and he spoke bluntly. "Senior Lu Liang, I can lure Yi Qian out. With your strength, it should be a simple task to slay him." As Wang Teng elaborated on his meticulous plan, the crisp sound of applause suddenly resonated through the air. Wang Teng collapsed on the ground, clutching his swollen cheek, gazing incredulously at Lu Liang, the young master of the Divine Sword Sect. This fellow had the audacity to strike him in public. "Young master, what are you doing?" Lu Liang furrowed his brow and said, "Are you truly unaware or merely pretending not to know the true identity of Yi Qian?" True identity? Wang Teng was momentarily bewildered. He only knew that Yi Qian was a disciple of the Qingxuan Sect, but nothing beyond that. Could it be that Yi Qian hailed from a prominent family? Witnessing Wang Teng's ignorance, Lu Liang was incensed. How could such a person expect him to act? Lowering his voice, Lu Liang continued, "Yi Qian very likely comes from the Eastern Victory Divine Continent." What? Wang Teng exclaimed in astonishment. The surrounding disciples turned their gazes toward this revelation, casting puzzled looks at Wang Teng, wondering what had caused such an outburst. Realizing he had lost his composure, Wang Teng quickly covered his mouth. But his heart was filled with shock and bewilderment regarding Yi Qian. Lu Liang glanced at Wang Teng and calmly stated, "I will personally investigate this matter. If Yi Qian deceives me again, I will ensure he pays dearly. However, if what he claims is true, I must engage with him." At this juncture, Lu Liang's expression visibly shifted. The implications of this situation were immensely significant to him. Establishing a good rapport with a disciple of the Drunken God sect would undoubtedly benefit the sect immensely. Conversely, if Yi Qian was indeed deceiving him, then even if he possessed 1,000 lives, he would ensure Yi Qian's complete annihilation. That is impossible. Yi Qian is merely a sect disciple. He certainly has no ties to the Eastern Victory Divine Continent. "Young master, you must be mistaken," Wang Teng interjected firmly, utterly disbelieving that Yi Qian had any other identity. "I will ascertain the truth of this matter. For now, it is perhaps best not to act against him. If there is no connection between the Eastern Victory Divine Continent and Yi Qian, then I shall make him wish he were never born." Listening to Lu Yang's words, a sense of impulsive disbelief surged within Wang Teng. He had not anticipated that the esteemed young master of the Divine Sword Sect would exhibit such trepidation. If he were in Lu Yang's position, Yi Qian would never have lived to see this day. Lu Liang shot a glance at Wang Teng before turning to resume his seat, preparing to observe the ensuing competition while contemplating Yi Qian's swordsmanship. The Divine Sword Sect, as a premier sect in the western Yohuzhou, was renowned for its disciples who practiced the art of the celestial sword. And Lu Liang himself had mastered swordplay from a young age. Yet, Yi Qian's swordsmanship imparted a sense of transcendent mastery, even while inebriated. This exceptional talent was anything but ordinary. Were he to voice this, few would likely believe it. At this moment, Yi Qian had already changed into a fresh set of clothes and noticed the slap mark on Wang Teng's face. With a smile, he remarked, "Brother Wang Teng, it appears you have encountered some misfortune during your Qi training, leaving your face rather swollen." Wang Teng immediately covered his reddened cheek, glaring at Yi Qian with indignation. "Yi Qian, do not take pleasure in my misfortune. I merely bumped into a wall, resulting in this swollen visage." "Ah, the wall you encountered must have been the slap wall," Yi Qian replied, glancing at the imprint on Wang Teng's face with a smirk before turning to sit down in a chair. He had also learned about the incident from their master. Yi Qian's brows furrowed slightly as he gently swirled the teacup in his hands, devoid of any visible expression. If Lu Liang were to discover the truth, the entire Qingxuan sect would undoubtedly be implicated. However, should he choose to eliminate Lu Liang now, the Divine Sword Sect would not let the matter rest, and they might very well retaliate against the Qingxuan Sect directly. Given Lu Liang's strength, it would likely take him nearly a decade to thoroughly investigate this matter. If Yi Qian could advance from a half-step to the true immortal realm within that time, he would have a chance to contend with the Divine Sword Sect. After all, upon reaching the true immortal stage, one's spiritual energy transforms into immortal energy, leading to a level of power beyond ordinary comprehension. After the incense had burned for a while, the 6 contenders had emerged successfully. They were Yi Qian, Lu Lingjiao, Qi Hun, Wang Teng, Zhou Yuyan, and Li Qinghe. Among these, apart from Yi Qian and Wang Tong, the other four were prodigies from 3 centuries ago, all at the void returning realm, making them exceptionally formidable. Among the 6, only Wang Tong was at the late stage of the spirit transformation realm, a significant achievement in itself. Nevertheless, he was determined not to give up, utilizing the magical artifact bestowed by their master, Dan Yangzi, which allowed him to challenge those at the void returning realm. With this artifact, Wang Tong's cultivation saw considerable enhancement, which motivated him to strive for the position of chief elder. Dan Yangzi shrugged and collected the tokens from the participants before redistributing them randomly among the remaining disciples. Yi Qian and the others received the swiftly flying tokens, and upon examining the one in his hand, Yi Qian began to curse. This time, he had drawn the number 1 token, meaning he would be the first to compete. Meanwhile, Wang Tong in the crowd noticed his own token and discovered it was number 2. This indicated that he would face off against Yi Qian. Gazing at the token in his hand, a cold glimmer flickered in Wang Tong's eyes as he lifted his head to where Yi Qian stood. Clenching his fists, he silently vowed, "Yi Qian, you are indeed powerful, but with the artifact bestowed by our master, even those in the mid-void returning realm shall not be my match. Today, I shall ensure your defeat, proving your worth as the sect's holy son." Following the conclusion of the battles, all participants were granted a 2-incense stick break to restore their consumed spiritual energy. At this moment, Wang Tong approached Dan Yangzi, bowing respectfully and saying, "Master, you summoned me." Dan Yangzi slowly opened his eyes, his tone laced with a hint of indifference as he replied, "You should know what to do next, right?" The imperative was clear: defeat Yi Qian at all costs. If the opportunity arose to eliminate him, that would be even better. A flicker of ruthlessness crossed Dan Yangzi's eyes as he placed his high hopes on his disciple, Wang Tong. Listening to his master's reminder, Wang Tong nodded earnestly, assuring that he would seize the opportunity to deal with Yi Qian. For added security, Dan Yangzi produced a special compass from his robe. Although it was no larger than a palm, it displayed contrasting colors of yin and yang while emanating a wildly volatile energy. This was the yin-yang compass. When activated, it could suppress an opponent's cultivation to the late stage of the transformation realm, but each use would consume a significant amount of spiritual energy, so must not be employed frequently. Wang Tong patted his chest and vowed, "Rest assured, Master, I will certainly bring back Yi Qian's head." "Indeed, you are worthy of being my disciple," Dan Yangzi affirmed, stroking his pale beard with a look of satisfaction. "I have faith in you. Persevere." A cold expression flickered across Wang Tong's face. He intended to make Yi Qian pay a price, proving that his reputation as a prodigy was well-deserved and not merely baseless. Lung Qianing, observing the triumphant demeanor of Dan Yangzi and his disciple, realized that he had gifted Wang Tong the yin-yang compass. "Disciple, how confident are you in defeating Wang Tong?" Yi Qian inquired with a smile. Wang Tong is merely at the transformation realm, challenging a half-step integration realm cultivator. Even without saying it, "Master, you must know the outcome," he continued. Lung Qianing was well aware of this, yet the yin-yang compass, belonging to the previous sect master of Qingxuan Sect, her own master, was a life-bound treasure capable of lowering the realms of cultivators below the integration stage. The founding master of Qingxuan Sect, as referred to by Lung Qianing, had once slain a peak returning void expert while at the late stage of the transformation realm, thereby gaining notoriety throughout the Dongling Southern Prefecture. Even cultivators above the integration stage could be drawn into its effects. Hence, Lung Qianing asked about Yi Qian's chances. To ensure his safety, Lung Qianing handed her treasured sword to Yi Qian and softly said, "Let my sword accompany you on your journey." Yi Qian initially intended to decline, but upon witnessing his master's unwavering gaze, he ultimately accepted, responding, "Rest assured, Master, I am fully aware of my path." "As long as you are aware," Lung Qianing replied, taking a sip of tea, her delicate features radiating trust. She nodded subtly. Knowing Yi Qian's temperament, he always acted prudently. His confidence assured her that he had a plan. Chapter 87. Reversing Yin and Yang, Sword Radiance Guiding the Stars. Soon, a stick of incense had burned down. Dan Yangzi, confident in his disciple, declared, "The next battle will be Yi Qian versus Wang Tong." In the audience, Wang Tong suddenly lifted his head, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes as memories of being reprimanded by Yi Qian resurfaced in his mind. A sharp edge appeared in his gaze as he strode onto the combat stage. The mountain breeze tousled his long hair, rendering Wang Tong extraordinarily handsome at that moment, akin to a precious sword, captivating the onlookers with admiration. However, the disciples of the sect did not cheer. Instead, they held their breath, their focus unwaveringly directed towards the dual platform, fearful of misjudging the spectacle of the two sect prodigies' confrontation. By the time Qian'an took the stage, Wang Tong had already been waiting on the platform for quite some time. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, a hint of disdain flickered in his eyes. Qian'an, today I shall demonstrate to you what a true prodigy embodies. After all, the encounters between these two exceptional talents were exceedingly rare, and the anticipation of their confrontation inevitably sparked a war of words. Wang Tong's animosity towards Qian'an was palpable before the match commenced. A cold glimmer ignited in his eyes as he raised his right hand, pointing decisively. A flying sword at his side emitted a sharp sound as it sliced through the air, darting forth in an instant. Like a bolt of lightning cleaving the tranquil sky, it thundered into existence before Qian'an, its momentum relentless, closing the distance to less than half a foot in the blink of an eye. Qian'an opened his fingers, maintaining an impassive expression as he faced the rushing spiritual sword, and with a calm gesture, he flicked his wrist forward. A faint milky white aura lingered at his fingertips. With a resounding clang, sparks erupted as Wang Tong's celestial sword was effortlessly deflected away. The spectators froze, their silence palpable as they cast discontented glances at Wang Tong's master. Even those who had previously lauded him now furrowing their brows. This match was intended to determine the future leader of the sect. Yet before Elder Hui Yunzi could announce the commencement, Wang Tong had already initiated the assault, an act that could only be attributed to a petty individual. Yevine, regardless of the flowery words with which you have obscured your identity, today I shall thoroughly teach you a lesson, making you comprehend what a true prodigy is. Wang Tong spread his right hand, and the yin-yang compass within it instantaneously expanded in size. Furthermore, the dual colors of yin and yang suddenly illuminated the area beneath Qian'an's feet, swiftly enveloping the entire dual platform. As the black and white reversed, it appeared as though the sun and moon in the heavens had also undergone a transformation. The originally clear sky morphed into a dark night, the dazzling starlit sky gradually shrouding the realm, causing the onlookers to wear grim expressions. Could it be that Wang Tong's treasure enabled such a celestial shift? Observing the transformation of the world, the young master of the Divine Sword Sect immediately sat upright, and at that moment, a glimmer of greed flickered in Lu Liang's eyes. He marveled at the formidable power of the yin-yang compass, pondering that if it could be obtained, even a great ascension cultivator might possess the strength to contend. Qian'an felt the spiritual energy within him plummeting, finally comprehending why his master had previously uttered such words. It turned out to be the yin-yang compass. He was astonished that even this remarkable artifact had been entrusted to him by the sect leader's senior uncle. No wonder Brother Wang Tong possessed such audacity. Wang Tong coughed up a mouthful of dark purple blood, staggering back 2 steps, while his bloodshot eyes turned toward Qian'an. His right hand, which clutched the yin-yang compass, trembled slightly. To his disbelief, Qian'an's cultivation had reached such heights. Wang Tong pressed his hand against his heaving chest, astonished that Qian'an had already attained the semi-embodied realm. He had narrowly avoided falling into Qian'an's trap. Had he not meticulously controlled his strength to suppress Qian'an to the late stage of the transformation realm, he would have likely succumbed to the compass's overwhelming force. Suppressing an opponent's power requires one to serve as a conduit, and the greater the opponent's strength, the heavier the toll on oneself, even risking backlash. Wang Tong had intended to confine Qian'an's cultivation to the mid-transformation stage, only to discover that Qian'an was already a semi-embodied cultivator, nearly leading him to be overwhelmed by the surging spiritual energy emanating from Qian'an. Standing with his sword on his back, Qian'an cast a peripheral glance at the direction of the black and white misty compass, which now enveloped the entire arena. Clearly, the compass's influence was confined within this range. Should he step off the platform, its suppressive capabilities would entirely dissipate. However, Qian'an was aware that leaving the arena would signify an automatic forfeiture of this contest, thus enabling Wang Tong to advance unchallenged. Despite the suppression of his cultivation, Qian'an remained composed. He slowly raised his right hand, and the previously clear sky suddenly darkened with rolling thunderclouds. The stars above the arena, under Qian'an's command, burst forth with an unimaginable radiance akin to moonlight. The disciples of the sect rose from their seats, their faces etched with anxiety as they gazed at the celestial energy fluctuations, astonished that their senior brother, Yi, could unleash such extraordinary sword intent. It was indeed terrifying. Even those hundreds of miles away in Qingxuan town could witness this spectacle. Their expressions a mix of astonishment and disbelief at the unfolding events. The cultivators of Qingxuan town floated in the air, gazing into the distant starry sky, murmuring earlier. He altered the sun, moon, and stars. Now, he draws upon the power of the stars. Truly, the Qingxuan Sect has produced many prodigies. The Qingxuan Sect, a prestigious sect, boasted exceptionally formidable disciples, particularly the recently emerged talent, Yi Qian, hailed as the greatest in a millennium. Are you saying that this radiant sword light is the work of Yi Qian, a disciple of the Qingxuan Sect? Apart from him, the old man could scarcely conceive of anyone capable of employing such cataclysmic methods. It seems that within a century, the entire Dongling Nanzhou will undergo a profound transformation. At this moment, the beggar who had previously received the spiritual wine from Yi Qian lifted his head, his eyes, akin to those of a majestic eagle, fixed intently upon the distant heavens. He murmured, reversing yin and yang, sword light guiding the stars like moonlight, the aura like terrifying waves. How intriguing, truly fascinating. Yi Qian, I sincerely hope you mature swiftly. Chapter 88. The Cloud and Mist Sword Immortal, a dreamer in the realm of difficulty. Sword light cascaded like stars across the tranquil night sky. The brilliance that descended left all in awe. Even Wang Tung, at this moment, was astonished, his eyes wide as saucers, unable to believe that Yi Qian could unleash such astonishing energy while in the transformation realm. Wang Tung roared in fury, a mere display. I refuse to believe that, as fellow transformation cultivators, you can surpass me. He summoned his immortal sword once more. This time, it spun wildly beside him, and in an instant, split into hundreds of illusory sword forms, which then surged towards the descending sun and stars at his command. The moment of their collision unleashed an unparalleled surge of terrifying energy. The overwhelming shockwave causing the observing disciples on either side to feel the energy emanating from the sword light. Some even sensed their own primordial spirits trembling violently. Such an extraordinary battle was beyond the capabilities of even the mightiest of the void-returning realm. A deafening explosion erupted. The formidable sword light shooting outwards in all directions with such speed that even the nearest disciples could not help but retreat, fearful of being caught in its wake. Wang Tung spat blood, propelled backward several steps, his disbelief evident as he coughed up more blood. How is this possible? He abruptly raised his head, gazing at the calm and composed Yi Qian before him, unable to fathom that he had been defeated by this individual. Yi Qian stood sword in hand, his inky hair and silver robe billowing with the wind, a figure upon the arena reminiscent of a celestial being descending from the heavens, evoking a shiver in all who beheld him. Yevin, Wang Tung felt the sting of humiliation, roaring in anger as 5 flying swords materialized around him at his command. Each sword radiated an astonishing aura, hurtling towards Yi Qian with a ferocious intensity. Yi Qian removed a gourd of wine from his waist, tilting it back for several hearty swigs, the clear liquid cascading down his chin, soaking his robe, leaving the crowd in shock. The Cloud and Mist Sword Immortal, a dreamer in the realm of difficulty. Yi Qian lifted his gaze to the distant stars, his voice imbued with a melancholic sorrow that resonated with the other disciples. Even the thunder in the sky seeming to mourn alongside him. The bronze-hued thunder cleaved through the tranquil night sky, and in an instant, torrential rain descended. However, just as everyone expected Yi Qian to use his body to intercept Wang Tung's celestial sword, the falling raindrops inexplicably froze in midair. With a flourish of his elegant robe, Yi Qian commanded the suspended raindrops to whirl furiously, and to the astonishment of the onlookers, each droplet coalesced into a resplendent celestial sword. The sword shimmered with a cold brilliance, and a formidable sword aura erupted forth, shooting out like startled swans, leaving behind a trail of shattered voids in their wake. What is this phenomenon? Dan Yangzi raised his head with a peculiar expression, his countenance grave as he gasped in disbelief. The countless celestial swords emanated a unique energy. Should they strike Wang Tung, even his formidable prowess would be rendered futile. Lu Yang, the young master of the Divine Sword Sect, suddenly rose, exclaiming, "Sword control? No. Ordinary sword control only applies to celestial swords. Yi Qian is capable of manipulating the 5 elemental forces into celestial swords. He must be a disciple of the drunken god sect. At that moment, Lu Yang had entirely regarded Yi Qian as a disciple of the drunken god sect. In the entire realm of the divine continent, few could wield all things as swords, and to reach such a level by the age of 20 was a clear indication of his heritage. On the arena, Wang Teng spewed blood, his eyes revealing confusion. He could not fathom that he had lost, especially to the one he had looked down upon, Yi Qian. The shame he felt within surpassed the physical wounds he endured. Unwilling to concede, as he neared the edge of the platform, he let out a heart-wrenching roar. Stop. Wang Teng strained to twist his legs, forcing his body to halt despite being racked by excruciating pain. Collapsing to the ground, he struggled to rise with the aid of a celestial sword. Yi Qian, I must admit, you are indeed a prodigy of the Qingxuan Sect, but I, Wang Teng, have never submitted to you. So what if you can drink a little? What makes you so extraordinary? As he spoke, he bit his tongue, blood spilling forth. His hair visibly wilting, and with swift hand gestures, his entire body trembled. Suddenly, a burst of blood light erupted from his crown. I, Wang Teng, am aware of your overwhelming strength, but I am not to be trifled with blood god sword. As the blood light surged, it transformed into a blood sword. It was none other than the supreme celestial sword of the Qingxuan Sect, the blood god sword, which Wang Teng had unexpectedly refined into his life as treasure. The blood god sword had been lost for a century, stolen by the sect master, and given to Wang Teng for refinement. Indeed, the sword's murderous aura was so potent that if unleashed, it might result in rivers of blood. Dan Yangzi, furrowing his brow, gazed at his disciple Wang Teng below, internally lamenting. This worthless disciple, forced to reveal the blood god sword by Yi Qian, how disgraceful it is to be my disciple. Humph. Cold Qianning cast a frigid glance at Dan Yangzi, her tone devoid of warmth, stating, once this matter concludes, I shall personally seek the truth. Should you fail to provide an honest account, do not blame me for being impolite. Dan Yangzi trembled in fear, immediately responding, Senior sister, allow me to explain. Silence. Cold Qianning's reprimand startled Dan Yangzi into lowering his head, but soon he had a thought and turned his gaze towards Wang Teng. It seemed he had no choice but to resort to that method. Without hesitation, Wang Teng formed a series of hand seals, pointing towards Yi Qian. Instantly, his blood sword erupted with a thunderous roar, transforming into a multitude of blood threads that intertwined, forming a lethal net of swords, hurtling directly towards Yi Qian. The air around them resonated with an even more intense, piercing sound of disruption. Yi Qian raised his head, lifting his right hand, still pointing with a single finger. In that moment, the space before him twisted into void, and a colossal sword materialized, its blade flickering with the brilliance of thunder. The deafening sonic boom causing the surrounding void to tremble. You believe you can suppress my cultivation using the Yin Yang compass and defeat me with the blood divine sword? How naive! Even with my powers restrained, I remain the foremost among the transformational spirits. Yi Qian's icy voice resonated as the massive sword met Wang Teng's life-bound treasure. The blood divine sword. Attendre explosion érupted. The deafening roar reverberated across the competition arena. Wang Teng staggered backward, his body still suspended in the air, blood gushing forth once more. He resembled a kite with its string severed, tracing a perfect arc before crashing heavily to the ground. I have failed once again. Wang Teng raised his right hand high, gazing at the starry sky, unwilling to accept his fate as he coughed up another mouthful of crimson blood. He could not comprehend why, as a prodigy of the Qingxuan Sect and a formidable figure in the late transformation stage, he could never surpass Yi Qian. Why? His eyes filled with bloodshot frustration, he bitterly mocked himself. I, Wang Teng, pride myself on my genius. Yet today, I have been defeated by a mere drunkard. How pathetic, truly pathetic, ha! At this moment, Dan Yangzi rose to his feet, clenching his fists, and instantly appeared beside Wang Teng. Seeing his opponent's injuries, he immediately utilized his spiritual power to forcibly aid Wang Teng's recovery. He then glared at Yi Qian, exclaiming in anger, Yi Qian, this match should have ended here. Have you any intention of harming your fellow disciple? The Yin Yang compass was clutched in cold Qianning's hands. Her consciousness surged forth, shattering the compass's control and allowing Yi Qian's cultivation to instantly revert to the half-integration realm. Yi Qian, with one hand resting behind him, spoke with an expressionless demeanor. I merely aim to temper the match. Wang Teng's severe injuries are largely due to his reckless fighting style. You, In response to Yi Qian's explanation, Dan Yangzi, the sect leader, remained unconvinced, his fists clenched tightly as he glared at Yi Qian with eyes wide as copper bells. Had he known of Yi Qian's extraordinary talent from the outset, he would have dealt with him sooner. Now that the young man had grown in strength, it was clear that Dan Yangzi could not hope to match him. Lu Lingjiao and Qi Han exchanged glances and simultaneously bowed in respect, declaring, "We are willing to relinquish our competition for the position of chief elder and voluntarily cede it to Master Yi." They had observed the previous battle and recognized that such an exceptionally gifted youth was rare even across the vast expanse of the Divine Continent. Not only could he challenge opponents beyond his level, but he could also unleash unimaginable sword intent. Faced with such prowess, they realized it was wiser to concede and avoid unnecessary trouble. Elder Hui Yunzi glanced at sect leader Dan Yangzi before exhaling a heavy breath and reluctantly announcing, "I hereby declare the Grand Elder Competition of Qingxuan Sect officially concluded, with the victor being the prodigious Yi Qian." He proclaimed that 1,000 days hence, Yi Qian would assume the role of chief elder, enshrined within the sect's ancestral hall for generations to come. All disciples and elders of the sect rose in unison, bowing respectfully towards Yi Qian. The position of chief elder held the highest authority within the sect, destined to inherit the leadership of the sect, second only to the venerable Lung Qianing. With his sword resting casually on his back, Yi Qian appeared somewhat intoxicated, turning to glance at his master, Lung Qianing, and nodding slightly in acknowledgement. Dan Yangzi, embracing his disciple Wang Teng, turned to leave, understanding that Wang Teng needed to swiftly recover his spiritual energy. Otherwise, he risked damaging his foundation. As the competition concluded, Lu Yang, the young master of the Divine Sword Sect, expressed unwavering belief in Yi Qian's identity. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to Yi Qian and exhaled deeply, stating, "Dao friend Yi, today's exchange has ignited great aspirations within me. I must return to the Divine Sword Sect now, but should the opportunity arise in the future, I look forward to a profound exchange in Xinyo Hezhou." Yi Qian offered a slight bow in response. Lu Yang departed with grace, resolved to return to his sect to investigate Yi Qian's identity and background. The sword radiance he had witnessed earlier indicated Yi Qian's profound understanding of sword intent. Such a formidable individual could either become an ally or an adversary. As Yi Qian prepared to leave, the previously azure sky suddenly darkened with rolling thunderclouds, an overwhelming pressure emanating from the heavens following the tribulation, shaking the very earth. All cultivators within Qingxuan Sect felt a tremor in their hearts, as if celestial might had descended upon them. Simultaneously, a voice tinged with surprise echoed amidst the spreading celestial pressure. "How intriguing. My visit to your Qingxuan Sect has coincided with such a terrifying sword intent tribulation." As the sound descended, a middle-aged man clad in a blue robe emerged from the heavens, approaching with measured steps. With each stride, the sense of divine authority intensified. An overwhelming pressure surged forth, its energy rippling outward like tumultuous waves. All the peak experts of the Qingxuan Sect felt a chill run down their spines at the moment the man appeared, their nascent souls nearly shattering under the immense weight of his presence. They harbored no doubt that should he gaze upon them a moment longer, their nascent souls would surely succumb to the tremendous oppression and burst apart. The scattered immortal, Lung Qianing, felt her heart quake. This aura had transcended that of a thunder tribulation cultivator, unmistakably belonging to a true scattered immortal, one wielding celestial power. Lung Qianing had previously encountered this middle-aged man under her master's guidance. He was Fujihara Tian, a mid-stage scattered immortal and an elder of the Qingxuan Sect. Fujihara Tian cast a sweeping glance around him, and with a flick of his robe, the earlier energy dissipated. He then spoke with a smirk that danced on the edge of smile. "Very well. There is no need for such formality. I have come today to deliver a message to you from the Qingxuan Sect." With a puzzled look, Lung Qianing inquired, "Elder, may I ask what news you bring us?" Fujihara Tian's fingers twitched, and suddenly a cerulean decree materialized in the heavens, imbued with surging spiritual energy that shattered the surrounding mountains and rivers. Within 3 years, the prodigy Yi Qi and of the Qingxuan Sect must journey to the Xinjiang Sect without fail. As she absorbed Fujihara Tian's sudden proclamation, Lung Qianing's brows furrowed in alarm. She had intended to respond, but the previous energy had vanished, leaving her no opportunity to voice her thoughts. Her slender eyes narrowed in displeasure. She had not anticipated that the higher sect would demand Yi Qian's presence at the Qingxuan Sect so soon. What had been agreed upon as a century had barely seen the passage of 2 years. What could the higher sect possibly intend? Was it that Yi Qian's exceptional talent posed a threat to their standing? The Emperor's voice broke through her reverie. What shall we do now? There is no choice. We cannot defy the higher sect's orders. To utter a single word of dissent would spell doom for our sect's disciples, Lung Qianning replied, shaking her head with a strange expression. Chapter 90. Journey to the higher sect. As a hostage, the strength of the higher sect far surpassed that of the Qingxuan Sect. Their intention in sending Yi Qi in for cultivation was also to ensure he became a hostage, eternally under the watch of the Qingxuan Sect. After all, Yi Qian's innate talent was undeniably extraordinary. Given a century, he might very well evolve into a formidable threat to the higher sect. Thus, the Qingxuan Sect had resolved to send Yi Qi into the main sect ahead of schedule. Should there be any refusal, the Qingxuan Sect would swiftly be reduced to ruins, with its elders and disciples facing certain death. Fujihara Tian landed gracefully upon the ground, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, a trace of disdain flickering in his gaze, before the sheer force of absolute power. No matter how remarkable Yi Qian's talents might be, he would ultimately remain but an insignificant insect. The so-called proton refers to a means of recruiting talents from the lower sects to the upper sects, requiring covert surveillance. Should Yi Qian exhibit extraordinary talent and a rebellious spirit in the future, the upper sect could eliminate him without hesitation, thereby eradicating any potential threat. Conversely, if he proves to be wholly loyal and willing to serve the upper sect, he would be rewarded with abundant resources for cultivation. Empress Wan's brow furrowed slightly as she addressed the elder. Do you wish to decline this? Qingxuan Tian turned with a stormy expression, casting a cold glance at Empress Wan from a distance, instantly freezing her in place, rendering her momentarily speechless. Cold Qianning promptly placed a hand on Empress Wan's shoulder, shaking her head in a silent plea for restraint against the upper sect's immortal. That being was a formidable presence, transcending the tribulation realm, possessing not merely the spiritual power of a cultivator, but true immortal energy. Opposing such a being would lead only to death. Empress Wan bit her lip, yet still clasped her hands in a gesture of respect. This disciple of mine possesses a rebellious nature and is excessively fond of alcohol. His presence in the upper sect would only tarnish its esteemed reputation, and I fear he may leave a negative impression. Upon hearing this, Qingxuan Tian replied with a hint of derision, what you mentioned poses no issue. How could our illustrious Xianxia sect be unable to accommodate a mere half-step integration realm cultivator? Even if he is unruly and a drunkard, our sect possesses a millennium's worth of fine wine. As long as he contributes to the sect, he may indulge as he pleases. Very well, this matter is settled. Moreover, to ensure the bond between our main sect and the lower sect, we shall also take 2 individuals with us. With a gentle tap of his right foot on the ground, a surge of energy enveloped the entirety of Qingxuan Sect, swiftly identifying several individuals of exceptional talent. Raising his finger, he gestured towards Qian'an and Lu Lingjiao. These 2 possess commendable potential. And there's also a fellow named Wang Teng who is acceptable. They will accompany Yi Qian to the upper sect for cultivation on an auspicious day. Cold Qianning remained silent. 3 years may seem lengthy, yet for cultivators, it is but a fleeting moment. Despite her deep reluctance, she felt powerless. Resistance against the immortal was utterly futile. Qingxuan Tian, with one hand behind his back, flew towards the quietest cave residence of Qingxuan Sect, his cold voice echoing. I shall remain here for 3 years. On an auspicious day, I will take them to the upper sect. As the words resonated in the air, the crowd's expressions turned grave, astonished by the upper sect's domineering stance, leaving them with no opportunity for dissent. Within the tranquil room, Wang Teng listened to the lingering voice from the heavens, a smile creeping onto his lips. Even in his injured state, a glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes. At long last, he had the chance to ascend to the upper sect. Regardless of Yi Qian's status as the top disciple, he would still be a proton of the upper sect, and theoretically, he would not be at a loss. Once he arrived at the upper sect, he would have countless ways to ensure that Yi Qian would be trapped, unable to escape or find solace. Upon contemplating this, a trace of coldness flickered in Wang Teng's eyes as he cast a glance at his master, Dan Yangzi, who stood with his back turned. Resolutely, he vowed to ensure that those who had bullied him would pay a heavy price. Dan Yangzi shrugged, looking at Wang Teng, who lay on the bed, and reproached him lightly. You are still too impatient. Now that the yin yang compass has been seized by your senior sister, your blood god sword has also been exposed, and I am at a loss as to what to do next. Wang Tong clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, exclaiming, I'm merely unwilling to accept this. Why should that brat Yi Qian thrive within the sect while I, Wang Tong, must become his stepping stone? It is unjust. Unjust. Dan Yangzi replied with a hint of sarcasm. This world has never been just. Some are tall, while others are short. Some hold high positions, while others are born into lowly circumstances. Justice is merely a joke. In every era, the weak are the slaves of the strong. Even if the times change, the form of subjugation merely shifts. Only the victors can define right and wrong. That is the reality of this world. To achieve their ends, people will stop at nothing. Although Dan Yangzi's words were harsh, they were undeniably true. Wang Tong fell silent, realizing that the intrigue of this world lay in its inherent inequity. The fairness that these people spoke of was nothing but the most absurd of jokes. Could the strong act with impunity? Wang Tong clenched his fists and asked. Indeed, Dan Yangzi replied, already harboring a simmering anger. These individuals dared to demand fairness, and today they would learn the true meaning of it. Rising from his seat, Dan Yangzi said coldly, the strong can alter the very laws of this world. If they wish for your demise, you must perish. If they grant you life, only then can you continue to live. Is there anything wrong with the strong acting as they please? Hearing this, Wang Tong painfully shut his eyes. Had he known this sooner, he would not have allowed Yi Qian to survive. Observing his disciples' despondent demeanor, Dan Yangzi sighed deeply. I understand the anguish in your heart, but the path of cultivation is fraught with obstacles. You must learn to look beyond this. As long as you can enter the upper sect, I have a method that will swiftly elevate you to the status of an honored disciple. Wang Tong suddenly opened his eyes, gazing at his master, Dan Yangzi, with confusion. Master, what do you mean by that? Dan Yangzi smiled coldly. Do you know why I, a mere initial void cultivator, could become the leader of the Qingxuan Sect? Wang Tong shook his head, intrigued. After all, his master was only an initial void cultivator, and theoretically, he should not have risen to such a position. Yet, having occupied this role for hundreds of years suggested that the matter was far from simple. Many years ago, I became acquainted with a senior, a brother of your master's master, who shared a bond akin to that of blood. Chapter 91. Emperor Junwan. Little Linen, remember to save some wine for me. Wang Tong, intrigued despite the pain coursing through his body, sat up and eagerly inquired, Master, may I ask about the cultivation level of that esteemed elder? Dan Yangzi, with an air of pride, lifted his chin and replied languidly, a perfected loose immortal. The moment those words escaped his lips, Wang Tong found himself momentarily frozen in disbelief, struggling to trust his own ears. A perfected loose immortal. Was that not akin to a celestial being? How could such a remarkable figure possibly be connected to their Qingxuan sect? It was utterly astonishing. Dan Yangzi continued nonchalantly, this elder is someone I became acquainted with during a visit alongside your master. Had it not been for the sudden disappearance of your master, he would have likely already transcended to the true immortal realm by now. With a hint of regret, Dan Yangzi shook his head, pondering the immense advantages a true immortal would have bestowed upon the Qingxuan sect, solidifying its stature in the western Yohazhou. In 3 years, when you journey to the Qingxuan sect, I shall pen a letter for you. Just deliver it to that esteemed elder at the specified address, and I assure you, your endeavors there will flourish. Upon hearing this, Wang Tong trembled with excitement and hastily knelt in gratitude, exclaiming, Thank you, Master. With the protection of this loose immortal, I shall undoubtedly thrive in the Qingxuan sect. Soon, not even the likes of Yi Qian or Nanlan Shui would dare to challenge me, and I shall claim them as my dual cultivation partners. From this moment forth, I, Wang Tong, am destined to ascend to the pinnacle of life. At Qingjing Peak, majestic and towering, the summit was shrouded in swirling clouds, evoking a sense of being in a realm of immortals. The mid-slope was adorned with dense, verdant trees that contrasted sharply with the grandeur of the peaks. At the base, a torrent of rivers surged relentlessly, producing frothy white waves. Amidst the lush greenery, crystal-clear springs trickled melodiously, embodying the ceaseless allure of nature. Within a serene bamboo dwelling, Lung Xianing furrowed her delicate brows as she gazed intently at Yi Qian and softly spoke, Disciple, are you truly certain of your decision? Yizin, shaking the wine gourd in his hand, responded, If we refuse, Tianyuan will undoubtedly not spare our Qingxuan Sect. Should there be another way, we would be loath to see you depart. The Empress, with a pained expression, sighed heavily, casting a bittersweet glance at Yi Qian. She lamented the thought of never tasting the immortal wine brewed by him, if he were to leave. Fear not, Yi Qian reassured. Observing the worried expressions of his master and senior, I am not heading off to my demise. It is merely a visit to the upper sect, devoid of any need for such somber farewells. With a sharp sound, Lung Qianing tightened her grip, gently tapping Yi Qian's head, and replied calmly, You lack seriousness. Your master and I are merely concerned for your safety. Since you exhibit no fear, I shall refrain from further admonitions. After taking a sip of tea, she continued, Among those accompanying you, pay particular attention to Wang Tong. The reason Dan Yangzi ascended to the role of sect leader is primarily due to the unparalleled strength of that top-tier figure your master introduced him to. Few are privy to this matter. Aside from Lung Qianing and the Emperor, only a handful of esteemed elders within the sect are aware of it. This is precisely why Lung Qianing cautioned Yi Qian to remain vigilant of Wang Tong. Yi Qian nodded slightly, clasping his hands in reverence, and replied, Disciple understands. Emperor once shifted her position, moving closer to Yi Qian, and, before Lung Qianing, entwined her arm with his, a mischievous smile gracing her lips as she said, Little Linen, I have something I wish to discuss with you. Little Linen? Lung Qianing's brows furrowed in discontent as she swiftly seized Wan's collar, intent on dragging her away. Wan struggled, and in the process, her scant attire revealed the delicate beauty of her form. Yi Qian immediately turned away, acutely aware that should others witness this, it could lead to dire consequences. It must be noted that Wan was a woman whose beauty rivaled that of Lung Qianing. With luscious lips, pearly teeth, and skin as fair as snow, her figure was a paragon of perfection. Alas, her fondness for fine wine had led her to don this attire even at her advanced age. A mere gust of wind could unveil an enchanting spectacle. The auspicious beast blinked its lively eyes and remarked, How fair she is! Your master has maintained her beauty remarkably well. Enough! Yi Qian interjected, poking the beast's forehead. Should I depart, you will follow my master in cultivation and strive to break through to the void return realm, transforming into human form. The beast rolled on the ground twice before halting, raising its head with a frown. In a childish voice, it declared, I do not wish to become human. I am perfectly fine as I am. Small, adorable, utterly charming. Yi Qian's lips moved slightly, casting a sidelong glance. For some reason, he felt that this auspicious beast had taken a page from Emperor Wan's book. Sister, do not act thus. If you persist, I shall summon help. Sister, do not tug at my garments. This is my only outfit, and if it tears, what shall I do? Little Nin, remember to save a few jars of wine for me. Her voice faded as she was evidently cast out. Lung Qianing clapped her hands and returned to the bamboo cottage. Glancing at the unfazed Yi Qian, she then retrieved several pills from her storage ring and offered them to him. These pills were concocted from the inner elixir of the poisoned Scorpion King and the Jade Water Golden Toad, classified as 7th grade elixirs. Yi Qian accepted the pills from his master and inhaled their scent, only to find it lacked the anticipated herbal fragrance, instead possessing a faint bitterness. Master, why do these pills lack a medicinal aroma? The poisoned Scorpion King and the Jade Water Golden Toad dwell in the Abyssal Spirit Valley, their flesh and blood inherently toxic. I could not completely eliminate the toxins during the refinement process. However, you may keep them, should you encounter unresistible poison in the future. Consuming these will ensure you remain impervious to all toxins. Yi Qian contemplated for a moment and ultimately resolved to remain, for in the future, should there be no peril, he could exchange the precious 7th grade elixirs for exquisite wines. It is worth noting that even within the upper sects, 7th grade elixirs are regarded as treasures, their value beyond imagination. After all, the most formidable 9th grade alchemists reside in the Eastern Divine Continent, and persuading them to concoct elixirs is no simple task. Fortunately, the Qingxuan Sect boasts a 7th grade alchemist, though it is said that this alchemist possesses a peculiar temperament, often using humans as test subjects to ascertain their capacity to endure the energies imparted by the elixirs. Chapter 92. The Dragon Beast's Treasure, Dragon's Essence, and Fragrant Saliva. The moonlight bathed the landscape in its silvery glow, while the stars twinkled like diamonds in the night sky. Qingyan Peak stood majestically, shrouded in mist that painted a picturesque scene, evoking a sense of being in a realm of immortals. The damp trees and the elusive mountain peaks resembled an exquisite ink wash painting of nature. The billowing sea of clouds obscured the mountains, akin to a masterful landscape scroll. Amidst the verdant foliage, a clear spring flowed gently, embodying the boundless allure of the natural world. Yi Qian soared in on his sword, gazing towards Qingyan Peak, where the fragrance of elixirs wafted through the mist. As the peak renowned for alchemy, it was devoid of any disciples guarding it. All disciples of the sect were well aware of the peculiar nature of the peak's master, who frequently experimented on their bodies. Thus, no one was inclined to serve as a disciple at Qingyan Peak. While alchemy is indeed splendid, the risk of perishing during an experiment renders the endeavor rather unworthy of pursuit. Yi Qian gracefully descended to the ground, inhaling the abundant spiritual energy, astonished by the richness of the aura surrounding the area. Truly, as a peak celebrated for its alchemical prowess, even a mere breath here was invigorating. He strode forward, soon encountering a modest wooden house, enclosed by a fence, with a still-burning alchemical furnace standing in the courtyard. The surrounding spaces were filled with various precious spiritual herbs, which released a potent medicinal aroma in the night. Additionally, dozens of flower sprites guarded the area. These sprites, no larger than a palm, adorned with blossoms atop their heads and wielding diminutive spear-like weapons, remained ever vigilant against herb thieves. Who dares trespass upon the esteemed Qingyan Peak? The flower sprite fluttered its colorful wings, approaching Yi Qian with its spear poised at his nose. With a smile, Yi Qian responded, "I am Yi Qian, a disciple of the Qingxuan Sect, here in search of my esteemed master." "You are Yi Qian, the illustrious disciple?" The flower sprite blinked in surprise, then excitedly flew closer, exclaiming, "So, you are the prodigious Yi Qian of the Qingxuan Sect. I admire you greatly. I heard tales of how you cleaved the mountain gate with a single strike and vanquished rivals with but two. May I have your autograph?" Yehin chuckled modestly. Of course. The flower sprite's eyes sparkled with delight as it summoned its companions to extol the virtues of the esteemed guest, not forgetting to procure paper and ink for Yi Qian to inscribe his name. At that moment, the door of the wooden cabin was abruptly pushed open, the crisp sound causing all the flower spirits to cease their activities and turn around. Upon seeing the master of Qingyan Peak, they immediately returned to their positions. Yi Qian followed the direction of the sound and beheld a girl who appeared to be merely 14 or 15 years of age. Despite her petite stature, she exhibited an extraordinary maturity. Where she should be curvaceous, she was, and where she should be slender, she was. However, she bore a hint of youthful innocence. Her delicate, heart-shaped face resembled that of a beautiful porcelain doll, exuding a timid demeanor akin to a frightened little rabbit, evoking a sense of compassion in those who beheld her. You are the disciple of my senior sister, Yi Qian, correct?" The girl's voice was cold, reminiscent of her master, the aloof Qian'an, devoid of any emotion, akin to natural crystal, imparting a chill to the air. Yi Qian clasped his hands in salute. "Greetings, Master Shui Ling'er." Shui Ling'er turned gracefully, saying, "Since you are the disciple of my senior sister, please come inside." Yi Qian did not decline and stepped into the wooden cabin, where green bamboo concealed the interior, creating a cool atmosphere. The redwood bed was adorned with exquisite embroidery, exuding a faint fragrance. By the window, a pot of orchids swayed gently, painting a poetic scene, adding an air of elegance. It was akin to a tranquil paradise, with a unique essence permeating every corner of the chamber. Bright silk sheets lay upon the intricately carved redwood bed, while a delicate painting of a lady often hung at the head of the bed, bestowing the room with an artistic grace. Shui Ling'er, with her small hand brushing aside her azure hair, poured a cup of tea for Yi Qian and inquired, "What brings you here today?" "I wish to concoct a few medicinal pills," he replied. "That is not permissible." Before Yi Qian could clarify which pills he meant, Shui Ling'er outrightly refused, stating, "Other than the elders and the sect leader, no disciples are allowed to concoct pills here. As a prodigy of Qingxuan Sect, you should be aware of this rule." Yi Qian was indeed aware, yet this time he sought Shui Ling'er's assistance rather than brewing the pills himself. "Master, I possess an item that I believe would pique your interest." Shui Ling'er raised an eyebrow, her tone laced with condescension. "What could a half-step harmonization cultivator like you possibly possess that is of value?" Yi Qian extended his right hand, revealing a purple elixir bottle, from which a wisp of violet vapor began to rise, causing the temperature in the small space to suddenly increase. Sensing the air growing increasingly warm, Shui Linger furrowed her brow as she scrutinized the wisps reminiscent of purple flames. She accepted the offered elixir bottle and brought it to her nose, inhaling the rich aroma. Instantly, she recognized that the contents were extraordinary. Her eyes brightened, and her voice, tinged with excitement, exclaimed, "This is the essence of dragon marrow. Dragon essence. A rare treasure produced by dragon-type magical beasts is exceedingly scarce. Among the myriad of such beasts, the chance of encountering one that can generate dragon essence is infinitesimal, making it a treasure that is nearly impossible to obtain within a century. For alchemists, it is an unimaginable gem." Qian'an nodded with a smile. He had stumbled upon this dragon essence by chance. Initially, he intended to roast and consume the corpse of a unicorn demon dragon, only to accidentally discover the essence within. At first, Qian'an was unaware of its significance until Lin Zuezhuz informed him that it was indeed the highly coveted dragon essence. Moreover, it is an exceptional treasure that is difficult to come by, ideal for concocting elixirs or crafting magical artifacts. Suddenly, Shui Linger looked up at Qian'an with astonishment, exclaiming, "Little one, I never expected you could acquire such a treasure as dragon essence." "It was merely a stroke of luck," Qian'an replied with a smile. "Master, with this vial of dragon essence, can we finally sit down and have a proper discussion? What elixir do you desire?" Shui Linger produced a silver needle, dipped it into the dragon essence, and upon confirming its superior quality, she could hardly contain her excitement. Chapter 93. Grade 7 Supreme Elixir, Heavenly Spirit Pill. Qian'an unabashedly declared, "The Grade 7 Supreme Elixir, the Heavenly Spirit Pill." "What did you say?" Shui Linger was taken aback by Qian'an's audacity, instantly rising to her feet. "At such a young age, you are so bold. Do you know how difficult it is to concoct the Heavenly Spirit Pill? You dare to ask for it? The Heavenly Spirit Pill, a Grade 7 Supreme Elixir, is so extraordinary that it could be considered in Grade 8 Elixir. It offers a remarkable 80% chance for a half-step fusion realm cultivator to advance into the fusion realm, making it an extremely valuable potion. Even an ordinary Grade 7 alchemist would find it nearly impossible to successfully concoct it due to the intricate herbs required. Thus, upon hearing Qian'an's request for the Heavenly Spirit Pill, Shui Linger was understandably furious, her cherubic cheeks trembling with indignation. Ye Wien Shuruk, retrieving a handful of spirit herbs from his pocket and offering them to her. "Master, these are the herbs necessary for the Heavenly Spirit Pill, sufficient to concoct 3 elixirs." "You actually managed to procure the herbs for the Heavenly Spirit Pill?" Shui Linger found it hard to believe, but upon seeing the herbs in Qian'an's hand, she began to trust that this little fellow indeed possessed some skill. These herbs were sourced by Qian'an from the Nether Spirit Valley. He had not initially intended to concoct the Heavenly Spirit Pill, as he relied heavily on alcohol for his enhancements. However, with his recent brews still in the making and the ordinary Loxang wine failing to provide the energy required for a breakthrough, he resolved to concoct a Heavenly Spirit Pill to assist in his ascension. Shui Linger pressed her lips together and remarked, "You are undoubtedly aware of the significance of the Heavenly Spirit Pill. Even I cannot guarantee success with absolute certainty. Should we fail, all your herbs would be rendered worthless." Qian'an naturally comprehended this, for the process of alchemy indeed bears the peril of explosive mishaps. Therefore, he nodded without hesitation, stating, regardless of the outcome, "This matter bears no consequence to you, and I shall still present you with this vial of dragon essence." "Very well, I accept," Shui Linger replied, her gaze fixed on the vial of dragon essence. Considering her senior sister, Lung Qian'an, and the precious vial before her, this risk was deemed worthwhile. "The concoction of this pill is exceedingly arduous. I will require 2 years' time. You have no objections, I trust?" Qian'an nodded affirmatively. "No problem at all, as long as it is completed before I depart from a sect." Shui Linger acknowledged his response, and although the process might be somewhat tedious, she resolved to embrace this challenge for the sake of self-improvement. However, she cautioned Qian'an, reminding him not to disclose this arrangement to others, lest certain individuals exploit the sect's regulations to impose consequences upon him. Qian'an, not lacking in wisdom, understood that word of this venture leaking could lead to trouble, particularly from that scoundrel Wang Tong. After exchanging a few casual pleasantries with Shui Linger, Qian'an expressed his gratitude with a bow before turning to leave Qingyan Peak. Observing his retreating figure, Shui Linger smiled softly to herself. What an intriguing individual. It seems my sister's words were indeed accurate. Heroes arise above the masses. blood-staining mountains and rivers crimson, a prophetic foresight indeed. Upon departing Qingyan Peak, Qian'an did not return to the tranquil peak, but instead made his way to the Huai Water Bamboo Pavilion, where he had arranged to meet Lin Sui's Zhu. The moonlight cascaded gently like water, casting a serene glow upon the tranquil lake's surface. A gentle breeze swept across, creating ripples that resembled a flowing ink painting. Fish leaped from the water, shining like meteors streaking through the night sky, captivating all gazes. The moonlight, delicate as silk, softly draped the lake, as if cloaking it in a thin veil of silver. The breeze stirred the reflection of the moon, causing it to dance gracefully upon the water, akin to a moving canvas. The gentle waves rippled, and with the autumn wind came falling leaves, creating circles upon the surface. Lin Sui's Zhu sat serenely upon a stone, her pristine feet submerged in the cool water, gently stirring the surface. Countless small fish darted about, weaving beneath her delicate soles. Clad in white, Qian'an descended gracefully to this spot. Observing Lin Sui's Zhu, who appeared lost in thought, he refrained from interrupting her reverie and instead settled beside her, sipping wine under the moonlight. Sensing the fragrant aroma of wine in the air, Lin Sui's Zhu returned to reality, turning to see Qian'an smiling at her. "Master Uncle," she exclaimed, throwing herself into his embrace, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, her voice trembling slightly. "I thought you might not come." "How could that be?" Qian'an gently stroked Lin Sui's Zhu's fragrant hair, smiling as he reassured her. "Having promised you, it would be impossible for me to go back on my word." "Master Uncle, I have heard from Mother that you're leaving Qingxuan Sect. Is it true?" Lin Sui's eyes brimmed with tears as she lifted her head, filled with reluctance. Qian'an did not conceal the truth. He nodded and replied, "There is no choice. We cannot refuse the orders from the upper sect, nor do we possess the strength to do so. But rest assured, I shall be fine. If fate allows, I will surely return to Qingxuan Sect in the future." He extended his finger to gently wipe away the tears on Lin Sui's face and said with a light tone, "Once I have established myself in the upper sect, I will bring the disciples of our sect to cultivate there." "Is that really so? When have I ever deceived you?" Qian'an replied with a warm smile, then reclined lazily upon a stone, resting one hand behind his head while gazing at the resplendent stars in the sky, indulging in a modest drink. Lin Sui's, her cheeks flushed, cautiously nestled against Qian'an's chest, both of them appreciating the serene, celestial bodies above. In the distance, beneath the bamboo grove, stood a woman of unparalleled beauty. She moved gracefully, her footsteps creating a gentle sound, adorned in a sky-blue palace gown, the hem intricately layered with triangular emerald embellishments, and long flowing ribbons cascading from her waist. The gown, draped elegantly over her figure, exuded an ethereal charm. Her beauty was breathtaking, unadorned yet radiant as the dawn. Her complexion akin to pristine jade, with features that could rival the moon and flowers. The immense spiritual energy within her radiated an intimidating aura, instilling a sense of unimagined fear merely by her presence. She was none other than Bai Yuling, the master of Shaozhu Peak and an elder of Qingxuan Sect. Bai Yuling's gaze fell upon her daughter, her star-like eyes shimmering with an inexplicable emotion. So, it could not be avoided after all? With a graceful turn, she departed, the fresh scent of her presence mingling with the breeze. Raising her head to the starlit sky, she murmured, "Though my husband may not know whether you have perished, in order to reunite our family, I must seek you out." Chapter 94. The intoxicated Emperor Wan, causing a great mix-up, as autumn winds rustled the falling leaves. The gentle moonlight cascaded through the depths of the bamboo grove, illuminating the handsome young man and beautiful young woman. Qian'an swayed the wine gourd in his hand, speaking freely, a mirror of Huai water reflecting the rocky mountains, the shadows returning among the bamboo groves. "I wonder if, after leaving, I will ever behold such beauty again in the upper sect." Tears welled in Lin Sui's eyes, crystal droplets cascading down her delicate cheeks, falling onto Qian'an's robe. He affectionately ruffled her hair and reassured, "Do not worry. I am not going to my demise this time. The future of the sect rests in your hands." "Master Uncle." "I enough," Qian'an said as he sat up, taking Lin Sui's hand and leading her to a small boat, ready to take in the splendor of the scenery before the autumn winds arrived. The next morning dawned, radiant and vibrant. Qian'an awoke from his sleep and looked at Lin Sui's, still fast asleep. He removed his outer garment and gently draped it over her. then lightly tapped the surface of the water with his toes and flew off into the distance. Upon arriving at a pavilion, Qian'an cupped his hands slightly toward the woman inside. Senior sister Bai. As early as the previous night, Qian'an had already sensed Bai Yuling's aura. In order not to disturb Lin Xuezhu, he had made no sound of it, choosing instead to come here personally to meet senior sister Bai after Lin Xuezhu had fallen asleep. Bai Yuling turned around with a refined air. Her slender, jade-like hand opened slightly as she gestured invitingly. Junior brother, there is no need for such formality. Please have a seat. Qian'an sat down accordingly. Looking at Bai Yuling's charming and graceful face, he asked with some curiosity, Senior sister, may I ask why you summoned me here? There's indeed something I'd like to trouble you with, Bai Yuling said softly. I wonder would junior brother be willing to agree? Please speak freely. Bai Yuling let out a long breath and said, I hope you can help me take good care of that girl, Xuezhu. You already know this, she continued. Xuezhu's father was once an elder of our Qingxuan Sect, and also a master of formations. After leaving the sect to train outside, he never sent back any news. Now that more than 10 years have passed, I wish to go and look for him. Yet, Qian'an spoke softly. Senior sister believes that senior brother Lin is not dead? Yes. Bai Yuling nodded. Lin Xuezhu's father was an extremely renowned formation master, and possessed return to Void Realm cultivation. Throughout the entire Eastern Ridge, Southern Prefecture, there were very few who could truly threaten him. It was precisely for this reason that Bai Yuling believed he was still alive. Now that her daughter had grown up, she wished to take advantage of this window of time to search for him. Even if, in the end, all she found was a skeleton, she would have no regrets. She only wished to soothe the longing in her heart. Qian'an's expression hardened, his tone resolute. Rest assured, senior sister, as long as I, Qian'an, live for even a single day, I will not allow Xuezhu to come harm. Seeing Qian'an agrees so solemnly, Bai Yuling revealed a grateful expression. She then stood up and bowed deeply toward him. Qian'an was just about to stop her when Bai Yuling spoke. 3 days from now, I will leave the sect. I hope you want to tell Martial Uncle or Xuezhu about this matter. Yuling offers her thanks once more. Senior sister, but Bai Yuling had already made up her mind. Even if leaving the sect this time meant her life would end in fragrant demise, she would have no regrets. She only wished to find her husband, even if only his remains. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Bai Yuling quietly departed from the sect. In order to conceal her whereabouts and avoid drawing attention, she announced publicly that she would be entering secluded cultivation. For cultivators, each period of seclusion was unpredictable. One would only awaken upon a breakthrough in cultivation or after fulfilling a long-held wish. As the saying goes, a single day in the mountains, 1,000 years in the mortal world. Entering seclusion was easy. Leaving it, however, was never a matter of personal whim. Qingjing Peak. Qian'an sat cross-legged in meditation. All around him, spiritual energy flickered continuously, like countless fireflies dancing in the night. As one's cultivation progresses, each subsequent level becomes increasingly arduous. At the tender age of 20, Qian'an's breakthrough to the semi-integrated realm is already remarkable, placing him among the prodigies. Even disciples of the divine Qian sect would hesitate to claim they could achieve such a feat at this age. Slowly, Qian'an opened his eyes, and as the spiritual energy surged around him, a vivid azure system panel emerged before him. Name, Qian'an age, 20 identity, junior uncle of the Qingxuan Sect cultivation, semi-integrated realm techniques, sword control technique, spirit-breaking soul slashing style array, 9 sword immortal array drunken sword immortal accomplishment, 2,100 drunken sword immortal level increase, 210 gazing at his basic information. Qian'an let out a deep sigh. Once he arrived at the upper sect, he would seek opportunities to obtain more precious elixirs. For now, he decided to wait for his senior Uncle Shui Linger to successfully refine the heavenly spirit pill before choosing to break through to the integrated realm and then proceed to the upper sect for further cultivation. At that moment, the door to his room was abruptly pushed open. Entering was the tipsy Emperor Junwan, swaying as if she had been drinking for 3 consecutive days. Senior uncle? Qian'an furrowed his brow, inquiring, what brings you here? With a slight sway, the inebriated Emperor Junwan approached, but suddenly tripped over something, losing her balance and letting out a startled yelp as she fell directly towards Qian'an. Having just concluded his meditation, he was taken by surprise and found himself pinned beneath her. The fragrant aroma of wine wafted toward him, though Qian'an was fond of the scent. The combination of Emperor Junwan's delicate fragrance with the wine created an uncomfortable sensation. Moreover, being pinned down made it difficult for him to catch his breath. The auspicious beast sat at the table, munching on spirit stones, observing with a bemused expression. Your human interactions are quite amusing. You greet each other with food. TSK, TSK, TSK. With a flushed face, Emperor Qingxuan realized she had inadvertently rewarded Yi Qian with her presence. Attempting to rise, she found herself relying on Yi Qian's body for support. However, as she leaned against his chest, her balance faltered, and she ended up seated on his lap, intensifying the tension in the air. Given her disheveled appearance, it was hard not to evoke certain thoughts. Yi Qian felt his cheeks heat up and awkwardly cleared his throat, saying, Senior uncle, could you please get off me first? Emperor Qingxuan sprang off him immediately, adjusting her clothing with a crimson face as she exclaimed, You really ought to tidy up your room. It's a complete mess. Yi Qian, at a loss for words, replied, Senior uncle, have you forgotten? You were the one who drank for 3 hours here last night, and this is your mess. Chapter 95. The 3 Rules with Emperor Qingxuan. Upon hearing this, the Empress gently touched her nose, struggling to recall the events of the previous night. She was only aware that she had indulged excessively in drink over the past few days and now felt a dizzying sensation. Although she had the capability to expel the alcohol from her system, such an act would strip away the joy of drinking. Thus, she chose to embrace her inebriation, relishing an unprecedented sense of euphoria. Shaking her head, the Empress remarked, Xian'an, my dear disciple, I have come to share some splendid news with you. Splendid news? Yi Qian cast a sidelong glance at the Empress, remaining silent. This woman had never approached her with anything good. It was likely she was concocting some scheme to enlist her in a task. Noticing the skepticism in Yi Qian's eyes, the Empress stepped closer, her expression earnest as she insisted, Xian'an, look into my eyes. I assure you, I am neither lying nor deceiving you. This truly is a piece of good news. Please, let me explain. The Empress shifted her position, settling beside Yi Qian, and whispered, Recently, I heard that Qingxuan, the leader of the Nascent Sect, has acquired a treasure. This artifact is said to grant its possessor dominion over the world. And then, Xianxia had surroundings, retrieving a gourd of wine from beneath her pillow and taking a swig before casually inquiring, Hey, why do you seem so unfazed? The Empress frowned. What expression should I wear? Yi Qian replied, exasperated, as she rubbed her forehead, genuinely contemplating kicking this woman out. You should be astonished. You ought to exhibit an expression of utter disbelief. The one who obtains this artifact could rule the world. You should stand tall, sword drawn, and proclaim to rid the realm of evildoers. The Empress's demeanor was theatrical, prompting even Yi Qian to begrudgingly acknowledge her talent. If she were to act in a drama, she would undoubtedly earn accolades as a leading actress. Setting aside her theatrics, Yi Qian downed another 2 cups of wine and coolly asked, And then you expect me to venture alone to the Nascent Sect, correct? The Empress chuckled, Xian'an, you may perceive it that way, but I assure you, my intentions are for your benefit. After all, should such an artifact fall into the hands of the demonic sect, it would not bode well for you, would it? Feeling a headache brewing, Yi Qian's expression turned serious as she pressed, What exactly is this artifact? If you do not clarify, I shall not go. Seeing that Yi Qian was serious, the Empress took a deep breath and softly replied, Qingxuan of the Nascent Sect has acquired an artifact of the harmonization stage. I'm not certain of its specifics, but I know it is of utmost significance. Should it fall into the hands of the demonic sect's disciples, it would spell disaster for our Qingxuan Sect, bringing nothing but harm. Yi Qian remained silent, sitting quietly for a while before finally speaking. Does our master know of this matter? No, the Empress admitted honestly, shaking her head. She had not dared to inform her senior sister. If her senior sister were to learn of it, the harmonization stage artifact would surely slip from her grasp. Yi Qian discerned the thoughts of the esteemed Emperor Qingxuan, recognizing that she was primarily interested in the artifact of the combined phase possessed by the other party. Otherwise, she would not have come personally to seek him out. After a prolonged contemplation, Yi Qian finally nodded in agreement. Given his less-than-ideal relationship with the Nascent Sect, it was prudent to consider that one of the 5 poison's protectors, the poisonous young Master Qin Huiyan, along with the subsequent adversary Mi Daoran in the Nether Spirit Valley, were his foes. With 2 formidable opponents already vanquished, it was certain that Qingxuan would not let this matter rest easily. Thus, it was wiser to take the initiative and eradicate the Nascent Sect entirely to eliminate future threats. Before embarking on their journey, Yi Qian established 3 stipulations with Emperor Qingxuan. The first stipulation was, You shall not take action without my command. The second was, you are not to stray beyond 10 paces from my side. Emperor Qingxuan nodded in affirmation, understood. And the third? He inquired. You must hold onto my sword sheath without letting go. Hearing these modest demands, Emperor Qingxuan brightened, declaring, no problem, I shall comply. Little Nin, time is of the essence. Let us depart at once. With a sense of urgency, Emperor Qingxuan grasped Yi Qian's wrist and swiftly soared towards the horizon, covering an impressive distance in mere moments, already appearing several hundred miles away. The Qingxuan Sect is situated at the human borders, within a valley shrouded in an atmosphere of foreboding and dread, teeming with venomous creatures such as snakes, insects, and rodents. This is unsurprising, as the Qingxuan Sect has a long-standing tradition of poison crafting, with its disciples primarily specializing in concocting highly toxic substances tailored to their own needs. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the sect, a verdant luminescence gradually ascended. A gentleman of refined demeanor, seated at the head, placed his wine cup down and slightly turned his head, fanning himself with a folding fan. Has Dowrin not yet returned to the sect? In hall, apart from Li Qingshan, who occupied a chair, several others stood, each exuding a formidable aura of energy. Currently, no news has been received. Dowrin took his soul jade slip before departing, leaving us unaware of his fate. The speaker was an elderly man with graying hair and a distinguished presence. Possessing a towering stature and a goat-like beard, his aura was markedly more commanding than the others present. This man was none other than Poison Old Master, one of the 5 poisons protectors, and a cultivator at the pinnacle of the returning void, second only to Li Qingshan in strength. Li Qingshan narrowed his eyes, remarking, that fellow has always coveted the purple phantom egg. I wonder if he has succeeded in obtaining it. Poison Old Master replied with a hint of derision. The Nether Spirit Valley is one of the few human forbidden zones in our Eastern Ridge South State, nurturing countless demonic beasts and spiritual treasures. Within this valley resides a rare insect, known as the Purple Phantom. Consuming its egg greatly enhances one's power. However, once that larva hatches, it devours the internal organs, leaving behind a lifeless shell. If he has failed, then Dowrin has likely been entirely consumed by the Purple Phantom. As the conversation unfolded, the elder known as the Poison Master stroked his pale beard, displaying a remarkable indifference towards the fates of others. In his perspective, as long as his own interests remained untouched, the lives of others were inconsequential. Ha ha ha, chuckled the old man. What follows is of utmost importance. The ancestor is currently refining a magical artifact, and no one is permitted to disturb this process. We must ensure absolute security. Approaching him was the diminutive and slightly plump poison matriarch, his companion in dual cultivation for over a millennium. Their bond was profound, allowing them to understand one another's thoughts with merely a glance.